The rain was drizzling on his face. Damn it. He was so exhausted he felt like he could barely breathe. Yet even a moment of rest was impossible. Woken up by the downpour, this young man sprang to his feet, grabbed his weapon, and cautiously moved toward the edge of the crumbling building below ground. It looked like a junkyard filled with monsters sleeping all over the place. They were swarming like ants while he was all alone. But so what? Kim Sung-in took a deep breath and launched himself at the monsters. Just as he was about to collapse, a voice suddenly echoed through the air. It was indeed the hero of mankind. Oh my. A massive boss monster appeared right in front of him, looking like a bull with a horse's face, no doubt about it. This was the boss among those monsters. With just one swing, that boss left Sung-in drenched in blood. The monster roared, "Hero! What hero?" and casually unleashed a glowing punch that threatened to end all of humanity. The pitch-black darkness quickly wrapped around Sung-in's consciousness. But just as light flooded back into his vision, he found himself staring at 4 guys in front of him. He hurriedly sat up, staring at his hands and then up at them, wondering if this was all just a dream. While he was still dazed and questioning reality, one of them suddenly grabbed his collar and threw a punch. Instinctively, Sung-in blocked it, then retaliated with a swift hit to the guy's face, sending his attacker crashing into the corner. The country bumpkin was about to get up to fight when another guy shouted that the cops were coming. He quickly rallied his buddies to flee, but not before leaving a classic schoolyard threat. "Soo-yun, you better show up at school tomorrow." They ran off like scared dogs, leaving Sung-in confused and unsure of what just happened. Slowly, he stood up and casually grabbed a phone lying around nearby. The moment he saw his reflection on the phone's screen, everything fell apart, replaced by an utterly pointless question. Who the hell is this guy? In 2042, the world was destroyed. After countless dungeons sprouted up like mushrooms everywhere, monsters crawled out from these uncharted depths and began invading reality. This phenomenon came to be known as the Awakening. In the face of humanity's existential crisis, some people with extraordinary powers began to emerge, earning them the title of Awakened Ones around the globe. Kim Sung-in was one of them. After humanity was nearly wiped out, he became the last survivor, forced to face the dungeon monsters alone. But as they played a game of survival, when he opened his eyes again, he realized he was no longer Kim Sung-in, the last awakened one, but a weak kid named Kim Soo-in who was often bullied by classmates. The lengthy personal info introduction came to an end. Yet it still did not convince the police officer at all. Instead, he got stuck on basic stuff like names and addresses. Growing frustrated because all Kim Soo-in knew was his name and that he was 19 this year, the officer firmly stated that his mom would be there soon, so he should just sit tight for a bit. And he warned him not to get too comfortable since the news just reported that something was about to show up near construction zones. As the sun began to set, Sung, who was living as Soo-yun, shared a few words with his new mother on their way home. Suddenly, she stopped in her tracks, pulled out a handkerchief, wiped his face, and then warned him, "If they keep bothering you, remember to tell me right away. Mom won't let this slide if it keeps happening." After she finished speaking, she grabbed his hand and pulled him along. Just as they were passing through the park, they were suddenly attacked by a wolf monster. Remembering the police officer's warning and considering that it was now 2022, during a time of fierce riots, it was not surprising that monsters could appear right in the city on days like this. To defend himself, Soo-yun grabbed a nearby umbrella since he did not have a sword, and prepared to face them head-on. One wolf lunged at him, but instead of dodging like his mother told him, he swung hard at its body. The wolf yelped in pain but charged at him again. Unfortunately, his new body was not awakened, so his fighting power was nowhere near what it used to be. Soo-yun was thrown to the ground, struggling against one wolf when another came in to attack. Just when he thought he was about to get carted off by 4 burly guys, his mom bravely rushed in to help him. Never mess with women, especially women with kids. After a strong collision that sent both of them flying back, Soo-yun took the chance to quickly kick the wolf off him and rushed over to check on his mom. She was injured, yet she insisted, "You go ahead." Seeing this stranger almost lose her life for him made Soo-yun's rage ignite. He slowly turned his head to glare at the 2 monsters behind him and ask, "You really want to die, do not you?" To his surprise, the wolf seemed to understand human speech. With just a short, concise statement, he made the 2 pale-faced monsters flee in terror. Thanks to the address in his wallet, Soo-yun managed to get his mom home to rest. After laying her down gently on the sofa, he finally looked down at his own hands. He wondered why he was so weak, reborn as a useless person just to repeat the same mistakes of his past life. As Suayan was berating himself, a portal and a guiding system suddenly appeared. User confirmed. Verification complete. The connection to user Kim Suayan has been established. The system's voice echoed continuously, meaning this body had the potential to become an awakened one. Time was flying by, and thinking about the chance to awaken earlier than in his previous life, Suayan did not hesitate and stepped through the portal. He had not been there long when a voice rang out in his head, welcoming him to the Tower of Trials. To explain a bit about this strange tower, if an ordinary person can clear the first floor, they will be recognized as an awakened one. The higher they climb, the more rewards they receive and the stronger they become. The guide appeared before Suayan, announcing that the challenge for the first floor had begun. With experience on his side, Suayan decided to choose the highest level to conquer. Level 10. You know that even if they are all level 1, the higher the tier, the bigger the rewards, which means tougher opponents. So what? You gotta risk it to reap the rewards. Play it safe, and you will get scraps. The scenery around him changed rapidly. In his past life, he conquered up to level 8. But this time around, he wants to be stronger otherwise. His fate will remain the same. He tightened his grip on the fist of the boss Fanium, and a treasure trove of weapons appeared, packed with all sorts of combat gear. As usual, he grabbed a sword and readied himself for an all-out brawl with the level 1 monsters. The blue sky floated lazily with a few white clouds, and outside the resting area, a group was gathered, chattering excitedly. One voice piped up, "Have you guys seen the updated rankings yet?" Another gasped in disbelief. 2,230 points. Are you kidding me? The second place only has 940 points. Who is this Kim Suayan? Just as he burst through the space gate, he quickly became the new rising star among awakeners with sky-high points, completely overshadowing everyone else. The Tower of Trials, known as the Abyss. In this life, countless awakeners gathered and stepped into its floors, each layer boasting its own unique environment, climate, and even culture. However, there was one common trait. To climb to the next floor, you had to overcome a challenge. But to tackle the next levels, he needed to gear up. Kim Suayan ignored the gossip about him and, based on his past life's memories, entered a shop where the skill merchant Valley warmly welcomed him. "Hey there, darling. Just spill what you need. If you are not sure what you are looking for, I can help you out." He had met this stunning salesgirl before. Her marketing game was still top-notch, reeling customers in effortlessly. The thing is, it would not work on him because he had already decided what to buy. Suayan casually told her, "I want to buy the speed boost skill, and add the transformation skill too." Valley was momentarily stunned but did not jump to sell right away. She asked back, "Can you even afford it? The speed boost costs 150 points. And the transformation needs a whopping 1,000 points. Suayan did not say a word and immediately swiped his points. Holy crap. Valley had never encountered a VIP customer like this, and she could not help but slam her hand on the table, exclaiming, "What the heck are these points?" It is no wonder she was shocked. In her entire sales career, this kid was probably the only one to hit over 1,000 points while still on level 1. You can imagine how insane that was. Suayan was not about to waste time explaining anything to her. After snagging what he wanted, he left and sat on a bench to activate his new skills and check everything at once. 2 skill books popped up in front of him, and to own any of these skills, an awakener needed a certain level of mana. But there was only one leveling up skill that could be found in the shops of the Tower of Trials, and that was the transformation skill. In Suayan's palm appeared a vial of liquid. This was just as crucial. Known as the lowest tier mana catalyst, it might sound useless, but it significantly boosts mana levels and capacity based on the user's abilities. It is usually found in the basic reward shops after completing a challenge. Most people would overlook this, but for someone as seasoned as Suayan, nothing is useless. If you look carefully, there are plenty of hidden treasures waiting to be found. "Excuse me, can I talk to you for a moment?" A voice of a young man echoed in his ear, making Suayan flinch because he had not sensed his presence. As he turned to see who it was, a figure cloaked in darkness and the name Haxel flashed in his memory. He knows this guy. In his past life, this person was considered a genius among the fakes. But soon, he would become a notorious villain for slaughtering a famous guild. Haxel noticed that the person in front of him was staring and seemed a bit taken aback. He managed to explain that he would followed Suayan all this way just to ask if he wanted to join his guild. The system announced that the second level, Stage 10, had been unlocked. The message stated that he had escaped with the Shagley family's treasure. The family members are on high alert and will pursue him to reclaim the treasure. The objective is clear: Escape with the treasure and try to survive in this forest. After gathering all the information, Soil hid on a tall tree while monsters roamed below, lurking and searching. He looked at the necklace in his hand and muttered to himself, I think aside from protecting it, this thing does not have any special use. I wonder which way I should tackle this. After reflecting on the phrase try to survive, he suddenly understood the mission and activated his speed skill, launching an attack on the monsters below. Turns out, trying to survive means wiping out everything in this forest. The battle begins. And here is Florentino, slicing through everything with lightning-fast sword strikes. Each monster he takes down earns him 20 achievement points, while taking down the green monsters. Soil recalled his earlier conversation with Hakjun. He needed to form a team to achieve level 8. Unfortunately, Soil's answer was a no, as level 8 was far too low for his original goal. For someone as experienced as Soil, those monsters were just low-level fodder, and it would not take long to clear them all out. The boss of the second level finally appeared, showing a clear difference, riding on another monster. Soil had been waiting for this moment, so he jumped high, activated his speed skill, and unleashed hundreds of cuts on both the boss and its mount in the blink of an eye. Level 2 completed. And this time the reward is a necklace known as the family treasure. Its power is to heal all wounds and eliminate all pain from the body, but it is limited to 5 uses thanks to the transformation skill. He absorbed the abilities and mana after defeating the chief of the Sackley family. Soil smiled, satisfied with what he gained after completing the mission. With his current strength, it seems like those low-level monsters won't be able to take him down anymore. But then again, hunger might knock him out, forcing him to head home instead of wandering around the levels until he runs out of steam. As Soil stepped out of the room, he was greeted by a lavish feast, the aroma wafting through the air. His mother had prepared everything to thank him for his brave act of saving her earlier. Soil did not think he deserved all the credit. He said, You are the one who has been through so much. You even went to work yesterday while being seriously injured. After exchanging a few more words, they sat down at the table to begin their meal. Soil choked up as he scooped a spoonful of rice into his mouth. Delicious. With skills like this, even if he was not her biological son, he would dedicate his life to protecting her. A year later, on Saturday, December 7th, he had just left home, claiming he needed a break after the grueling midterms. During this time, he had kept his mother in the dark while clearing level after level in the tower. His plan to conquer the 10th floor was about to begin, but he had no idea how long it would take. So leaving now was the smartest move for those with false awakenings. The 10th floor is a formidable barrier to cross. The difficulty of challenges spikes dramatically after every 10 floors. Most people usually choose to attempt challenges 1 or 2 levels lower than their usual. But once they get used to it, those higher floors become nearly impossible to conquer. Hyan remembers vividly the green-tinted dungeon that will emerge in Anyang in a year, marking a massive uprising. Following that will be the disaster at Gungjudo right around New Year's. He gazed at the fiery red sunset sky, muttering to himself, I am going to change all of that. This time, he was determined to protect it. Su Ayan headed straight for the 10th floor of the challenge tower. There, he encountered an old man who looked no different from a beggar. The man waved him over and said, I want to try to stop you. But how about giving me something before you go? Su Ayan knew very well that this man was the guardian of the 10th floor. Most people would mistake him for a beggar and ignore him, but his role was crucial. Unlike them, Su Ayan was willing to donate 5,000 achievement points for a bit of information about what lay ahead. According to the guardian, any information regarding the 10th floor was extremely valuable, and all he could reveal was to be careful of the village chief. Su Ayan nodded in satisfaction, continued forward, and chose level 10 to conquer. The guidance system quickly appeared, and this time the requirements were quite special. Find its purpose and do not die. In the forest near the village, a cute child was picking wild fruits. Just as they happily sang and prepared to pop a berry into their mouth as a treat, they accidentally spotted a terrifying creature. Hey there, sweetie. I have been waiting here since this afternoon. The giant beast did not even give the child a chance to scream before lunging to attack. Su Ayan had just entered the simulation world when he coincidentally witnessed this, and rushed out to help with a plan to transform his skills and push his physical abilities to the limit. Su Ayan scooped up the child, leaping high, then quickly drew his sword to deal with the monster right in front of the little one. Just being a good citizen, saving people and slaying monsters. Yet when he returned the child home, he got scolded by the mother fiercely. Even if you take the girl hostage, it is pointless. There is nothing in this village for you to take, so you might as well get out of here fast. Wait. What are you talking about? Su Ayan got kicked out and refused to talk. Wandering through the village in the dead of night, surrounded by furtive wolf-like gazes from afar, the guide suddenly presented a mission. Rescue this village from its crisis and survive. He kept walking and thinking while everyone stared at him like he was a gorilla trapped in a glass case. Suion knew the villagers were Nepsis, but they looked and acted so human it was downright creepy. He stopped, looked up, and thought silently about their extremely hostile attitude towards strangers. The oppressive and gloomy atmosphere of the village made it feel all too familiar to him. It was just like the last moments of a world on the brink of extinction that he experienced in his previous life, where no one would talk to or come near him. Eventually, as Suion sat disheartened by a large tree, the child he had rescued earlier approached him. The kid seemed worried and hesitant, but still mustered the courage to run over and offer him some fruit as thanks for saving her life. Suion knew what to do, so he immediately gave her some food to pry out more information. That is how he learned that the villagers were unfriendly to prevent their food from being stolen. The girl cheerfully munched away and said, "My dad told me the village chief has dedicated his life to protecting this village, so we need to trust him." They said the monsters could not reach the village because of the chief's efforts. But Suion sensed something off in the girl's words. Just as he was about to ask more, the chief showed up with another man, and he was anything but friendly, immediately threatening that distributing food recklessly could stir up trouble. So as the village chief, he demanded that Suion stop giving out food without his permission. The gatekeeper had warned him to be careful with this guy. But to clear the level, Suion pulled out his space bag full of food and presented it to the chief, asking for permission to stay. He even enthusiastically added, "If you give me a place to sleep, I will provide the food you need while I am here." He expected a refusal, but to his surprise, the chief easily nodded, turning away while exuding friendliness, saying he would give him one of the last remaining houses. Accepted. That night he began to roam the village in search of clues. On his Suion coincidentally saw many villagers gathering to pray for something. This was not surprising, as he had witnessed it thousands of times before in his previous life. When faced with an apocalypse, people began to lose their minds in different ways. Yet in the end, nothing remained. Suion was allowed to stay. But little did he know that in his office, the village chief was planning a sacrifice ceremony. The man spoke up first. "The ritual has been successful, Chief, but we still do not have a sacrifice for the ceremony in 3 days. The chief hesitated, calculating, as he had a plan in mind, which is why he decided to let Suion stay. He handed the sleeping potion to the man and instructed him to drop the boy off after 3 days of making him unconscious. He claimed that they needed to sacrifice a few offerings for their own safety. The monster snake appeared beneath the village, only feasting on human flesh. But thanks to it, other monsters dared not invade this place. As the village chief, he sacrificed a few villagers for the greater good, feeling no remorse because it was what a hero had to do. 4 days later, Suion was pushed by the villagers to the altar in an unconscious state. The usual ropes were cut, and he was dropped into a basement where the snake lived and was hatching its eggs. A day later, the village chief crept over to see where the snake had marked its territory. As he walked, he thought to himself that it must have finished digesting, and it was nearly time to expand its territory again. Unexpectedly, when the heavy basement door swung open, his eyes were met with the sight of the giant snake he had been raising. Now in peace, thanks to the outsider Suion preparing to be pickled. Suion not only survived but stood there, gripping a sword with his entire body drenched in blood. He coldly questioned the old man in front of him. "What brings you all the way here?" The village chief could not respond immediately, stunned as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Spotting the dead snake, he immediately began to scold Suion for ruining everything. If this snake did not continue marking its territory, other monsters would come to attack the village. He kept claiming that he was saving this place, but Suion did not see it that way. The snake mostly spends its time sleeping, and it wanted to see its caretaker as prey. Suion approached the old man and remarked that his hero role could take a bow now. "Let us not get too carried away. Being pampered for too long can lead to a big mess." Suion dragged the snake its head in front of everyone and laid bare all the village chief's lies for them to hear. Then he dumped out the evidence he had collected and clarified. "I told you that these flesh-eating snakes have one characteristic. They won't harm their caretaker. Right. Based on this characteristic, everyone could raise these young snakes together." Seeing the pale, bright faces of the villagers, he added that if they agreed with this method, then why sacrifice any more people? Instead, they should sacrifice the monsters. It sounded promising, but everyone thought of themselves as mere farmers with only tools for planting, so they could not possibly hunt monsters. They pushed the responsibility onto each other until no one dared to step up and take on what was considered a heavy burden. Suion was quite angry at their cowardly words, saying directly, "Then just accept it. If you can't protect yourselves, You might as well give up everything and keep sacrificing the villagers to them. The atmosphere quickly fell into silence. He had anticipated this due to their opportunistic lifestyle, which was why an unwilling hero like him had come to be. But just as he was about to look for another way to complete his mission, a young voice piped up, a little girl nervously standing behind her mother, insisting that she wanted to help, saying she wanted to be strong like him and help her village. Without saying much, the kid's words suddenly ignited a fire, boosting their courage instantly. Now, no one dared to oppose Su-yun anymore. A young man approached him and asked softly, "While you are here, can you teach us how to fight?" With that invitation, of course, he happily agreed. Thanks to this, he had already completed 60% of his mission, and all that was left was to stick to the plan and go wild. Days passed, and after gaining their trust, Su-yun kicked off his mission to train the villagers to fight against the monsters. Gradually, they began to realize that catching some of the younger monsters could provide them with food. After Su-yun took down a gigantic centipede like he was slicing vegetables, he opened his system panel, only to find its progress stubbornly stuck at 90%. Showing no signs of budging. While he stood there pondering whether this was linked to the village chief, the ground suddenly shook violently. Something incredibly massive landed right in front of him, causing the earth and rocks to explode and fly high into the air. Su-yun looked up and realized that the only enemy of the scent-hunting serpent had just made its grand entrance. It was called the Holy Fire of the Forest. A gigantic, bright green bird with fiery shrieks that could incinerate everything in its path. The wicked village chief, who had gone missing for days, was the one who released it. He watched it soar through the sky, grinning from ear to ear, basking in the glory of the ancient creature as a rival. With a creature of this level, the villagers would treat him like a hero. He thought his time had come. Soon, he would be the village chief capable of controlling a monstrous beast. Little did he know, when the good times roll, the bird start to poop. Just as he saw his prized creature flying high, it unleashed a blazing fire upon him. The secondary character was indeed dispatched quickly. In the blink of an eye, he went from 154 pounds to nothing but a puff of dust. The monster was heading straight for the village, and Su-hyun sensed that trouble was brewing, so he immediately took off after it. He desperately chased, activating his speed skill to slash at the bird's belly. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Not only did he miss, but its claws also swiped at him, sending Su-hyun plummeting through the air. Clinging to his dream of being a hero, he refused to give up, quickly tying the rope to his sword, waiting for the moment his feet touched the ground to spring back up into the sky to fight it. Su-hyun threw his sword like a grappling hook, and only when the rope wrapped around the bird's beak did he tighten the other end, using it to get closer to the beast. If he could not reach it, he would make sure to make it reach him. Su-hyun was dead set. With a golden opportunity, his skill activated instantly, copying all the abilities of his opponent. This time, he would use fire to retaliate against the holy fire of the forest. Flames engulfed him as he tried to suppress the heat of the beast. Even though he had copied its abilities, he was still worried. His level was still too low to inflict any real damage on this creature. Suddenly, the rope caught fire, and Su-hyun felt the heat singeing his body, barely able to hold on any longer. He was like an axe with its rope cut, falling freely through the air with nothing to cling to. Yet he still gripped his sword tightly. A massive blast of fire scorched Su-hyun's body, pushing him to the edge where he could not hold back any longer, and instinctively cursed out loud. In that moment, when life felt as fragile as a thread, his fighting spirit surged back to life. The recovery item from the satlay activated just in time, restoring all his injuries and even his destructive power. The main character's aura flared back to life, and Su-hyun gripped his sword, pouring all his strength into a fierce strike at the back of the monster bird. Accompanied by a fierce shout, "Die!" A thunderous explosion erupted, sending dust billowing everywhere. Both he and the deadly bird crashed to the ground, injured but alive. When Su-hyun finally opened his eyes, the battle had reached its conclusion. After the loud roar, Su-hyun awakened to find he had been saved by the villagers. They told him that the monster bird was dead and would not cause any more trouble. An older man chimed in, "We have already shared its meat, so do not worry about food for a while. It is all thanks to you." With the mission on the 10th floor completed, Su-hyun felt a tinge of reluctance but knew it was time to return to the outside world. That night, as he sneaked toward the gate, a child called out to him, "Are you really leaving? How can you leave like this? What is going on?" Even though she was just in Neps, she was still a child, and Su-hyun had no choice but to fight, saying he would continue to save other villages. The little girl, satisfied with his answer, handed him a bag of fruit and introduced herself as Melly before officially saying goodbye again. The car carrying Hexjun sped down the road, seeing him lost in thought. The guild leader Dongyang tried to strike up a conversation, but could not cheer him up. Suddenly remembering something, the guy announced, Oh right. Tanbine reminded me that Kim Soo-hyun will be here soon for his ranking assessment. He mentioned this because he wanted Hexti-jun to bring the rumored genius to him, thinking that once someone took his place, he could consider freeing him. The State Certified Awakening Agency is where numerous levels of awakeners are assessed and ranked. They manage everything from foreign awakeners to those without any company affiliations to gain access to the dungeons. Each awakener needs to receive a ranking certification from the council before entering the dungeons to earn money. Of course, the earnings from the dungeons will also depend on their rank. A few days after leaving the 10th floor of the tower, today Soo-hyun decided to come here to get his card. He had barely entered when he witnessed a loud argument. A man in an orange shirt was clearly agitated, starting to raise his voice at the person across from him. Look at these stats. My magic power is at level 3, which should be enough for a C rank. Why am I still a D rank? Ignoring the expert's explanation, he grabbed the guy's collar, blaming him for downgrading his rank. Unexpectedly, Hextion appeared, grabbing the troublemaker's wrist and twisting it behind his back while delivering a stern warning. This can temporarily boost your magic power. I do not know how a loser like you even got your hands on it. He ignored the guy's protests and flatly told him that if he wanted to escalate things, he should take off his bracelet first before talking. Who does that? Really? The security guards noticed the situation escalating, so they immediately rushed in to drag that crazy dog out. Seeing Effie Dunn arrive at the scene, Soo-hyun happily approached to chat a bit. You spoke first. I met you on the 2nd floor before. Do you remember me? Effie Dunn was quite surprised to see a familiar face again, and the two of them sat on the benches to catch up for a bit. Just as they were about to introduce themselves, the loudspeaker called Hexcon up for a pre-check. Soo-hyun sat in a cautious position, observing the young man who was grinning at him. He is currently part of the Auric Guild, which, funnily enough, is the guild that will be wiped out in the future. You pondered in your mind. Why would he do that? It really is just as everyone predicted. Down in the lobby, even though it was his first time there, the young man's mana level had already hit 44, enough to rank him as a B. After measuring, Hufdon returned to his seat, ready to continue his chat with his new friend when the loudspeaker called out again. Attention free spirit Kim Soo-hyun. Please come down. In the bustling atmosphere, our main character stood up cheerfully, his face as calm as ever. He then reminded Hefty Don to wait for him, as he would be back soon. Soo-hyun placed his hand on the mana measuring device as instructed by the staff, closed his eyes, and prepared to unleash his power. Even though he had calculated everything carefully, in just a brief moment, it was enough to leave Ektashin stunned. The one who has not joined a guild, Kim Soo-hyun, with a mana level of 29, rank C. The result was announced, causing Etiv Dun to shout in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt it should have been at least rank A. So how could the result be so low? His emotions soared high, only to plummet quickly afterward because FG Dunn trusted the measuring device. He thought maybe he had made a mistake. No one would be foolish enough to do that. And even if they wanted to, only a world-class free spirit could pull it off. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun grabbed his ID card and dashed out of the hall, sweat pouring down his face. Oh man. Even though he tried to keep it together, in a split second, he accidentally revealed his true strength. Part of the reason was that after conquering level 10, all his stats increased. Among them, the Holy Fire skill also developed quite strongly as well. While he stood there lost and thought about life, Heftinon approached from a distance, wanting to clarify what had happened in the hall. He did not do much other than touch the opponent's body. Soon after, the guy was sprawled out at Hefty Dun's feet. He walked straight up to Hefty Dun and exchanged a few greetings. Casting a glance at Soo-hyun, he asked who this guy in front of him was. Aftinkan stammered a response. I just met him in the testing room and wanted to invite him to join the guild because his rank is not bad. While Dung Zongjing happily approached to chat with him, Aftinkan frantically gestured for him not to accept. He introduced himself as Dung Zongjing, the guild leader of Irv, and wanted to know what his name was. My name is Kim Soo-hyun. Hakdun was seriously freaked out. What kind of friends could pull strings like that and still manage to book a wave? He quickly jumped in to clarify. That is not Kim Soo-hyun. Dude, that guy is a C-rank fake awakened. There is no way he could be Kim Soo-hyun. Dung Zongjing was initially thrilled, thinking he had found the person he was looking for, but after seeing the certification card only ranked C, he was too familiar with it to want to continue the conversation. I am not interested, even if he was the rumored Kim Soo-hyun. I would never join your guild. while Su Han clearly stated he despises the murder-happy actions of that guy. Deng Zongying felt proud of having such a powerful guild leader backing him. The guild held the power to escape any crime, even if they committed murder. A vegetarian and a meat-eater. Worlds apart, their mindsets clashed, and it did not take long for the conversation to hit a dead end. Deng Zongying felt he had nothing more to say to him, so he pulled Hak Zun back. But things were not about to end so easily. Just as Hak Zun was passing by, he was stopped by Su Hyun. Su Hyun discreetly handed him a note, saying that whenever he needed help, he should reach out. Then he stepped aside to let them leave. That night, he went home and began digging through news online to check out that a rank fake awakened, and his guild's activities. Turns out, he was just a thug who liked to solve everything with his fists, stuck in his old ways. After forming a guild, his wrongdoings only escalated. Hak Zun wanted to get involved in a conflict with the guild too, but first, he had to deal with some personal matters. To distinguish the difficulty of dungeons, people usually refer to their colors. It is a color spectrum like a rainbow, and the closer it gets to purple, the harder it is. Orange dungeons are ranked second lowest from the bottom. If a team has too many C-rank members, this dungeon is definitely worth participating in to accumulate experience. Time passed, and on January 1st, 2024, in Gwangju, Ganju-do, Su Hyo-hun joined an orange dungeon raid team in Gwangju. The first to strike up a conversation with him was Captain Lee Ju-ho, a friendly uncle type, but the others, not so, especially this short-haired girl. After learning he was not the rumored Kim Su Hyo-hun, she approached him with a snarky tone, questioning if he was really careful with his assessments. I wonder if you will be any help to us. Su Hyo-hun, the last person standing on Earth, was not intimidated by anyone. He shot back with confidence. I can't believe I am hearing that from someone at my own C-rank level. Honestly, aside from her, the other girls were all pretty easy to get along with. While chatting with Kim Yeon, the team's nurse, she pointed at him, asking who he was. Yet, just like him, not many people knew about this character here. They were all gathered from different places, so they did not really know each other well. Su Hyo-hun joined this team knowing full well that in the future, everyone here would end up dead. The point that caught your attention is that only 5 out of the total 6 members were killed. And this time the goal is to find the culprit behind it all. Not long after the team enters the dungeon, they are suddenly attacked by a lone green cyclops. A sneak attack that sent rocks flying. But thankfully, no one got hurt. Su Hyo-hun realizes something's off because this type of monster usually only appears in yellow or higher level dungeons. Not here. The only explanation is that the dungeon has leveled up, and the whole team is in a frenzy because of the monster's appearance. As they argue about whether to leave or stay, the Cyclops unexpectedly swings its club at them. Juho, the team captain and the only B rank here, unfortunately, is not strong enough to block that malicious attack. Just as he is sent flying, the next blow comes down, and this time, it is Su Hyo-hun who intercepts that massive club. In a split second, he even dodges a sneaky punch to everyone's astonishment, seeing everyone just standing around. Su Hyo-hun clearly states that the dungeon has changed, which means their old exit is now blocked. From now on, they have to fend for themselves instead of waiting for a miracle. The young team members, just energized from the news of a thunder strike, suddenly feel the dungeon shake violently. Oh no. They are in deep trouble. And it feels like they are all heading for a coffin, with just one Cyclops to deal with. Now they are also facing a horde of bizarre monsters. They wonder what to do. But Su Hyo-hun tells Captain Juho to handle the Cyclops as he takes off, knowing exactly what he needs to do with his battle experience. Right in front of them are about 30 small monsters and one Cyclops. Aside from that lone green monster, the rest are weak enough for them to handle. You could take them down with just one blow, but that would expose your identity. So you will only target that one monster. The Cyclops' weak spot is its hidden eye, and you leap into the air, landing on its wrist. Then you draw your sword and stab it straight into the back of its hand with all your might. The reason for this move is that the Cyclops holds its club tightly. It is not just an attack but also a way to hide its intentions. Watch out. Sui Hyun. Someone shouts. But it is too late. The Cyclops' massive right hand grabs him, and in a moment of negligence and underestimating the enemy, he could not dodge in time. The real eye is not in its club hand. It turns out to be on the other side. The Cyclops claps its gigantic hands together, and compared to it, everyone here is like tiny ants that could easily be squished. Everyone thought Sui Hyun would be the first to be knocked out. But a miracle happens instead. Not only does Sui Hyun break free, but he also shoots up into the air, all thanks to his timely power transfer skill. He just copied the Cyclops' strength, making his body surge with energy, and with his old stats stacked up, his combat ability is now even stronger than anyone anticipated. Nearby, Juho, worried, rushes over to check on him, but Soo-hyun completely ignores him. As soon as his feet touch the ground, he jumps right back up, unleashing a flurry of slashes that take down the low-level monsters in the blink of an eye. It is visitor hour, and after dodging a sneak attack, he swiftly maneuvers behind the Cyclops and delivers a powerful strike to its head, finally unleashing his true power. He sends countless blades slicing through the Cyclops, tearing it into 1,000 tiny pieces. The others just finished dealing with their own chaos over there. Captain Joe helplessly admits to the remaining members. Honestly, this is the first time I have found myself in a situation like this. I do not have any guidance or support for this kind of scenario. Now that everything is settled, they decide to take a short break, since they have performed way beyond their C-rank abilities. And now he has to pretend to be exhausted to get some healing. Kimmy, following the captain's orders, rushes over to use her abilities to restore his health. In the meantime, she can't help but chit-chat.
Hey, Soo.
Are not you worried? Seeing that Soo-hyun seems confused, she clarifies. I mean the people here. Min Seok looks terrified while Lee Eun-mai starts complaining. And there is even one guy we know nothing about. As she mentions this, she turns to Captain Juho and his assistant, Kim Bae-ryun, with some alarming news about them. She is worried that after escaping this dungeon, the people here might not receive any rewards at all. Coincidentally, Juho approaches Soo-hyun and directly says, I need to talk to you for a bit. Can you come with me? He arrives at just the right moment, and Soo-hyun happily nods, her expression suddenly shifting in an odd way. No one knows what the two of them discussed, but the group has to keep moving forward. A large door quickly blocks the path of the entire team, and one by one, they step inside, but not far in. They notice another door on the opposite side. Everyone thinks the exit is there, so they cheerfully approach it. Suddenly, a system panel appears, announcing that the trial dungeon will soon begin. It presents them with two options. The first trial requires them to fight monsters continuously for 30 minutes. The second trial is to escape from the monsters for 30 minutes. After 10 minutes, if no decision is made, the system will randomly select one. The raiding team realizes the gravity of the situation and starts arguing loudly about whether to fight or flee from the monsters. The short-haired girl, Lyumi, is always the first to suggest running. She says, we definitely should just run away. Think about the difficulty of this dungeon. Fighting the monsters head-on is impossible. The guy with the buzz cut awkwardly scratches his face and smiles in disagreement. But if we fight instead of running, would not the rewards be better? Plus, we are doing pretty well fighting right now. The more they talk, the more fired up they get. And the more pumped they are, the more they want to brawl. Juho decides to step back a bit to get a clearer view of everyone. That is why he hands over full authority to Soo-hyun. Because the reason they could win the last battle and get this far is all thanks to him. I think it would be better if we choose to fight. He elaborates that comparing running away and staying put, running would definitely be easier. However, that means playing a deadly game of cat and mouse with monsters that can't be defeated, not to mention, who knows what is waiting for them behind that seemingly exit door. Juho totally agrees with this thought. So they all form a circle, gearing up for battle. No more time to think. As the massive door swings open, a horde of monsters in all shapes and sizes rushes in to attack from all sides. Just when everyone is fighting their hearts out, the exit door suddenly cracks open, revealing none other than the mysterious guy, covered head to toe, with multiple holes from stepping on traps. The monsters suddenly vanish, and the system chimes in with a notification saying the mission has been cancelled and will restart in 10 minutes, urging everyone to go through the gate and wait at the exit. The short-haired girl blows up, cursing, saying she only has less than 5 minutes left to finish the challenges who opened the gate. Anyway, while everyone else wants to change their mind and bolt, only Soo-hyun and Juho stick to their guns about fighting. He explains to them that the system mentioned in the second round that the monsters would be summoned, but did not say anything about traps. The system is not messing around, so the traps probably only activate if someone gives up on their chosen path. Either way, we are all toast in 3 minutes. So why not give it our all before that? The two of them spend a few minutes convincing everyone to follow the system's instructions. But as the members start to leave one by one to prepare to close the door, only Soo-hyun insists on staying behind. And of course, he is not staying alone. He drags along that Kim young girl too. The plan had been discussed beforehand, so Juho immediately rushes to pull the door shut. Kim Bae-yeon does not get it and immediately asks, "What the hell are you doing? What did Yeon do to be treated like this?" No one has the time to explain, so they ignore Kim Yeon, who is screaming to be let out. Juho stubbornly shuts the door tight, following Soo-hyun's earlier instructions to keep her from escaping. Now, it is just the two of them left in here. Soo-hyun is not being friendly. He just waits with a glare as he cuts away a piece of her shirt, revealing a tattoo on her shoulder. He confirms that the girl in front of him belongs to the Devourer gang, a band of murderous scum that always targets fake awakeners. At this point, the name of the massacre has not spread widely yet. But just a year from now, they will expand and become a guild that threatens all of humanity. It is no joke they are the ones bringing doom to the earth. So if you want to stop them, you need to wipe out these parasites at the root, he asked bluntly. Did you plan to eliminate all the participants in this dungeon raid to gain achievement points for your guild? With his sharp intuition, Su-Hyan systematically clears the other members of suspicion and reveals her scheme to distract him. Once her plan is exposed, Yeon immediately activates her stealth skill, preparing to escape because she knows she can't take him on. Out of nowhere, Su-Hyan's, by the way, I wonder if that skill can erase the smell of blood on you. Yeon only now realizes the issue. But it is too late. The monsters have arrived, and the wicked one quickly meets their demise under their claws. While Su-Hyan was busy turning the monster lair upside down, Juho had already led the others quite a distance away. Remembering his earlier conversation with Su-Hyan and everything he did to keep everyone alive, guilt washed over him, and he decided to turn back. He told his assistant, "No matter how much I think about it, I just can't leave Su-Hyan all alone and walk away." Without hesitation, he turned around and ran back to help. As the heavy door swung open, Juho was met with a horrifying sight. The floor was littered with monsters, all charred, giving off the unmistakable smell of well-done barbecue. A flying lizard suddenly dove towards Juho from above. Unfortunately for the creature, before it could even reach him, Su-Hyan unleashed a hellfire attack that took it down instantly. The entire den of monsters was nearly reduced to ashes, all thanks to Su-Hyan. Seeing Juho not following his advice, he asked, "Why did you come back? I remember telling you to get out of here." Juho bowed his head in apology, feeling embarrassed that he had run like a madman only to come back and be useless. Just then, a golden portal unexpectedly interrupted their conversation. The dungeon boss had arrived, appearing as a skeleton wielding a staff embedded with a magical gem. Juho stood frozen for a couple of seconds before turning to Su-Hyan and whispering, "What the hell is that?" Su-Hyan eagerly replied, "Like I said, that is the boss of this dungeon." He did not believe it, scoffing that how could a dried-up skeleton be the final boss? They say patience is a virtue. But seriously, the skeleton, who had been silent for too long, finally spoke up to clarify that he was a lich, not just any old skeleton. He was a dark sorcerer, not some random pile of bones. Su-Hyan, undeterred by the name-calling, immediately went on the offensive. This useless undead in his shorts was the weakest kind, just a pathetic excuse for a lich. Before it could even make a move, the lich was caught off guard by an attack. Left reeling, it was driving him insane. With a loud roar, he cast a dark magic spell to animate the corpses below, sending them to attack the two in revenge. The monsters that had just been taken down now rose like mindless machines. Su-Hyan speculated that the dungeon's color shifting from orange to yellow was likely due to these creatures. The enemy was far tougher than they thought. This fight was probably meant for him alone. Su-Hyan decided to use holy fire to draw a protective circle around Juho, just like that legendary monkey from another world who did the same to keep his master from being devoured by demons. Then he clearly explained to Juho that his current level was not enough to fight these monsters. If he stubbornly jumped into the fray, Su-Hyan would not be able to split himself to fight and protect him. So he charged towards the boss on his own. The enemy could fly, so Juho's first sword strike missed. This undead fighter was like a pesky fly. It danced in front of him, taunting, "You are quick, but not quick enough to catch me." Su-Hyan is not angry. Instead, he is deep in thought. This monster does not excel at close combat, so typically it would summon minions and keep its distance to hide its weak point, the life crystal on its forehead. But Su-Hyan is not backing down. He charges in with a swift strike, only for his opponent to teleport above him and launch a massive black energy projectile straight at him. Su-Hyan quickly blocks it with his sword and retaliates with a powerful burst of flames. The green fire erupts fiercely. For these energy projectiles, it is their kryptonite. Too bad Lich manages to dodge once again at the last moment. It laughs loudly and mocks him. "Is that fire? Well, I guess I am about to take some heavy damage. But good luck trying to hit me. And do not forget to watch your own sword, because anything that comes into contact with my death energy will slowly corrode away. Just in 5 minutes, your only weapon will be toast. You have got a whole 5 minutes." Su-Hyan, never one to back down, immediately draws his sword and swings down directly at the enemy, ready to go all in. Zuho stands inside the circle, watching his brother fight. In front of him are the enormous, mindless undead, and above are his teammates with the boss. He thinks, "I did not come all this way just to sit around like this. But if I try to do anything, I might just hold Su-Hyan back." After a moment of hesitation, Zuho finally makes a decision. He raises his katana and swings it down hard against the back of the monster in front of him. For a Barank awakened being, sitting still has never been his style. And Su Hyan turns to see Zhu Ho refusing to play by the rules he set, but he is using the flames Su Hyan created to fight the monsters. And a teammate who is smart enough to use his brain can be just dead weight. Su Hyan chuckles and decides to change his strategy. He abandons the fight with Lich and turns back to lend a hand to his teammate. A sharp whirlwind sweeps everything in its path. Su Hyan lands in front of Zhu Ho and turns back to the skeleton, saying, "What are you running for? We have only just begun." He speaks directly to the captain. "I want to apologize for what I said earlier. Let us handle those pesky guys first. And then I want us to take down the big guy together." After exchanging a few quick words, Zhu Ho clarifies, "I am not feeling too confident. But I am sure you have a reason to say this is possible. So I will try not to hold you back." Meanwhile, the boss, tired of waiting, loses its patience and orders all the undead to charge forward. Wanting them to understand what fear really is, Su Hyan and Zhu Ho charge together. While Su Hyan holds back and takes down the monsters, Zhu Ho charges straight for Lich. As Zhu Ho closes in on the boss, Su Hyan takes the opportunity to conjure flames, then swings his sword to send that green fire towards the remaining enemies. Lich prepares to use its teleportation skill, earlier boasting arrogantly. Attacking together. Ah. Nice plan. But no one can touch me. Then, go ahead and try. Buddy. Get a hit in if you can. Let us see how well you coordinate. One up top and one below. Working together like champs, Su Hyan sends a fireball flying forward. And the one responsible for delivering it to the boss is Zhu Ho. As soon as the opportunity arises, Zhu Ho unleashes a powerful sword strike, combining it with the fireball, hitting Lich squarely in the back. But just as Zhu Ho lands the first blow, he loses momentum and crashes down. Then, it is Su Hyan's turn. He rushes in from below, using his sword as a springboard to launch Zhu Ho back into the air. After taking a hit that feels like a freight train, the boss, not wanting to fall for the same trick again, unleashes a massive gust of energy, sending Zhu Ho flying away to keep him at a distance. It is fixated on one opponent, totally unaware that Su Hyan is sneaking up from the side. "Hey there. I have been waiting for you since this afternoon. This is going to be your end," he declares, swinging his sword down hard at its head. But midway through, the sword breaks into two pieces. Lich narrowly escapes, and seeing its dazed enemy, it tilts its head back and laughs loudly. "You have got to be kidding me. How tragic. Did you forget that your sword was corroded by my energy? How are you going to fight me now without a weapon?" While it mocks Su Hyan for that embarrassing moment, Zhu Ho makes a dramatic reappearance. Now there is no time to run. Zhu Ho swoops in like a god, delivering a devastating blow that splits Lich in two, while also destroying the life stone embedded in its forehead. To make it clear that the enemy is done for, Su Hyan states, "You might have thought you had a chance since my weapon broke. However, when Zhu Ho and I decided to face you, we made up our minds that he would be the one to finish you off." Lich writhes, desperately clinging to its last breath. "This is not the end. When darkness blankets the sun, our king will be reborn. You will endure eternal pain. And then you will fade away, leaving nothing behind. The dungeon has been conquered." However, instead of regrouping with everyone, the two young men are hiding in a bush by the roadside. Aside from the two unfortunate souls, all the awakened seniors are safe and sound. Not only that, they even have time to call for rescue and reporters to the scene. Zhu Ho asks, "You do not want anyone else to know, do you, about you really being Kim Su Ayan on that leaderboard?" Hearing this, Suan scratches his face awkwardly, trying to brush it off. But he is still not ready to reveal this secret to avoid dealing with the mess it could cause. Zhu Ho suddenly stands up and says he will handle that mess for Su Hyan. However, there is one thing he wants Su Hyan to agree to: accepting all the items that belong to him. Although they are quite valuable, Zhu Ho stubbornly refuses to accept them, insisting he does not deserve them. He adds, "I know if you really want, you can handle that pile of bones yourself. You let me join in just to give me a chance to grow." At this point, it is clear as day these two are parting ways, each heading back to their own homes. But before that, he kindly calls a taxi to discreetly get Su Hyan out of there, avoiding any unwanted attention. In the private office of the stone department, a man named Li Kaiyang is leisurely scrolling through his phone when an employee rushes in to announce that there is a client waiting. At first, he does not care, thinking it is just a C-rank customer. However, when he hears his employee say that the client has over 500 energy stones to sell, his eyes widen, and he immediately rushes off to find them. The manager rushed into the waiting room, desperately searching for a VIP guest. And when he finally found one, he was all smiles, truly honored to meet them today. "My name is Li Kangjong, and I am the manager of the gemstone auction house. I heard today Saul has some serious gemstones. Ah. Without missing a beat, Suhayan plopped a heavy bag on the table. The manager examined it for a moment and confirmed that everything was the real deal from the gold vault. But when it came time to place a bid, he suddenly switched gears. I am not doubting you or anything. But from what I know, you have only just awakened to rank C. So it seems a bit odd to me that you found gemstones that typically only appear in the gold vault or higher. Suhayan silently chuckled to himself. Living as two different people. Did he really think he did not know the tricks of the trade? He did not bother to explain or provide any proof, simply brushing it off with a vague comment about luck. Then, he pulled out a special shimmering yellow gemstone from his bag. The pros in the room recognized it immediately. It was a high-tier gemstone, no wonder the two across from him were staring like deer caught in headlights. Not many people know that the life essence core is also a gemstone. Destroying this is essential for dealing with bone-themed bosses. But the chances of it appearing in the item pool in the dungeon are incredibly low. And you are one of the lucky few who found it. Just as Suhayan stood up, ready to leave, the manager quickly snatched the gemstone to keep him at the table for more price negotiations. But when he looked back, his hands were completely empty. And Suhayan had already blinked over to the door, leaving both of them in shock. After showcasing a bit of his power, Suhayan said one last thing. I will listen to the price you are willing to pay, but only once. The quick business deal with the gem buyers wrapped up just as fast, and Suhayan headed home, glancing at the impressive number in his bank account. 600 million for everything now, that is a hefty sum. It could keep both him and his mom living comfortably for a long time. As he pushed the door open to his house, his mom rushed out to greet him. But he instantly froze at the sight of a few scratches on her cheek. Who the hell dared to hit my mom? You are all done for. His mom was busy cooking dinner and lit up at the sight of him. She said, You should have let me know you were coming home early. Dinner's almost ready. Did you have fun hanging out with your friends? Suhayan did not answer and instead changed the subject. You look too thin. Where did that scar come from? She laughed it off, telling him not to worry too much, and casually recounted how she got those scratches while working at the bar. Turns out, she saw some customers getting rowdy and rushed over to break it up, which resulted in a few minor scratches. At that point, Suhayan could not hold back anymore and argued, wanting her to quit her job, but she stubbornly refused. The reason? Well, he was about to start college, and they seriously needed the money to cover their living expenses. She took his hands and continued, I can give you a life of luxury, but I want to help as much as I can as your mom. Above all, you will always be my pride and joy, and I want to be a mother you can be proud of. In the past, Kim Sung-in's mother once threw a stack of papers at her son's face along with a sharp comment. Do you really think you can become an awakened one with this little manna? She wanted him to strive harder, not to become someone she could be proud of, but to do the opposite. For that woman, you had to do just that, because you were destined to become a hero, shouldering the responsibility of fighting monsters for the sake of humanity. Back in the present, Suhayan bowed his head and told his mother he had something important to clarify with her. After laying everything out, he bluntly said he would become an awakened one instead of going to college. His mother did not immediately show any reaction but asked him back, Do you really want to do this job? Is it not for money or fame? But deep down in your heart, do you truly want to do this? Thinking about the impending doom of humanity, Suhayan nodded firmly and said he wanted to pursue this path, and luckily for him, his mother was a smart woman. She obviously worried about him, but still wanted her son to find happiness in what he did rather than coddling him or forcing him to follow her wishes. With that settled, Suhayan encouraged his mother to quit her job, because after more than a year of hard work, he had earned a decent amount to ensure a more stable life for the two of them. A loud figure of 600 million won echoed throughout the apartment. In his eye, that made him a big shot in his mother's view. The woman exclaimed, Oh my! How did we become so wealthy in such a short time? Is it really true that awakened ones make that much money? A lavish meal was quickly laid out, and in that cheerful atmosphere, he began to think about giving up that exhausting event and starting a normal life like this. But sadly, he was not Kim Soo-yeon, and these moments were not meant for a mere stand-in like him. However, with the hero's burden ingrained in his blood, he would turn this second body into a true hero. After finishing his meal, Suhayan went back to his room and started planning to climb the tower once more, but his only sword had broken. So before anything, he needed a new weapon and to catch up with his old buddy, the master blacksmith Kim Dae-ho. In his previous life, the three-blade sword was the weapon he used when he was Kim Soo-hyun, a magnificent sword crafted from many rare materials. And it was made by the talented blacksmith Kim Dae-ho. One rainy day, wanting to keep his head dry, Suhayan went to the forge to pick up the sword he had ordered. However, the master presented him with an exceptional sword that exceeded all his expectations. Suhayan tried to refuse it, because those materials had been saved by the blacksmith for nearly his entire life. He felt unworthy of receiving it and did not have enough items to trade for it. At that moment, Kim Dae-ho was overjoyed. But compared to others in this world, he was willing to give everything to make the best sword for him. He sensed that the more famous you became, the more pressure you had to bear. Isn't it unfair that everyone in this world has received so much from you while being unable to repay anything to him? Those who insisted that you were the only one capable of doing this were cowardly and unreasonable. The fact that he could make those injustices disappear was to give you the best weapon possible. In his past life, he could not save the old man when the apocalypse hit. So now, standing in front of him, he promises to protect him with everything he has got. Meeting an old acquaintance. Even though the other person does not recognize him and even shuts the door in his face to avoid a visit using his knowledge, he convinces the homeowner to open the door and then presents the highest grade ether stone he obtained after conquering the gold dungeon. This thing is priceless at the moment. The world only knows it as a reward from the dungeon after the radiant dungeon outbreak. Kim Dae-ho does not pry too much into him but is fixated on the item in his hand. After inspecting it for a moment, he cheerfully states that he will forge a sword for him free of charge because of this amazing stone. It will take about 10 months to complete. So Kim Dae-ho tells him that if he needs any weapon in the meantime, he can just take whatever he wants. Well, having something is better than nothing, right? As Suyan steps outside, a portal appears right in front of him. He continues his journey back to the tower and starts grinding levels there. Time passes slowly, and before he knows it, 6 months have gone by. A fine day. He realizes it is time. So he confidently picks up his phone and calls his buddy Juho. He boldly asks him for 3 things. First, to help him find a place to stay near the ocean, or to trace the whereabouts of the gang to gather some intel about them. Kim Yeon is one of the lowest ranked members in the gang, and like the others, they will raise suspicions if she goes missing without completing her mission. He wants to track them down but does not have the time. Luckily, his brother Juho agrees to take this on, even while still in a cast in the hospital. And the last thing he wants to ask is for an ally to back him up when the Green Dungeon outbreak hits on December 24th in Anyang. Although he is not sure if everything is true, Juho nods in agreement. So from now until then, he needs to conquer all 20 dungeon levels to gain enough strength to face this disaster. In the challenge on the 19th floor of the testing tower, he is dropped into a rat cave with the task of surviving and escaping. These rats are gathering in huge numbers around a gigantic skeleton. Thankfully, the system drops him off relatively far from the center, which is crawling with those disgusting creatures. Even though he just took down a rat, Suhayan's appearance turns him into a light snack for them. A whole army of hungry rats rushes in, and Suhayan welcomes them with a flurry of sword strikes at lightning speed. Suddenly, one from behind lunges at his right arm. Suhayan quickly dodges and tries to slice it, but then realizes that this creature's bite is laced with poison or something similar. Getting bitten by one means he has to torch its entire nest for revenge. Suhayan thinks and acts immediately, releasing a massive burst of fire to incinerate them. The blue flames crackle and pop, and he finds himself perched on a rib bone, surveying everything before him. Then starts calculating. They are not strong, but there are just too many of them. If he keeps using this fire, it will drain his mana quickly, and he has no idea what will happen with these rats next. If only there were a way to wipe them all out at once. It was just a little while, but when I looked again, I saw the rats piling up on each other, forming a long chain chasing me down. Suhayan did not hesitate, wielding his sword and taking down quite a few of them with some swift moves. While being chased by that swarm, Suhayan's eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of a wet patch on the ground, making him wonder if there was a hollow space beneath it. Without a second thought, he grabbed his sword, ignited a flame, and hurled it straight down into that water patch, hoping to blow up the entire tunnel below. In the wake of a terrifying explosion, a massive hole appeared, its mouth gaping wide. Taking down the rats was not too hard, but now the real battle was just beginning. After falling underground, Suhayan discovered a stunning structure. A pink tower with walls adorned with strange patterns. In front of him stood a rat, which had followed him down here, but for some reason, it was trembling in fear. The unfortunate rat dashed away, but luck was not on its side as it stepped into a trap, getting skewered immediately. The ground suddenly shook violently, and Suhayan knew something bad was about to happen. Just as he turned around, he realized this place was ruled by a colossal serpent, and with a whip of its tail, the tiles shattered and flew everywhere. Suhayan barely dodged it and retaliated with a powerful slash. Little did he expect that the sword would recoil, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably. He muttered to himself, pondering how even Diho's sword had failed him. indicating it had a significant resistance to physical attacks. If this method was not working, he would just have to try another. He launched a magical attack at its face. But it all seemed to have no effect. Not even leaving a scratch. This monster not only had resistance to physical and magical attacks, but was also incredibly fast. The serpent lunged at him, forcing Suhain to dodge to the side. Before he could steady himself, the tail came crashing down. He jumped high, thinking he would be safe this time. But once again, the giant mouth appeared right in front of him. Suhain braced himself with his own sword to block the sneak attack, which meant he was driven right into the wall by the beast. After that rapid attack, the serpent opened its massive mouth wide, ready to threaten him. It looked terrifying, but Suhain was more than capable of defeating it. He stood up, gripping his sword tightly, waiting for the enemy to charge at him before leaping high to evade. He slashed at its head, knowing he could not take it down but hoping to make it furious enough to chase him. Then he grabbed a vine hanging down from the wall and activated his speed skill, darting through the tunnel at breakneck speed, attacking as he went, and did not forget to blast it with a fire spell right in the face, making it stumble. At this point, he held his sword firmly and ran a line of flames along its body. The boss of level 19 let out a painful roar and hurriedly swiped its tail to throw Suhain off itself, just as it was about to swallow you whole for that earlier sneak attack. You turned out to be the first monster to gather all 3 types of resistance. But you still can't defeat me, you paper-thin creature. The time has come. Suhain's hand radiated with flames, and he raised it high. Moments later, the blue flames transformed into a phoenix, soaring into the sky with powerful wings. This is the result of all the skill upgrades you gained while conquering floor 18. It might drain a lot of mana, but its destructive power is 10 times that of regular flames. He commanded it. The phoenix immediately obeyed Suhain, charging straight towards the serpent with a speed faster than a bullet fired from a gun. This direct hit was personal. Just one strike was enough to turn that monster into a giant donut. The notification popped up, announcing that floor 19 had been cleared. Now, all he had to do was wait for his weapon to be forged and move on to floor 20, where it was highly likely he would face a brutal challenge. Just like on the previously conquered floor 10. In the resting area after each floor of the tower, news of the awakening of Suhain spread like wildfire. With his score on the altar skyrocketing, someone asked, "Did you see that leaderboard? Looks like he did it again." Another person complained, "Is Kim Suhain even human anymore? How can he clear floor 19 with a score like that?" In the real world, a sports car crashed into a kafa, and the male lead stepped out. Looking just like a young billionaire heir, Brother Juho had been waiting for him for a while, and as soon as he spotted him, he rushed over to chat. "Suhain, do you like the car I bought?" Suhain hesitated, replying, "It seems a bit too flashy for my taste." Brother Juho thought his younger brother was being too modest, earning all that money and still taking the subway. How long would it take to spend all that? He was about to promote the car brand he bought when Suhain interrupted him and pulled him inside the cafe. Only then did Juho share the intel he had gathered, revealing that Suhain was dealing with a gang that was exceptionally good at concealing information. The number of deaths and disappearances among awakeners had increased, but most of the causes were related to dungeons, so there was no reason for suspicion. However, he recently discovered an awakener had died on the street, and according to the autopsy report, it was linked to poison. Suhain immediately thought of the leader of the Arik gang, but instead of saying the name outright, he asked, "Can you investigate it? I feel like we might learn something if we follow that lead." After chatting a bit more, he returned, and according to the schedule, Suhain rushed to Uncle Kim Daeho's place to pick up his sword. Unlike in his previous life, this time the sword looked rather plain. Honestly, it did not have an ounce of beauty to it. However, the quality remained top-notch. He pulled out the sword he had borrowed from Uncle Daeho and tossed it into the air, then tested out the new weapon with a slash to see how it performed. The sword immediately shattered into 3 pieces. Although it did not look as good as the previous one, its sharpness and durability were identical. Not only that, but it also sensed his mana, understanding what he wanted to slice and what he wanted to spare. This proved that it was undoubtedly a living sword, a perfect blade. Daeho just finished his cigarette and asked, "Have you thought of a name yet? Since it is your sword now, you should give it a name." Suyun fell silent for a few seconds before deciding to call it Gam, another name for his father, both meaning the dragon-slaying sword. He left the blacksmith's house so hastily that he did not even stop for a cup of tea. Instead, he headed straight to the 20th floor of the challenge tower. Just like the lower floors, the first person he encountered was the guard. The guard seemed to know who he was and immediately struck up a conversation. "Look who it is. You are pretty hot right now." He asked if Suyun was there for advice, and since it was the 20th floor, Su Yun generously handed him 100,000 points for some intel. The guard was stunned, staring blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. You just gave me a sum that takes people 10 years to save up. You are something else. But hey, in this world, everything's about material wealth. Once you hand over those points, it is all about what you want. He said if you can avoid killing anyone, you should. And always know your target. True. He spent 100,000 points just to get such a little bit of information. Although he thought the info was lacking, Su Haiyan still could not squeeze any more details out of him. As soon as he stepped through the gate, he was dropped from the sky onto the cliff. Good thing he is the main character. Otherwise, he might have met his end before even starting his quest. The challenge on this floor required him to take down the kingdom of Randalum, famously known as the Fortress of Slaughter. Within a month, the task demanded he remember he was not their enemy, uncover the secrets of the castle, and ultimately, just survive. That night, Su Haiyan sat alone in a forest not far from the castle gate, planning his approach. From what he knew, the walls were thick and sturdy, and the guards and mercenaries were not your average weaklings. They were skilled fighters. He racked his brain all evening and finally decided to go right up to the castle gate to ask for a place to stay for the night. The moment he said it, he was met with ridicule. Are you out of your mind? Which kingdom do you belong to? Don't you see we are gearing up for war? Get lost. The time for the event to blow up the dungeon was drawing near, and he could not afford to waste time here. Asking nicely was getting him nowhere, and they were forcing his hand toward violence. Su Haiyan jumped high, and in front of the stunned faces around him, he sliced through the massive gate, which was said to be the toughest, with just one swing of his sword. This loud action sent the entire castle into chaos, and soldiers began to scream. What kind of crazy stunt is this? The gate is down. Stop him. Countless soldiers rushed in, but that was no problem for him. He had Gam in his hands, which was not just a weapon but a tool that allowed him to choose who lived and who died. Su Haiyan single-handedly breezes through every obstacle without a single casualty, slashing the gate clean off its hinges and punching a hole in the wall. Who would dare step up against him? The guards stand helpless, their rifles useless as Su Haiyan leaps up onto the ramparts for a better view of the battlefield. Just then, Commander Maxman makes his entrance, shouting to take matters into his own hands. But some of his soldiers desperately try to hold him back. Sir, you can't go in there. What happens if something goes wrong while you are charging in? What will become of our kingdom's future? Su Haiyan assesses the situation and realizes this uncle is pretty crucial here. Those soldiers are more focused on protecting him than capturing Su Haiyan. They clearly do not care about their superior's orders, showing just how important this guy really is. Without a second thought, Su Haiyan bolts toward the commander, a frantic scream echoing behind him. Do not let him get close to our commander. Each soldier tied up with ropes is immediately shot off, but one of Su Haiyan's legs gets snagged. Unfortunately for them, not only do they fail to keep him restrained, but he drags them along for the ride. Su Haiyan tosses one guard aside to free his hands and then, from above, delivers a brutal sword strike aimed right at the commander. Two warriors engage in relentless combat, their strength so overwhelming that nearby soldiers are sent flying in all directions. Amidst the swirling dust, injured men lie sprawled on the ground, caught in the chaos. Maxman turns to a soldier behind him and says, I will deal with this one. You all keep an eye on the situation outside. He is not a spy from the Outram kingdom. He is an independent outsider. Su Haiyan pauses upon hearing the enemy's assessment of him. This commander is not only sharp but strong on par with a level awakened. There is no doubt about it. He is a genuine opponent for Su Haiyan. From the soldier's words, Su Haiyan realizes that Maxman is the war hero of this kingdom. Although he is the backbone of the team, that very trust is what holds him back. To put it bluntly, he is no different from a golden statue from a past life. Su Haiyan gets straight to the point. Commander, I sincerely apologize for blasting the gate without permission, but I am in a real hurry here. Can you just let me through? A slap to the face. Maxman immediately refuses. Our kingdom is at war. We can't let a destroyer of gates threaten our soldiers. After failing for the second time, Su Haiyan has no choice but to charge at him. He swings his sword at the commander to grab his attention, while his other hand quickly wraps the rope around the commander's wrist before he even realizes it. The transformation attribute Art, Tomic's grip activates instantly with his movement. A massive fist suddenly materializes in mid-air, delivering a cataclysmic punch aimed at the commander. A thunderous explosion rings out before quickly fading, and when the dust settles, both Su Haiyan and Maxman have vanished without a trace. As the soldiers scatter to search for them, a mysterious black streak appears on a nearby wall. From within, Maxman is hurled out, crashing to the ground, dazed and confused, wondering who he is and where the heck he is. Just now, the skill that Su Haiyan used is called shadow assimilation. a technique often employed by assassin-type awakeners that allows them to shift from one shadow to another. The good guy, Su-hyun, rushed over to help the person on the ground, apologizing as he untied him. Everything he did earlier was out of necessity, because the others would not let him into the arena. He was in a rush because he sensed that something was about to go down in this arena. He was not sure what it was, but if it occurred, it would be a much bigger deal than a war between two nations. Su-hyun asked directly if there was anything suspicious happening in the arena lately. Of course, there was. But Maxman could not reveal everything to him simply because he did not trust him. Who knows if he is a spy or not? Su-hyun boldly retorted that if he were really a spy, he would not resort to such blatant tactics because he could destroy this arena all by himself. With that, Maxman had no comeback because the moment their swords clashed, he realized that no one in this kingdom stood a chance against Su-hyun. Left with no other option, he took Su-hyun to a large room to explain. It used to be a prison about 100 years ago, and the aura of death lingered heavily around here because many prisoners had perished in this very spot. According to him, they had closed down the old place and built a prison elsewhere. However, it was similar to Su-hyun's question, as it related to a place where light could not shine. While they were talking, someone suddenly approached from behind. The person wore a full-face mask, a guardian of the castle, and upon seeing Maxman with the stranger, immediately questioned what he was doing there. Su-hyun answered back, flipping the question on the stranger. This prison has been sealed until the day the commander opens it. How did you manage to get here? The guardian offered a lame excuse that he was just passing by and felt someone's presence in this place. That was a totally unconvincing answer, making the commander suspicious that the guy was tracking them. The guardian protested, but before he could say much, Su-hyun struck him down in one swift move. Maxman was furious over the action and prepared to draw his sword, thinking Su-hyun was truly a spy from the enemy's side. Unexpectedly, Su-hyun spoke up. The king is guardian. What a fascinating little facade. Is not seeing this for the first time. Maxman was stunned, wondering what in the world was happening in his country. Su-hyun sensed it too, with the stench of death and darkness permeating the castle. Even before the war had begun, he had encountered a similar creature in the Wangju gold mine, but that was merely a lesser version. This one was the real deal. It unleashed a magical bullet filled with death energy towards the two of them. While Maxman stood frozen in place, Su-hyun charged forward, ready to unleash a barrage of attacks right before their eyes. The first strike barely registered, as the creature soared high, simultaneously shooting a pillar of death energy towards the person below. Su-hyun instantly conjured holy fire to block the attack, but soon realized that his flames were no match for its energy. If he kept this up, he would drain his mana. So the best strategy was to stab directly into its life stone. But theory and practice are worlds apart, and with its evasive maneuvers, he could not get close. After a long wait, he finally seized the right moment and threw a rock at its head, sending the lich stumbling to the side. Next, he closed in, ready to stab it. Unexpectedly, the creature unleashed a wave of dark energy from behind, preventing him from advancing. The distance widened again, and Su-hyun stared at his enemy, wondering what its game was, as it seemed to be avoiding him rather than attacking. Suddenly, the two-horned lich spoke, indicating that its preparations were complete, and the teasing was over. With that, a massive column of black energy surged from behind the bars, heading straight for Maxman. Su-hyun immediately dashed in, intercepting a fatal blow just in time, leaving the rescued man in shock. Maxman asked what had attacked from behind, wondering if this lich could control darkness from afar. Su-hyun shook his head and replied, "It is a place that is dark and hidden, with no light, meant only for those twisted by madness and surrounded by death, a place filled with the sweet, haunting screams of the dead. This is our home." Just then, from the dark room, two more skeletons emerged unexpectedly. The trio of betrayed super brothers made their entrance, each a perfect specimen of undead. Su-hyun finally put the pieces together. Thousands of guards in a vast, enclosed fortress. These lich had infiltrated to masquerade as the Emperor's entourage. Their sole objective was to resurrect the terrifying lich by sacrificing the lives of the Empire's soldiers. The leading lich was surprisingly impressed by his understanding, bluntly stating, "That is right. While searching for sacrifices for our king, we discovered this fortress. After slaying the Emperor, we took control of his body to impersonate his attendants." It added that this plan would unfold next month, but since two people had appeared unexpectedly, they would handle them first before summoning the troops. With that, a framework of dark energy quickly surrounded Su-hyun and Maxman. He recognized it. This was called the Shadow Guide, one of the most advanced techniques of the Lich used to crush space within a restricted area. By the time he realized these horned beings were Lich apostles, it was already too late. In his past life, he had only conquered level 8, and now facing level 10. He truly had no idea how to escape this predicament, as the darkness slowly enclosed them. Just when he thought it was the end, everything suddenly shattered. Surprising not just him but also the leading Lich. The magic it created was impervious to any physical or magical attacks, yet it was broken by a single blow. Max Man, who had been silent, finally spoke up. It is just an old painted sword. I just happen to be a knight. You assassins of the Emperor think you can just throw away all your soldiers. I won't let you get away with this. With those words, Max Man surged toward the monsters ahead, determined to turn them into dust. The leader, sensing the tide turning against him, ordered the one-horned Lich to haul the corpses out of the castle. Just as Commander Max Man arrived, the guy in the red robe suddenly launched a black arrow straight at him from above. But Suahuan was still alive, and there was no way he would let his teammates fall so easily. The phoenix with its crimson plumage was instantly summoned, flying straight to confront the arrow in mid-air. For these cursed creatures, this was their nemesis. The crimson phoenix opened its beak wide and snapped the arrow in front of the red-robed Lich like it was nothing. But it did not stop there. The phoenix soared towards the enemy despite its terrifying cries. After scaring the one up top, it now swooped down on those below. The Lich, always on the run, screamed, "Help! I am not doing anything." At that moment, Suan turned to Max Man, who was standing nearby, asking, "Are you ready? Ready to fight alongside him or to retreat and take his soldiers out of the castle?" Max Man showed a mix of emotion, saying, "I am not sure if I should leave you here. I owe you too much. At the very least, I should fight by your side." Suan thought for a moment and said there was not much time, so Max Man had to make a decision quickly. The castle or the lives of the soldiers, what do you think, is more important? Because he understood this was the lair of the Lich, with the leader being a monster like a high-level sorcerer. If they stayed in the castle, everyone would die. Max Man still could not fully trust this intruder's words, but in the end, he chose to run. Suan recalled the words of the gatekeeper at every moment. Do what you must. This clearly indicated a division of duties in this battle. He would assign the task of protecting the soldiers to Commander Max Man while he stayed behind to deal with the corpses. After finishing this task, he might just gain an ally during this trial. With that said, a strange energy surged through the walls. The castle began to shake, leaving the two-horned guy completely bewildered. Still stammering, what just happened? The shaking of the walls intensified and started to collapse. At that moment, all three of the horned ones realized what was going on, only able to shout Suan is crazy. But it was too late. The one-horned guy could only raise his hands and surrender, crying, "Oh my, save me." Just then, a dark aura appeared. It was the leader of the Lich. He began cursing his one-horned subordinate, saying, "You idiots are such a nuisance. I won't say much more. Go prepare the altar, or I will personally take care of the killing before he gets a chance." The one-horned skeleton retorted, "Why am I the only one getting yelled at? This is so unfair." Then he ordered the skeleton in the red robe to check the altar, because only if the altar remained intact could they continue the ritual. The guy in the red coat was still lying on the ground, ready to take orders, when suddenly a phoenix swooped down at him. Luckily, he managed to dodge just in time. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Su Yuan appeared from behind, and with a single stroke of his sword, turned him to dust. And then he had the nerve to ask, "When did you even get here?" But before he could hear the answer, he was gone. No second chances for reincarnation. Seeing his teammate turn to dust, the last guy roared in fury, "Humans are so arrogant." He then unleashed a wave of death energy at Su Yuan, only to be met with a powerful smack that sent him crashing to the ground. Unable to do anything else, he crafted a barrier of death energy while Su Yuan was suspended in mid-air. With no other option, Su Yuan called for the assistance of the blue phoenix. The phoenix dove in and shattered the barrier surrounding Su Yuan. Feeling the strain, he suddenly wondered if he was pushing himself too hard. Seizing the moment, the leader launched an attack, saying, "Resistance is futile. I know that fire from that little bird is draining your mana. If you surrender now, I can make it less painful for you." In truth, that phoenix had drained quite a bit of his mana, so he could recover now. But this guy had seriously underestimated his strength. Who said having no mana makes me useless? Just as he was getting ready to strike with his sword, Commander Max Man suddenly turned around, asking if he needed help before heading out. "I owe you too much already." "What?" Max Man said, "Debt after debt. It is like we do not even know who owes who anymore." "All right then. Let us fight fair and square," Su Hain declared with determination. Meanwhile, Outside the castle, the soldiers were assessing the damage, reminding each other to keep an eye on the enemy's movements. This only left everyone inside the castle unclear about what was happening. Suddenly, a one-horned lich appeared, ordered to raise the undead, threatening the soldiers but not forgetting to badmouth his boss. That guy talks way too much. But if you do not listen and make him mad, things could get scary. Then, red magic spewed from his hands and began to spread. With energy rising from the ground, hundreds of undead rose one after another, their eyes shining like marbles filled with malice. The soldiers finally realized he had resurrected the undead. But that did not scare them. They understood that only the one-horned skull's mind could control these monsters. They immediately rallied each other to attack him, while he just cackled with glee. At this moment, Commander Maxman appeared, calling for his close soldiers. They were overjoyed to see him, relieved that he was still okay, but he was still worried because since the gate collapsed, the castle had been in ruins. Commander Maxman reassured him, saying he had accounted for everything. All the soldiers were nearby, so there would be no casualties. However, that was not the main concern. The priority was whether the gate had been fixed yet, or else the undead would easily break in. But it seemed it was not quite ready. The undead outside were still clamoring to break through the door. Right now, they had no choice but to block the door at all costs and rebuild the castle. But first, they had to deal with that one-horned jerk. With that said, Commander Maxman wanted to handle it alone, leaving the others behind. However, at this moment, the fighting spirit was high, and the soldiers did not want their commander to fight alone. They wanted to support him. Commander Maxman was surprised. What about the undead outside? Don't he worry. The frontline soldiers can handle those weaklings. If the living can still fight, what is a bunch of skeletons to us? Seeing his comrades so determined, Maxman did not stop them anymore. Commanding the soldiers to form a defensive line close to him, he thought to himself, he did not need to go all out. He had to protect them. The rest, he would leave to that young man. That young man was none other than Sui Yun. Turning back to Sui Yun, he was now going one-on-one with the leader. Sui Yun grips his sword, the magical blue flames enveloping it, his eyes glinting as he stares intensely at Tenlich and begins to charge at him. At that moment, Tenlich releases a surge of energy, and the two magical forces clash, sending shockwaves in every direction. But then Sui Yun manages to disrupt Tenlich's magic, soaring into the air to deliver a strike aimed right at his head. Luckily for Tenlich, so he dodges the blow just in time. Sui Yun seizes the moment and lands a hit on his skull-like face, sending him crashing down from the heights, dust swirling around him. With that strike, Tenlich's face becomes a scarred skull. He clutches his head, gasping for breath. Utterly shocked, he is taken aback by Sui Yun's unexpected power. But it is too late now. Sui Yun lunges forward, slicing through the life crystal embedded in Tenlich's forehead. This time, Tenlich is down for the count. He can't accept it. After 100 years of becoming this strong, he had considered himself the mightiest among the apostles. Why must he just stand there, watching that human kill him? I can't fail here. Sui Yun watches and thinks, this guy got sliced and is still hanging on. Impressive? But what is with all the mumbling? Sui Yun speaks up. Stop wasting time. Your plan is doomed. I can't believe you are still strong enough to talk when you are about to die. You are the one wasting time. You foolish human. It is not just us wanting to resurrect the king. Countless apostles are preparing day and night to bring him back. Even with 10 of you, you cannot stop it. The king will rise and plunge this world into darkness. Sui Yun closes the distance and sighs. Don't he worry. The Lich King will die by my hand too. With that, his sword plunges straight into the Lich's life crystal, instantly turning him to dust. What Sui Yun said was true. In the previous round, the Lich King shattered the world to invade reality. But ultimately, he was defeated by Sui Yun. Even in the depths of the wasteland prison, the Lichs keep talking about the Lich King, so he might resurrect sooner than expected. Sui Yun realizes this is a serious problem, as everything is likely unfolding faster than the last time. But for now, he needs to deal with the remaining Lich. Meanwhile, on another front, Commander Maxman and his soldiers are tackling a one-horned Lich, and his swordsmanship is no joke. However, these Lich keep dodging every attack, flying high and taunting Maxman with laughter. He thinks this one is tricky to handle since he relies on aerial combat, and that is not his strong suit, but that is okay. He never intended to kill him anyway. He just wants to distract him to protect his soldiers, waiting for Sui Yun to strike, so he can capitalize on the moment. At this point, the one-horned Lich finally realizes his comrade has fallen. He is overwhelmed with panic, mumbling to himself, dead. Dead. Well, how? Why are they dead? My allies are dead. The mastermind is dead. Seeing his comrade fall apart sends him into a frenzy, screaming about death from above. Then he snapped, using his energy to surround and crush all the soldiers, leaving them gasping for air and unable to call for Commander Maxman. He roared in anger. "You little punk. What have you done? Get your hands off them now." In that moment of danger, he was about to use some skill to save the soldiers when suddenly, Sui-yun appeared, dashing in like a god. He immediately soared up and delivered a devastating punch to the Lich, aiming to knock its skull clean off. With just one hit, the Lich was sent crashing into the wall, dust and debris flying everywhere. Commander Maxman asked, "Did you take it down?"
Yep.
Sui-yun had defeated it, but it was likely just temporary. Things did not look too good. A moment longer and the soldiers could have been drained of their life force. That was a technique to absorb the essence of living and dead around, making the Lich even stronger. That is why the gatekeeper warned him not to kill anyone, because that technique works better with more deaths. But he did not think the Lich would be this strong. Even if it was a servant of the national enemy, although he was a subordinate of the one Sui-yun had just defeated, he had probably gained much greater power. At that moment, a circle of energy surrounded the Lich, who was mumbling spells. "I will not forgive you. I will not forgive you," repeating it dozens of times. Then he screamed and summoned a staff, at the top of which was an orb of energy spewing from his mouth, all of it glowing a bright red. I could not help but wonder where he was hiding that weapon, considering he was nothing but a pile of bones. Turns out he had just absorbed the energy from the soldiers to create a protective barrier around his magical circle. Sui-yun seemed to have anticipated this, but Commander Maxman was still left speechless in shock. That Lich was also a master of death magic. Looking at the giant patterns drawn on the floor, a very complex symbol, it was indeed a magical circle meant to absorb deathly power. Sui-yun worried that the Lich would continue using the absorption technique. He needed to take it down quickly. He had to destroy the life stone before that happened. But even when his magic blade swung towards it, it was immediately blocked by the circle surrounding the Lich, who began to mock him, calling him a fool. "You can't break it. This is a curse I risked my life for. To lift, you must kill me." Sui-yun felt a bit lost, unsure of what to do. Even though he could defeat it, taking too long would surely cost many soldiers their lives. At that moment, Commander Maxman said to him, "Don't you worry. Your job is to defeat them. I will take care of protecting the soldiers." As he spoke, he activated the skill he had planned to use earlier, his strongest and final skill to protect his soldiers. Maxman plunged his sword into the ground, and a surge of blue energy shot up, spreading everywhere, enveloping all the soldiers inside and outside the castle. In a moment of surprise, the oppressive energy that weighed down on me vanished, and the others felt it too, not understanding what was happening. This was the sacred boundary, raising the moral value of the soldiers within its range and nullifying any influence from dark forces. But using it would shorten Commander Maxman's lifespan. However, he was determined to protect his soldiers, even if it meant risking his own life. The rest was definitely left to the main hero. He soared high, looking down, his gaze intense. Everyone down there is fighting bravely, risking their lives, which means he absolutely has to take down this monster. Both sides rush, spells clashing against one another. The one-horned Lich keeps attacking relentlessly, calling you a pathetic little turtle. You dare to kill my friend and still think you can fight back. Weak. Useless. A total bug can't do anything on your own. To sacrifice us, you would need 1,000 people like you. This guy may look stupid, but he actually cares about his teammates. Suhai, hearing this, gets furious. You think your friends are precious, but guess what? The thousands you have killed, and the ones you are about to kill, are someone's loved ones, too. Have you ever felt the loss of someone important to you? Remember that feeling and pass it on to your friends over there. As he spoke, he swung his sword, aiming to slice the Lich's staff in half. Su Haihuan's sword skills are so extraordinary that even the Lich is taken aback by his power, and that power transformed into blue flames, incinerating all dark magic and engulfing the Lich. In a direct confrontation, Su Haihuan delivered a fatal blow, splitting the Lich's skull and its life gem in two. All he could do was cry out, "Am I really losing to a mere human again?" The Lich was reunited with his fallen comrades. His magical staff was shattered by the blue phoenix. The life force was now fading away, collapsing into nothingness. Commander Maxman is now exhausted, but is finally over. Su Haihuan steps forward to help him up and thanks him for his efforts. At this moment, he finally sits down, sighing in relief, saying, "I need to rest a bit before we celebrate our victory." Just as he was about to ask if Su was okay, he noticed he did not look so good. Is resting a little even going to be enough? Meanwhile, at the management company, Li Zuhao is reporting some news to the chairman that in 3 months, there will be a dungeon in Anyang City, causing a dungeon explosion. The necessary action is to evacuate the residents living nearby. This man is Song Kyung-tae, the chairman of the management company. He hears this and can't believe it is true, scolding him for saying something ridiculous. You think I am going to believe such nonsense? No one can accurately predict when it will appear, and that dungeon will cause an explosion, throwing the entire city of Anyang into chaos. Even if the dungeon does appear, it won't blow up right away. It would at least take a month for it to become an explosion. That is basic knowledge everyone should know. As he spoke, he pointed a finger at Zhu Hao's face, unaware that when you point one finger at someone else, 4 fingers point back at you. But hey, he is the chairman, so what he says must be right. Right. Li Zhuhao firmly asserted that the dungeons appearing in the past were not common knowledge. This is a serious issue that can't be overlooked. Anyang has a population of around 600,000. And it could affect the safety of its citizens. The chairman still did not believe him, thinking, what if nothing happens? I would be overreacting, causing panic for not just 600,000 but 60 million people. Just then, a handsome guy in glasses walked in, clearly the type the ladies love, and interrupted. Hold up. If you keep arguing like this, nothing will ever get resolved. This dashing young man is Kim Do-woo, and a rank awakened and an employee of the company. He realized that there might never have been a case like this before. But Juho did have a point. The only question is, how reliable is that information? Do-woo asked. If you want us to believe you, can you tell us who gave you this information? Juho confidently stated that his source was very reliable, because it was Kim Soo-hyun who told him. Mentioning Soo-hyun made both of them raise their eyebrows. Yep. That was the one who quickly leveled up and quelled the chaos down in the abyss. That mysterious rookie, could it really be that Kim Soo-hyun? The chairman wondered. The handsome guy Do-woo chimed in. I know a Kim Soo-hyun, a member of the attack team from the Zhu dungeon a few months back. But he was only a recruit. Zhu Hao insisted it was him. But the chairman was still skeptical first. He was worried Zhu Hao was lying. And second, he feared Soo-hyun might be lying too. Basically, this guy seems to have lost faith in life, so he is not trusting anyone. It is still a problem. If they believe Zhu Hao and have to evacuate everyone, and then nothing happens, the blame would fall squarely on the chairman's shoulders. No matter how you look at it, he is just worried about getting caught up in this mess. And then he comes up with this idea. Hey, Zhu, is not a disaster zone kind of like a natural disaster? Zhu Hao, feeling infuriated, thinks he is just pretending to be clueless to dodge responsibility. But as his subordinate, he has to just swallow his frustration. He wants the two of them to forget about this. That is his final decision, and he will take responsibility for it. Back to Soo-hyun. After cleaning out the 20th floor, he was taken to the hospital for recovery. No matter how much the nurse tried to stop him, he insisted on leaving the hospital. He says he is an awakened one, so he recovers pretty fast. Just give him a few prescriptions or some bandages, or even painkillers would do. And just like that, he walks out of the hospital with his arm all bandaged up, thinking, what is the big deal about these injuries? Why make such a fuss? At that moment, Zhu Hao, drenched in sweat, rushes up to him, and Soo-hyun jumps in shock. Are you okay? You seem like you are seriously injured. Zhu Hao says, it is a miracle you can move at all. He looks worried and adds, you wiped out the 20th floor in a day, and then went straight to the hospital. I thought you were hurt badly. I saw your ranking, and I am really impressed. Can you give me some advice? Advice? Honestly, there is not much advice to give. Zhu Hao was just a bit too rough, which is why he got hurt. Zhu Hao thinks maybe he does not need to worry about him after all. And about Zhu Hao asking him to warn the chairman, Zhu Hao admits he messed up. Not only did he fail, but he also accidentally revealed Su Yuhan's identity. I sincerely apologize. Suicide? It is not surprising. After all, he never expected much from that chairman anyway. Zhu Hao is shocked. Even the chairman, Su Wang, knows him. Of course, he replies. I was an awakened one in his company in my past life. Plus I am just a workaholic. Although Zhu Hao usually downplays failures, he says he did manage to get some intel from Kim Do-woo, who is close to the chairman. He heard there is a green disaster zone popping up in Anshan, and everyone's planning a raid right now. Most awakened ones are gathering in Anshan. In his past life, Su Yuhan had been there, which is why he could not prepare properly for the explosion in Anyang. But part of the reason is also that the chairman is just a coward, always dodging responsibility. Su Yuhan thinks that fool just keeps covering up his own sins. He can't understand how someone so clueless even made it to chairman. Just wait. He is definitely going to experience what real business feels like. Just thinking about it makes his face scrunch up in annoyance. At that moment, Zhu Hao wonders how Su Yuhan is so sure about when the disaster zone will appear. Su Yuhan says it is just a sixth sense that awakened ones have. And maybe from now on, He will handle things on his own. He thanks Zhu Hao for his help. Feeling like that is already enough. Zhu Hao thinks, why does he want to work alone and not let me in on it? That is not cool. So he quickly chimes in, we can't rely on the authorities anymore. Just tell me your plan. And I am sure there is something I can help with. Su Yuhan happily agreed right away. Okay. Let me tell you my plan. Before he could even grasp what the plan was, it was already 2 months later. December 17th. 1 week before Christmas morning, an online report from Abis announced that on December 24th, the city of Anyang would be targeted by a terrorist attack. The group responsible for this attack is the Stabbing Guild. They are a suspicious organization, filled with the coldest killers in the world. If you value your life, run away from Anyang. As far as possible, I hope no one loses their life thinking, no way. That can be true. Meanwhile, the citizens of the city are buzzing with chatter about the news, of course. With the Korean media, reporters jumped on the story immediately. A terror warning from the Stabbing Guild. Is that news even real? So today, we have invited someone who claims to have seen the Stabbing Guild firsthand. That person is none other than Duho. It turns out this was the mission that Su Hyan assigned to him. He must claim he personally met them. At this moment, another piece of news about the Wangju dungeon is also surfacing at the fake management company. A few hours ago, we received information that the casualty numbers from the raid on the Wangju dungeon are staggering. This is all part of Su Hyan's deliberate media explosion. The chairman is furious about the news released by Su Hyan. How dare he use the media like that? The incident at the Ansan dungeon was already crazy enough. It is all because of that Su Hyan. Have you found out his identity yet? The handsome guy in glasses calmly stated that there is nothing they could do about him. Even the regulatory agency could not stop the actions of a mere fake. He found out his identity and heard he has been hiding in Abyss since last month. So they could not bring him in front of the chairman just yet. He mulled over why Su Hyan would dare to stir up trouble. Wondering what kind of scheme he might be cooking up, the scene shifts, and Su Hyan appears with a muscular physique that makes the ladies swoon. After handing everything over to Li Juho and entering the tower, Su Hyan used up all his saved points to buy the highest grade mana catalyst. Just drinking it would quickly restore his energy and health. When he inquired about the highest potential catalyst, the middle-aged salesman was shocked. Eyes wide open. He could not believe someone would seek out a potion on the 21st floor, as it would cost at least over 2 million points. Su Hyan was not joking. He actually spent that 2 million points to buy the potion. The shop owner had never thought anyone would accumulate so many points and buy something so expensive. Back in his room, Su Hyan was drinking the potion, and the taste was horrendous, overwhelming the entire room. It was so bad he almost vomited. The taste was just disgusting. But after drinking it, he could clearly feel the potion traveling down his throat, and then into his stomach. Then, he began channeling the grand magic. Purple spells started spreading throughout his body. Su Hyan slowly used his magic to control the effects of the catalyst. It felt as if someone else's power was coursing through his body. At this moment, Su Hyan felt intense pain. His body felt like it was on fire. As the catalyst began circulating to his heart and through his veins, Su Hyan finally finished, looking a bit strained. At that moment, the landlord was pounding on the door, shouting, "Hey you! You have rented the room for a whole month. Why are not you showing your face? What the hell are you doing in there? If you are dying, at least pay your rent." As soon as he said that, the door swung open, and he rushed in, relieved to see Su Hyan looking perfectly fine. Thankfully, he had not fled. Suddenly, the landlord's expression changed. The room was enveloped in a terrifying mana aura. Su Hyan had no intention of escaping, though. He apologized and offered to pay extra. The landlord stared, mouth agape, at Su Hyan's muscular physique, asking how much longer he planned to stay. But a month was already enough. He had fully restored his energy, and now it was time to leave. Just after finishing his sentence, Su Hyan vanished right before the landlord's eyes, leaving only a bag of money behind. Su Hyan checked the remaining time. Tomorrow was the big day. Deng Zongjian and Hak Jun were discussing news about the Deng Zongjian Guild. Deng Zongjian was shocked to see this news. He could not believe someone would openly talk about the guild, which was a secret crime organization. Even after growing stronger, only a handful of awakened beings knew of its existence. Hak Jun was glued to his phone screen, continuously reading the comments on the post. It seemed like many others shared the same thoughts. What do you think, Hak Jun? He mentioned a 50% chance that this could actually happen. It might be feasible, especially with the Green Dungeon emerging in Ansan. But is there really a reason to go that far? In fact, Deng Zongjian had been investigating why this guild, known only to the awakened, had been publicized. And he discovered that the one behind these reports was Kim Su Hyan. He said he would dig deeper into why that guy wanted to take down the guild. He seemed really frustrated about it. Upon hearing Kim Su Hyan's name, Hakjun suddenly jolted as if struck by an electric shock. He seemed to recognize who Kim Soo-hyun was. His face deep in thought. How strange, why would someone so self-serving care about this? What does he have to do with the Dung Guild? Could it be that the Rs Guild, Dung Zhang, and the Dung Guild are somehow connected? Hakjun had met Soo-hyun before. Soo-hyun even left him a business card, saying to reach out if he needed help. But he still could not believe that Kim Soo-hyun, who had just reached C rank, was the person everyone talked about. Meanwhile, in a small alley in Gyeonggi, Ansan, 3 robbers were lurking about. They must have been in the robbery business. But today was a total bust, no one to target. This is so boring. Why is Christmas so dead? Not a single target in sight. At this time, everyone was probably home cuddling with their loved ones, instead of wandering the streets like losers. But seriously, maybe everyone in this city has evacuated. Shouldn't we be running instead of just hanging around? Haha. You idiot. Do you really believe that? Why are you worried about some loser who loves to con people? Clearly, it is all just a bunch of bees. These guys are just too cocky to care. Suddenly, a masked young man appeared behind them. Interrupting. It is not just bees. Hearing this, the 3 robbers. Oh wait. Now it is 4 since another thug joined in. All looked annoyed and demanded to know who this masked guy was. They just think this is some weird guy wearing a Santa mask and clowning around, laughing it up together, thinking it is their lucky day to rob this guy who looks like a total lunatic. But what they do not realize is, that is Kim Soo-hyun. And he has just grabbed the collar of that golden-haired punk and lifted him off the ground. With a swift motion, Soo-hyun tosses him to the ground and draws his sharp blade towards the golden-haired guy, leaving them stunned and terrified, calling him crazy. Not a good idea. But he is just playing with them a bit. He is not just some crazy dude. He is a terrorist. As soon as he says that, a massive explosion erupts behind them, and the 4 robbers are left shaking in their boots. That is when they finally grasp the level of danger they are in, and each of them bolts off screaming for help. Soon after, the news crews arrive, reporting an explosion in Gyeonggi, Ansan, in the Pyeongchon district, and residents are being urgently evacuated. The news spreads quickly to Chairman Song Joo-tae's office. Before his subordinates can even deliver the news, he has already seen the report, and he looks seriously annoyed. He still thinks it is just Joo-ho's scheme to get the residents to evacuate. But the reality is hitting him hard. Kim Do-eun is sitting in his chair, staring intently at his phone. According to witnesses at the scene, this terrorist act was committed by a single individual. At this moment, Song Joo-tae starts to worry, recalling Joo-ho's earlier warnings. The intel from Kim Soo-hyun was spot on. If only he had believed it from the start, would things have turned out differently? But no. He immediately orders Do-eun to gather as many old-school fighters as possible and to capture Kim Soo-hyun at all costs. He is the terrorist. It is too late for that realization now. Director, back to Kim Soo-hyun. He looks incredibly cool standing amidst the flames, wondering if this is chaotic enough yet. Buildings and vehicles seem to be engulfed in flames. But the truth is, it is not what it seems. It turns out that the whole scene is just an illusion he created. He has learned to make everything appear to be engulfed in fire without actually burning anything. Thanks to his control over the divine flames and their colors, he has mastered this skill to 66.7%. It is all just part of his show. And it is pretty mind-blowing. Right now, he is not a scratch on him. But the game is not over yet. He needs to reach the heart of Anyang. But he knows that things have escalated to the point where the old-school fighters will come to try and stop him. Leading the charge is the handsome guy Dao Wu, stating, "We are from the old-school management agency. Stop the terrorism now." It turns out Zoe is one of the old-school fighters working with the government, and she is also the deputy director of the agency. No wonder he is often seen alongside Song Joo-tae. With a serious expression, he says, "Surrender now." Kim Soo-hyun. The other old-school fighters start to look shocked. They never expected the terrorist to be a rookie like Soo-hyun. While Zoe is trying her hardest to convince him to stop and cooperate, Soo-hyun has his weapon ready and says, "Don't jump yet. Come on. I do not want to waste my time." This comment infuriates the other old-school fighters, and one by one, they charge at him, the first one looking like Goku. The 2 strikes collide, and Soo-hyun quickly realizes this guy is a high-level B-tier awakener. But no matter what attack he throws, Soo-hyun counters it effortlessly. One of the B-tier wannabes behind him can't wait any longer and rushes in to show off his skills. He conjures an intricate purple magic circle, launching a magic projectile straight at Soo-hyun. All he has to do is tilt his head slightly to the left to dodge it. The next guy sends a flurry of magical blades racing towards Soo-hyun, trying to close in for an attack, but he gets a swift kick to the arm from Soo-hyun. Just when it seemed like things were getting tense, another guy rushes in with a hammer for backup. If not for that, he might have ended up on a shrine as a sacrifice. That big hammer is no joke. He swings it down hard, sending rocks flying and dust everywhere. But Su Haiyan, being quick on his feet, manages to keep his distance and stay safe. These wannabe awakeners are all B tier, with only Kim Do-woo being the strongest. But Su Haiyan does not attack. Instead, he is observing and analyzing Su Haiyan's abilities. The only thing he knows for sure is that there is something Su Haiyan has not revealed yet. Suddenly, Do-woo does something. He opens a book and uses magic, enveloping Su Haiyan in green energy, and a pair of wings lifts him into the air. At this moment, Kim Do-woo realizes there are no injuries, and everything looks like it is on fire, but it is not, and there is no financial damage either. But why is he creating chaos to evacuate the civilians? Is he trying to evacuate them from the outbreak? Su Haiyan does not care much. He just taunts, wanting Kim Do-woo to face him. Do-woo closes the book, and the magic fades. Su Haiyan falls freely from the sky, and Do-woo moves to follow. He casts a 5-star spell, creating a lightning bolt aimed at roasting Su Haiyan. But he instantly blocks it with his sword, leading to an explosion. Su Haiyan remains safe despite the free fall, landing lightly and brushing dust off his clothes. Do-woo is quite surprised to see that even after being attacked by numerous awakeners, Su Haiyan managed to dodge his mid-level attack like it was nothing. He tilts his chin, asking how his opponent feels. Kim Su Haiyan promptly replies, "I think I have shown enough. You guys do not stand a chance against me." Hearing this, Do-woo confirms his assessment of Su Haiyan. He is incredibly strong and still hiding something. The wannabe awakeners rush in, clueless about what is happening, all wanting to take down Su Haiyan. Now Do-woo realizes he needs to contact the agency for backup and request all available awakeners to come here. The truth is, Su Haiyan is not interested in fighting other awakeners. That is why he has not really attacked anyone. Whenever someone comes at him, he uses techniques to dodge and only throws a light punch or kick if necessary. For example, this Goku-haired wannabe tries to attack but gets a solid kick to the head from Su Haiyan, causing a huge bump. All he can do is fume and shout, "Please fight properly and use your fists." At this point, Kim Do-woo steps in, telling everyone to stop attacking. He has called for reinforcements already. What they need to do now is focus on defending against Su Haiyan's onslaught. In other words, they should conserve their strength until it is truly needed. As I said, Kim Do-woo is the only one who knows just how strong Su Haiyan really is, and he is definitely not showing everything yet. He insists that the opponent possesses the skills of an S-rank warrior, even higher than that. But he is just puzzled about Su Haiyan's true intentions behind this whole act. Why would someone who has always been low-key suddenly decide to show up as a terrorist? Let me break it down for you. Su Haiyan is doing this to prove that none of the awakened here are stronger than him. There are 2 reasons he has to conceal his identity and put on this little performance. First, to gauge the overall strength of the awakened here and see just how strong they really are. Second, so they can send in more awakened for backup. If he does not let it slip that he is not a terrorist, Director Song Jiang-tae will never send reinforcements. He does not care if the explosion happens or not. He is only focused on capturing the person behind the chaos for the national news. The key for him is to drag this out until more troops arrive. Then he will have plenty of awakened to fight alongside him against the explosion. Not long after, a voice rang out from above, announcing that they were here to respond to the request for assistance. That is right. It was the awakened coming in to back them up. A group of people in matching outfits stood on the rooftop, shining brightly amidst the flames. They were the Federal Awakened team selected by the Awakened Management Agency, the Special Forces of the Awakened Agency, known as ACT. The captain of ACT is currently Park Jong-ju, alongside the current vice captain, Kang Seum-chi, and other awakened members. Their appearance surprised Do-woo and the others a bit. Hey Ki-yu. The director must be really pissed to send out such a strong team. This team looks incredibly badass, especially Captain Park Jong-ju. Hearing his voice, an awakened below immediately asked, "Park, could you give me a spot in ACT?" "No way. You fool. ACT only assembles a rank awakened. These kids do not even come close." Back to Su Haiyan. He immediately recognized a familiar face. Park Jong-ju is one of the strongest among the S-rank members. Plus, in his past life as Kim Sung, he was actually his mentor. But of course, the captain has no idea who he is. He is just a bit surprised that so many awakened are needed to catch a single terrorist. Do-woo quickly reminded him that according to reports, Kim Soo-han is registered as a C rank, but his real skills are at S rank, maybe even stronger than Park John. There are just too few people here who can compete, which is why they need reinforcements. Hearing this, the vice captain of ACT got angry. "What are you talking about, Vice Director Kim? Are you scared just because you have not been in the field for a while? No matter how you look at it, he is just a kid." Before he could finish, the captain interrupted. "Don't underestimate him, Vice Director So-hee. I do not know how strong he is, but I am not planning to take action just yet." "Right. It is better to let the subordinates handle it. You do not have to get involved. They understood the plan and immediately jumped into the river towards Su Haiyan, led by Vice Commander Kang Seoum. All I had to do was catch that guy. Right. Master. However, Du-woo seemed worried and told Park Jong-ju that even though he is your student, he is just an A-level member. Can he really take on Kim Su Haiyan? But the captain was pretty confident in his team. Don't worry. The awakened of act are different from others. At this moment, Su Haiyan and Park Jong-ju faced each other. Su Haiyan had a chance to get a better look at the captain's face. Realizing he had not changed at all, still as handsome as ever. I wonder if his teaching skills are still on point. I will find out for myself. Master. The awakened from act rushed in one after another, his face brimming with energy, charging towards Su Haiyan like a gust of wind, surrounding him in a circle. The other awakened just stood back and commented, with one guy saying, "What kind of lame skill is that? Actually, it is my who is the fool here." That was a perfectly coordinated attack, a move full of unity and outstanding characteristics. While it looks like they are just running in circles, they are actually creating an astonishing barrier. The attacks were incredibly varied, all aimed at a single target with astonishing speed, making it tough for Su Haiyan to strike back. Not only that, but it was also hard to block each individual attack. To put it simply, this was an organized assault combining support, restrictions, and a terrifying wind. It could overpower any individual. Right. But I still see Kim Su Haiyan easily blocking each of those attacks. His sword skills were highly refined, and he had not even used any of the magical energy in his body yet. Kang Seong-cheo attacked while taunting Su Haiyan. "Hey Kim Su Haiyan, stop being a coward and show us what you have got." With that, he thrust his blade into Su Haiyan, but he dodged. However, the purpose of this move was far from simple. Kang Seong-cheo did this just to unbalance him, giving the others a chance to bind him from all sides. This tactic could be called a web trap. The chain, infused with magical energy, would tighten around Su Haiyan's neck. At that moment, Kang Seong-cheo unleashed a powerful strike aimed to take out Su Haiyan. There was a loud boom. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and the chain was severed, making it seem like Kang Seong-cheo had taken down Su Haiyan. Just when they thought they could celebrate, to their surprise, it was Kang Seong-cheo who found himself ensnared, caught by his own chain. Everyone at the scene was left in shock. Kang Seong-cheo, slightly dazed, began to stammer. How the hell did he do that? The other awakened started to doubt their strategy. The pinching tactic did not work. Did we make a mistake? From the very start, Su Haiyan had been aware of their plan. He was bound. But at the moment the vice commander swung his sword, he turned with the swing to cut the chain and used it to bind him right back. The vice commander froze, completely caught off guard, unable to react. Du-woo said, "No matter how experienced he is in combat, there is no way he could unleash that move in such a short time." In his past life, Su Haiyan was already way too familiar with this technique. He had practiced those strategies to the point of boredom, so it is no surprise he pulled it off. At this moment, while he was fiddling with his cracked mask, the captain drew his sword and said, "Looks like I was mistaken. I should be the one to deal with you. You said your name is Kim Su Haiyan. Right. I guess youth has its perks." But it seems the captain is also aware of Su Haiyan's power, because if they had met under different circumstances, he might have been convinced to invite him on board. Du-woo noticed this and anxiously reminded, "Captain, the awakened ones are starting to gather. Please be careful so the rankings are not disrupted." "I will do my best," he replied. Them gathering is just what Su Haiyan wanted. Now it is showtime. Standing before the captain, he thought about how long he had wanted to confront him directly. But now was not the right moment. Then he dropped his sword, raising both hands in surrender, leaving the captain and the awakened ones in shock after shock. "I surrender," he said. "What did you just say? What is going on?" the captain asked in disbelief. The other awakened ones buzzed with chatter. "He is surrendering. After all the effort we put in to get here." At that moment, Su Haiyan's watch struck 6 p.m. This was the exact moment the green dungeon would appear. Now he revealed his cards. There was no point wasting energy on pointless battles. The real fight was just beginning. And as he finished speaking, the ground shook, and a beam of green light shot through the sky. Du-woo realized this was a new green dungeon opening. Kang Seong-cheo also exclaimed, "But that is not all. This could be a dungeon explosion." The awakened ones began to panic, fearing it would explode the moment the dungeon appeared. Su Haiyan explained, "As you all have seen, the emergence of dungeons and the speed of explosions will become increasingly unpredictable. I know everyone is feeling confused and might be angry that I did not reveal the truth earlier. Awakened ones, fight with me. Let us protect this city of Anyang together." As he spoke, Su Haiyan clenched his fist, absorbing the flames around him, which returned to the familiar green hue enveloping his body. At that moment, Hakjun had been there for a while, witnessing everything. And just as he suspected, that person was indeed Kim Soo-hyun. Back to the dungeon explosion. Currently, an explosion is known to occur when a dungeon is not completed on time. This time, it was an explosion happening right as the dungeon appeared. The unexpected explosion in Anyang would serve as a catalyst for global threats. Soo-hyun knew that from now on, these incidents would happen more frequently. At this point, he asked Kim Jo, "How many reinforcements do we have?" "At least 100, Jo replied. Soo-hyun thanked him, thinking Jo had read his mind, but actually, not really. It was because of his commotion with the fake terrorist attack that Jo was able to call in reinforcements so quickly. Meanwhile, the other awakened ones spoke in fear. It seems they knew an explosion was about to happen. Look, a monster emerges from the dungeon. And everyone rushes to shout. The monster's coming out. The explosion has started. Get ready to fight. The explosion kicks off, and the horde of monsters crawls out, each one greener than the last. Each monster is at least a boss-level threat from the red or orange dungeon. A massive boss, wearing nothing but a pink loincloth, appears. And before anyone knows it, a few people have already met their demise at its feet. At this moment, it is about to swing its fist to take out the next victim. But this wannabe awakener looks completely terrified, frozen in place, tears in his eyes. Despite everyone's urging, he does not resist or run, his legs seemingly glued to the ground, waiting for death. Luckily, just before the monster's punch lands, Captain Park Jong-ju arrives just in time to intervene, snapping him back to reality if he does not want to die. Hearing this, he bolts away, and the captain orders Team Act to move out, forming a support line to help the other awakeners prepare for battle. Kang Sung-kyo, having just taken down a monster, disagrees, saying, "Captain, would not it be faster if we handled it ourselves?" Kim Soo-hyun chimes in from behind, stating that all the awakeners are in a panic due to this unexpected situation. And calming everyone down is the top priority, not just something Team Act can handle alone. Do your best in every situation. With that, he rushes toward the dungeon, leaving Kang Sung-kyo fuming, thinking to himself, who does he think he is to talk like that? But he is not wrong. Soo-hyun thinks, Master, no. Uncle Dong-ju can handle the dungeon monsters without a hitch. With Team Act here, the situation for the civilians will stabilize. At this moment, countless winged monsters surround Soo-hyun. He unleashes holy fire and with one swing, slices each one in half. Now, he does not have to worry about the smaller monsters anymore. He is just waiting for something to appear, the hybrid monster. Aigulus, below the city. The awakeners are focused on evacuating the civilians. Everyone is incredibly anxious. But thankfully, we prepared in time and no one has been injured or lost yet. But we must hurry before the monsters spiral out of control. If we do not just Anyang but the entire country could be in danger. The monsters continue to swarm the center. We can't let them reach the ground. We must ensure none of them escape from Anyang. At this moment, the wannabe awakener Son Goku is also trying to calm the civilians, urging them to stay calm and follow the awakener's directions. Kim Jo quickly uses power from a book to take down a monster. He looks over at Soo-hyun standing on the rooftop, thinking he can only rely on Kim Soo-hyun now. But he worries that he won't be able to take out all these monsters by himself. Lost in thought, he becomes distracted, not even noticing a huge boss appearing behind him. Fortunately, before it can do anything, someone jumps onto its head and drives a sword right into it. That is right. It is the captain of Team Act. And the monster collapses just like that. The captain looks incredibly cool. He takes down monsters as if he is just out for a stroll. He reminds Joy to focus more. Without him, Joy knows he would be out of options by now. The captain calmly wipes his glasses and assigns tasks. We do not have much time, so let us get right to it. Leave the monster slaying and evacuating the citizens to the ACT members, and I will handle things from here. You focus on supporting the awakened. Just then, Soo-hyun happens to be there, and the captain asks if he can take on that half-dragon. Of course, I can. I deal with stuff like this all the time. Soo-hyun replies, well then. Good luck. Right after that, everyone gets to work. Soo-hyun summons a blue phoenix and clings to its legs as it takes to the skies, facing off against the two-horned purple dragon. The dragon looks pretty shabby, but what can you do? It is ugly but strong. This monster has a nasty trick of using its tail to smash through anything in its path. Soo-hyun manages to slice its tail once, but it does not seem to do much. He circles around, aiming to attack from behind, pouring all his sword skills into trying to split the beast in two. But it is not that easy. Its back is thick and tough, making Soo-hyun's hands shake. He does his best to hack away at the monster. But it feels like hitting a brick wall, out of options. He has to let the phoenix drop him down. Just then, the dragon's eyes light up, and it unleashes a torrent of dark magical fire towards Su Hyan, but the phoenix protects him, striking the dragon right in the face, causing it to roar in pain. The dragon swipes its long, 5-meter tail across the ground. But luckily, Su Hyan stays safe, even though this is the second time he has faced it. It is still a tough battle. He remembers his previous life, during the explosion in Anyang, where over 15,000 people were injured or killed, and more than half of those were slain by this very dragon back then, due to unpredictable phenomena in the dungeon. There were not enough awakened around to help everyone like there are now. Plus, he had just finished dealing with another dungeon, and had no energy left to fight it, but now it is different. He has plenty of chances to take down this monster. The power is immense, but for him, as long as he focuses, he can cut through anything. With that, Su Hyan dodges each fiery breath from the dragon. He remembers that after unleashing fire, the dragon has a brief moment of distraction, and he just needs to wait for that opportunity, and now is that moment. He pulls out the Dragon Slayer spear. This weapon is based on the legend of an undefeated warrior. It was sold in the Abyss item shop. Though it is incredibly expensive and a one-time use item, it carries immense power. Holding the weapon in his hand, energy radiates around him, and he launches it straight down at the monster, his voice resolute. No one will die under the fire of that damn dragon again. Countless spears pierce the monster, through its neck, head, and chest, as it falls from the sky, looking like a giant hedgehog. The dragon crashes down and dies a gruesome death. But is it really over? It may be down. But after this dragon Igalus is defeated, its soul will appear. The half-dragon soul Igalus is the true final boss. He has been screaming, "It hurts so much. Who killed me? Who are you?" Su Yuhun shot back. "Why do not you ask yourself who you are first? He is nobody. Just a lost soul." He could not even answer who he was, only bowing his head, clutching his face, crying out that it hurt. It hurt so much. It was excruciating. His tears, red as blood, transformed into thousands of daggers, piercing Su Yuhun harder and harder. Then he threw a punch that sent him flying. Su Yuhun did not look too good at that moment. Everyone heard a loud crash and immediately looked up. Just as Li Zhuho rushed to the scene, he arrived and quickly asked where Su Yuhun was. At that moment, the monstrous long-horned beast had opened its gaping, toothy mouth, ready to devour Su Yuhun. Zhuho caught a glimpse of a bloodied arm from Su Yuhun sticking out. He could not believe his eyes, thinking his friend was gone. Anger surged through him as he shouted, "Su Yuhun!" The system announced, "Your life force has dropped to a critical level." Could Su Yuhun really be leaving us this early? Of course not. Su Yuhun activated his immortal hero's skill. The system chimed in, "You will recover your lost life force. Your recovery speed will be boosted. Your physical abilities will be significantly enhanced." In that moment, Su Yuhun, drenched in blood, used both hands to pry the monster's mouth open and said, "Thanks, buddy. You have helped me grow stronger." This explains how Su Yuhun managed to defeat Igalus while a soul still kept it immortal. Strangely, when asked who he was, he could not answer. Until now, seeing Su Yuhun, it was like looking in a mirror. He wondered why he had merged with Igalus and recalled his past. He used to be Falcon, a hero of the Tesserim Empire. Back then, he was in the same situation as Su Yuhun. He was the one everyone trusted to take down the long-horned beast. Igalus was a formidable monster at that time. No matter how hard they fought, they could not bring it down. As the battle dragged on without resolution, Falcon devised a final plan. He figured if he could control that monster, he could destroy it. That is why his body fused with the beast, becoming a soul trapped within it, aiming to kill it. But over time, he forgot his own past and became the spirit inside Igalus. Back in reality, Su Yuhun was at his peak, his body soaring like a feather. This was all thanks to his unyielding hero skill. Unyielding hero. Mana level, proportional to the user's mana. Skill type, passive. Level 1. Proficiency 0%. Your body, having challenged the Demon Lord, is indestructible and approaches immortality. When your strength surpasses a certain threshold, it activates automatically. Your recovery and stamina will increase rapidly, and your physical condition will develop tremendously. No wonder Su Yuhun escaped death by a hair's breadth. He wants to quickly take down this half-dragon, but he can't seem to get close. He is still trying to find its weak spot. Its body is incredibly tough, making it hard to target. But there is definitely a vulnerability somewhere. There it is. Sun quickly spots an opportunity. He swings his sword and strikes a wound on the dragon's arm. instantly severing one of its limbs. The dragon screams in pain. And in this moment, he converses with the spirit falcon, saying, "Isn't it time you thought things through? Hawk, those you have saved, and those you could not, every last one of them. Do you think they want to see what you look like now?" As he fights the dragon, he chops off another of its limbs. And of course, it is not going to just sit back and take it. Falcon, now deep in thought, declares that he fought Aigulus and could not defeat him. So now, O hero of the other tribe, let us wrap this up. With that, he opens a gaping hole in his chest. Soon immediately realizes that is the critical point to take down this half-dragon. It turns to flee. But there is no escaping now. He grabs the dragon-slaying spear and thrusts it straight through Falcon's chest. The dragon crashes to the ground. And all that can be heard is a deafening thud and a cloud of dust. On the dragon's corpse, Falcon lies there, seemingly lingering on something. Suin lands beside him and asks, "Have your memories returned yet?" Falcon replies, "Yep. The past I had forgotten, filled with nothing but failures and mistakes. I am the knight of the Tesseract Empire. Falcon, I struggled for a long time to defeat the monster Aigulus. But that prolonged battle took a heavy toll on my country. In the end, I used magic to trap both myself and that beast in another dimension. But due to the endless battle, Aigulus fused with my body, even after escaping that dimension. I have been fighting to kill it within me. Just like every time, I ended up killing innocent people." Hearing this, Suin comforts him. "It has been so long, and you still feel regret over that. I think instead of worrying about what is already lost, you should focus on protecting what is left. If you do not fight to protect your country, the number of people who die will probably be even higher." Falcon was touched. "Are you actually comforting me? You are not really good at this. You know." Suin felt a bit embarrassed to admit he was not great at comforting either. Falcon continued, "You are right. If I said I do not feel regret, that would be a lie. But if I could go back to the past, I would still make the same choice." Hearing this, he suddenly remembered his past life when he was Kim Sung-in. He too had fought to save the world. But in the end, the monster with a horse head delivered the final blow that wiped out all of humanity. But back then, he had also tried his best, had not he? At that moment, Falcon took out a precious item to give to Suin as thanks for helping him end this long battle. This is the best iron armor crafted by the Tesseract Empire for Falcon when he set out to fight Aigulus. Suin thought, "Why refuse such a good deal when you are in pain?" He accepted it and thanked him. At that moment, the system also notified him that he had acquired an item, Falcon's celestial armor. Falcon said his final farewell. "I want to thank you once again. This battle has truly been too long. Now I can finally rest." After that, Falcon's body and the half-dragon shattered into pieces, dissolving into the air. Suin bowed his head to the hero of Tesseract. "May you rest in peace." The sun shone back over the city, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Juo and Da were rushed over in a panic. Juo arrived and looked around. "Are you okay?" "That monster was stronger than I thought. I thought I was done for. Haha." Juo exclaimed, spitting everywhere. "That monster was terrifyingly strong. One more hit and you would not have survived." Dawo asked about Suin and suddenly bowed at a 90-degree angle. "The director probably won't accept this, but I sincerely apologize and thank you. As a company representative." Suyin said he did not need to do that. He was just glad no one was hurt. Seeing everyone okay made all his worries disappear. "It is just that I am a bit tired." And suddenly he staggered, then collapsed backward. Juo panicked and caught him. "Suyin, you must have gotten hurt somewhere." Only the U-boat knew he was fine. Actually, he was just sleepy. Surely he was very tired. But thankfully, he was not seriously injured. After everything was resolved, a massive storm would arise. And the young man Kim Suyin would be at the center of it. The main character of that storm was currently sleeping soundly. No kidding. Media outlets were exploding with news about an explosion in the dungeon in Anyang. Luckily, the citizens had been evacuated, and experts were actively discussing this event. In a place like Anyang, where disasters frequently occur, the terrorism of extremist guilds was something predictable. However, when it comes to the dungeon explosion being resolved, it was thanks to the awakening of the fake Kim Suyin. It has been 3 days since the incident, and Suyin just woke up in the hospital, having slept for 3 whole days. When he came to, he could not even remember when he had passed out, so he reassured himself, thinking he must have just been exhausted. After gathering his thoughts, he saw a basket of fruit on the table along with a letter. It was from Li Juho. "I stopped by to visit you, but since you had not woken up yet, I left a message. I think we need to sort things out a bit, because the whole world is buzzing about what happened this time. So I took the liberty of handling all those pesky phone calls for you. I am sorry for doing that without asking you first. But I am sure you will understand. You saved a lot of people. After all, you must be really tired right now. So do not think about anything and just focus on resting well. You might feel hungry when you wake up. So I have prepared some fruit for you. Su-hyun picked up an apple and expressed his gratitude towards him. Though Now had just checked her phone and saw no notifications. Realizing that Juho had taken care of everything for him, but he did not seem hungry at all. He held the apple without eating it, just tossing it up and down while lost in thought. I resolved the dungeon in Gwangju. And now there is this dungeon explosion in Anyang too. I have definitely made a big difference this time. So different from my past life. But there is still so much more to do. So I can let my guard down. I need to figure out what to do next. This is the life of a main character, just fighting, resting, and preparing for the next step. While he was deep in thought, someone knocked on the door. A foot stepped in. And Su-hyun looked surprised. It was Choi Hak-jun, still as handsome as ever. But this time he was hurt, wrapped in bandages, looking like he would lost an eye. Seeing this, Su-hyun asked, "What are you doing here? What happened to your face?" Before he could finish, Hak-jun interrupted, slamming his hand on the table, his face tense. "I need to ask you something. How would you feel about joining our guild?" So he just wants to invite me to join the guild. Did he really need to go all out like that? Hak-jun was really trying hard to convince Su-hyun to join his guild. If you think about it, this is quite a deal. Right? You are definitely getting a ton of calls from other guilds and associations. But if you join our guild, I guarantee no one will dare to bother you. As long as you are part of it. Without waiting for Hak-jun to continue, Su-hyun sensed that something was off. He replied, "You know this situation is pretty awkward. Right? Before you try to persuade me to join your guild, I think you should explain exactly what is going on. There has to be some issue. Right? Yep. There must be some reason Hak-jun is acting this way. And the injury on his face did not come from nowhere either. Before meeting Su-hyun, some things had happened. At the R's guild, Dong-dong-jang had gathered all the awakeners in his guild to remind them there will be a test coming up to promote to a larger guild, which is really important for their future. Although there are many benefits to becoming a large guild, the most important thing is that the amount of support money they receive will increase. He hopes everyone is well prepared for this test. If anyone messes up, I will personally take them out. Inside the room, everyone is serious, listening and taking orders. Right. Leader. When it was time to disperse, Dong-dong-jang called Hak-jun to stay behind, revealing his furious side. "Don't you think we have something to discuss?" With that, two guards stood tall outside, and the sounds of a scuffle echoed from within. Inside the room, Hak-jun was knocked to the ground, blood spilling everywhere from the leader's assault. The reason he did this was that he believed Hak-jun had betrayed him. "How dare you deceive me?" As he spoke, he sat down and grabbed Hak-jun by the hair, ignoring his protests that he really did not know Su-hyun. "How could you say you do not know him? You have seen him at the bottom of the pit, even participated in rank verification exams together. And yet you claim you do not know him. You say you did not realize that was Kim Su-hyun." With that, he struck Hak-jun again, who just fell to the ground without resistance. His goal was to have Hak-jun recruit Su-hyun into his guild, because with someone as powerful as Su-hyun, they could breeze through the rank-up test. But Hak-jun did not want to do that. He weakly protested, "How could I bring him here? I have only met him a few times. I have never reached out, and I can force him to come here. You know how strong he is." Dong-dong-jang just lit a cigarette, smirked, and stepped closer to him. "I do not care how you do it. If I tell you to bring him here, you better do it. If you can then we will have to teach Yu-san a lesson." Hearing the name Yu-san, Hak-jun suddenly got angry and glared at Dong-dong-jang. He watched as the man flicked the burning ashtray onto XD-jun's forehead and warned him, "I am giving you one last chance before the rank-up test begins. Bring Kim Su-hyun back to me. Back at home." Atsi-jun's girlfriend was tending to his wounds. "She Yu-san?" The one Dong-dong-jang mentioned. She anxiously asked if it hurt, just a little startled. She knew all of this was Dong-dong-jang's doing, and she was very worried about him. He tried to reassure her that this was all from fighting monsters. What kind of monster would target just his face like this? Indeed, no monster could cause an injury like that to one side of his face. "Atsi-jun, I am really okay. Just stop." As soon as she finished speaking, she started coughing violently. "Really okay?" Atsi-jun hurried to get her some medicine, and only then did she stabilize. Yu-san was actually suffering from a very painful illness, one that modern medicine could not cure. Only Dong-dong-jang had an effective painkiller that could help her. It turns out that was their deal. Dong-dong-jang had always used Yu-san as a threat, and he did not want to see the person he loved in pain. It forced him to obediently follow all of the man's orders. That is why he had to personally go with his not-so-great face to find So-Hyun and convince him to join the guild. But when asked what was going on, Han Si-jun did not speak. He just drew his sword and pointed it straight at So-Hyun's face. If you care about what is happening, then fight me. If you win, I will tell you everything. But if you lose, you will join the Ars Guild. Wait. So people just took a break from injuries, and they are already back to throwing punches. In his past life, Choi Hak-jun was the youngest A-level awakener in the entire country. A member of the elite Ars Guild, celebrated and hailed as a genius. The night before this rank test, he had been surveying the Ars Guild. Even though So-Hyun had met him a few times when he was still Kim Sung-in, he had tried to give Hak-jun some advice. But back then, that guy was a completely different person. He wanted me to save the world of the A-rank. Like, come on. Why would I waste my time on someone else? But the current Choi Hak-jun is actually a really nice guy. He is gentle. And when he ran into So-Hyun outside the office, it seemed like he had something to say. Yet, he tried his hardest to ignore So-Hyun right in front of Dung Dong Jaeyoung, even Nia. He fought to protect others. So why is Choi Hak-jun now forcing So-Hyun into a battle? Back at the hospital, Hak-jun did not wait for So-Hyun's consent to fight. He took the silence as a yes and attacked So-Hyun right there in the hospital room. So-Hyun barely dodged the attack, completely baffled as to why Hak-jun was insisting on a fight while injured. The Hak-jun he knew was not the type to do this. If you do not explain why you are doing this, Hak-jun, I will find out myself. With that, the two of them started battling fiercely, shaking the hospital to its core, making doctors and nurses think there was an earthquake. At that moment, a nurse rushed down from the upper floors, panicked, telling another nurse, "Wait, we have a problem. There is an awakened fighter battling on the floor above." So-Hyun, at this point, had not found his weapon, so he had to fight barehanded. He effortlessly dodged each of Hak-jun's sword strikes, and with lightning speed, kicked Hak-jun, but was then thrown back towards the hospital bed. He thought if the fight dragged on, it would cause too much damage to the hospital, so he needed to wrap things up as quickly as possible. But to finish fast, he needed a weapon. So-Hyun started scanning for his sword, spotted it over there. But there was no way Hak-jun would give him a chance to grab it. It might be a bit sneaky, but Hak-jun was not going to let So-Hyun get his hands on the sword, because he knew he was way weaker than So-Hyun. So he had to force So-Hyun to fight while injured. Hak-jun relentlessly attacked So-Hyun, and at that moment, he used a blanket to cover Hak-jun's eyes, hoping to seize the opportunity to grab his weapon. But Hak-jun retaliated. A powerful strike that sent both him and everything in the room crashing through the glass door. So-Hyun managed to dodge that blow, but the pressure was incredible. Choi Hak-jun was really strong. Just then, he spotted a fruit knife next to him and quickly snatched it up. Well, if he did not have a weapon, at least he had something to use temporarily. Not wanting to harm innocent people, So-Hyun decided to take Hak-jun up to the roof. He used the fire escape to ascend, and Hak-jun immediately understood and followed him. To be honest, if So-Hyun were at full strength, he could easily take down Hak-jun barehanded. But right now, he was not fully recovered from the fight in Anyang, which is why he needed a weapon. But how much help would this kitchen knife really be? It is not a proper weapon, so he could not do much with it. Without his sword, he would definitely lack magical resonance. Still, he was confident in his ability to control magic. Every strike Hak-jun threw, So-Hyun countered effortlessly. He gripped Hak-jun's hand tightly, the force of the kitchen knife slashing down along with him. Hak-jun screamed in pain. Damn it. Fueled by rage, he unleashed the terrifying power of the full moon, crashing down on So-Hyun. And a bright surge of magic lit up the rooftop. The police and firefighters received the alert and quickly surrounded the area below. Meanwhile, up top, Hak-jun had left a long, deep gash on the roof. As that power approached So-Hyun, he used magic to block it, splitting the gash into two paths while keeping himself safe. Hak-jun finally paused, smirking. Just as I thought. I can beat you, So-Hyun. If that is the case, now it is time for him to tell So-Hyun what is really going on. Hak-jun began to recount. Kawa Yuzin is the only person in this world I wish to see happy. Yuzin and I have been friends since childhood. She is my best friend and my girlfriend. After Yuzin graduated high school, she took over her family's store. She helped me a lot when I was unemployed, always encouraging me. That is why I became a vigilante. I was so happy. But then one day, when I went to her store, I found her coughing up blood. As I wondered who could have done this, Jundong Jang appeared at just the right moment. He assessed the situation and determined that Osen had been heavily poisoned. He knew this field inside and out. He offered to help us. And the medicine for my girlfriend came from him too. Upon hearing this, So-Hyun pieced it all together and said, "So you needed medicine for your girlfriend? And that is how Jundong Jiang manipulated you. He is the only one who could make that medicine. Hakjun stood up and reminded Su Haiyan. Do you remember what you said before? When we met outside the certification center, you said to call you if I needed help. I really want to believe what you said. Please save me and Osun from Jundong Jiang's control. Save us. Su Haiyan was still in shock, unable to respond when Hakjun suddenly changed his mind, saying, if I accept your help, I will never trust myself again. Just like how Jundong Jiang has controlled me all this time. If I keep relying on others like this, it will just repeat itself. I have no choice. I have to end this myself. With that, Hakjun turned to leave, but not before thanking Su Haiyan for everything. It was confusing. What did he want? He wanted help, then suddenly did not, leaving Su Haiyan in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, at an office, Juho had just bought some intel about the arrest from a bespectacled man. It seemed to be significant news, and Juho skeptically asked if it was true. The man angrily replied, I sell information to make a living. Why would I lie to you? This is top secret. I am only saying this once, so be careful, and do not drag me into anything. Just then, Juho received a call from Su Haiyan, said goodbye to the older man, and left immediately. Su Haiyan called to update him on the situation at the hospital. Juho was worried, but Su Haiyan reassured him he was okay. Everything was fine. At that moment, the police were still searching for Hakjun's location. Besides that, Su Haiyan also wanted to ask him what to do about Hexi-jun. He explained, well, here's the situation. Juho was a bit surprised to hear that Hexi-jun was in such a predicament. Just then, he also had some news he wanted to share with Su Haiyan about the Arrest Association. At the Arrest Association office, Jun Dongji was lounging with his feet up on the desk, reading a newspaper, looking incredibly cool with a cigarette hanging from his mouth. Suddenly, someone walked in, and he was a bit annoyed, scolding them for not knocking, but then realized it was Hexi-jun. He wondered why Hexi-jun was here. Then he noticed that Hexi-jun was covered in blood, holding a sword stained with fresh red blood, his face cold as he asked Jun Dongji, Chairman, I want to ask you something. If an awakener uses their power on someone else, and that awakener dies, does their power become useless? So that is how he plans to end his issues. They say if you can solve the problem, you should take out the one who created it. You came here to destroy Jun Dongji, did not you? You killed other awakeners before coming for him. He showed a look of surprise, but then quickly realized what was happening, angrily asking Hexi-jun, what do you plan to do by asking me that? News of Hexi-jun attacking Su Haiyan at the hospital quickly spread through the media. Breaking news reported that an awakener attacked Songju Hospital in Gangnam-gu. Seal. Fortunately, there were no casualties. The agency overseeing awakeners is currently investigating the incident. The primary suspect is Choi X-jun from the War God Association, and the victim of the attack is an awakener. Yusan was also watching the news, anxiously pacing around as she tried to call Hexi-jun. But all she got was the operator's voice, saying the number she dialed was unavailable. She feared he might do something reckless. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door that startled her. She asked who it was, and it turned out to be Kim Su-hyan looking for her. Yusan invited him in and made him a cup of hot tea. He awkwardly said, Thanks for having me over. I hope I am not intruding. You must feel a bit uncomfortable. Yusan did not mind his visit. She was just uneasy because the person sitting in front of her was the one her boyfriend had attacked. You are pretty famous these days. I have heard Hexi-jun talk about you a lot. He always says he wants to be like you. I saw the news that Hexi-jun attacked you. But he is not the type to do something like that. Su-hyun quickly reassured Yusan, saying that while he did not know the specifics, Hexi-jun had mentioned her situation. The reason Hexi-jun came you was probably due to the association's orders. I could tell he looked quite desperate when he came to see me, but in the end, he did not ask for my help. He said he would handle it himself. At that moment, I could not force Hexi-jun to do what I wanted. That is why I came all the way here to learn more. He said. I want to know what you think. Yusan. Hearing this, Yusan hugged her face and burst into tears. And Si-jun had always been there to support her, and she remembered what he said. Yusan, as long as you are okay, everything is okay. So do not give up. I will do whatever it takes for you. Yusan expressed her plea for help, just like how Hexi-jun had pleaded with Su Haiyan. Please, help us. I have never been able to fight by his side, so do not let Hexi-jun fight alone. Su Haiyan has just been waiting to hear that. Maybe he wanted to help Hexi-jun, but the guy refused any help. Now he finally has a reason to step in. Meanwhile, Hexi-jun is getting absolutely wrecked right now. Honestly, he is no match for that guy. Plus, he has already taken a beating. So just one kick from Dong Jiyu has him spitting blood. That green poison is controlling Hexi-jun's body, making him hit the ground hard. The guy laughs mockingly. Ja. Poor little Hack Jun. This guy has shown you way too much pity. But out of all your choices, this is the worst thing you have ever done. You really think you can beat me just because you are a little stronger now, right now? All Hack Jun feels is pain. His body won't listen. It is like 1,000 needles are piercing through him. Dong Jiyu is getting more smug by the second. Have you seen the score between us yet? I do not even need to snap my fingers for you to die. Just take it? Dong Jiyu. Hack Jun spat out angrily. Actually, he already knew that Yu San's illness was caused by Dong Jiyu poisoning him. There is no coincidence or salvation here. You orchestrated this whole thing to force me into your little club. You dog. Then he continued using that same trick to pressure him into inviting Su Yun to join. Hack Jun is mad, slowly hurting himself. He has known the truth for a while now but feels powerless because he is too weak. Dong Jiyu fakes an innocent look and says to Hack Jun, "You guessed it right. I totally forgot about that little detail." His attitude makes Hack Jun more determined than ever to take him down at all costs. He steels himself, telling Hack Jun to stay calm. Things are different now. Now I will go down with you. Dong Jiyu. With that, he gathers all his strength to strike at him with his sword. The guy just calmly snaps his fingers, and immediately Hack Jun's body is under his control, crashing to the ground in pain. Dong Jiyu thinks he is acting like a total fool. Dong Jiyu has all kinds of poisons. He admits to having chronic poisons like the one he used on Yuzhen. But there are also some that will silently build up and explode, like the poison controlling Hack Jun's body. He anticipated that Hack Jun would betray him one day. So every time they met, he poisoned him. You should control your expressions better. He says this while kicking Hack Jun across the room like a soccer ball. At this point, Hack Jun is seriously injured. With only half an eye open, he can barely see Dong Ji's feet. He knows he is lost, disappointment flooding his mind as he thinks of Su Haiyan and blames himself. In the end, I could not kill Dong Jiyu. And I can teach her Yuzhen either. I am such a failure. I know if I fail, Yuzhen will be left all alone. Yet here I am, recklessly throwing myself into this. Yuzhen. Maybe I am just trying to escape this hell through death. Just when he thought it was all over, a figure appears. Yep. It is Su Haiyan, coming to save Hack Jun. Dong Jiyu was quite surprised by this appearance. Hello. We have met before. Right. I came here to sign up for membership. Dong Jiyu's face at this moment looked like, am I dreaming? Kim Su Haiyan came here himself to join the club. The two sat down on the sofa to chat. Dong Jiyu did not need to say anything yet. He had to show Su Haiyan the membership application first. Su Haiyan glanced at Hack Jun, his eyes holding a secret message. Dong Jiyu unexpectedly said, I can only say that this is quite surprising. I thought you were reluctant to join us. But here you are approaching us first. I am a bit curious. Can I ask why you changed your mind so suddenly? He thought things were not as simple as they seemed. Everyone knew he was not an honest man. If Su Haiyan came to him, there must be another motive. Su Haiyan shot back. You are not exactly a saint either. It is just that I despise those hero wannabes. If Dong Jiyu and I can negotiate what the other wants, working with anyone else does not really matter. But that just plays right into Dong Jiyu's hands. A guy who only cares about benefits is thrilled to hear this. But to be sure, before we settle anything, he wanted Su Haiyan to sign a contract first. Su Haiyan signed without hesitation. Dong Jiyu was like, oh my, did not expect it to be this easy. Let us officially talk business. What are your terms? The first thing Su Haiyan wanted to do as a member of the War God Society was to ask Dong Jiyu to detoxify Hack Jun. This shocked Dong Jiyu. But of course, he needed a reasonable explanation so he would not suspect him. He mentioned the society's work. Having Hack Jun here is not good for his job. And I do not know if you have seen the news. But I have a few issues left to resolve with him, right? Su Haiyan wanted to use that to have a valid reason. He suspected Dong Jiyu would believe it right away. The guy laughed out loud. Ha. You want me to treat him so you can handle it yourself? Actually, it is feasible. But even if I detox him, he won't be useful anymore. Because the aftereffects of the poison will still linger in his body. Su Haiyan replied that he did not care. Having Hack Jun alone was better than a C-rank awakening dummy. Hearing that, Dong Jiyu agreed to detox Hack Jun immediately. Wait, I thought this guy was paranoid. But he actually trusts people. He just jumps right into action without a second thought. I wonder if his mind is really clear right now. With that, he grabbed Hack Jun by the neck, draining the poison with his hands. After finishing, he coldly tossed Hack Jun aside without a hint of pity. At this moment, Su Haiyan went to Hack Jun's side, placed a hand on his shoulder, and quietly told him that he came here after meeting Yu San. Hack Jun, exhausted, suddenly opened his eyes. Wanting to say something, Su Haiyan quickly signaled him to be quiet. Do not speak or you will blow our cover.
Bro.
Next, Dung Dongjiu informs Su Haiyan about the distribution of rewards and his position in the society. Your cut will be 70% of the dungeon's earnings. And you will be the representative for the guild leader. Which is him. Because he thinks your work is not up to par at this point. Su Haiyan could not care less about that. He turned away coldly and said, if everything I do is just a job, then I do not need to stick around for this unspoken agreement. Surprise. Old man. Su Haiyan is finally showing his cards. Dung Dongju burst out laughing in anger. I knew you were planning something. You want me to hand over my guild to you just to join? Don't kid yourself. Su Haiyan could not understand why this madman was laughing so hard. He is a ruthless guy. Exploiting information from the weaker ones, and using their vulnerabilities to threaten them. That is how he built this guild. Since that is how this guild operates. You will use the same method to snatch it from those weaker than you. That just made Dung Dongju even angrier. Don't look down on me with your fake sympathy. You straight shooter, I am not exploiting them. I am just using them to the fullest. Do you feel sorry for herbivores when they get eaten by carnivores? From the start, they were just stupid. Weak creatures. Living without any value. By natural law. They were destined to be eaten, but I am the one who has been able to use them correctly. I turned them into something beneficial for this society, lacking strength, determination, and wisdom. That is the sin in a world where only the strong survive. The world of the awakened. This guy's theory sounds nice. But it is just a load of crap. He sees himself as strong. So he thinks he has the right to use those weaker than him, but it seems he is only aware of that and has forgotten everything else. Those seemingly weak herbivores will fight back against predators to protect themselves. Just then, a miracle happened. Black Jun appeared right behind Dung Dongdai. Surprise. Old man. Did not see that coming. Did you? By the time you realize it, it is too late. Black Jun leaped up to strike that loser with overwhelming power. This one's a goner for sure. That is what he had to feel, the backlash from the weak. Getting cut down by someone he underestimated must feel pretty satisfying, but Black Jun was not just barely hanging on earlier. He was also suffering from the poison. Guess he powered up with the strength of love. Getting struck by a sword this long. And Dung Dongdai must be seeing the light at the end of the tunnel right about now. Black Jun removed the bandages from his head, and the wounds had fully healed. He was not sure why. So he asked Su Haiyan what had happened. He thought he was a goner because of Dung Dongdai's poison. Even after being detoxified, his body was too wrecked to heal. At that moment, he could not feel any part of his body and could not see anything in front of him. Only when Su Haiyan placed a hand on his shoulder did he seem to transmit some kind of energy, making him feel better. Why are you helping me so much when we have just met? Even right now. But maybe now is not the best time to talk about that. Because Su Haiyan knows that Dung Dai Ong is still alive. He rises up like a zombie, laughing maniacally. You thought you could sneak attack me? I am going to teach you a lesson. Fi Dung. I have always wanted to do this. The reason he has not died is that he knows how to use healing skills. First Aid. Magic level 2. Level 9. Proficient. 55% effective at healing external wounds. The healing speed will accelerate based on the user's proficiency. Su Haiyan is quite surprised. He did not expect him to know how to use healing skills too. At this moment, Hex Dung sees he has two opponents. So he begins to crack. Shut up. Dung Wang Dang. I really want to kill you right now. You do not stand a chance against me and Kim Su Haiyan. If you stop here, I will give you a chance to repent in prison. Dung Wang Dang just laughs like a madman. You are challenging me. And then a green energy radiates from him. Moments later, they see him standing on a platform surrounded by a green poison mist. Hexdung quickly warns Su Haiyan to run, and the two of them leap onto the table to avoid it. Su Haiyan calmly asks, what the hell is this? This is Dung Lang Dai Dang's strongest skill. The green poison zone. Magic level 4. Level 5. Proficient. 55%. It creates an area covered in lethal poison. The skill's range and the damage caused by the poison will increase depending on the magic level. He will be able to cover an area with deadly poison. It is a skill that deals devastating area damage. At this moment, Dongvling Dong says this to Su Haiyan. Hey Kim Su Haiyan. Do you think I have only been suppressing the weak to build this guild? I think you are right to some extent. But do you know what else? What I can do is a privilege of the strong. Saying this, his face turns as red as a bloodthirsty demon, spreading poison towards the two of them. It seems he can control the poison beneath his feet. Atsi Jun charges in to attack but gets hit with poison kicked his way. But his sword is big enough to block it. At this moment, The two realize that the poison only affects living beings. The ground and the sword that got splashed are fine. So Su Hyan thinks that as long as they have something to block it, they will be okay. But things are not that simple. Dongling Doingdong unleashes purple acid, corroding a large hole in Su Hyan's shield table. And luckily, he managed to back away in time. Now, he understands that simultaneous attack and defense against living creatures with poison skills is a tricky balancing act. He also uses acid skills to target another opponent, surrounded by both green poison and purple acid to protect himself from sneak attacks. The harmony between these two skills is truly remarkable. Dongling Doing now smugly taunts Kim Su. You are considered one of the best, but still not worthy enough to be a hero. Do you really think you can oust me from the guild like this? Su Hyan's like, okay, I admit I was wrong. But what is your version of right, ho? Right after that, he suddenly drips red blood from his hand. Do you guys recognize that? That is right. It is the skill Su Hyan acquired from the Anyang match, the blood spear. Those droplets of blood will transform into countless arrows. And the blood spear's characteristic is to engulf the entire target. If you are that strong, then dodge them all for me. Su Hyan flicked his hand, and hundreds of spears attacked Dongdong Dai Wang, making him run like his pants were on fire. But at that moment, he used poison to create a barrier. Exidong had finished and used his sword to carve a path, giving Su Hyan an opening. However, strangely enough, the blood spear was ineffective against the green poison. Exidong was still trying to sneak attack from behind, while Su Hyan charged from the front, and Didongguang struck from the side. But that Dongdong Daiwang was quick on his feet. Not only did he dodge, but he also continued using the green poison to create a shield, blocking every blood spear. Once again, Su Hyan's attack could not get through. Dongdong Daiwang laughed triumphantly, saying, whatever you say, my poison can both attack and defend. Is perfect. True. His skill was infuriating, but he did not know that Su Hyan had holy fire. He told Dongdong Daiwang, I just need to burn it all away. Right. In that moment, he unleashed the holy fire toward Dongdong Daiwang, and just like that, all of his green poison was incinerated. But in that brief opportunity, hundreds of blood spears pierced through him. With a thunderous crash, the sheer power pinned Dongdong Daiwang against the wall. At this point, he was severely injured. His poison skill was losing its effect, and all the poison was slowly returning to his body. It was a perfect chance to finish him off. But sensing his impending doom, Dongdong Daiwang unleashed one last desperate move. He tried to play mind games with Hexi Dung, saying, I will make the antidote for you. If you kill me, the poison in your beloved San will never go away. You really think the poison in that little brat will disappear when I die? Are you betting on that? Or will you let me live and save your beloved San? Hexi Dung was in a tough spot, unsure of what to do. Suyun advised him not to listen to that scumbag anymore. What is there to resolve? With me here, nothing is impossible. Then he stepped right onto the green poison without hesitation, a move that left everyone stunned. The poison seeped into his veins. But strangely, he was unharmed. Golden energy radiated throughout his body, completely healing the poison, and he felt his energy replenished. Clearly, Suyun had the ability to heal himself and others. It was thanks to his energy that Hexi Dung could recover so swiftly. This made Dongdong Daiwang feel like he had met his match. Your poison has no effect on me. Dongdong Daiwang was genuinely shaken, thinking, what kind of freak is this? That skill is a reward from the Association of Colorful Tears. It is a prize from the second floor of the challenge. If you reach level 10 and complete it 100%, it is an item that heals all injuries and removes all negative effects. However, it can only be used 5 times. Suyun explained to Heftaif Dung. He had used this skill for the first time on the 10th floor of the challenge tower, and the second time on the 15th floor. The other 2 times were when he rescued Eftrichi Dung and once to recover from the poison. Totaling 4 uses. Suyun received his thanks and was genuinely moved as he continuously expressed his gratitude. Meanwhile, Suyun was still dealing with Dongdong Jiyang, who was struggling like a turtle. He tightened his grip around the guy's neck, clearly not planning to hold back at this point. He was still pretending to be tough, saying, I am the president of a major guild, even if nobody cares. What would happen if they found out you killed me? I know a lot of important people, and even if you are a famous newbie, you are going to pay for this. If he was part of a major guild, Suyun knew that killing him would not let him walk away easily. But he was aware that Dongdong Jiayong was connected to a chaotic crime organization, which was the intel Juho had tipped him off about. Juho confirmed that the Ars Guild had ties to the Chaotic Guild, because the Chaotic Guild had bases in other countries and could not reach Korea yet. To make their entrance into Korea smoother, they chose Ars as their bridge. Plus, using Ars' network and capabilities, they eradicated anyone who suspected their ties. And now the chaotic guild had set their sights on Su-yun, terrorizing members of other guilds and breaking the law. Alongside the chaotic guild's brutal attacks on civilians. Do you think that is enough reason to take you out? I can wait to see how everyone reacts. This is the perfect moment to unmask someone. In other words, you are just a pesky little bug. And this time there is no turning back. Su-yun relentlessly took out Dong Ji-young. The guy tried to poison him with his last bit of strength. But it was like throwing rocks against a wall. His poison had no effect on Su-yun's resistance. Su-yun was just putting on a little show. And it would be even more fun to let Dong Ji-young experience what his own poison felt like. With that, Su-yun injected him with the toxin. And the guy screamed in pain. Damn it. It hurts. He quickly reached for the antidote. But what is the point now? Su-yun drew his sword and sliced off Dong Ji-young's hands, destroying the antidote in the process. You love watching others suffer from your poison, do not you? Don't you think you should experience that feeling yourself? The pain from the poison seemed unbearable. And Dong Ji-young looked like he was about to lose it, thinking it would be better to die than endure this agony. With that, he lunged toward the glass door. He had committed suicide. Su-yun felt disgusted. The pain was so severe that he could not bear it, yet he had made others endure it. Now everything had come to an end. Su-yun unleashed the phoenix, blowing up the building. Everything that guy had achieved through his actions would be wiped from this world. In January 2023, the Res Guild officially disbanded. At this moment, Si-jun brought the treasure back to Yu-sun. As she put on the necklace, a pure light surrounded her. She quickly felt restored and at ease. And the two embraced each other, crying tears of joy. Hechjun tells Yu-sun, I can't do it alone. I need help. It is not just me. Yu-sun, you have gotten help from others too. That is why I am going to stop regretting the past. Just like others have helped me, I will help everyone too. Yu-sun reassures her boyfriend. And Si-jun, do you remember what I always tell you? Don't try to do everything by yourself. I can fight by your side. But I will definitely cheer you on in the path you choose. The two lovers are crying together inside. While outside, a figure can be seen talking on the phone. It is speaking with Su-yun about their situation. Su-yun wants to know if Hechjun is safe and how Yo-sun is doing. Juho reports that everything is fine. Hexijun has returned safely. And Yu-sun is doing better. They are all very happy. It turns out Su-yun has always wanted to keep an eye on and be ready to help Hexjun, which is why he asked Juho about this. Now that everything is okay, he can finally relax after that incident. The Korean media reported that around 9 p.m. last night, we received a report that the Ars Guild headquarters in Gangnam, Seoul, had collapsed. While we confirmed there were no casualties from the incident, the body of the guild leader, Jung Dong, was found under the rubble. The police are currently investigating. Investigators say he died from the impact of the fall, but there are signs of a struggle. Meanwhile, at the management company for Awakened Ones, the director is demanding Su-yun explain what happened, but he refuses to answer. He has already spilled everything to Kim So-hee. He is just doing what he thinks is necessary. The director angrily berates Su-yun, saying he not only infiltrated the guild's headquarters, but also killed the guild leader and destroyed the building. You just committed a crime that some would call terrorism. Jung Dong-jae used his powers to extort many people. Su-yun knows that the director is aware of the crimes the Ars Guild committed in the underground world. Yet he does nothing but stand by and watch. He still believes he did something beneficial for the guild. Are not they a mess that needs sorting out? But the director thinks Su-yun is just trying to cover for himself and demands he provide important evidence to back up his claims. He believes that even if the Ars Guild has committed all those illegal acts, Su-yun has no right to judge them. Do you think you are the true hero of the people just because they supported you during the Anyang incident? The director scoffs at Su-yun. And even Kim So-hee next to him can't stomach his words and quickly intervenes. Director, what are you even saying? Su-yun never asked for anything. There is something about him that everyone does not know. A strong feeling that keeps repeating. He feels like he is the farthest from what people call a hero, risking his life to save the world and help others. He does not do all those things out of compassion, but because he does not want anyone else to do it. Everything he has done so far has been instinctual. At this moment, Su-yun approaches the director's desk, his expression turning terrifying as he coldly says, "You both should be careful. I will do whatever I want, even if it means killing you." Hearing this, the director must be scared out of his mind, only able to muster a forced laugh. Come on. Do not act so cold just because of a joke. Isn't he the title of hero a nice one? It is not like you are insulting anyone or anything. It is not funny. And Su-yun is on edge. The director quickly says he will use the guild's power to help Su-yun get out. But there is a catch. He wants to exploit this incident to turn against Soyeon and use him for any missions he has in mind. Suan seems to read his thoughts, rejecting his offer and infuriating him. Hey Soyeon, this is not as simple as you think. It does not change the fact that you just committed a serious crime. Do you understand? No matter how strong you are, without the help of the guild or other awakened ones, you are on your own. This guy really knows how to play, jumping around like crazy. Soyeon did not say a word, just opened a voice recording on his phone. The voice was so familiar. It was the conversation between the director and Lee Joo-ho about the incident in Anyang. Do you remember your attitude during the Anyang incident? Even if everyone died, it was not my responsibility. He was shocked, not understanding how Soyeon had that recording of their conversation. But now Soyeon had him right where he wanted him. The awakened one had killed the head of a major crime organization, standing against a director who did not give a damn about public safety. I am just wondering who the public will turn against. I doubt I really need to worry about that. The director can't even handle his own job. If you are trying to threaten me, just know I'm not going down without a fight. Soyeon made the director furious, shouting blood boiling, then poked fun at him. Just kidding. No need to overact. But honestly, he always had a way to solve every problem. As he left the office, Soyeon recalled the director's furious face. You better keep this a secret. Got it. Am I going too far? I just want to teach him a lesson. I can't believe he dared to threaten me. Alright then. I guess it is time to let go of a few things. Soyeon did not want to stir up any trouble right now, so he decided to head to the tower until things cooled down, the title of hero weighing on him. At one point, that title haunted Soyeon, and all he wanted was to run away. However, throughout that journey, he helped a lot of people and received their gratitude. So if what he wanted was to walk the path of a hero, then that is exactly what he would become. Due to the collapse of the Ars Guild, public opinion about Soyeon began to spread. Is he a hero, or just a pawn existing to flaunt his power? This sparked meetings, with one side claiming he was a hero who saved the city of Anyang. Without him, all 600,000 people would have perished. Soyeon was strong and quick-witted, which is why he could save them. On the other hand, some argued he was not a hero, that Kim Soyeon was just a power-hungry guy constantly showing off his strength. The Ars Guild was crucial in dungeon raids, but since he did not like them, he wiped them out entirely. Yet, not only did he not face any punishment, he was even given special treatment by the dungeon explorers. Even though it is just a fake awakening, it makes him think that there is a connection with the association, and they have given him the green light to do this. On the flip side, they believe he has cleared so many dungeons, including Anyang, that he could be just climbed the challenge tower for power, so why bother with clearing dungeons? The discussion is still blazing even after Kim Soyeon has vanished. But despite the rumors and criticism from the community, he does not give a damn. The only thing on his mind now is what he wants and what he needs to do. The fake awakening of Kim Soyeon is making its way back to the real world. Juho is chilling at a cafe when Hakjun just happens to pop up. Hakjun can't believe that someone in this line of work is still grinding after a long trek to get here. He pulls up a chair, realizing it has been ages, almost a month since they last met. Hakjun asks how Juho has been doing since then. Juho just sighs, saying, "Don't ask. I need more time because it is never enough. I am constantly running to the association for managing fake awakenings, climbing the challenge tower, and even cleaning out dungeons." Hakjun asks if he is still helping Soyeon, and Juho replies, "Yeah. Since I am working for him, I guess I should ask for my paycheck." Hakjun goes quiet, looking a bit awkward, thanking him for his help during the Vrez incident. Thanks to Juho, he could prove his innocence and spend time with Yuzun. Juho happily accepts the thanks, reminding him not to worry, saying it is just a debt he owes him. In return, Hakjun promises to treat him to a meal. Juho asks how Yuzun is doing, and she is doing fine. They have been inseparable. But now that Hakjun is trying to get back to the tower, she is trying to stop him. Suddenly, Soyeon shows up from behind, catching Hakjun off guard. Juho is annoyed to see his friend who is always just hanging around. Soyeon, totally unfazed, grabs Hakjun's drink and chugs it, leaving him fuming. No matter how close you are, you should not be drinking someone else's stuff, just order your own. Why are you so handsome but such a jerk? Suan pulls out an egg and says, "You two need to check this out. It is a beast egg." And both of them are curiously captivated. He found it while cleaning out the 10th floor. Hakjun is ecstatic, his eyes wide in disbelief. This is a super rare item, and he has heard it possesses a unique power. This is why Soyeon's been hanging around to deal with it. It has not reacted since he got it, but it started responding when he was clearing out the 20th floor, then went silent again. Maybe it is because it is a living item. He thinks he should consult an expert, the Fake Awakenings class. But no one knows more about beast eggs than Hein Ki. Ju is worried if he will agree to help. But Hoen Ki does not accept favors from others, because he is busy with a top 3 regeneration guild, and even though he is an S-class, he is not affiliated with any guild, making it tough to ask for his assistance. However, Suyin is not worried about that. He knows that Guy is super passionate about beast eggs, and won't miss out on the excitement of this. Suyin sent a message to Hein Ki saying he has a dragon egg and should get back to him. Suyin knows that in order to get help from that person, he needs to be extremely patient. He will come on his own terms. Meanwhile, Hein Ki read the message, and suddenly a subordinate rushed in to report that the dragon was trembling in fear. Hein Ki calmly reassured it. His subordinate had researched a person named Kim Suyin, who is an awakened being, so his magical foundation usually leans towards a swordsman and magic. They say he is a notable figure. And at this point, Hein Ki can't wrap his head around where he found the courage to call himself that. All of this information is official. Yet he holds the #1 spot on the leaderboard at the challenge tower up to the 29th floor. He is also known as the #1 reason for cleaning up the collapsed dungeon in Anyang. It is safe to conclude that he is a near S-rank. Long stories always hide secrets. And he seems to be no different. It is all just a facade. His subordinate continued, saying there are rumors that he frequently visits the association to undergo the procedures for S-rank advancement. Hein Ki was taken aback by this news. Could Kim Soyeon actually be completing this rank procedure? Outside, numerous reporters are on the scene, apparently eager to catch the scoop. It seems the rumor about Soyeon being evaluated for S-rank has spread. Even though Juho tried to keep it under wraps, it appears to have been futile. Hakjun pointed at the glowing egg and said, "You are really going with that. I told you. I am going to make Song Hein Ki wish for it." At this moment, the reporters noticed Kim Soyeon. They quickly raised their cameras and began firing questions. Kim Soyeon, you have been chosen as an outstanding rookie. What do you have to say about this? Is there any reason behind receiving S-rank evaluation after all this time? Are there any associations wanting you to join? We are certain about your actions in Anyang. But how did you know that was going to happen? Juho and Hakjun had to work hard to manage the chaos and protect their boss. One reporter noticed the egg in Soyeon's hands, and another suddenly recognized it as the rumored egg. He did not hesitate to say it was just an egg from a mythical beast. He even mentioned that since there is so much more to know, anyone with information on this matter should reach out to him. The reporters continued to throw questions at him, asking how he got that egg. Did he take it from Song Hein Ki? But he would not share any more information as this was part of his plan. Suyin thought to himself, that should be enough. Since I have shown the egg, he will come to meet me soon. Suddenly, Suyin was caught off guard by a question from that reporter earlier. Kim Suyin, please answer this question. Regarding the terrorist actions against the Ars Association. There are sources claiming you are responsible for the destruction of the Ars Association. Please share your thoughts on this. Suyin quietly turned his head, looking at the person with a piercing gaze. It seemed everyone was braver now. If I truly were a terrorist, what would you all do? The crowd turned pale with fear, their faces drained of color. The reporters' bravado shattered, all of them admiring the cool demeanor of their boss. Juho reminds him to relax, because the visuals are crashing down without breaks. And Suyin does not care at all. If he keeps stressing over stuff like this, he won't get anything done. So he has achieved his goal, and the bait has been set. Now it is just a waiting game. Let us see if he can reel in a big catch. The three of them boldly head to the evaluation room, and the staff mentions that before going in, he can bring a reporter along. Suyin only wants 2 people with him. The others should head back. The reporter starts gossiping, shooing everyone away, claiming he does not want to join any group. I guess that is hot news. I have got to tell my manager about this. Over here, Vice President Kim Seo-jin of the Death Association is reporting to the headquarters about Suyin kicking everyone out except for his 2 closest friends. He will keep observing. Inside the evaluation room, the instructor begins explaining the rules and benefits he must follow after passing this rank assessment. First off, all S-rank awakeners receive their salary on the first day of each month. In return, every S-rank awakener will regularly enter a designated dungeon, rotating with other S-ranks as part of their mission. Just as the instructor is about to explain the details of the test, someone suddenly descends from the stairs and says, "From now on, I will explain." That is Kim Joy. And Suyin is quite surprised by his presence here. Joy introduces himself as a staff member, tasked with participating in and observing all the evaluations, and above all, he can't miss the chance to witness Suyin's limits firsthand. Joy starts explaining the procedures as they move to the next floor. This rank evaluation is a whole different ball game compared to regular assessments. You will have to complete a test similar to the challenge tower. Through the test, your physical level, limits, magical abilities, and even your control over magic will be assessed. Not just your stats, but every factor that impacts the battle will be put to the test. The system and the test itself are reflective of an awakener's abilities, depending on the time or place. A setting can be created where an S-rank awakener can truly showcase their skills. This is the skill of the top awakener in the US, renowned for his illusion techniques. Johnny Brad. As Soo-hoon steps into the machine, Joy reminds him not to try to dispel the magic from the machine but to accept it. Now they are about to start the test. Soo-hoon is plunged into a dim, shadowy space. And even though he knew what was coming, he still can't get used to this illusionary feeling. Suddenly, a massive hand attacks him, and Soo-hoon swiftly dodges. It is a monstrous brute with devastating power. It does not even give him a moment to take in the scenery. The creature and its minions scream and charge at Soo-hoon. Well then, he pulls out his sword to fight back. Let us get this show on the road. His dungeon-conquering ability will be tested to see if he is qualified to level up to S-rank. Not just his basic stats in combat but also his survival skills under adversity. Physical resilience, offensive strength, and even his mental fortitude will all be evaluated during this process. Stamina, decision-making ability, calmness, vision, judgment, and grit. But be cautious. Do not get swept away by your own power or fall into the illusions created for the test. The number of heroes who have perished here due to arrogance and weakness has reached the hundreds. When you realize your current capabilities, shatter that unpredictable future and survive, all while proving yourself as a true hero. So after just 15 minutes and 48 seconds, Soo-hoon has completed Test 1, which is truly impressive. He thinks to himself, his completion time is not much better than other Awakened ranks. The original purpose of the first test was to assess survival skills, especially in situations where faced with hordes of monsters. However, not many people managed to pass this initial trial, but for him, it was just a simple test. Like a joke, he was eagerly anticipating Soo-hoon's performance in the next test. Number 2, the second test started immediately, not even giving him a moment to catch his breath. Suddenly, a strange red light appeared. The second test was meant to evaluate agility and magical control. He began to unleash his power aimed at the monster, but it quickly recovered. Unless he destroys their core, no matter how many times he defeats them, they will just come back to life. To complete this test, he needed to figure out a way to destroy the hidden core within them. Magic, endurance, mana output, accuracy, and concentration all had to be perfected. Without wasting a word, Soo-hoon smoothly pierced through and snagged its core. He did not have much time, so he would wrap this up quickly. Thus, the second test was completed in just 17 minutes and 3 seconds. Juho, watching it all unfold, still could not comprehend why Hakon would ever think to challenge someone so terrifying. He thought it was cool back then. Honestly, there was no other choice. And he never thought he could be that strong. Even now, he is stronger than before. Juho knew the folks down there were just as shocked. They definitely were not here just to see how strong he could get. The director must have sent Juho here to assess Soo-hoon's weaknesses. The white-clad staff was utterly stunned. In the first test, although it took some time to evaluate their general capabilities, 15 minutes was more than enough to finish. Yet, Soo-hoon completed the second test in just 1 minute after the monster appeared, smashing Park Jae-yeon's previous record of 40 minutes. This staff member could not believe he was witnessing this in person. He also could not believe that in Korea, or rather the world, Soo-hoon might just be the greatest hero. Suddenly, the screen displayed a no-signal message, sending everyone into a panic as the connection was lost. Meanwhile, something was happening with Soo-hoon. Inside the illusion, a massive bullhorn monster appeared. Soo-hoon could not believe his eyes. Why would they do this? I thought he was kidding. But this is going too far. The beast roared, showcasing its power. And Soo-hoon sensed something must have gone wrong. Outside, everyone was urgently checking the power source and calling tech support to deal with the issue. Everyone was frantically trying to contact Johnny Brad. They were currently attempting to reach the American Awakener Agency. But it would take some time. He felt something was very off. Regardless of what kind of power Soo-hoon was displaying, Johnny Brad's skills could not simply be dismissed, even if it was hard to accept. With the recovery of powers, Soo-hoon's mind should have returned by now, unless something or someone was blocking his escape. Inside, Soo-hoon was still struggling against the monster, but it was incredibly strong. He kept getting tossed around. As far as I know, this level test should end once I pass round 2. Right. Is there something wrong? This is an event Soo-hoon has never encountered in his past life. He does not even know where this guy came from. The unexpected guest is going wild attacking him. But maybe it picked the wrong opponent. Soo-yun dashes forward with his sword, slicing off its arm and then cleaving the creature in half, but the severed arm can still move, grabbing Soo-yun and lifting him into the air. It is about to launch a direct attack, its power instantly concentrating and releasing mana from both inside and outside its body, exceeding the limits of mana manipulation. Soo-yun immediately channels all his mana and releases it at once. With the strength of his sword, he successfully cuts the monster's throat. It slowly starts to fade away. Exhausted, Soo-yun looks up at the sky, wondering if it is all over. When he opens his eyes, he sees two scared little brothers screaming and smashing things outside. Man, are these guys trying to scare me? Hut-jun shakes Soo-yun as if trying to knock his brain out. Oh, do you know how worried I was? Joy quickly checks on Soo-yun and then sends an apology. He thinks there was some technical glitch earlier. Thankfully, Soo-yun is fine, and he asks about the test results, going through such a mess without any confusion at all. Joy announces, haha. Of course. You passed. In fact, I had already prepared a new awakening card for you in advance. That means even before starting the test, Joy was sure he would become an S-level awakener. They hand him the new card. He is officially an S-level awakener now. From this point on, Soo-yun will only be assigned to dungeons registered by the AMA. He has the highest priority to enter, and he even gets an increased bank loan limit. Soo-yun looks at his new card. No matter how many benefits being a S-level awakener offers, he has only one goal in mind, that is, he will have the ability to participate in world-class dungeon raids because future threats do not just exist in South Korea. With this, the preparations are complete. He is ready to become a hero. Suddenly, everything starts to shake. There is some pressure weighing down on everyone. This is the pressure from an immense source of mana. In this place, only one person could possess such powerful mana. Soo-yun can't believe it. How could he bite the bait so early? But it is true. Hunky has arrived. Show yourself? Kims. Soo-yun is quite surprised. He did not think Hunky would decide to act so quickly. He calmly pulls out the egg and holds it out in front of Hunky, feeling that Hunky's appearance is overly dramatic. After all, he is probably here for the egg and the unidentified divine monster. When Hunky sees the egg in Soo-yun's hand, his eyes light up, and he says with a grin, I am simply responding to your awakening, so put it down and disappear. As he speaks, Hunky releases his pet, charging towards Soo-yun. Soo-yun manages to dodge and realizes that this Hunky is not interested in negotiation. He wants to use force to take the egg. The situation is a bit dire because Soo-yun has just exhausted all his mana for the previous test. So he thinks if he can attack, he will just have to defend. As long as I can keep this egg safe and not let Hunky get his hands on it, I will be good. But before I could stash it away, as Hunky blocked my path and demanded I hand over the egg. Just then, the egg started shaking violently and began to crack open, leaving both of us stunned as a tiny red creature with two horns popped out. It may have been small, but Soo-yun confidently declared it was a dragon, one of the most powerful and mystical beings. Talk about luck. The dragon opened its eyes right after hatching and, seeing Soo-yun first, mistook him for its mother, joyfully leaping up to nuzzle his face. Even more surprising, Hunky's dragon gave a little bow upon seeing the newborn, confused about what was happening. Hunky gently petted the dragon and asked if anything was wrong. After a bit of back and forth, he started to piece things together. They moved to a different spot to talk. And that is when Hunky realized Soo-yun had received this little red guy as a reward for clearing an entire floor, with a perfect 100%. It seemed a bit aggressive. When Hunky tried to play with it, the little guy got mad and bit his hand. The dragon told him that this little one had a higher level than him, and it was the first time Hunky had heard of levels among dragons. He asked Hunky if he still planned to take it. As Hunky changed his mind, saying he did not want it anymore. So he told Soo-yun not to worry, as Hunky was having fun playing with the baby dragon. Then asked Soo-yun if he knew how long dragons lived. With that clueless look on his face, it was clear he did not. As Hunky went on to explain that even if they eat the dragon pearls, they fully mature in just 3 years and can live for another 1,000 years after that. Unlike humans, these divine dragons are pure and give their masters unconditional loyalty, trust, passion, and affection. They choose their masters even before they hatch. Their traits reflect the nature and behavior of their owners. So if their master is evil, they will only become evil dragons themselves, even if they do not turn into cruel monsters. Some people may just see them as tools. That is one reason why we collect these unidentified divine monster eggs, to ensure they do not stray down the wrong path. Additionally, it is for their safety and happiness too. Soo-hyun sighed in relief after hearing that. Maybe he realized that Hyunki was not such a bad guy after all. He asked the green little rascal, "Oh wait, how old is Hyunki's little buddy?" Hyunki lovingly petted it, but in reality, it was only about 5 years old. To Hyunki, it is still a baby. It can only live for another 100 years. Even if it survives longer, it will still have to live 900 more years on its own. So he just hopes that in those remaining 900 years, it will forget its current master. Hyunki used to think he was just some eccentric rich guy who liked collecting divine creatures. But now he was seeing a more caring side of him. At that moment, the little red dragon jumped into Hyunki's arms, interrupting his thoughts. Hyunki said that this little one had chosen him as its master. Divine creatures 1T hatch, unless they like someone or sense compatible mana from them. So now, his job was to keep an eye on Hyunki. And if he did not take care of it properly, he would take it away immediately. The best thing to do is raise it right. Lucky bastard. Learn about the divine monster. But first, let us name this little one. Song Hyunki thought for a moment and decided to name it Mir, who was now snugly asleep on his shoulder. On the way home, Song Hyunki was deep in thought. He realized Hyunki was better than he expected. But he was a bit worried because Hyunki could be unpredictable. And this side of him surprised him. He even said he would come visit Mir often, and reminded Suayan to be a good host. While Mir continued to sleep soundly in Suayan's arms, he and Mir continued their way home, completely unaware that someone was stealthily following them from the rooftop. Moments later, this person reported to some mysterious figure. Kim Suyan is heading back with the divine beast. Should I keep following? On the other end, the mysterious figure demanded updates on Suhayan's every move. They were trying to complete some kind of plan. The watcher immediately resumed following Suhayan, when suddenly, a masked figure appeared from behind and attacked him. After that, there was no after. The watcher surely went to meet their maker. Suayan, oblivious, stood there wondering what they would do next. He felt like they had retreated, hoping they would not break into his house. Worry about what? Just face it. The moment he stepped inside, he sensed something was off. Before he could turn on the lights, Suhayan realized there was someone in his house. And suddenly, he was attacked from above. He managed to dodge it. Suhayan really did not want to fight in his own home. But sometimes you just have to roll with it. The two started trading blows. And Suhayan noticed the intruder was pretty strong, matching his speed. Suddenly, the intruder aimed a knee strike at him. But Suhayan managed to block it just in time, warning the intruder to back off. I can understand breaking into my house, but you better not lay a finger on this kid. If we keep fighting, it is no big deal for Suhayan since he has recovered a significant amount of mana. However, he still did not know this guy's intentions. He feared he might want to snatch Mir away from him, so he could not let go. Suddenly, the intruder taunted Suhayan, as if saying, "Come at me if you can." At this moment, Suhayan realized they had only been fighting barehanded, and the intruder just wanted to test their strength against each other. Feeling a bit more relaxed, he carefully placed the still sleeping Mir on the table, and raised his hand to taunt the intruder back. They charged at each other again, and after a while, the intruder noticed a gap in Suhayan's defense. He landed a punch to Suhayan's chest, making him furious, and Suhayan retaliated with an elbow to the intruder's shoulder. Both sides were now using mana to battle, and it was neck and neck, with everyone sweating profusely. Suddenly, the intruder paused, removed their mask, and took off their hat, revealing a beautiful girl. She was Park Jaeon, the president of the Death Guild. It turned out her purpose for coming here was to recruit Suhayan into the Death Guild, and they had fought so fiercely just to extend an invitation. Suhayan was completely stunned, still processing everything as Park Jaeon urged him for an answer. After a moment, he looked confused and asked, "Is the Death Guild always recruiting by attacking people?" She bluntly replied that it did not matter since you were still alive. "But what is with your attitude?" Clearly, she started the trouble, and both of you are not that far apart in age. So why not show a little attitude back? Park Jaeon is the president of a guild and definitely did not come here just to check how strong Suhayan is. She is pretty famous amongst rank awakeners for her impressive skills and stunning looks. In Suhayan's past life, she was always the center of attention as one of humanity's potential leaders. However, in the battle against the Chaos Guild, she lost her life before she could fully realize her potential. For that reason, it is clear that Park Jaeon and the Death Guild are effectively enemies of the Chaos Guild. Even though it has been a short time, Sueon has used the name of the Chaos Guild, so there must be a reason she is here. Sueon asked her why she came to find her, and she shot back with a question of her own about why she was here. Then she pretended to think, wondering if it was too pointless. Sueon did not know what to say. He had heard rumors that she was pretty quirky, but he did not expect them to be true. If you do not have any other reason to be here, then just go. I am not planning to join any guilds right now. It felt a bit awkward to send her away like that, so Soo-hyun decided to test her a little. He asked Park Jae-on if she was here out of curiosity about the Chaos Guild, and it seems he hit the nail on the head. Then the two sat down to talk, with the intruder acting like the host while Soo-hyun had to make do with a wooden chair. Soo-hyun explained that he was behaving as if he had ties with the Chaos Guild to lure them out to find him, since they always operate in the shadows. Tracking them down is tough, because they are made up of separate teams. If they cut off contact with one team, he would not be able to track them anymore. Park Jae-on felt that Soo-hyun knew quite a bit about the Chaos Guild, and she wondered if that was why he decided to take down the R's Guild. The reason for that is simple. There is someone he wants to save. After all, if he does not take down the R's Guild, it will eventually collapse anyway. All guilds in Korea connected to the Chaos Guild have been attacked by Park Jae-on. Jae-on was quite surprised and burst out laughing. This was beyond her expectations. Soo-hyun was right, Park Jae-on had wiped them all out in her campaign against the Chaos Guild. Her goal is to eliminate everything related to them. Turns out, she is still as bloodthirsty as before. Whenever something related to the Chaos Guild comes up, her emotions spiral out of control. Soo-hyun wondered if she could suppress these overwhelming feelings and channel them into magic. Both her attitude and magic are impressive, but her talent is on a whole different level. Like you said, I have targeted each organization in Korea. However, all I have found so far is just the tail end of things, and I still have not gathered any information on the body or head of the organization. If I were to confront them directly, I would have no intel on their manpower or identities. That is why I chose to wait until things started moving. And that is when Soo-hyun appeared. Recent events have made Park Jae-on sure that the Chaos Society is about to take action, so she can't miss this opportunity. They say the enemy of my enemy is my friend, so Jae-on plans to support Soo-hyun to the max, gearing up for the fight against the Chaos Society. Or in other words, she wants to use Soo-hyun. He asks Park Jae-on why she is so obsessed with the Chaos Society. She recalls something painful from the past, just feeling bitter towards them. That is why I have to take the life of their leader myself. After saying this, Park Jae-on says goodbye to Soo-hyun and slowly fades into the night. Soo-hyun sits there, pondering the resentment Jae-on just mentioned. Maybe that is why the Death Guild hunted down the Chaos Society in the previous life. Suddenly, a notification buzzes from the phone on the ground. Soo-hyun picks it up and can't believe it is a message from Park Jae-on. This is my number. The next morning, Park Jae-on and her boyfriend arrive at Soo-hyun's house. It is their first time visiting him, as Soo-hyun has been busy climbing the tower and reassessing his rank lately. Jae-on brings a big bouquet of roses to thank Soo-hyun for everything he has been through. Even though he has helped them a lot recently, she still has not had the chance to properly thank him. You are the hero who saved me in Black Jun. Although it is not much, I hope you accept this gift. As for Black Jun, he is too shy to say it out loud, but he is truly grateful to Soo-hyun as well. Soo-hyun looks at the two and smiles. A hero. He leans down to sniff the roses with a satisfied expression, thanking them. The flowers smell amazing. Yain asks Soo-hyun about his pet. He hesitates, unsure if he should call it a pet. When he hears it is a dragon, Ayeon gets excited and wants to see it. Soo-hyun feels a bit awkward declining, saying sorry, but Mir is asleep right now, being a baby dragon. It sleeps a lot and just hatched recently. Before he can finish, Mir suddenly wakes up and leaps onto Soo-hyun's head. They both can't help but melt at how cute the little guy is. Mir is not shy at all and flies over to rest on Yaeon's shoulder. Soo-hyun is surprised. He has never seen Mir approach anyone else like this. It seems so comfortable next to Yaeon. Black Jun, feeling a bit left out, wants Mir to rest on his shoulder too. Do not you think you would be more comfortable on my shoulder? The answer is a resounding no, as Mir visibly dislikes being touched by Black Jun. At this moment, Soo-hyun receives a call from Park Jae-on and heads upstairs to answer. Park Jae-on informs him that a 6-colored dungeon is about to open in Bizen. She has never seen a 6-colored dungeon open so quickly before. That is why the association seems to be struggling to gauge its difficulty. Even during Soo-hyun's dual roles, there have not been many 6-colored dungeons opening in quick succession like this, although there are some exceptions. Things that should not happen right now could be due to the future changing. Right. Soo-hyun asks Park Jae-on who has been chosen as the captain of the exploration team. And the answer is none other than Song Hyung-ki. But he has declined. Park Jae-on gets to pick anyone she wants, and she asks Soo-hyun if he is interested. Soo-hyun feels like he should test the waters, so he agrees right away. The two of them come to an agreement. Jaeon says, "Those damn idiots were supposed to show up for the date you told me about. As for the chaos that might unfold at the association in Korea, leave that to me." Soo-hyun can't believe it. The Chaos Association had been targeting the US, China, Korea, the UK, and France with terror attacks. and their true nature was revealed. It all started when the blue-skinned inmates appeared in the US. During a raid. He thinks this agreement is perfect. And he will leave the Chaos Association in Korea to Park Jae-on while he starts investigating the events here. Soo-hyun reminds Park Jae-on to be careful. If she acts recklessly, she will be eliminated for sure, but it turns out Soo-hyun was worrying for nothing. Before calling him, she had already handled dozens of the Chaos Association's members by herself. She coldly replies to Soo-hyun, "Don't sweat it. I will send you the detailed message. What age are you in that you need someone to babysit you?" If she were that easy to take out, she would have been dealt with a long time ago. The next day, Kang Seung-cheon comes to inform Park Ji-yeon's faction about who will be the team leader. This man is Lee Kang-hee, the leader of Park Ji-yeon's faction, a wannabe rank. When Kang Seung-cheon tells him that Kim Soo-hyun will be the team leader, he strongly disagrees. The association does not recognize him. He just got this rank title. And our lives are too valuable to let a rookie like him lead. But a rookie with ins rank title is still ins rank. Kang Seung-cheon thinks there is nothing wrong with the rules. Lee Kang-hee stubbornly refuses to accept a rookie. He wants a seasoned rank, someone like Song Hyun-ki or Park Ji-yeon, to join this raid. Kang Seung-cheon just goes along with him. If that is what you want, I will tell them Park Ji-yeon's faction won't participate. Lee Kang-hee yells angrily. Are you challenging me? You punk. Kang Seung-cheon can't help but laugh, pushing Lee Kang-hee further into a rage. People's lives are on the line, and this guy still finds it funny. Kang Seung-cheon chuckles that everyone reacts like this when they find out Kim Soo-hyun is the team leader. It seems like your past achievements in the challenge tower mean nothing now. You have got a long way to go. Looks like you have a lot to learn. Kim Soo-hyun was personally chosen for this mission by Park Ji-yeon. But how could a rank like him understand, despite Lee Kang-hee being furious? Kang Seung-cheon just wants to remind him to keep an eye on Soo-hyun. Who knows? He might change his attitude when he sees Soo-hyun in action. At Alley Beach in Bizen, Soo-hyun arrives with his buddy Joo-ho. Soo-hyun tells him, "Why are you following me? I am not here to have fun." Since this is his first time as the raid leader, I thought I could help. Joo-ho is grateful for Joo-ho's good intentions, but Soo-hyun can give orders himself. Joo-ho wonders if there is anything he can't do. But the real reason he is here is that he is a senior in the school of life. I can't let Soo-hyun and Hak-jun get ahead of me. I need to do whatever it takes to get stronger, even if it is just a little. Good luck. There are about 50 to 60 awakened ones here, which is pretty impressive for a raid team. But when they saw Soo-hyun, their expressions clearly showed dissatisfaction. Soo-hyun could not do anything for them. To them, he was just a rookie with no experience in dungeon raids. Lee Kang-hee stepped forward with a smirk. Haha, look who it is. Our captain, Kim Soo. Nice to meet you. I am Lee Kang-hee, the head of the Pappy Guild. Before Soo-hyun could respond, he added provocatively, "You must be pretty nervous since you have no experience, especially with a bodyguard like that." As he spoke, he shook hands with Soo-hyun, who did not say anything, just gripped his hand tightly. Realizing the tension, Kang-hee quickly added, "It is just a dungeon raid. If you need help, just let me know. I am a pro at this stuff. Thanks for your willingness to help. I just hope everyone will follow my orders." Soo-hyun replied. Everyone forced a smile, but deep down, they were all skeptical of him. Suddenly, another man interrupted the conversation. It was Kim Tae-hyun, the head of the Black Devil Guild, who also came to shake hands with Soo-hyun. Tae-hyun explained that people like Lee Kang-hee have a bit too much pride, so he hoped Soo-hyun would understand. Next to Tae-hyun was Park Mo-hyun, the head of the Gamble Guild. After exchanging pleasantries with everyone, Soo-hyun felt that this mission was going to be tougher than he thought. Kim Tae-hyun's mana was incredibly powerful, despite the smile he wore on the outside. As for Park Mo-hyun, she was extremely skilled at concealing her own mana. Even though she tried to hide her aura, Soo-hyun could still sense the smell of blood emanating from her. He needed to keep an eye on them. Soon after, Soo-hyun ordered everyone to head out for the raid on the Rainbow Dungeon. The battle started quickly. With all these awakened ones from the guilds, conquering the dungeon was relatively easy. But just when everyone thought it was over, Soo-hyun's little kid growled. Sensing something was off, Soo-hyun felt it too. There was definitely something ahead on this path. It could be a trap. Joo-ho quickly warned everyone to stay alert. Lee Kang, however, looked down on Joo-ho since he was just a rank hunter. He thought Joo-ho should be grateful to work with someone of rank. Joo-ho fell silent, not knowing what to say. It was Soo-hyun's words that finally silenced Kang-hee as he said it was just a joke. But before he could finish, Su Hyan grabbed his collar and pulled him away to dodge an incoming attack. At that moment, Su Hyan shouted a warning. Everyone, run. Countless beams of blue light fell from above, and a strange blue drop of water formed on the ground. Everyone was stunned by the sight unfolding before them. A geyser was erupting violently, and water began to surround the area where the raid team stood. Lee was terrified and stood up, while the others looked around in confusion, asking, "What the heck is going on?" A city submerged underwater was appearing right before their eyes. The strange thing is, they are still breathing normally. A city hidden beneath the sea. Almost like Atlantis. Why does this dungeon look so fancy? Juho feels intrigued. We can still breathe. And it does not even feel like we are underwater. There are not any waves or anything. Su Hyan says it is all thanks to the setup of this dungeon. But Kim Tae Hyan finds it suspiciously quiet. It does not feel like the legendary Atlantis. It is more like an eerie ghost town. Suddenly, Moy screams and points in one direction. Look over there. Everyone turns to see a ship drifting in the water, looking ancient and exuding a thick, ominous aura. A nearby undead approaches Kim Tae Hyan and says, "President, there is something here that is giving me the chills." Upon hearing this, Kim Tae Hyan agrees, sensing that something's off. He was about to suggest something to Su Hyan when suddenly, a skull with glowing red eyes appears right in front of Tae Hyan. He freezes for a solid 5 seconds. Lee Kang-hee turns and yells, "Everyone, get ready to fight. It is charging at us." The ghost ship races toward the raid group at full speed, filled with shadowy figures laughing maniacally. The captain stands out, a skeleton in a pirate's hat and suit. Looking surprisingly dapper, he lets out a loud laugh. "Huh. Wake up, brothers. It is time to feast." Then, a horde of skeletons charges. Kim Su Hyan channels man into his sword and slashes away the ones lunging at him, instantly turning them to dust. Su Hyan mutters, "I thought only attacks with holy attributes like holy fire would work against shadow-type monsters. But thank goodness magic can take them down too." Lee Kang-hee hears this and thinks it should be effective. He tells everyone that magic works on them. Don't panic. Guys, they are just a bunch. There is nothing to be afraid of. Anyone who dares to flee, I will handle it right here. Su Hyan assesses the situation. Although it is not ideal, the leaders are managing it quite well. Even if they can pull off a more organized strategy like a formation. But these leaders can be trusted to lead the members effectively. He thinks they can handle this. With that thought, Su Hyan tells Juho to take care of things here while he plans to fly over to the ship. Juho is currently being attacked by a monster and exclaims, "Damn it. I knew you would bail on this." Su Hyan ignores him and flies towards the ship. Meanwhile, the captain pulls out a gun and fires 3 shots in quick succession. But the phoenix vanishes in a flash, and Su Hyan dives down. He guesses this must be the boss. The captain continues firing at him but misses every shot. Su Hyan quickly closes in on the boss, slashing his head clean off, releasing a cloud of green smoke. His soul flies back to his underlings, and before they can react, they are all absorbed. It turns out he absorbs the souls of his minions. His head reappears, and the green flame flares up much larger, with 3 more skulls appearing above him. Chanting, "Souls. I need more souls." Su Hyan observed him. He had the ability to absorb souls to heal and empower himself, especially when there were at least 100 souls scattered around. This battle could easily turn into a war of attrition. The souls he absorbed cried out endlessly, begging for help. "Don't let me up. I can't take it anymore." This scene unintentionally reminded Su Hyan of his past, with countless hands reaching out for help. His face suddenly darkened as he glared at him, coldly saying, "You are really starting to annoy me." The boss, now furious, began to unleash powerful attacks on Su Hyan. But he dodged them all. However, dodging might have made Su Hyan uneasy. He charged in, using blue flames to attack, and his body was split in half. Yet, Su Hyan was horrified to discover that he was still alive and counterattacked, knocking him back into the ship's mast without falling. "All right then, let us see you dance," Su Hyan said as he firmly planted his sword into the ground, lightly standing on it while contemplating. What should I do? He is not that strong, but dealing with that regeneration speed is quite tricky. Prolonging this fight would not just waste time. Even a strong attack like that would not make a dent. If this continued, it could get dangerous. He looked at Captain Tram Tram, who was staring back at him. "Don't think just because you are a skeleton you can think." He was also thinking, "This is risky. That kid is not holding back with his holy fire, and his attacks are not working on me. However, I am sure he will run out of mana first." He then said to Su Hyan, "Haha. This will be the last time you can laugh." As he spoke, he reached out to absorb the souls fighting below. At this point, his head sprouted several smaller skulls, and he laughed maniacally. I am starting to get bored. Let me swallow you. Su-Hyun was shocked to see him trying to absorb even more souls, causing his body to sprout countless eerie eyes. Haha. I can feel my body overflowing with souls. Su-Hyun's gaze hardened with determination. He charged in, using holy fire to slash at him repeatedly. But nothing happened. He started to worry. Damn it. My mana is almost gone. The captain noticed this too, and began to taunt him. Looks like the fire is not as hot as it used to be. Then a beam of green light shot towards Su-Hyun. He reached out, trying to brace for the attack. The force was so tremendous that it snapped the mast in two. The ship was now engulfed in a cloud of dust and smoke as he gathered his strength once more, mercilessly attacking Su-Hyun. Juho looked up from below, a bit worried for Su-Hyun. But in that moment of crisis, Maya's eyes lit up. A holy flame suddenly shot towards the captain, igniting his skull, and the flames grew larger, causing him to thrash in agony. Su-Hyun felt his mana replenished, and his physical abilities enhanced. Maya must have lent him her strength. Su-Hyun looked at Maya in surprise. She looked back at him, wagging her tail happily. The captain continued to wail. What the hell is that bastard? I am sure he is out of mana by now. How many souls have I lost? Su-Hyun asked him confidently. Are you still alive? If that is the case, then we have to send someone back to meet the ancestors again. And we won't stop until they can't return anymore. He charged forward bravely, and the calm boat suddenly erupted from a blow by Su-Hyun. Seeing this, Ju felt less worried about him, guessing that Su-Hyun would be just fine. Su-Hyun was beating the captain down until he was nearly out of spirit. He realized if he kept going, he would not survive and hurriedly yelled to stop Su-Hyun. Wait. Just wait. I am the Bone King, and the Bone King has commanded me, saying to deal with anyone who dares to approach the ship. That is why he has his pet here. Upon hearing this, Su-Hyun paused for a moment, and the captain thought to himself that he was scared, then continued speaking. I am just a servant taking care of my master's pet whenever it is feeding time. I have no choice but to be here. I am just here to survive. Su-Hyun did not let him finish. A cold green flame shot through, sending him straight to the 18th level of hell. He chuckled and said, Thanks for the hint. So to get through this level, we need to deal with that thing too. Li Kang, he said while wiping his axe. I told you. We have to leave by boat. Are you planning to wait for Kim Su-Hyun to do it all by himself? Tae-Hyun was bandaging a wounded member's hand, feeling the need to treat the injured first. Plus, Su-Hyun has not signaled them yet, which means it is not time to move up. Li Kang, he thought Tae-Hyun was afraid, and Tae-Hyun, tired of talking, sighed and replied, I get that you want to achieve something too, but at first, you put everyone in danger, and you still do not grasp the situation. I just can't understand how someone like you could become the leader of a guild. The two exchange words. And finally, Tae-Hyun asked Juho for his opinion. What do you think about this? Juho glanced around and replied, I can't say much. But more importantly, have you seen Pak Moy around here? Now that I think about it, not just Pak Moy, but the whole gambler guild is nowhere to be seen. Li Kang, he thought they must have gotten on the ship to loot, and he wanted to get on a boat and leave immediately. Juho found it strange. They suddenly disappeared without leaving a trace. Looting by boat. If they went somewhere that would catch someone else's attention, then someone should have seen them. After that, Juho told everyone to search for the Gambler Guild first. Above, the ghost ship looked incredibly dilapidated, and a foul-smelling object surrounded by a deadly aura appeared before Su-Hyun. He looked at it and wondered, is not it still too small? Thanks to what the captain said about having a pet here. Is that why people say it keeps Kershaken? It is weak but shrouded in the Bone King's deadly power. So Su-Hyun raised his sword for defense, standing on his hand, was also waving her arms to chase away the deadly aura. Thanks to the magical resistance of the divine armor, Su-Hyun was unaffected by the aura. But most awakened ones would not be able to resist and would surely die from its effects. So this ship is like a cradle for the Bone King, nurturing Kershaken, while the ghost captain and his crew murder people and toss them into the ship. The souls, like the subconscious of those killed, in that way become the food that helps Kershaken grow stronger. The structure makes it so that anyone who steps aboard to kill Kershaken will quickly meet their doom, drained by the deadly power within. Its purpose is to further nurture Kershaken's self-control and strength. The preparations are quite meticulous, but right now, it lies dormant under a seal. Su-Hyun realizes he can unleash all his magical power to eliminate it instantly while it is still sealed. Su-Hyun gets into a ready stance and thinks, thanks for the seal, Bone King. It makes this much easier. But then, out of nowhere, two swords stab him from behind. The two ambushers are shocked to find their swords can't pierce Su-Hyun at all. It turns out he has a protective Manhwa behind him. He quickly spins around, launching a powerful kick that sends the two attackers flying. Next, 2 more attackers charge at Suion. He reacts swiftly, slashing both of them with his swords. Just when he thought this was going to be easy, things start to feel a bit off. Luckily, he had transformed the gear he received on the 21st floor into a unique trait, which saved his life. Suddenly, he turns and says, "Stop right there. It is time to show your face." A woman's voice booms. Hee. Just as I thought. You figured it out. The bone lady. She steps out, a blade in hand. With thousands of glowing red eyes behind her, Suron calmly replies, "With that strong smell of blood. How could I not know? Are you advertising that the Chaos Society is here?" At that moment, the bone lady removes her mask and laughs. "You are exactly the target those up top have been after. Even a top-tier class individual would find it hard to notice our disguise abilities. It is just that your tricks are way too obvious. Aren't you tired of the whole assassination thing? Waking up in the maze and causing chaos through terror. This time you are planning to assassinate me. Disguise yourself, and then create chaos in the blue maze, which will then appear in America and pin all the blame on me." Hearing this, he flinches, thinking, what the hell? How does he know about that? Even the news related to America is restricted, so only a few people are aware of it. At this point, he lays all his cards on the table. That is right. You are not wrong. The day has finally come for us to unveil a chaotic blood festival in every country. I can't even imagine how many will die, and the one causing this tragedy will be Kim Soo-hyun, the one who slaughters all class individuals while conquering the maze. What a grand plan. He says this while going wild, and Soo-hyun simply sighs. But your plan can only succeed if you can outsmart me. Right. Do you think you can kill me? He gets into a fighting stance. Go ahead and fix your aim, because today, I am definitely taking your life. With that, he charges like a madman at Soo-hyun, followed by his goons. Soo-hyun is ready for a fight, convinced that they are not the only ones from Korea. The ones who sent them are definitely here too. For now, his job is to take care of these guys, while Park Jaeon can handle the rest. Over with Park Jaeon. She has already dealt with the Geo crew and is calmly waiting for someone to arrive. Just then, a slick bald guy in a suit shows up, looking all kinds of cool, chatting on the phone to report that he has just arrived. The advanced team has already entered the dungeon, and he is confident that even if Soo-hyun manages to survive, he will just finish him off. He promises to hand over Soo-hyun's head to the person on the other end of the line. He takes off his glasses and sees his men sprawled out on the ground while Park Jae-on just sits there. He abruptly ends the call, saying he will get back to them later, and then casually asks, "Who are you?" "Hey there. I have been sitting here since this afternoon. Unlike these guys, you seem a lot stronger." He calmly asks if she is the one responsible for all this chaos. Park Jae-on teases, "Who else could pull this off?" "Just you. Bald dude." He slowly grins, mocking his useless goons who could not even handle a lone girl. The embarrassment is off the charts. Park Jae-on stands up, realizing that every one of these guys keeps spouting the same lines, completely unaware of the storm about to hit them. So aside from Kim Soo-hyun, there are still plenty of pesky bugs left in Korea. First, let us take care of this one. Park Jae-on is not in the mood for chit-chat. She charges straight at the bald guy with her sword. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun is battling the chaos on his side, his entire body radiating energy to fuel his mana. It even boosts his sword's power, and with one slash, he breaks his enemy's weapon and lands a hit on the foe. The others rush in for a sneak attack from behind, but thanks to his protective aura, he is completely unbothered. He spins around and strikes one guy right in the gut, hitting the very dude who just taunted him square in the face. This guy realizes and warns his crew not to attack from behind anymore, suggesting they should hide and strike instead. They immediately activate their stealth skills, while Soo-hyun assesses the situation. Thanks to his assassin instincts, a surprise attack will be more dangerous than a head-on clash. Smart move on their part. Still, Soo-hyun is super confident in his ability to sense danger, and with Maya by his side, he is not worried at all. He has used this skill to thwart an ambush before, but he never expected the enemy would manage to mask their presence like this. Guess he will have to rely on Maya now. Can you sniff them out? He places Mia on his shoulder and instructs her to alert him if she senses any danger. Mia signals her agreement. Focusing intensely, Soo-hyun closes his eyes, completely in tune with Maya's warnings. Suddenly, Maya points to the left and yelps, and Soo-hyun immediately reacts, slicing through one of the enemies who still can't figure out how he pulled that off. Maya's danger detection is even better than Soo-hyun's. Despite all of that, he takes out another one. The remaining foes are starting to sweat. Are their stealth skills failing them? One of them asks, "Remember when we disguised ourselves as Gamble members? Why do not we do that again and ambush him? Now, that won't work. If those tricks worked on him, He would be turned into the captain's ghost already. That guy was so cocky about taking down Su Hyan. But now he is sweating bullets. I really underestimated him. He is way too strong. From the get-go. He has been out of our league. And we could go insane at any moment from his aura. But suddenly, he noticed something and smirked with satisfaction. He looked over at Kursaken. It is definitely him. They dropped their cloaking spell and went straight for Su Hyan. He is still confident enough to face them head-on. But then he realizes their target is not him. It is Kursaken. Su Hyan rushed in to try and stop them. But the others turned back to trip him up. At this point, he could only watch in horror as the guy in disguise plunged a sword straight down into Kursaken. That one strike split Kursaken in two. It is about to wake up. Suddenly, the ghost ship shook violently, and an explosion erupted, sending dust flying everywhere. The ship was in ruins, and the guy in disguise laughed maniacally. Ha! This is my victory. Kimsu. The Kursaken monster awakened, revealing itself as a gigantic octopus. It crushed the guy in disguise with its tentacles. At that moment, he could no longer laugh. Come on. Get up. Why are not you getting up? Kim Su Hyan landed safely, and then pushed off Mer's hand. He calmly said, long time no see. Kursaken. Its eyes glowed red as it stared at Su Hyan. At this moment, Mer exuded power. Responding to Su Hyan's command, Mer channeled strength into him, and his sword surged with energy, slicing straight into Kursaken's glowing red eye. With this blow, it would be disoriented for a while, and he had to seize this chance to finish it quickly. Suddenly, he noticed the enhancement effect was fading. Turns out Mer was running low on energy from overexerting himself, and Su Hyan started to fall. At that moment, a thought echoed in his mind. Stay calm. Mer's abilities have not fully developed yet. If it is still unstable, he could not use this power-up skill without limits. This is a high-stakes game. After using up all his magic, he could barely withstand the blast when the seal broke. Right now, he had no power left, and his only option was to use Indomitable to recover and fight. Just then, Juho charged in like a god, catching Su Hyan. He scolded. You little brat. Everything you do makes me worry. Because you do not know how to value your own life. You need to stop trying to handle everything alone. Su Hyan was a bit surprised and asked why Juho was here. The gamble group had vanished, so the whole team had to board the ship. However, the ship unexpectedly exploded, forcing them to find safety. Only Juho came back because he was worried about Su Hyan. At this moment, Su Hyan felt guilty and thanked him. As the leader, I should be the one doing this. Yet I let you. Don't sweat it. Just treat me later. But it wanna suddenly chase us. Will it? It is blind and trying to recover. So that won't happen. The entire team below was stunned, staring at the gigantic monster. Everyone confused about whether they could actually take it down. Lee Kang-hee lost his cool, complaining about the raid team, the Gamble Guild, and even Lee Juho going a wall. This whole mess is driving me insane. Kim Tae-hyun stared at the exit door, wondering where this monster crawled out from. Just then, Suan appeared to explain everything. After listening, Lee Kang-hee snapped at him for taking matters into his own hands and making things even messier. Tae-hyun calmly asked Suyan. Whatever. The situation's already a disaster. Do you have a plan? He explained that the exit door's weak point was completely exposed. So if they all worked together, they could take it down without getting hurt. Then Suyan dropped a line that made all three of them blush. But if you guys can't even agree, why do you need my plan? Well then, I will just assume you are all on board with my plan. Here it is. The exit door was still suffering from the wound Su-hyun had just inflicted. At that moment, Juho, Kang-hee, and Tae-hyun shouted in unison. Everyone, let us unleash our spells. Group 1. Ready. Fire. All the spells they conjured aimed straight at the exit door's eyes, hitting it with relentless force. Juho continued to shout. Next up. Group 2. Get ready. He recalled Su-hyun's words. The exit door's weakness was its speed. It needed to close the distance to unleash its massive power. If we keep attacking with magic and maintain our distance, it won't be able to reach us and we'll have to retreat. True. It could not get close. But boy, was it you? Juho thought defeating it was next to impossible, but that was okay, because their mission was to keep the exit door away long enough for Su-hyun to recover. The other awakened ones were trying to help Su-hyun regain his mana, while everyone was celebrating that everything was going according to plan. One member of the team suddenly pointed towards the exit door. Someone's approaching. Juho turned around, still wondering if Su-hyun was done recovering. But nope, he was stunned and taken aback as Lee Kang-hee led a pack of little leopards from the Pappy Guild charging straight at the exit door. One of them, still skeptical, asked Lee Kang-hee, "Are you sure this will be okay?" "Boss," Suyun clearly said to stay away from the exit door. Hearing this, Li Kanghe angrily grabbed the collar of the guy who asked, "If he said you would die, would you just roll over and die?" The guy stubbornly replied, "But is not the exit door's vitality and powerful regeneration going to make it hard for us to take it down?" Li Kanghe still did not get it. He thought Suyin was just lying. What a fool! Can't you see it is dying? Kim Suyin is just trying to hog the reward. If you do not want to lose your life, follow my lead. Then he declared boldly, "The Pappy Guild will take down the exit door." With that, they charged in swinging their weapons, aiming to prevent the monster from recovering. The rest were confused, not knowing what to do next. If they just stood back and attacked with magic, Li Kanghe and his crew would get caught in the crossfire too. With no other option, Taehyun ordered everyone to stop attacking. From now on, they would focus on controlling the situation. Meanwhile, Li Kanghe did not care about anything, just swinging his axe at the exit door while bragging, "This is going to be a breeze. You are only a little strong, and you dare to be cocky. Just wait. In the end, I will be the one to take down this monster." All those hits are like a tickle to its skin. It is barely doing anything. At this moment, Li Kanghe realized it was too late. The monster had already recovered and started roaring loudly, making everyone there clutch their heads in confusion. Li Kanghe had no idea what was happening, and the monster's whispers threw his magic off balance. In a panic, he shouted, "Everyone, fall back now." But how could they? The monster's tentacle was about to crush Li Kanghe. Just when things looked dire, Suhyeon appeared and sliced off its tentacle, saving his life. Almost lost it there. He chuckled. "You got here fast. You have recovered." Before he could finish his sentence, Suhyeon turned to him with a piercing gaze, his voice filled with fury. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" And then, with no hesitation, he punched Li Kanghe right in the face. The members of the Pappy Association saw this and were a bit scared, asking Suhyeon what they should do next. Following his orders, they returned to their positions in the raid, with him warning that he would not be responsible if they stayed and got themselves killed. Suhyeon summoned a phoenix and ordered it to cover the monster's mouth. Then he charged straight for the monster's eye again, but this time it dodged, causing him to miss. The monster, now agitated, flailed its tentacles wildly, putting Suhyeon at a disadvantage. A surprise attack would not work. After observing for a while, Suhyeon realized there was no other choice but to chop off all its tentacles. Witnessing this, Taehyun was stunned and said, "All we can do is give it a few scratches. And he is over here chopping it like it is nothing." Juho saw him looking dumbfounded, and thought he was affected by the monster's earlier whispers. Juho suggested they should leave Kezaken to Suhyeon while the rest stayed back. As they were not on the same level as him, Suhyeon would take down Kezaken, and the dungeon raid would end. Taehyun shared with Juho that before meeting Suhyeon, he was pretty confident in his skills. He thought that within 2 years, even one, he could become an S-rank, but after meeting Suhyeon, he felt utterly pathetic. "Juho, you might want to think about that too." Juho was a bit confused. "What do you mean?" "You might not realize it yet, but Suhyeon could become the strongest awakened being in the world if you keep trailing behind him. Eventually, you will collapse and face defeat because he shines so brightly. He could burn anyone who gets close. If you feel like you can keep up, you might want to join my guild. After all, among regular folks like us, you are still exceptional." Juho silently watched as Suhyeon fought alone, systematically chopping off each of the monster's tentacles. Suhyeon felt it was time to finish this. Kezaken opened its mouth wide, and without hesitation, he charged right into its toothy maw. Moments later, the monster split open, cutting through the despair. Suhyeon sliced Kezaken in half while inside its own body. The entire team erupted with emotion, joyfully shouting, "He has taken down Kezaken. We did it. We won." Only Juho remained silent, watching. Then muttered, "Damn it. That guy and his nonsense." "What nonsense? Oh my god." I nearly jumped out of my skin. Suhyeon suddenly popped up from behind, causing Juho to startle. Suhyeon, surprised, said, "Why are you reacting like that? It is like you have never seen me before." "I was asking you. What nonsense are you hearing?" Juho just ruffled Suhyeon's hair. "That is something a kid like you does not get." Suhyeon noticed Taehyun still standing there dumbfounded and was about to ask, but Juho turned him around and said, "The raid on the dungeon is over. Let us head back. You did great." Suhyeon felt something was off, though he did not understand. He did not think too much about it until he remembered Li Kanghe, who had been out cold since Juho knocked him out. He was about to kick the bucket. Suhyeon wanted to see Li Kanghe to wrap up what he was doing now. Li Kanghe had just groggily woken up and had not even gathered himself when Su Hyo-un was already standing in front of him, staring him down. Su Hyo-un said seriously, "Don't you have anything to say to everyone?" Li Kanghe began to dodge the question, saying, "Did you take out the rook yet?" "Haha. Looks like you did. In that case, let us do some calculations." The whole team was waiting for Li Kanghe to say something, but he stood up and started crunching numbers. "Well, since our Pappy team did a lot more damage to the rook compared to the Hellhound team." Su Hyo-un interrupted. "Are you seriously going to say that here?" Li Kanghe still acted clueless. "The raid is over. Is not it obvious we should split the loot?" "I will just rephrase that. This guy really has not changed at all," making Su Hyo-un furious. He drew his sword and charged to attack Su Hyo-un. "I am pretty disappointed. It seems you have no idea what you have done. But because of your selfishness, people could have died. I gave you a chance to apologize. And it turned out like this." As he spoke, Su Hyo-un blocked Li Kanghe's punch, then tightened his grip on his hand with such force that the guy grimaced in pain. But with his high pride, he yelled at Su Hyo-un, "How dare you hit me? I am the captain of the raid team. You think you can get away with this? When I get out of here, I will report you to the association." And Su Hyo-un coldly interrupted. "Go ahead. Report me, but I think you are mistaken somewhere. Becoming the captain of the raid team does not just give you the right to create strategies and give orders, but you also have a responsibility for every life in the team. If a guy like you gets blinded by glory and puts everyone's lives at risk, then everyone has the right to take you down without trial immediately." Finishing his words, Su Hyo-un drew his sword, ready to sever Li Kanghe's head. Everyone was in shock. Juo rushed in to stop him, but Su Hyo-un had already brought the blade to his throat. The guy was frozen in fear. Su Hyo-un just wanted to teach him a lesson. He told Juo, "If I do not scare him, he will harm innocent people while I am not around." Honestly, after this incident, he has lost the trust of the association, so he won't be holding this position much longer. Saying that, Su Hyo-un told everyone to pack up and let us go. Through this raid, Su Hyo-un gained merc power and figured out the plans of the core king. He thought he should find the dungeons he did not know about yet, just to be safe. Also, he needs to look into Park Jae-on's situation, because every member of the Chaos Club is incredibly strong. Just hours before Su Hyo-un successfully raided the dungeon, Park Jae-on was really struggling against this bald uncle, getting slammed into the wall with dust flying everywhere. He was throwing punches with sharp nails, aiming straight for Jae-on. She quickly dodged one hit, then closed in on him and activated her shadow skill. This skill cloaks the user in darkness, nullifying all damage for a brief moment and allowing them to move in shadow form. Thanks to that, she easily maneuvered behind him, not waiting for him to react, landing a painful strike to the back of his neck, ending the life of a man who dared to underestimate women. But what she did not expect was that this guy could actually defend himself barehanded in such a short time. He blocked her strike with both hands and only got a minor injury. He seemed surprised by Jae-on's abilities but remained calm and taunted her, saying, "You really caught me off guard. I did not expect you to have skills like that. I can't believe you actually hurt me. This is getting more interesting." He laughed heartily, already in a fighting stance, a massive mana aura swirling around him. He still could not understand why Jae-on dared to confront an assassin head-on, while he fought and chuckled to himself, thinking, what a fool. All his skills focused on resisting physical damage, so he invited her to attack freely, because she would not leave even a scratch on him. And it was true, Jae-on attacked quickly and accurately, but none of her strikes could hurt him. He assessed her skills as fast and sharp, which made it hard for him to counter. But there had to be a limit, like the short duration of her shadow form. He correctly guessed the limitations of Jae-on's skill. Every time she attacked, he defended with solid strength, rendering her efforts meaningless. After thinking for a moment, she decided she had no choice but to use it. She then pulled out a purple blade and slashed at his right hand, causing a small wound to open up, blood seeping from his arm. "Is that your secret weapon? I'm so excited to see what you will do next." As he spoke, he slammed his fist down to the ground, forcing Jae-on to retreat, and he started to go wild. It had been a while since he felt this kind of thrill in a fight. She was genuinely interesting, so keep struggling to entertain me more. Suddenly, Park Jae-on stood there calmly, no longer attacking, which left the bald guy confused. She said, There is no need to do anything else. That would just waste my energy." He kept egging Jae-on on to attack again, but she did not care, which infuriated him even more. "How dare you ignore what I said?" While bouncing around, he charged toward Jae-on, but Jae-on remained calm, watching as his punch suddenly froze midair before her. Something had rendered his body unable to move. He was in utter confusion, his body gradually collapsing in front of Jae-on. She stepped closer and said seriously, Didn't I tell you? It is. With that, she delivered a devastating punch that sent him crashing to the ground, completely deactivating all his defensive skills this time. He realized that the real issue was not the magic not working, but rather his body was so stiff he could not move. You are probably wondering why your body is not obeying you. Right. Just as I said. This is my secret weapon. And the reason I do not use it often is that it limits the number of times I can activate it. But this sword has the power to disrupt the magic within the target's body when struck. Once you take damage from this sword, the magic will choke you. And the outcome of this battle was sealed the moment you got hit by my blade. Hearing this, the bald guy looked like he was about to crack under pressure. Zion had one hand around his throat, and the other throwing punches into his face, demanding to know who his master was and who his boss was. Spit it out. Even while bleeding, the bald guy kept smirking, teasing Zion, saying, I do not know. I can't answer your question. Instead, how about joining us? With you by my side, I feel like I could take down a whole army. Uncle Zion felt like he had nothing left to say to this guy. His anger boiled over, and he wanted to finish him off with a single strike. Suddenly, a bespectacled figure appeared to intervene. It was Vice President Kim Seo-jin, calmly telling her to settle down. I completely understand how you feel, but this guy is a high-ranking member of the guild, which means he knows a lot. If you kill him here, we want to achieve our goal. Uncle Zun glared at Kim Seo-jin, saying, I told you to back off. But after a moment's thought, she managed to calm herself down. I got a bit heated. With you here, his intel must be really valuable. Yep. We do not have much time, so let us get the information out of him as quickly as possible. The bald guy on the ground continued to spout nonsense. We are in the middle of something important here, and you just jump in like that. Before he could finish, Uncle Zion kicked him hard to shut him up. Kim Seo-jin continued. Well, the fact that he came here alone means that my intel is reliable. The information about the blue dungeon opening in America is true, and the guild is indeed planning a terrorist act in that dungeon. Kim Seo-jin revealed that her punishment mission in the dungeon had just concluded. The bald guy sitting to the side was shocked, wondering how they knew all the details of their plans. The fact that Kim Seo-jin caught his accomplices was less important than the fact that she knew about his plans. This is bad. I can even lift a finger now, and I can report this to the guild. If this keeps up, the boss's plan will fall apart. I need to buy time at all costs. Seeing Uncle Zion also puzzled about where Kim Seo-jin got her intel, the bald guy suddenly seemed to think of something and burst into crazy laughter. Uncle Zion turned to him, confused. Did I knock you so silly that you lost your mind? That is hilarious. Are you really thinking of taking out the guild, just to crush the opposing guilds? Kim Seo-jin asked, just as puzzled. What do you mean? Just think about it for a second. It is obvious. Very few people in the guild know about this chaos plan for the blue dungeon. Isn't it strange that he knows about that plan? The bald guy thought to himself, these guys are just like flies. Nothing too serious, I can trick them. The most dangerous one is Kim Soo-hyun. If this keeps up, everyone will just be puppets in Han's hands. I have to turn them against Kim Soo-hyun at all costs and create an opportunity to inform the guild about this. He continued, make a deal with me, because if this goes on, you all will end up spinning around in circles thanks to Kim Soo-hyun. Get rid of Kim Soo-hyun first, and then I will tell you everything about the stabbing guild. Park Ji-won's eyes flickered at this, as Kim Soo-hyun coldly walked toward him, drawing his sword in threat, holding the net. You think we are going to trust someone like you? The bald guy was not afraid at all. He even chuckled gleefully. Huh? How foolish. Kim Soo-hyun has betrayed even the stabbing guild. There is no guarantee he won't do it again. If he betrays, all the info will spread. So do you really think you will find the stabbing guild members once they are hiding? Kim Soo-hyun did not care about those words. He told Park Ji-won not to believe what the bald guy just said. He is definitely trying to use this conflict for his own gain. Park Ji-won pondered something. Then she instructed Kim Soo-hyun to gather him and the members of the Death Guild here. She thought that even if they ignored what that guy said, they still needed to know where Kim Soo-hyun got that confidential information from. Seeing the two of them in motion, the bald guy was quite pleased, thinking he had achieved his goal and even suggested collaboration. Just eliminate Kim Soo-hyun, and I will become your informant. But he seemed to misunderstand. Park Ji-won would rather die than team up with a cold-blooded guy like him. If Kim Soo-hyun was with the stabbing guild, she would have killed him right from the start. Park Ji-won's main goal is to destroy the stabbing guild. She would chase them down to hell if she had to. A red Lamborghini appeared, and Kim Soo-hyun, looking incredibly handsome, stepped out, asking Kim Seo-jin what was so important that she was still calling him at this late hour. Kim Seo-jin told him to go inside and see for himself. Soo-hyun felt a bit worried, wondering if Park Ji-won had been caught. stepping into a dark shadow where he could not sense anything at all. Suddenly, shadows surrounded Soo-hyun from all sides, and he was a bit taken aback to see Park Ji-won standing firmly, asking, "What the hell are you doing? You have a lot to explain." At that moment, the light gradually returned to normal, and Soo-hyun could see everything clearly, thinking to himself, "Is this shadow manipulation, merging power with darkness and controlling it at will? Usually, it is only limited to those hiding their bodies in the night. But I can believe she managed to cover this whole place in darkness. She could even hide the presence of others, not just herself. That is some serious talent," Park Ji-won calmly explained. "There is no huge reason for me to call you here. Just that this guy here told me some interesting information that you are a former member of the Chaos Guild." The bald guy was quite the actor. As soon as he saw Soo-hyun, he rushed to claim kinship, greeting him, "Hey Kim Soo-hyun, long time no see." He did not think Park Ji-won would be the type to believe his words, which was right since she was not someone easily swayed by the words of others. Honestly, after following Soo-hyun for so long, she never thought it was real. She just had one question she wanted Soo-hyun to answer. "What is the name of the guy who got info from the Chaos Guild? That guy told me only a handful knew about this before you were even a member of the guild. Is not it super suspicious that you know this information? So I need to figure out if you are really part of the Chaos Guild or not." Soo-hyun knew that the bald guy was Ethan, the leader of the Chaos Guild and a real piece of work. But he did not think he would take the chance of getting caught to spark a conflict between him and Park Ji-won. Answering her question would make things simple, but his source of information came from memories of a past life, making it hard for Park Ji-won to believe him easily. Right now, the situation is really stacked against Soo-hyun, with Ethan pulling the strings, and lying to get out of this predicament has very low odds. Even if he somehow got away, it would come back to haunt him later, and it would play right into Ethan's hands, likely leading to a dead end for his plans. Park Ji-won noticed that Soo-hyun was taking too long to strategize, insisting he hurry up, with a dagger pressed against his throat as a threat. He thought he first needed to regain control of the situation. He replied, "Fine. I have never worked for the Chaos Guild. I can provide proof. But about my source of information, I can share that with you. So what is the reason? We are in a relationship largely based on a common goal. It is not my duty to tell you everything. Besides, whether I am or was a member of the Chaos Guild is way more important. Is not. If I take you home, I will show you my proof. But you are the only one allowed there." The dagger pressed against his throat had started to draw blood, and the threat intensified. "You really think we are gonna buy into your ridiculous proposal? This guy with the dagger is not even the leader. So why act all high and mighty? The real decision maker is Park Ji-won." Another member chimed in. "Leader, do not go along. This is just part of his plan to wriggle out of this." After a moment of thought, Park Ji-won agreed to Soo-hyun's proposal, but the female member quickly tried to stop Ji-won. "What the heck? What is going on? This is definitely a trap. It is way too risky." Park Ji-won remained calm, reassuring her, "Do not worry. If he is really lying, I won't hesitate to end his life." Then she turned to Soo-hyun. "Now show me you are not one of the Chaos Guild." Soo-hyun took Park Ji-won to his mother's house, and when she saw him, she was overjoyed. "Soo? It has been so long." He quickly apologized. "I am sorry. Work's been crazy busy lately. It has been tough to visit." Soo-hyun's mom saw Park Ji-won and thought she was his girlfriend introducing her to the family. She promptly asked Soo-hyun, "Who's this? Is she your girlfriend?" She happily grabbed Ji-won's hand. "Oh my god. Soo-hyun, why are you only now introducing this beautiful girl to me?" Park Ji-won was so embarrassed she could not say a word, and she had not even had a chance to explain. Soo-hyun's mom hurried off to prepare a feast for the special guest, and the table was overflowing with food. "Why did you make so much? I have brought my friend all the way here. So you have to prepare everything. Right?" Then she turned to Park Ji-won, smiling warmly. "I am sorry about what happened earlier. Dear, you are the first girl Soo-hyun has brought home, and I could not contain my happiness." Park Ji-won quickly replied, "It is." Soo-hyun's mom kept piling delicious food into her bowl, and Ji-won felt touched by the gentle woman in front of her. Expressing her gratitude, she sat quietly, watching the mother and son chat happily in front of her, suddenly feeling something stir inside her. Then the two of them went into Soo-hyun's room to talk, and he asked Ji-won how the food was. She replied, "It was really good. You seem pretty close with your mom. You could say that. What do you think? Do you still think I am part of the chaotic club?" Soo-hyun brought her home to meet his mother so she would understand that a guy with such a sweet mom could not possibly be part of that mess. Park Ji-won understood that, But she could not dismiss her doubts about Su Haiyan, just because he had someone who cared for him. Su Haiyan felt that still was not enough proof. So he set down the hot cup of tea he was holding and took off his shirt, revealing his toned abs. Park Ji-won's face turned beet red. He was trying to use his looks to charm her. Her cheeks flared up, and she exclaimed, "What the heck are you doing? Have you finally shown your true colors now that there is nowhere left to hide?" Su Haiyan was like, "What is going on? I am good looking, not easygoing." "What are you talking about? You said you still can't believe me. In the chaotic club, every member has a tattoo as a symbol on their body. I am just showing that I do not have one." He knew Park Ji-won was shy and kept teasing her. "Should I take off my pants too?" Park Ji-won shut her eyes and said, "Whatever. Talking to you just makes me more tired." Su Haiyan said that just as he put his shirt back on. And at that moment, Park Ji-won truly believed him. Because if he were a member of the chaotic club, he would not be able to have family around. There is no way they would let her live in peace. So she realized she had been overcomplicating things. Seeing that things had settled down, Su Haiyan took the chance to ask Ji-won what had happened with her and the chaotic club. But the answer he received was, "We are in a relationship that mostly relies on common interests. I am not obligated to tell you everything." It was like Park Ji-won had memorized that line. Su Haiyan thought that if they could learn more about each other, maybe their relationship could evolve into complete trust. Eventually, Park Ji-won shared that about 2 years ago, she was still operating independently without a guild since she was young. Park Ji-won had received a lot of praise for being well-behaved and pretty. She wondered if it was because of that image, as people approached her with countless expectations and hopes. But once they saw her quirky personality, perhaps because she was so different from what they imagined, they quickly became disappointed and left. Even her parents. Park Ji-won was left all alone. And that was when she realized she did not belong anywhere. Time passed, and she became an awakened one. 2 years ago, during a dungeon conquest, Park Ji, along with many other awakened ones, was right there. A guy named Kim Ki-ayan approaches Ji-won, and at first, she thinks he is trying to flirt, so she quickly turns away. "Not interested," Kim Ki-ayan hurriedly says. "Let us team up. There are a lot of awakened here, and it is normal to do this together." The Awakened Association has allowed independent participation since there is no leader or support, so it is better if we team up rather than go solo. Park Ji-won still does not look back and coldly replies, "No thanks." Kim Ki-ayan stands there, dumbfounded by her blunt rejection, when suddenly someone calls out to him, Kim, hurry over here. We are leaving now." He quickly runs to his team, and the battle against the monsters kicks off. While Kim Ki-ayan struggles to take down each monster, he glances over at Park Ji-won, who is effortlessly wiping them out like it is nothing. A tall guy with a shield and hammer asks Su Haiyan, "Wait, how many has she killed so far?" Next to him, a short-haired girl chimes in, "You invited her to team up earlier, right?" "Yeah. But she turned me down." She continues, "It is. With skills like that, she is good on her own. I would rather roll with a cute girl like her than with these clumsy guys." The tall guy named Gusi asks Kai Haiyan what he thinks of Park Ji-won. Kai Haiyan looks at her back and feels something. For some reason, Ji-won looks really cool. The conquest is not over yet. Kai Haiyan's team keeps fighting, and Ki Haiyan faces off against a monster that is twice his size. He worries he might get caught off guard and take a hit. But luckily, he regains his composure just in time. The girl with short hair looks worried and asks Kai Haiyan, "You have faced something like this before, right? What is going on?" Before she can finish her sentence, the monster appears behind Ki Haiyan, and she screams, Kim? Behind you." Just then, Zgusa rushes, blocking a blow for Kai Haiyan with his shield, and takes down the monster. Kai Haiyan explains that he has been fine until now. He does not understand why he is acting this way today. Gusi smacks Kai Haiyan in the face to snap him back to reality, telling him, "Tell everyone. Is it because you are thinking about that girl? Don't let yourself regret it later. Go after her." Hearing this, Kim Ki-ayan smiles and rushes off to find Park Ji-yeon. At this moment, Park Ji-yeon is still focused on taking down monsters. She once did not want to die, but she also did not want to live anymore. A massive boss wielding an axe suddenly appears in front of Ji-yeon, attacking relentlessly, swinging that giant axe at her. Luckily, she manages to block it just in time, but the exhaustion from the previous battles has left her unable to move. She looks at the monster in front of her and wonders, "Is this it?" It is. I have nothing left to hold on to. Just when it seems everything is over, the hero arrives to save the damsel in distress. Kim Ki-haiyan takes down the boss right in front of Ji-yeon. "I told you, going solo is tough. So what do you think about joining my team?" Park Ji-yeon looks up at Ki Haiyan, smiling but saying nothing, quietly moving on. Kai Haiyan, thrilled, thinks she has accepted his proposal and quickly follows her. The hero saving the damsel really does work wonders. Park Ji-yeon will never forget this moment. It is the encounter with the person who makes her want to keep living. At this very moment, a shadow lurks in the distance. Watching the two of them without her knowing, after the dungeon raid ended, Ji-yeon ran into Ki-hyun again, sporting that same familiar look in his classic line. Hey Ji-yeon, what a fateful encounter. Are you finally joining my guild? Or what? This time, he was not just after getting her on his team. He wanted her in his whole guild. Ji-yeon still turned him down. Whether it was coincidence or intentional, they kept bumping into each other in every dungeon Ji-yeon entered. And every time, he chased after her with the same determination to recruit her. Ki-hyun's invitations became a daily occurrence for Ji-yeon. He kept finding ways to approach her. And as they say, water drips, stone wears. She eventually took his hand. After joining the guild, Ji-yeon initially felt a bit out of place. But as she connected with everyone, it felt like she had finally found where she belonged. She and Ki-hyun began conquering countless dungeons together. And slowly but surely, their relationship started to shift into something more. One time, they were sitting in the park enjoying ice cream. Ki-hyun was glued to his phone checking the news, while Ji-yeon could not help but steal glances at him. Her heart racing. That feeling was driving her crazy. Having your heart race around someone definitely meant there was a hint of love in the air. Ki-hyun caught himself glancing at Ji-yeon and chuckled. Then he boldly took her hand and said, Ji-yeon, after the dungeon raid tomorrow, how about we hang out? Just the two of us. Sure. She replied without a second thought. Little did Ji-yeon know, this would mark the end of her happiness. Meanwhile, the news reported a rising number of awakened individuals going missing in dungeons. Authorities had found evidence suggesting that the deadly culprit lurking in the dungeons was indeed an awakened one. Not just monsters. They believed this was the work of a serial killer. And awakened individuals should stay alert. The next day after the raid, all Ji-yeon could think about was her date with Ki-hyun. While he was busy preparing for their romantic outing, suddenly, a white-haired man appeared, saying, Excuse me, I am from the association. I am investigating the recent murders involving awakened individuals. I hope you all can cooperate. Ki-hyun recalled the news he had seen yesterday. It is that recent case. So they are investigating even in the dungeons. Yep. We are conducting on-site investigations too. Park Ji-yeon felt a surge of frustration. Thinking, why today of all days? All she wanted was to hurry up and go on her date. Ki-hyun asked the white-haired guy, What can we do to help? At that moment, the man's expression changed. You do not need to do much. Just as he spoke, he lunged at Ki-hyun. Luckily, Park Ji-yeon reacted quickly and pulled him out of the way just in time. The man was surprised that Ji-yeon could dodge his attack. And she grabbed her sword, ready to strike back, but his magically charged hand blocked her blade, just before it could make contact. And she asked him, Who exactly are you? I guess you could call me an unforeseen misfortune. As he spoke, he swatted Ji-yeon's sword away, launching a series of attacks that Ji-yeon managed to counter, leaving him and the onlookers in shock. The short-haired girl could not help but exclaim that Park Ji-yeon was really impressive. Only Ki-hyun noticed that on the surface. This seemed like an even match. But every move that guy made was leading him ahead in every way. Ji-yeon felt that he was overpowering her. And at this rate, she knew she would be taken down. He broke Ji-yeon's sword with his bare hands. And at that moment, he had the chance to take her out. But suddenly he changed his mind. He wanted to invite Ji-yeon to join his guild. Park Ji-yeon was taken aback and asked, Join your guild? That is right. You know I have my goals to achieve. But one tree does not make a forest. So I want to form a guild. I have even decided on the name Chaos Guild. A place for the craziest people around. You seem interesting enough to qualify for membership. How about we build the guild together? Park Ji-yeon glared at him. What if I say no? Hearing this, he seemed a bit incredulous. And his expression changed. Then you are definitely dead. At that moment, how could Ki-hyun just stand there watching his girlfriend being bullied? He dashed like the wind towards the white-haired guy, intending to take his head off. But it was not that easy. He dodged quickly. The other team members also unleashed magic attacks against him. Ki-hyun anxiously asked Ji-yeon, Are you okay? She replied, But that guy is way too dangerous. I will stall for time to help everyone now. You all need to run. Ji-yeon was more worried about Ki-hyun and the others. But of course, Ki-hyun would not let her fight alone because they were teammates. He quickly assigned Hyun-jun and Yeo-jin to prevent that guy from using his skills. But even that would not be enough. Ki-hyun would create a distraction and make way for everyone. He attacked him from the left. But he did not even need to look to block it. Ki-hyun shouted at him, Why are you wiping out all the fake emotions? The white-haired guy coldly replied, Do I need a reason to do that? You are the same. You know, You are really annoying. As he said that, he delivered a crushing blow to Ki Hyan's chest. Blood spilled from his mouth. But he still gripped the guy's arm tightly and shouted, "This is it." Meanwhile, Park Jaeon was using her invisibility spell to sneak up and slash at his neck. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome. But surprisingly, the wound was not deep enough to take him down, but no worries. Hyan had a backup plan with the hefty Gushik. If Jeon could not finish him off, Gushik would strike from behind. The hammer swung with enough force to crush everything, and then boom. A massive explosion sent dust flying everywhere, but shockingly, the white-haired guy merely deflected that attack with a single finger. At that moment, he was really angry enough of these games. It was time to end this. After that, what happened next was a blur. Park Jaeon vaguely woke up, remembering that he had knocked her out after hitting her from behind as she worried about the other team members. And Jaeon was stunned to find herself cradling Ki Hyan, whose body was covered in cuts. Ki Hyan weakly said, "Jaeon, you are awake. I am so glad you are still alive." Park Jaeon was extremely worried as she realized Ki Hyan's wounds were severe. She panicked, not knowing what to do. "Guys, come help." At that moment, she noticed that everyone else was down Hyan Jin, Gushik, even Hyan Jun laying there. Not a single one moving. Park Jaeon could not believe her eyes. All she could do was keep asking, "What the hell is going on?" The guy in the white shirt spoke up. "Look who is crying for their friends." Park Jaeon turned back, her eyes filled with tears and rage, saying, "You killed them, did not you? I will never forgive you. I will take your life." Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers. Hyan used all his strength to stop her, saying, "Jaeon, run. You are all I have got left. You can escape." As he spoke, he handed Jaeon a necklace. "I will hold him back here." Jaeon hesitated, but Ki Hyan shouted, "Now!" And Jaeon realized she had no choice but to escape alone. She tried to track him down, but in the end, there was no trace of that guy. Uncle Jaeon had revealed the truth to Su Hyan. Thinking that Su Hyan knew him, she pleaded with Su Hyan, "Please tell me about the leader of the Chaos Society." Su Hyan recalled his past and said, "All right, fine. The leader of the Chaos Society is a first-generation awakened. He is known as the Hollywood actor who donates to charity, Hong Junfeng. He is super famous, with tons of fans. Every time he shows up, fans and reporters swarm around him. Some fans wanted his autograph, but he skillfully declined, saying, 'Thanks, everyone. But I am afraid I can't sign for you all due to time constraints. However, I am happy to take pictures with you.' A reporter asked him, 'There is a rumor that you have donated all your earnings from this movie. Is that true?' He shyly responded, 'Yep, that is true. Hong Junfeng is the leader of the Chaos Society.' And after learning the truth, Uncle Jian shed tears, her eyes turning icy. 'The leader of the Chaos Society. The one who took away my loved ones finally. I can get my revenge.' Su Hyan looked worried and said, 'Wait. Do not tell me you have no plan and are just rushing in after him.' Uncle Jian reassured Su Hyan, saying she had her reasons for not acting recklessly. Even though she knew who he was, she did not want to ruin everything just because of her emotions. But despite her words, Jaeon's hands were clenched tightly. Trembling, she struggled to hold herself together. Su Hyan explained that Hong Junpeng hides his identity as an awakened using his shape-shifting abilities to operate within the Chaos Society. He is very cautious. On the surface, he is just a beloved actor, always wearing a friendly smile in front of his audience. But when no one is watching, he reveals a cruel face, viewing the audience as nothing but weak pests. Provoking Hong Junpeng after knowing his identity is a bad idea. In the worst-case scenario, he might hide in a testing tower. At that moment, Hong Junpeng arrived to meet with the top officials of the Chaos Society. Upon arrival, he immediately asked Ethan. Mark River, an officer of the Chaos Society, replied, "He has not arrived yet, given the circumstances. If we can't even reach him, he might be in trouble." The green-haired woman next to him was taking a selfie and chuckled. "Well, that is good. I hate seeing that cocky guy. No need to see him anymore. She is the president of the Stellar Association, an officer of the Chaos Society." Chloe Lafferty. Mark River did not care that she was a woman. To him, she was just an idiot. He believed that Ethan might have leaked information about their organization. Chloe was unfazed. What could Kim Soo-hyun really do anyway? It would just be a waste of time. "Don't let your guard down. If someone can take down Ethan, that means they are pretty strong." Chloe remained confident, saying, I still do not think I will lose. Hong Jun tied his long hair into a ponytail while agreeing with Chloe. She was right. It was a shame we could not kill Kim Soo-hyun. But it was not a big deal. We just needed to deal with it our way, which meant taking out anyone who crossed us. He gazed at the city with a wicked look and said to the others, "So how does it feel? Isn't it exciting? Exciting to witness this glamorous city's downfall." The next day, the four Kim Soo-hyun, Parks, Hak Jun, and Kim Seo-jin were on their way to America. Hak Jun was thrilled that Soo-hyun asked him to come, but the atmosphere felt a bit awkward and tense. He looked at each person. The uncle looked too intimidating to strike up a conversation. Park Jaeon seemed hard to talk to as well, and Soo-hyun was focused on his phone. Soo-hyun stared at the screen, deep in thought. Sure enough, after reviewing the supply tunnels from the agency, this change was due to the green tunnels in Bizen. Luckily, the future has not changed completely, but I still need to stay alert. Suddenly, Hak Jun broke the silence, saying, "Wait, I have a question. Why are we going to America?" Soo-hyun realized he had not told Hak Jun that the green tunnels had opened there. After hearing this, Hak Jun turned pale. But now it was too late since the plane was already landing. However, when they arrived in America, Hak Jun seemed to really enjoy it. Completely different from his earlier shock. It was his first time on a plane and abroad. So he asked Soo-hyun if he had ever been here before. "Of course I have. In a past life. Oh wait. I mean never." Hak Jun wondered. Isn't the green tunnel supposed to be the first one in the world? This must be a hot topic. So how come I have never heard of it? Soo-hyun explained that the US kept this information under wraps. They wanted to handle it their way. There could be an underground explosion, Hak Jun said worriedly. The situation was a bit complicated. To put it simply, the US had the highest number of awakened individuals in the world, but most were below average, making them seem pretty useless. What they wanted to prove to other countries now was that they had not only quantity but also quality. Hak Jun sighed in confusion, wondering how they would handle it if innocent people got hurt, just because of their inflated ego. Soo-hyun patted Hak Jun's head, saying, "You are right. Pride is a pretty unrealistic thing." At that moment, Park Jaeon was on the side, making a call. "It has been a while." Robert, on the other end of the line. A man's voice comes through. "Is not this Jaeon? I heard you were heading to America. What is going on?" "It is a long story, so I will get straight to the point. I want to discuss the Green Dungeon." Before long, Park Jaeon's team arrives at the Medical Guild office, and Robert Williams is the head of the guild. "Thanks for making the trip. You must be Soo-hyun." "Right. Great to meet you. I am a big fan." Soo-hyun ponders silently. Robert is known for his ambitious achievements, even in the past as an awakener. Should he bend a little? Seeing Soo-hyun's silence, Park Jaeon thinks he might not understand Robert's English, so he steps. But then Soo-hyun speaks up directly. "I will get straight to the point. Please let me join the Green Dungeon expedition." Soo-hyun speaks English fluently, surprising Hak Jun sitting next to him. Robert hesitates. "I do not know how you know about this, but honestly, that is quite an unreasonable request. As you know, our country has never sought help from foreign awakeners. However, this time is different because I am approaching you first." Soo-hyun sets his terms. "If you agree, I will split my spoils with you. You won't regret it." Hearing this, Robert is taken aback, thinking it is definitely not a bad deal. The spoils of an SSS-Rank awakener are worth as much as an entire guild. Plus, the current expedition team is short in SSS-Rank. If the medical guild can land Kim Soo-hyun, he could become America's hero. But he is quite greedy, feeling that half is not enough. He tells Soo-hyun, "That is a proposal worth considering. But how will the American public react?" Soo-hyun calmly replies, "I know that the American expedition team currently has only 2 SSS-Ranks. With that kind of shortage, if the medical guild can bring in an S-Rank, you will become the hero who saves the entire nation." Robert felt a cold sweat break out, thinking Soo-hyun could read his mind. Oh man, have I really pushed it too far? Seems like I am making things tough for him. He thought as Soo-hyun stood up, shrugging it off. Guess I will just have to find another guild to join. The haggling was not going to work this time. Robert quickly interrupted him. Even though he was reluctant, he had to accept the terms. There must have been a misunderstanding. "I will do as you say." Soo-hyun was feeling cheeky at this point, but thinking back, splitting it just down the middle seemed a bit stingy. So how about this? If any SSS-Rank member from the US can come back, I will join this raid for the Medico Guild for free. If not, then hand over all the loot and management rights of the Medico Guild to me. Hearing this, Robert felt a surge of joy and immediately clapped in agreement. Sure. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. This is going to be fun. Saying that, he hurried off to grab the contract, eager to write it down before Soo-hyun changed his mind. Su Hyan could not help but chuckle, reminding himself to hold back his laughter. From the moment he proposed the crazy idea, victory was already in his grasp. It was only natural since he could see the future. Meanwhile, Robert, greedy as ever, thought this was his time to shine. He believed at least one person would return. To put it bluntly, Robert had been played from the get-go. After the contract was signed, time flew by quickly. 3 days before the Green Dungeon opened. Just as Su Hyan had predicted, not a single S-Rank elder returned, leaving Robert in a cold sweat of worry. On the other hand, the Chaos Guild was buzzing with news that Kim Su Hyan would be taking part in the raid in place of the Medical Guild. They thought he was walking straight into the lion's den. With 2 days left, then 1 day, the plan to eliminate the Stabbing Guild was set. And after everyone was ready, the final showdown was upon them. In the deep woods of La, a man checked his watch and muttered that he arrived earlier than expected. He was the vice president of the Maximum Guild. The S-Rank awakened. Jordan Rogers asked his subordinate where Kim Su Hyan was, only to find out he still had not shown up. They say he is a genius. I am curious about that, Chloe chimed in, starting to tease. Looks like your instincts are fading. Jordan. Relying on a rookie like him, Jordan was not backing down either. You probably do not know, but he is the only one to pass the level 10 trial. Instead of trying to cover up your flaws, maybe you should gather more intel. No matter what, he is still just a low tier awakened. Are you scared that this rookie will take your spot? Haven't you heard? This raid requires at least an S-Rank male awakened. We can't afford to be picky, Chloe cheerfully said. That is why my star guild brought a super skilled mercenary, pointing at Mark River standing behind her. Oh really? Of course. They want to help me die. Jordan patted Mark River on the back, encouraging him. You are a weird one. Did she threaten you? Then turning to Chloe, he added, as long as their skills are good, it is all good. Impressing me here. Old lady. Hearing the term old lady felt like a lightning strike. Mentioning age makes women go wild, especially for older women like Chloe. Did I not make it clear? If you call me old lady one more time, I swear I will kill you. At that moment, a green energy enveloped Chloe. And Jordan was not going to take it lying down either. He clenched his fist, ready to teach Chloe a lesson for provoking him first. The others watched, wanting to intervene but fearing a murder might break out, so they hesitated. I will break your bones, she threatened. Break my bones. Go ahead and try. You jerk. Mark River stood to the side, completely at a loss with this lady. It was so random, but he was worried the plan would go south, so he had to step in. Just then, Kim Su-an arrived, walking up to the two people facing off like fire and water, and said, Stop it. Enough, both of you. All three turned in surprise to look at Su-an, who appeared with a powerful aura surrounding him. Narrowing his eyes at the two in front of him, Su-an coldly stated, You came here to conquer a dungeon, yet you behave like children. What kind of image does that project? Noticing the immense mana radiating from Su-an, Jordan raised an eyebrow and asked, Who are you? Su-an did not hide, calmly replying, I'm Kim Su. If you want to continue, I am more than willing to join the battle. Jordan hesitated for a moment, then looked at Loey and said, That is enough. I have no intention of fighting. Let us just stop here. But Loey, not satisfied, shouted, Who said we are stopping? Seeing the scene, he reached out to grab her shoulder, gently advising, Stopping is the right thing to do. Just calm down. Clenching her lips, Louis reluctantly turned away. His eyes quickly followed, but just before leaving, his gaze, whether intentional or not, brushed over Su-an. Su-an stared intently after their retreating figures, her mind swirling with thoughts. Just like in his past life, the most passionate beast lovers had gathered here. But there is also a chance that Hong Jung Feng would stir up trouble. That guy had two choices. One was to join the Green Dungeon, or prepare for unexpected situations and wait at the Chaos Guild headquarters. He felt sorry for Jizyun, but if possible, he hoped he would choose the first option. Meanwhile, someone behind Loey quietly asked, You feel it too? Right, Loey. Loey bit her lip aggressively, unwillingly nodding. That jerk had suppressed his own magic. Mark's expression turned serious as he said in a low voice, No wonder Ethan got defeated. We need to change our plans. As for Jordan, how can they handle that? They will deal with Su-an first. Jordan approached Su-an, saying, I must have made you laugh earlier. Let me formally introduce myself again. He extended his hand to shake Su-an's, introducing himself as the vice president of the Maximum Guild. Su-an nodded slightly, politely saying, Nice to meet you. I'm Kim Su. Jordan raised an eyebrow at him, stating, If possible. I want to conquer this dungeon without taking heavy losses. So I am counting on you. You all are overestimating this situation. Suoyan interjected with a scoff. Continuing. The green dungeon is not a place for you to worry about avoiding losses. It is about figuring out how to survive and get back. Jordan was a bit surprised, but then smiled and said, You are surprisingly cautious. This genius should not worry. He was very confident in his strike team because all the members were the best. He had bet his pride on this success. And with that, he walked away. Su Haiyan smirked. That pride of his was the real issue. Just then, Hakjin rushed over from behind. Hey. I am all set to head out. Watching the figure that just left, he asked skeptically. The person I just talked to was Jordan Rogers. Right. The one who conquered the biggest green dungeon in the world. His eyes lit up. He could not believe they were going to raid a dungeon with someone like him. Even the wizard Bang Lui was here too. This time, since it was the green dungeon, he felt a bit anxious. But seeing these people made it less concerning. However, right after he spoke, Suoyan quietly asked, Do you think so too? Hakjin was taken aback, looking at him in confusion. They had no idea the danger ahead was far scarier than they thought. At that moment, a voice called out, urging them. They were about to start the green dungeon raid. Immediately after, Jordan led the way, opening the portal to the green dungeon. This time, the green dungeon was also under a terrorist attack from the Chaos Guild. If things continued like this, the raid would fail, and the monsters inside would spill out and engulf this world. After the second outbreak in Anyang, Suoyan has to stop it from happening at all costs. At this moment, Suoyan glances at Hakjin and asks, Do you remember what I told you before we got here? Hakjin nods slightly and replies, Course I remember. Trouble always lurks in the dungeon. And the moment we step inside, the battle begins. A smile creeps onto Suhayan's face as he says, That is right. Just keep those two things in mind. No sooner had he finished speaking than the two of them vanished without a trace. The challenge of the green dungeon has begun. To escape, they must find the designated exit or survive for 10 days. But escaping seems nearly impossible. Louis' constant complaints are driving Jordan nuts. And he shouts, Stop whining. You are ruining our vibe here. And where's that guy you brought along? The cold girl says she has no idea. Hakjin looks around with tears in his eyes, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Is this really the green dungeon? As he pauses his singing, Jordan approaches. Looking puzzled. Was not Suhayan with us? Hakjin is startled and panics. I do not know English. Man. Translate for me. But by the time he looks back, Suhayan's figure has completely vanished. Jordan's face darkens. Two strong people have already disappeared the moment they entered the dungeon, making their risks even greater. But after seeing Lu's reaction, he realizes she is confused. Could it be because the mysterious man is gone? Or is it about Suoyan? No matter what, he does not have time to think anymore because a swarm of monsters has appeared in the sky. Meanwhile, in another corner of the forest, he is unsure of where to go, but his speed is picking up. However, it does not take long for him to notice someone is following him. It can be Louis or his boss. Jordan is not this fast. Guessing who it is, he decides to stop and commands loudly, Come out and find Suoyan. As soon as he finishes speaking, Suoyan lands nearby. Smirking. You are faster than I thought. I almost lost track of you. Glancing at him, gritting his teeth, he asks, What do you want? I am here for the dungeon exploration mission from the moment we entered. Exploration. Suoyan sneers. You mean assassination? Right. As soon as those words left his lips, the expression on Mac's face darkened. But Suoyan remains calm, saying, In terms of ability, I hear you are only second to Dunfeng. Right. I want to see how skilled you are. Hearing this, Mac's face turns even more anxious. He did not expect you to know the boss's name, or that you knew their plans. Taking a deep breath, he forces himself to calm down. Thinking you must have gotten this information from Ethan, he narrows his eyes at you and asks, Who exactly are you? Suoyan can't help but smile. Praising. You really are the awakened assassin type, are not you? You are great at controlling your emotions. Seeing he can't hide anymore, Mac shifts into an aggressive stance and says heavily, I do not know how much you know, but it does not really matter because if you die, everything will come to an end, and right now, you can catch him. Just as he finished speaking, his figure vanished without a trace, and a wave of energy surged around. This is a skill that uses wind to envelop the body, boosting strength. As he got closer to Suhayan, he whispered, I will crush you. And the team charged into the dungeon, along with everyone else. But Suoyan stayed calm and waited, In that moment, a surge of energy barreled towards him with a loud scream. You do not have to worry about being alone, because everyone will die anyway. But, Suan said slowly as he drew his sword, the moment I stepped into this dungeon, your terrible plan has already failed. He then swung his sword down fiercely. That strike pierced straight through the guy, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Suan looked up at him, his face filled with disdain. On the other side, Jordan's crew was fighting the monsters. Luai was using her frost magic to freeze the beast. Jordan was not idle either. Flames erupted continuously, incinerating the monsters in front of him. Outside, Hexjun watched this scene in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Luai was acting as the shield with her ice magic, while Jordan served as the spear with his fire magic. The rest of the guild was also impressive. Those guys were way too strong. As he stood there in awe, a giant ape charged at him, and Hexjun gripped his blade tightly. When the ape got close, he unleashed a strike, slicing it in half. Jordan was battling monsters but kept an eye on the situation outside. Seeing this, he could not help but feel amazed. That kid just needed a bit more training to become a formidable fighter. Moments later, the bodies of monsters lay scattered everywhere. Jordan surveyed the scene and sighed in relief. This dungeon was easier than he thought. Luai approached from behind, wanting to say, "Isn't it obvious? Our team is the strongest in history." "No exaggeration." Dimemus nodded, and Jordan replied nonchalantly, "You are right. There has not been a dungeon this team has not conquered." But at that moment, Wai suddenly wore a mysterious smile. "But I forgot to tell you this." Jordan looked at her suspiciously, wondering what nonsense she was about to say. With a cold voice, she said, "Too bad. But we are going to fail in this dungeon." As soon as she said that, Jordan's expression turned grim. He wanted to say something, but was hit by a burst of green energy. And boom, a massive explosion erupted. Once the dust settled, everyone was confused about what had just happened. Even Hexjun was affected. Luckily, he raised his sword to block it, or he would have been in serious danger. Everyone suspected another monster was attacking, but Hexjun clearly saw Lee attacking Jordan. The shockwave was caused by the clash of two rank awakeners, and that explosion was a magical blast. Over here, someone suddenly called out, "Hey, Star Guild, help us carry the injured. Do not just stand there." The Star Guild members exchanged sly smiles upon hearing this. One guy slowly stepped forward, chuckling, "Let me help you." Just as he finished his sentence, Hexjun stabbed him with his knife. The chaos of the guild's plan officially begins, and right after that, it erupts into a full-blown brawl. Members of the Star Guild are relentlessly eliminating those from other guilds, and blood is spilling everywhere. Hexjun watches this scene in confusion, unsure of what is happening. But just then, someone sneaks up behind him, startling him a bit. However, he quickly regains his composure and delivers a swift blow, finishing the guy off on the spot. The remaining members of the Star Guild have now surrounded Hexjun. The leader squints at him, warily saying, "He is not an easy target. Do not underestimate him. Let us attack together." Hexjun furrows his brow, questioning why the Star Guild is attacking everyone. Their relationship with the Maximum Guild might be rocky, but this is a whole different issue. Thinking back, Su Hyan had mentioned that the battle would start as soon as they entered the dungeon, so he had anticipated this. Moreover, right now, he just needs to survive. With that thought, Hexjun grips his blade tightly and commands, "Come at me." At the same time, Chokton finds himself with one arm frozen by Luai. He blames himself for being too overconfident. Now he can't use that arm. Louis might hate him, but she is not foolish enough to act recklessly. So she must have had a plan from the start. With that in mind, he asks her in a serious tone, "You would not do this out of personal hatred. What is your real intention, Louis?" "Personal hatred? You really have no idea, do you?" Luai scoffs back. "You have no clue how badly I want to take you down." Just as she finishes speaking, a burst of icy energy rushes towards Chokton, making him grit his teeth to withstand it. He has no idea how long he can hold out. At that moment, Louis shouts fiercely, "You fool. You think you can block my attack with just one arm?" She is not wrong. After getting injured, a long fight like this is not in his favor. But thankfully, considering the compatibility of their powers, he still has the upper hand. There is still a chance, and he is going to put everything he has into that chance. As Louis' icy blasts continue to surge towards him, but Chokton channels all his remaining strength into his other arm. Then he yells, "Take this, you cold-hearted witch. I will make you regret ever crossing me." As soon as he says this, he swings his fist towards her. Her body gets pierced, flames erupting around her. But Chokton does not feel relieved. His face is twisted in shock because what stands before him is ice, not her actual form. Louis' chilling laughter echoes. Looks like you are just realizing this now. But it is too late. As soon as she finishes, she touches Chokdon's back, causing his body to begin freezing. Chokdon's face immediately pales. She has tricked him. Gritting his teeth, he skeptically asks, just tell me one thing. Even though we hate each other, we are both in this dungeon. Do you really think your guild can clear it all by themselves? Hearing this, Louis smirks lightly. Why so surprised? Their goal is to ensure this ambush fails. As soon as those words leave her lips, disbelief fills Chokdon's eyes. He never imagined their true intention was this. Angrily, he glares at her, coldly questioning, don't talk nonsense. Do you even know what you are saying? This is the Green Dungeon. If they fail and it erupts, does she even realize what is at stake? Right now, there are no ranked Awakeners in the US. And without any intel on the Green Dungeon, the Awakeners from other countries will be slow to respond. If the dungeon erupts, the worst-case scenario is that the entire US will descend into chaos. He said if she is into the spoils of war, he will give her everything. So she better think twice. Hearing this, Lou could not help but clap in applause. Chokdon really knows how to explain things well. I can picture all those scenarios in my head already. The moment she finished speaking, she peeled down her shirt, revealing the tattoo on her shoulder. Chokdon recognized it as the emblem of the Chaos Guild. With a soft chuckle, Lou raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you think? Interesting. Right. I wonder how many people will die. His horrified expression genuinely thrilled her. How could Chokdon not be scared? She thought, human life is nothing, it is not even human. She is a monster. And only a monster could think like that. At this moment, Louis spoke up again. All right. I have thought it over. I will let him off the hook this time. I want to see his face filled with desperation. Meanwhile, Suayan was rushing back, needing to stop this. On the battlefield, Lou was still waiting, not interfering in the fight unfolding before her. At this point, the Star Guild had nearly taken down everyone here, with only a few still fighting back. Suayan was also battling alongside them. Lou approached one of them and suspiciously asked, "Hey, where's the boss?" The other shook his head, saying, "I do not know. We have not seen him yet." Lou narrowed her eyes and shouted into the air, "Boss, it is almost over. You better show yourself." But after a while, there was still no response. She helplessly held her head in frustration, thinking, this guy is so annoying. Following him was fun, but him keeping his identity a secret is pretty troublesome. If something goes down and the Chaos Guild becomes the target, they will definitely hunt her and the Star Guild down first. There is no guarantee he won't ditch her. So she is considering whether to leave after the mission. But just then, she heard footsteps approaching. Thinking it was the boss, she said, "You are later than I thought." She even asked if Suayan was pretty strong, but the voice that responded startled her. "Sorry for being late." It was Suayan. He scanned the area, sighed, and said, "I did my best, but it seemed like it was too late." This place had been turned into a disaster zone by the Star Guild. The moment she realized the newcomer was not the boss, Louis immediately conjured a layer of frost. She was surprised that Suayan had taken down the boss. She had to admit the boss was quite strong. But the magic Suayan unleashed was so overwhelming that everything around him felt like it was about to explode. Seeing this, Lou could not help but bite her lip. She immediately shouted, "All of you, forget about the others. Take down Kim Suayan first for me." As soon as she said that, the Star Guild members changed direction, preparing to attack Suayan. Suayan, seeing the move, coldly said, "Who said you could leave?" The Star Guild members were mercilessly bitten back by Suayan. With no other choice, Louis had to face Suayan alone. As icy mist continuously spewed forth to attack him in the blink of an eye, one of his hands was frozen solid. But it was not enough to hold him back for long. He slashed through the ice with a single strike. Watching this unfold, Lou bit his lip in frustration and conjured another wave of ice. Yet, in the end, Suayan easily outmaneuvered him. Lou frowned slightly, wondering what the boss was doing at this moment. There was no way he could beat Suayan alone, as much as he hated to admit it. The guy was just too strong. He could not understand why the boss had not shown up yet. Was he waiting for the perfect moment? If so, Lou would create that opportunity for him. With that thought, he waved his hand, causing layers of ice to merge into a gigantic ice structure. Squinting at him, Louis smugly declared, "I will admit you are strong, but this golem is not as easy to destroy as that barrier earlier." But before he could finish his sentence, a massive chunk of ice lost its arm. Suayan scoffed. "Is that all you have got?" With that, he charged at Louis, but just then, a layer of icy mist appeared. Instantly, Suyun's body was ensnared by the ice. He was a bit surprised, not expecting Louis to pull that off. Seeing his reaction, Lou got even more smug, thinking, "Do you really think I am stupid enough to fight a monster like you alone?" Suyun ignored him and swung his sword, slicing off one of the golem's arms. But he was still caught by the other. Realizing the moment had come, Louis shouted, "Boss, make your move now." But the place fell silent, with no response from her boss. If she wanted to find Jun Feng, he was definitely at the guild headquarters right now. He was probably lounging by the window, looking quite pleased with himself. Not waiting for a reply, Lou kept shouting, "Boss, come out and deal with him. I have set it up for you." Suyun was strong, but surely the two of them could take him down. This was the perfect opportunity to strike. Where had he disappeared to? However, after a long wait with no sign of the one she was waiting for, she finally could not help but cough. Looking at her bloodied arm, she grimaced. At this point, she realized she had been abandoned by Jun Feng. Suyun, now trapped in the ice, looked at her with a confused sense of despair. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally took action. With a gentle push, he shattered the entire layer of ice. Just as he suspected, Jun Feng was not there. While chaos erupted in the green tunnel, Jun Feng was comfortably at the guild headquarters. In the room, there was another man present. He hesitated and asked, "Boss, why have not you moved forward with the plan? Why are you back here?" Hearing this, Jun Feng furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Back when Jordan and Louis were fighting, he had disguised himself to make an appearance. He fixed his gaze on Jock Dan. For someone as renowned as Jock Dan, this was not difficult. Killing him would not bring any joy. But just when it seemed like everything was over, and he was ready to leave in triumph, Suyun's appearance shattered his arrogance. His first impression of Suyun was that he was stronger than Jock Dan. But then, his eyes widened in shock. Suyun was surrounded by an overwhelming power that gave him a bad feeling. In the end, he decided it was not worth the risk. So he slipped away before anyone noticed his presence. Returning to reality, after shaking off his thoughts, he shook his head and said, "I do not know." The other person raised an eyebrow, clearly confused about what he was thinking. Now, what should he do? Just then, someone burst in from outside, shouting, "We are in trouble." The man turned to him and asked, "What is the problem?" The newcomer replied seriously, "It is about the terrorists targeting countries outside the US. Those countries' associations have caught the terrorists." Instantly, Jun Feng's expression darkened. Even that man could not believe it and exclaimed, "What? Are you saying those associations know about our plans?" At that moment, Jun Feng suddenly burst into laughter. "Now I get it. They know everything." The man looked at him skeptically and asked, "Boss, is this really a time to laugh? This is not part of the plan. Now is not the time to stay calm." Jun Feng stood up, unbothered, and said, "I have made my decision." The man was getting more confused. "What are you rambling about?" But before he could finish, Jun Feng swiftly ended him. Then, he slowly walked towards the door and finished off the remaining guy. Once the job was done, he coldly stated, "Starting a chaotic association could be fun. But because of you guys, my identity is completely exposed. So I have to lay low." Because he still wanted to be an actor. Inside the green dungeon, everyone was desperately trying to wake Jordan up. A moment later, Jordan finally woke up, dazedly asking, "Where?" But soon enough, he regained his composure and panicked. "What about Louis? How did the raid go?" The person in front of him quickly reassured him to stay calm. Everything had been resolved. This caught Jordan off guard, and only then did he realize Louis's people had been captured. Confused, he asked, "What do you mean? We clearly lost." The other person hurriedly explained, "Suyun showed up and rescued everyone. Without him, we would have been dead." At the same time, Suyun was trying to soothe Hajun, saying, "Listen to me. Okay." The moment we stepped into the dungeon, a suspect jumped out at us. If I stopped to chat, he would have run off. So I had no other choice. With a huff, Hajun grumbled, "Some of us blindly followed you. And you left us hanging here. It feels like we have been betrayed." Suyun knew he was angry and had no idea how to respond. Just then, someone called out to him. When he turned around, he saw Jordan approaching with some people. He asked how Jordan was feeling. Jordan squinted at him, clearly aware of the Chaos Guild's plans. But that did not matter. His arrogance led to this situation. Noticing Jordan was silent, Suyun felt a bit suspicious. Why was the tension in the air so thick all of a sudden? Finally, he broke the silence, asking, "Why are you looking at me like that? If you have something to say, just spit it out." After a long pause, Jordan finally spoke. "I have a lot to say. But I think I should start with this. You saved them. And not just that, If it were not for you, everyone in America would be dead. They want to express their gratitude to the hero who saved the country. With that, Jordan bowed his head to you, genuinely saying, "Thank you for saving us. For saving all of America." Suhayan raised an eyebrow at this. Considering his position and authority, it was not easy to set aside his pride like this. Honestly, Jordan is really amazing. Suhayan shyly looked at him and smiled, saying, "Thank you. But I feel a bit awkward. Let us just continue searching." Just then, a dark voice suddenly echoed. Instantly, Suhayan's expression changed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A figure filled with malice appeared in the forest, throwing something toward everyone. Suhayan quickly summoned the Holy Fire Phoenix, speaking in a low voice. "Sorry, but I have not saved America yet." With that, he reached out and grabbed its leg, soaring into the sky. To be precise, this is when I am actually saving it. As soon as he finished speaking, the Holy Fire Phoenix let out a roar, intercepting the incoming projectile. With a thunderous bang, an explosion erupted. The people behind immediately questioned what was happening. Suhayan replied nonchalantly, "I told you. Did not. You should be worrying about the monsters coming back to life. The chaos they are bringing won't let up. But more importantly, this green pit you are talking about is quite dangerous." No sooner had he finished speaking than a swarm of monsters surged forward. Claws raised, Suhayan charged in with his sword, slicing down a monster in one swift strike. The people behind were not idle either, quickly arming themselves to fight back. But the monsters kept advancing, throwing the group into disarray. The captain calmly said, "The monsters in the dense pit have the advantage of numbers." Jordan stepped forward a couple of steps and leaned against Suhayan. Suhayan spoke calmly. "Right now, we need to sweep them out in one go." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated a green flame. Jordan was not slacking off either, summoning fire magic from his palm. Immediately, the two launched an attack on the monsters. Seeing this scene, Jordan could not help but exclaim, "This is awesome." His group quickly urged everyone to get ready. "We can handle those monsters." With those words, everyone straightened up, preparing to confront the monsters. Meanwhile, a dark figure lurking nearby muttered, "Here. They are very weak." As soon as he finished speaking, another group of monsters charged in. Jordan shouted orders to everyone. "They are coming back. Let us wipe them out." No sooner had he spoken than he shot forward like a rocket, flames trailing behind him. But then a twist occurred. They saw the monsters glide past them. Jordan's expression soared in an instant. He shouted urgently, "They are targeting the injured. Stop them." Just as he said, the monsters charged straight for the defenseless. Cries of despair echoed nonstop. On the other side, a severely injured person sat there, unable to fight back, just waiting quietly for death. But at that moment, a swift footstep approached. Suhayan swung his sword mercilessly, slicing through the monsters like butter. He narrowed his eyes at them, filled with murderous intent. The dark figure realized the danger Suhayan posed and immediately commanded the monsters to lock onto him. He ordered them to take him out, no questions asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters seemed to be fueled by adrenaline, charging wildly towards Suhayan. Caught off guard by this sudden change, he quickly regained his composure and struck without hesitation. But just then, the monsters suddenly exploded. When the dust settled, there stood Suhayan, alone and defiant. He brushed the dust off himself, frowning in deep thought. While he could withstand the attack with Kraken's defensive power, this situation was far from ideal. At that moment, Hakjin rushed over, worriedly asking, "Suhayan, are you okay? Why did those monsters explode?" Shaking his head slightly, Suhayan replied coolly, "That must be the ability of the boss." "You are amazed?" "Right. You know the boss." Of course. He knew. It was a former monster spirit, a boss that controlled beasts. It was extremely intelligent, adept in magic, and had a plethora of hard-to-counter abilities. Honestly, the current situation was dire. They needed to protect the injured and watch out for the Chaos Guild members, all while continuously fighting these monsters. Suhayan thought for a moment before speaking up. "I will handle the boss. Once I take it down, the Lola monsters will scatter. We just need to hold on until then." With that, he started to leave, but before he could take a few steps, Jordan pulled him back. Han asked, "Don't you have anything to say? If the boss could really control the monsters as you say, it would definitely focus its power on you before you reached it. No matter how strong you are, taking it down won't be easy." Suhayan glanced at Han, seriously asking, "Jordan, you call me a hero, do not you?" He had always shunned that title. It felt like a burden to him. But when Han and the others called him that, a part of him felt a bit pleased. With a smile, Suhayan looked at Han and said, "So it is finally time for you to become a true hero." Hearing this, Jordan could only sigh helplessly. I guess I can't say anything more. But I won't be able to hold them off for long. Suhayan waved goodbye and left. Jordan watched Suhayan's retreating figure, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. Thinking Han was supposed to be the hero here. Turns out, the hero was someone else entirely. Meanwhile, Suhayan charged straight into the monster's lair. He muttered to himself, "Your turn, little one." And just as he finished, Mai appeared. Instantly, he felt the blessing of the dragon god, boosting his speed, strength, and magical prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, Suhayan brandished his sword, and a flurry of sword lights began dancing through the air. In the blink of an eye, a horde of monsters fell before him. The former monster spirit was left speechless by this scene, but he quickly regained his composure, unleashing a barrage of sound waves into the air. In an instant, the sound waves spread throughout the forest. The goblins outside, upon hearing the deafening cries, immediately went on high alert. A horde of monsters surged from deep within the forest, and Suhayan on this side resembled a raging god as he charged into battle. With every swing of his sword, he claimed the life of a monster. Time flowed on, yet Suhayan continued his relentless slaughter. At this moment, he had just struck down the beast in front of him. He moved like a spirit, dancing gracefully in the air, slaying gods when he met them and buddhas when they appeared. After taking down that monster, he landed on a nearby branch. Catching his breath, he whispered to himself, "Halfway there." Right, he thought they would launch their attack on him, but it seemed there were about 200 to 300 of them. If he killed them all, he would absorb way too much power. So he pondered how to distract them first. After thinking it through, he immediately used a clone technique. Thankfully, he had bought this in advance. In the blink of an eye, countless Suhayan clones appeared in the area. Instantly, his clones charged towards the monsters. Seeing this, the former monster spirit was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock, and the number of clones rose to 4. This meant he would be praised 4 times over whatever it was. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Meanwhile, the former monster spirit looked increasingly confused among the ones charging ahead. Which one was the real one? He could not tell. So he decided to hunt them all down. Meanwhile, the real Suhayan was barreling forward when a group of monkeys blocked his path. He could not help but click his tongue. Was he really going to have to trick all of them? But with no other options left, he quickly commanded Maya to attack. Hearing his words, Maya immediately unleashed a stream of fire. In an instant, the blazing flames tore through the air, targeting the pack of monkeys. Watching them go up in flames, Suhayan nodded in satisfaction, praising, "Well done." At the same time, the former monster spirit sensed his presence. Instantly, he commanded the monsters to charge forward. Just then, a bolt of green energy shot toward him. He quickly ducked behind a massive tree, and those energy blasts exploded against the trunk. From a distance, Suhayan watched the scene unfold, his expression turning serious. It seemed he would not let Suhayan escape so easily. With no choice left, he had to engage the monsters surrounding him first. However, their ferocity made things quite challenging for him. Under the control of the former monster spirit, the swarm of monsters charged at him wildly. In an instant, they exploded, filling the area with dust and debris. Suhayan coughed twice amidst the chaos. Seeing his weapon grow heavy in his hand, Suhayan decided to store it away for now and let the rest handle themselves. He then slowly moved forward. Before him lay a frenzy of monsters controlled by the former monster spirit. He spoke coldly. "Now let us see who is the hunter and who is the prey." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward like a moth to a flame. Out of the 7 difficulty levels, the green dungeon was rated at level 5, based on the dungeon's characteristics and the difficulty rated on a scale. This dungeon here is one of the toughest green dungeons. Last time, an explosion erupted because the mission of punishment failed. Only by collecting high-level awakeners from various countries around the world could they hope to conquer the dungeon. While lost in thought, a terrifying event unfolded. Suddenly, a monster bit into his neck, causing blood to gush out. He bit his lip, cursing inwardly. Damn it. He let his guard down. At the same moment, the former monster spirit user unleashed their magic in an attack. With a thunderous boom, a massive explosion erupted. Let us be real. The odds of him conquering this dungeon alone were practically 0. The former monster spirit user slowly advanced toward where Suhayan lay unconscious on the ground, but he still refused to give up. In his last life, he had fought so hard, even back then, with great power. He could not protect anything. Even after the green dungeon explosion in his previous life, he still failed to save anyone. That made him question if he was even capable of protecting himself. Why was he called a hero? Just looking at the despair of those whose names he did not even know. Even when people were dying right in front of him, He felt nothing. The only thing left was the responsibility to save the world. Those vague thoughts constantly swirled in his mind. Kim Sung-in could not become a hero. However, with this awakening, thinking of those he had met, he believed Kim Soo-hoon would be different. With the power he had now, the pale yellow energy was swirling around him, and he forced himself to stand up. He was certain this time he would become the hero. Seeing this, the former monster spirit user widened his eyes in disbelief. Mumbling, "You are back." Soo-hoon had regained his strength, raising an eyebrow at him provocatively. "You just called me your prey, and now you want me to back off?" No sooner had he finished speaking than he launched a punch at him. The user quickly stepped back to dodge, but still got hit. With a light grunt, Soo-hoon said coldly, "Your time is up, now it is my turn." At that moment, the former monster spirit user was filled with fear, shielding his broken face with one hand. Then he roared fiercely, "Protect me." Immediately, sound waves echoed throughout the forest. But what surprised him was about to happen. He sat there, momentarily at a loss for words, because, at this moment, the battlefield on the other side was a bloodbath. Monster corpses lay scattered everywhere, and flames danced in Jordan's hands. Their group, which stayed behind to hold the monsters off, had successfully cleared them out, so no monsters could support the former monster spirit user. Jordan smirked. "Do not underestimate us." Over here, Soo-hyun slowly approached the former monster spirit user, his voice chilling as he spoke. "It seems there are no monsters left to protect you. I do not want to die." He shouted, then began to use magic. It is like he did not even have time to react before his hands were chopped off. Of course, that was Soo-hyun's doing. In the blink of an eye, his movements froze, his face a mask of horror. Soo-hyun furrowed his brows and spoke, "You probably feel the same way." No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged forward with his sword, piercing straight through the guy. He thought this was his chance to make things right. Both his sword and mind felt lighter than ever. He was grateful to the original host. Thanks to him, he was able to find his way. He had slain the boss of the Green Dungeon, preventing the disaster it caused in his previous life. He would never forget the opportunity the original host had given him. Outside, a group of people stood on the rooftop of a building. A young man asked suspiciously, "Didn't you just say the Chaos Guild's base is right there? Why are not we attacking? Our enemies are literally right in front of us." The girl in the middle was Ji-sun, and she was deep in thought, remembering how Soo-hyun had called her out for a talk earlier. They were splitting up. He would take on the dungeon, while she would attack the faraway guild. But upon hearing this, Ji-sun smirked with disdain. She grabbed the collar of his shirt and fiercely questioned, "After everything I just said, you still dare to suggest something like that?" She warned him she would kill Jun Feng, and anyone who got in her way would not be spared, even if that was him. With that, she released him, and Soo-hyun calmly replied, "I know you are strong, but you can take down Jun Feng alone." He was a first-generation Awaken, or who had been building up his power for a long time. If he showed up at the Star Guild, it was likely that both she and the Death Guild would fall. With that, he shot her a meaningful look. After a moment, he continued, "I do not want you to lose something even more precious in your quest for revenge." Breaking free from her memories, Jian sighed. What does my life even matter? But since Soo-hyun had said that, she did not want her followers to die either. Seeing her still hesitating, the people behind her grew anxious, and someone could not help but speak up. Seo-jin, say something to her. But Seo-jin just shook his head, refusing. Come on. She has got her own reasons. At that moment, a sudden explosion erupted from the building across the street, sending Ji-sin's group into a panic. What the heck was going on? Was it an ambush? Did anyone else know that the Star Guild was the Chaos Guild? The one causing this chaos was Jun Feng, and he was out to eliminate anyone from the guild for his own safety. He even took action against his own people. That guy kept begging him, promising he would not reveal his identity. Over here, Ji-sin spotted Jun Feng's figure. Instantly, her eyes filled with hatred. Jun Feng sat opposite that guy, smirking coldly. Why would I trust you? Plus, if I let you live, would not that be unfair to all the ones who died? No sooner had he finished speaking than he struck, taking that guy's life. Right after, he sighed with resignation. Sadly, as of today, the Chaos Guild has been disbanded. No one's going to oppose me. Right. After all, how can the dead oppose him? Just then, a voice filled with hatred suddenly rang out. Jun Feng. He was startled and turned around. But before he could see the person in front of him, a flash of light flickered. Ji-sin charged at him with a sharp blade in hand. He was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. Raising his hand to block, he pushed back forcefully and then asked her who she was. Ji-sin did not have time to answer. He had already sent her flying away, narrowing her eyes at him. Her tone dripped with venom. I have been waiting for this day. Junfeng was a bit puzzled. He did not understand what she meant. Ji Xian gritted her teeth and declared, I will kill you no matter what. He stared at her blankly for a long time, still unable to recall who she was. Inside the green dungeon, after killing the former monster conjurer, Su Haiyan extracted his heart, discovering a blue gem. Holding it in his hand, he could not help but exclaim, who would have thought this guy would hide something like this? If I give this to old man Diho, he will love it. But just then, Mia suddenly opened her mouth and swallowed it. Immediately, Su Haiyan panicked and shouted, You can eat that. Moments later, Jordan and his crew arrived at Su Haiyan's spot. Looking at the scene before them, their faces went pale. He actually took down those monsters. Moreover, he was now joking around with his pet. Once they regained their composure, Hakan spoke up. Su Haiyan, we are here. He looked at them and smiled. Well done, Hakan. And you too? Jordan nodded slightly, saying, I never thought you could actually catch the mastermind here. Su Haiyan casually laughed, saying, What I did is not surprising. Right. We need to find a way out first. At that moment, Hakan suddenly spoke. We have found it. Su Haiyan looked at him suspiciously. Jordan slowly explained while chasing after the rampaging monsters. We were able to locate your position and the exit. That is why it took us a while to get here. Su Haiyan immediately suggested. Let us move quickly. We need to get this trash back to the association. And also, he looked at Jordan, causing him to raise an eyebrow in confusion. He chuckled softly, asking, Can you cover my medical expenses from the association? Robert will be furious about this. But that is a problem for after we leave the green dungeon. Jordan readily agreed. I will also share my reward with you. After all, saying you handled this dungeon by yourself is not an exaggeration. However, Su Haiyan seemed hesitant, asking instead, Could I request a favor from you? Jordan asked suspiciously. A favor? He nodded without hesitation, admitting there is still someone else who needs help. Outside, Ji Xian was still battling Junfeng. He casually countered her attack, mockingly laughing. What kind of assassin can even hide their emotions? At that moment, Ji Xian's face was filled with rage as she fiercely swung her sword at him. He scoffed lightly, coldly stating, After all, the way you rushed here to attack and the intensity of your emotions. He asked her if she knew who he was. Ji Xian did not answer, just charging at him with the knife. Junfeng raised his hand to block, clicking his tongue in frustration. It is such an annoying skill. She can move swiftly through the night, and her strength increases rapidly. The only thing making it easier for him to breathe in this situation is her raging state, allowing him to predict her moves a bit better. A smirk suddenly played on his lips. Should he toy with her a little? He thought, and while dodging her blow, he spoke nonchalantly. You seem pretty mad at me. Shouldn't I know who you are by now? But Ji Xian was dead set on killing him. He sent a message saying, Come on. Who knows? Maybe I will remember who you are just from your reaction. As soon as he finished speaking, his face morphed into another one. Then he asked, What do you think? Is this the face you recognized? Ji Xian bit her lip fiercely, cursing him. You bastard. You are just going to keep playing with me until I am dead. Junfeng chuckled at her reaction. Well, what about this? Another face pops up. Ji Xian did not respond. Continuing her attack, he realized he guessed wrong again, frowning in contemplation. Not that one either. Then how about this? He kept changing his face. And at that moment, Ji Xian. Right in front of her was the face etched in her painful memories. Junfeng coolly remarked, Gana. At this moment, Ji Xian's entire being radiated a fierce aura. She nearly screamed. Junfeng, I will kill you. However, he remained calm, thinking, but this face has done so much that I can't remember it all. He raised an eyebrow at her, smirking. Do you really want to kill me? You do not even realize your skill time is almost up. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Xian launched, but he punched her in the stomach. In that split second, she managed to brace herself, giving a faint smile, while Junfeng coldly said, Now that I look closely, I remember your face. At that, he suddenly burst into laughter, making Ji Xian look at him in confusion. But soon after, her eyes welled up with tears. In her eyes appeared the figure she longed for, and he transformed into Ki Hun. Ji Xian's body instantly went limp, shaking as she collapsed. Seeing her reaction, Junfeng felt even more pleased. That kind of reaction must be right. Understanding Ji-seon's psychology, he became even more laid back. This guy's quite complicated if I am not mistaken. If he remembered correctly, there were still 3 others back then, and she was unconscious. Right after that, he morphed again, causing Ji-seon's tears to flow even more. In front of her now was Yeo-jin, looking worried as he urged, "Get up, please." The next one was Woo-sik, and the last one, of course, was Hyena. Ji-seon's emotions plummeted into a deep abyss. She kept saying, "Stop it. They did not deserve to be mocked by a jerk like Jun Feng." At this point, her hand gripping the knife trembled. But Jun Feng was not about to let her go. He coldly said, "Now." This is the highlight. Right after that, he transformed into Ki-hoon's appearance. He could not stop crying, reliving that fateful day. Ki-hoon spared him, letting Ji-seon go. But then he burst out laughing mockingly. He really is a pathetic sight. He said she should have seen Ki-hoon's face when he killed Taker. The more he spoke, the more Ji-seon's expression darkened. The more she suffered, the more smug Jun Feng became. He threw his head back and laughed, saying, "Look at that face. I love it. This is why I can't quit acting." But he had to kill her since she knew his true identity. And Soo-hyun probably knew too. So he suggested, why not team up and kill Soo-hyun together? When he is gone, they could form a new gang. Ji-seon glared at him, but he just smiled, coaxing her, "Join my gang, and you will see your lover again. You won't die." Okay. Jun Feng overlooked one thing: Ji-seon can act too. While he was talking, she quietly pulled a dagger from thin air. She was waiting for him to get closer. Just as she hoped, he leaned in right next to her, spotting her chance. Her eyes lit up. Without a hint of hesitation, she fiercely swung the dagger at him. Her sudden move startled Jun Feng. Ji-seon's plan was flawless. She controlled her emotions, even when she was boiling with rage. She pretended to carry out her plan, but she overlooked one thing. Just before she stabbed him in the neck, she hesitated. Memories, experiences, and the past they created her moment of doubt. Ji-seon's dagger was just 1 away from Jun Feng's throat, but it did not strike. This gave him the chance to counterattack. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Rejected again." Furious, he lunged at Ji-seon, injuring her severely. Just like that, he sent her flying. Meanwhile, outside the headquarters of the Chaos Guild, thick smoke billowed up, catching the attention of nearby residents who began to gossip about who was responsible. Ji-seon's people blended into the crowd, and one of them asked suspiciously, "Shouldn't we go with Ji-seon?" Xena Sejin shook his head, saying, "She will handle it." Just then, a voice came from behind them, "Evacuate the civilians first." Sejin was a bit surprised. "Jordan Roger, what are you guys doing here?" Before he could finish, Jordan spoke up, "Soo-hyun-sen. He told us to team up with you and evacuate the civilians in this building." Sejin frowned and asked Han, "But why do not I see him?" Jordan replied, a bit startled, "There must be some urgent matter." He went into the building first. On the rooftop, Jun Feng was currently choking Ji-seon, coldly saying, "You are actually fun to fight. You are the first one to last this long against me. But it is a waste of time. So let us end this." Just as he finished speaking, he prepared to deliver the final blow to Ji-seon. But at that critical moment, Soo-hyun appeared from afar, blocking his attack. With a loud bang, the rooftop erupted in chaos. Soo-hyun then saved Ji-seon, gently placing her on the ground. He whispered, "I will keep my promise. Do not worry." After waiting for the dust to settle, Jun Feng emerged from the rubble, sneering as he said, "So you are Soo-hyun? Putting on a show for me. I have a lot of questions for you." With a cold huff, Soo-hyun replied, "Oh really? I have plenty of questions for you too." You ask if he is having fun, playing someone else to mock them, pretending to be a loved one just to humiliate them, looking down on them, and even taking lives to satisfy himself. Your words made Jun Feng pause, caught off guard, unsure how to respond. But Soo-hyun pressed on, repeating the question, "Are you having fun?" After a moment, Jun Feng finally regained his composure, casually responding, "I wonder if you are talking about the thrill that fades over time. But the best part is, I never get bored. I can give you a thrill too." Soo-hyun coldly shot back, then drew his sword to attack. Jun Feng narrowed his eyes at him, quickly activating his skill. But it was too late. Soo-hyun's blade was already slicing through the air. Glancing at Jun Feng, Soo-hyun slowly said, "The thrill I give you will be way more fun than your little game." In that moment, Jun Feng noticed a large wound on his side, blood pouring out like rain. He quickly dropped to the ground, clutching his injury, narrowing his eyes at Soo-hyun. His face was now filled with rage. Immediately, he began to transform in the blink of an eye. Junfeng's clothes were ripped apart by his body's transformation. When he looked again, he had turned into a massive dragon. He roared fiercely, charging forward. I will tear you to shreds. That was the power of dragon transformation. A skill that turns a person into a dragon. Considered one of the strongest abilities in the history of awakening. However, Suhain remained unfazed, calmly standing there with a mocking smile. I guess that is why you are so arrogant. Even so, you only achieved this through sheer luck. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed down with his sword. Junfeng quickly dodged to the side. Then, he lunged at Suhain with his claws, but Suhain had evaded just in time and released the sacred fire phoenix. Seeing this, Junfeng gasped in shock. Do you really think you can use fire in front of me? Then, he swallowed the flames whole. Squinting at Junfeng, Suhain smirked. Not hot. Ah. Hearing this, Junfeng scoffed. I will show you what real heat is. Watch closely. This is dragon fire. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of flames towards Suhain. Calmly, Suhain called Mai out to show Junfeng what true fire really looks like. Mai appeared in an instant, taking a deep breath. Immediately, a blaze even more dazzling surged forward. The two flames collided rapidly, and then they exploded. Watching this, Junfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. There was no way that tiny dragon could extinguish his flames. Junfeng's fierce gaze made Maya cower behind Suhain, saying, I'm scared. With a soft chuckle, Suhain quickly reassured. It is. You can come out now. Maya nodded slightly, then went back into the space, blessing Suhain as she left. He nodded in satisfaction. Maya always did as she pleased. Just then, Junfeng charged in from a distance, yelling, You should not ignore me like this. However, Suhain just smirked, clicking his tongue. I do not think so. Then, he swung his sword, slashing at Junfeng's claws. Blood gushing out. This made Junfeng's claws halt in mid-air. His massive body shook violently, teetering as he fell to the ground. At this moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. How could he, while in dragon form, be losing to Suhain? Was the uncomfortable feeling Han experienced earlier fear? Thinking this, Han immediately ground his teeth, then let out a loud snort. Do not make me laugh when Long Han is at his strongest. At this moment, Suhain coldly spoke up. I will let you in on a little secret. The reason I have let you be, even though I know who you are, is because I can conquer the challenge tower anytime I want, meaning you could take down someone like Han. As long as you bend a little, just as you speak. Your body was already in front of Junfeng, your sword flowing like ocean waves, slicing through Han. Han violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his body now covered in wounds. At the same time, the commotion here caught the attention of Jordan's group. Jordan squinted towards that direction, muttering in suspicion. What is going on up there? The building is collapsing. Just as they said, the whole building was ablaze. And at this moment, it looked like something had sliced through it, beginning to crumble. Jordan urgently ordered everyone to evacuate. On the rooftop, Junfeng had returned to normal, just weakened and lying on the ground. And Jun muttered, Why are you doing this to me? Do you have a grudge against me too? With a slight huff, Suhain replied coolly, I just do not like you. At this moment, Ji Xian behind him had also regained consciousness. Hearing the noise, he quickly turned around, smiling as he said, I think the final preparations are complete. Ji Xian slowly stood up and walked towards Junfeng. Upon seeing her, his eyes widened in disbelief. Then he heard Suhain's cold voice. I really wanted to kill you myself. But unfortunately, I have already made a promise. With that, he looked at Ji Xian and said, Good luck. I won't lift a finger from now on. Hearing this, Junfeng suddenly burst into laughter. What is wrong with you? Suhain narrowed his eyes at him and said, If you beat Ji Xian, I won't do anything even if you run away. But if he runs now, he knows what will happen. Junfeng smirked. Then, he forced himself to stand up, biting his lip and saying, Do not change your mind. I thought this was the end. He chuckled smugly, then began to transform. His face morphed into Ki-Hun's, and he frowned while smiling. He was right. Saving her was indeed a good thing. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged fiercely toward Jizian. He was sure this stupid girl would not dare attack this familiar face. But he was wrong. This time Jizian was ready to strike. A wound appeared on him, and he could not believe it. She attacked without hesitation. At that moment, Jizian's cold voice rang out. You have no idea how long I have waited for this day. A battle full of hesitation is more than enough. I think you are misunderstanding something, Junfeng said as he tightened his grip on her wrist. Sneering, I can hit you the normal way too. Immediately after, He threw a punch at her, and in an instant, an invisible shockwave erupted. As if something had collided, it was Jizun. She managed to block his punch. But in that moment, she kicked him. The two quickly fell into a stalemate. And outside the battle, Maya jumped out from the shadows, observing the fight for a while before speaking up. So Junfeng is superior in ability. She is not wrong. Jizun's skills can't even compare to Junfeng's. And before long, she is already at a disadvantage. Maya furrows her brow at the scene, feeling a twinge of worry. But just then, a burst of pale purple energy suddenly appears. It quickly surrounds Jizun, leaving Junfeng in shock. In the midst of his astonishment, a figure darts past him, causing the air around them to ripple violently. By the time he reacts, a long gash appears on his face. Fresh blood starts to ooze out, and he glares at Suhayan in anger. Knowing what he is thinking, Suhayan rolls her eyes and says, "Don't he get it twisted? That was not me." But does he even have time to consider them? Thanks to a reminder from his companion, Junfeng suddenly realizes Jizun is charging at him again, and he quickly ducks to avoid her, seizing the opportunity to escape. He retreats, trying to put some distance between them. But he can't, because right now, Jizun's speed is like lightning. And in the blink of an eye, she is right in front of him. One swipe of her blade comes down, cutting into his body. Jizun's eyes are filled with determination. She knows she can do this. Fiercely, she attacks Junfeng, determined to end his life today. She lunges with ferocity, forcing him to keep retreating. But her blade does not stop for a second. She presses the knife against his body relentlessly. Junfeng grits his teeth, hastily using his skills to defend himself. But Jizun's strength is overwhelming, and the blade is almost touching him. Fear grips him as he shouts, "Wait!" Unfortunately, Jizun is fueled by rage. She wants to chop him into 100 pieces. And there is no way she is giving him a chance. For her teammates. For those who brought her light. For the man who made her feel warmth and pulled her from loneliness. She has to kill him. In this moment, Junfeng is engulfed in fear. He keeps yelling for her to stop. But the knife keeps coming down, and his palm gets sliced open. Panicking, he screams in frustration, "I said stop, you little monster." But how can Jizun hear him? She continues to slash down, the cuts getting deeper, painting his body with fresh blood. After this prolonged fight, the rooftop is nearly in ruins. Jizun stands amidst the smoke, where she has pushed her enemy into oblivion. Her face finally relaxes. She has avenged her deep-seated hatred at last. She let out a heavy breath, sitting down on the ground. Over here, Suhayan noticed something lying on the ground. It was a necklace, probably Jizun's. He spoke up, praising her, saying she did a great job. He just stood there, watching her, waiting for her to react. Jizun focused intently on the necklace in his hand. After a long moment, tears began to fall from her eyes. Finally, she could not hold back any longer and clutched the necklace, crying out loud. Seeing this, Suhayan could not help but sigh. He figured he should probably step back a bit, giving her some space. But just a few steps in, he stumbled, his body swaying. He was just too exhausted. After that, everything was resolved quickly, thanks to Cho Dan and the Death Guild. The truth about the Chaos Guild was brought to light. Lu Wai and the other guild members were captured right in the Green Dungeon and handed over to the American Association for processing. There were reports of other businesses still collaborating with Chaos, so those involved were under investigation. But the scale turned out to be larger than expected, and the investigators were facing significant challenges due to a lack of information. Major news outlets reported that Junfeng was the president of the Chaos Guild. Louis confessed to all of Junfeng's crimes, causing a massive shock. His wrongdoings were quickly exposed, igniting outrage worldwide. At the same time, this news also caught the attention of Suhayan's group. After the news ended, anger echoed everywhere. Juho was the first to speak up, cursing, saying that guy was a monster. Hein-sun chimed in, asking how someone could do such a thing. At this moment, Hakjun turned to look at Suhayan lying in the hospital bed, speaking softly. "Even while we were in the dungeon, Suhayan already knew everything, did not he?" Juho nodded slightly. "Yeah. Probably. He always told us to let him know if anything happened. But he always carried everything on his own." As he said this, he let out a resigned sigh. Hakjun felt the atmosphere growing heavy. He needed to do something. Just then, he spotted a pen nearby. After hesitating for a while, he took the pen and went over to draw on Suhayan's face. Seeing this, Yuan-sun gasped, "Hey Hakjun, what are you doing?" But he kept drawing on Suhayan's face, causing Yuan-sun to angrily swat at him. He did not care, drawing while complaining, "This is so annoying. He never tells us anything." "Right." Juho, called out by name, was a bit startled. After that, He joined in on the fun, drawing as well. Yuan-sun got even angrier, scolding. You too. Juho. Stop it. But Juho was having too much fun to stop, laughing loudly. No matter how skilled he was, he could not stop them from drawing on his face. Yuan-sun could not hold back any longer. He aggressively tapped the heads of the two, and only then did they lower their heads in apology. But Juho was still very dissatisfied, always wanting to take on too much himself. Whatever. I will leave it alone. Let us go eat in the room. Su-hyun was left all alone in the hospital bed, his face marked with sickly drawings. A moment later, a dark mist suddenly appeared in the hospital room. Not long after, Ji-sin arrived as well. She glanced at Su-hyun and muttered a confusing question. Is it? She asked that because earlier, after everything had wrapped up, Ji-sin's guild received an anonymous letter. Once she read it, she was taken aback. It was a list of the remaining members of the Chaotic Guild. She sighed as she looked at him and whispered, "Did you do this so we could take revenge ourselves? Because even if the American Association catches them, they will just end up sitting in prison." She had no idea where he got this information from. She still had many questions she wanted to ask him, but today, she had something else to discuss. So this time she would let him off the hook. Just before leaving, she picked up a black pen and, imitating Ju, drew on Su-hyun's face. Then she hung it up by the window and left. In no time, her figure disappeared along with the dark mist, and Su-hyun lay there in silence. The only difference was that now there was a new line of text on his face. In another realm, a plane carrying the recent chaotic events was preparing to leave the United States. At the same time, at the Golden Tower, a man and a woman sat on the top floor enjoying dinner, the man being the first to speak. "How does it feel to drink up here?" The woman took a sip of her drink and replied coldly. "Why do you ask such a weird question? Wine is always the same, tasteless and boring." But looking outside, I can't help but admire how amazing technology is. Even with all that noise outside, it is completely quiet in here. The man chuckled softly and said, "We used a lot of egg stones. So of course it is like this. I would say about 10% of all the egg stones in the US were used for this building." Hearing this, the woman frowned, silently lamenting how wasteful it was. But she did not voice it, instead changing the subject. "But hey, are you really planning to hold that ranking competition?" The man quickly stopped his actions. He smirked, looking at the woman as he said, "You know, as Lin, I have always thought of myself as the strongest. But the world does not see it that way, because in this world, there are too many heroes claiming to be S-rank awakeners. And depending on their achievements, they are hailed as the best. There are so many heroes in this small world. So through this ranking competition, he will show them that he, Golden Lohan, is the strongest." Time flew by like dogs running in the fields. After the events in the US, Su-hyun returned and began climbing the tower again, currently fighting a monster. Maya was also following him, elegantly sitting on his back, ready to unleash fairy attacks on the monster. Before long, Su-hyun finally took down the monster. He had completely decapitated it, and its grotesque fluids kept pouring out. The challenge tower's content on the 30th floor is surprisingly simple, shattering the hidden heart within Ouroboros. However, Ouroboros is massive, with its egg-like clouds being so large. It took a whole year. By now, Maya has grown a bit too. Earlier, the guardian of the 30th floor told him that the heart of Ouroboros is a crystal containing all the power it has accumulated throughout its life. A source of pure energy. Go ahead and take it. Eat it if you can. But soon, he would finally be rewarded for the past 6 months. With that thought, Su-hyun swiftly unleashed one final strike, and his mana surged explosively in an instant. His entire body was engulfed in massive mana. Biting his lip, Su-hyun reminded himself not to lose his mind. From now on, he would own this power. The mana continued to rise. After a while, the mana finally receded, all absorbed by Su-hyun. Su-hyun also successfully received the third eye trait of Ouroboros, regarded as a permanent feature. His stats board appeared in response. He glanced over it, and his eyes lit up. His current mana level had finally reached 8. The difference between 7 and 8 is huge, and the results were well worth the 6 months spent. He was eager to test out his newly acquired power, but there was no rush. He needed to prepare for the next step. On January 1st, the world became bustling, starting with the rapid emergence of dungeons, spreading apocalyptic theories everywhere. Unlike last year when dungeons appeared at an exponential rate, not only that, news of riots began to surface, causing anxiety and unrest among the people. However, this quickly faded due to another pressing issue. The strongest awakener, also the richest person in the world, was hosting an event led by Golden Lohan. He released a video, sitting in a lavish chair, coldly proclaiming, "I am addressing all tier awakeners worldwide. I do not like being lumped together with you just because we are all S-tier. So I want to prove something to the world. At this point, he suddenly paused. Then, his eyes filled with fierce determination, and his deep voice echoed again. I am the strongest. If you want to complain, come face me in a ranked match. The video hit 100 million views in just one day, shifting attention towards the actions of S-tier awakeners. Moreover, the S-tier awakeners reacted in various ways. Despite his challenge, some awakeners came out of disdain for him, some just bored, others driven by ambition and greed, and countless other reasons. At a cafe in the city center, Suhain and Juho had arranged to meet. After sharing his intention with Juho, Suhain was met with Juho's incredulous shock. He was going to participate in the rank match. Seeing his over-the-top reaction, Suhain asked curiously, "Why are you so shocked?" Juho finally snapped back to reality, quickly sitting down and pouting. I guess that is a fitting reaction. It really is surprising. I did not think you would be interested in these events. Suhain chuckled softly and replied nonchalantly, I need the rewards for winning. Juho thought for a moment before finally speaking up. He knew he could not act without thinking. There were two reasons for Suhain to join the ranked match. The first being adamantium. To forge the Banmung, he needed that material. It is the best metal for channeling mana, as well as enhancing strength and longevity. The only way to get it was through a ranked match. Just then, a voice interrupted Suhain's thoughts. Hey bro, it was Hakshin, who excitedly shouted, I just passed this rank test. Immediately after, he realized everyone in the cafe was staring at him. Embarrassed, he awkwardly apologized and covered his face as he looked for his table. Juho did not want to make eye contact. He quietly asked Suhain, You are not seriously thinking of bringing him along? Are you? He chuckled softly. I was thinking of taking him for some battle experience. But maybe I should save that for another time. Hakshin ran over from across the way, just in time to catch Suhain's last words. He suspiciously asked, Are you taking me to the front lines? The two of them did not answer, so Juho quickly changed the subject. In 3 days, it is going down, Suhain said, shaking his head. No worries. There is still time. Let us go train. Before Hakshin could even understand what was happening, Juho dragged him away, and he exclaimed, Wait, explain what is going on. Juho did not respond, just shot a glance at Suhain and asked, You are going to win, right? Suhain paused for a moment, then confidently replied, Of course. 3 days later, the sky over the Use shone brightly once again, as an incredible event was about to unfold at the Golden Tower. Underneath the tower, a massive crowd had gathered, including spectators and journalists. A male reporter looked over at his female colleague and asked, Show me the pictures you got. The female reporter replied, Startled. The participants have not all arrived yet, but the lineup is truly impressive. We have got Wang Wu from China, Alina from Russia, and of course, Odell from the... Then the female reporter asked, Want to make a bet on who will win? The male reporter cheerfully responded, Sure. The loser has to buy whiskey for 10 winners. I am betting on Golden Lohan. The female reporter seemed a bit annoyed after hearing that. I was just about to say that. She quickly thought of who she wanted to bet on. The male reporter laughed at her, saying, What are you thinking? Even if they are S-rank, who can actually beat Lohan? Just then, they noticed everyone was gathering at the entrance. People passing by looked astonished about something. Then the female reporter heard someone shout, Kim Suyan is here. Suyan was actually there, ready to participate in the competition. The reporter firmly declared, Hey, I am betting on Suyan up in the tower. Suhain eagerly looked down at the scene below, constantly exclaiming, This place is amazing. I have never been in such a beautiful room before. Meanwhile, those beside him remained calmer, saying, Golden Lohan, son of a tycoon, is known for controlling the E-Stone. He is way stronger than us. At this moment, an employee approached Suhain and said, Excuse me. Let me take you to the banquet on the 200th floor. Suyan furrowed his brow and muttered, A banquet? I never got to participate in the ranking tournament last time since I was just in a rank. He thought for a moment and ultimately decided to go there. Up on the 200th floor, many awakened ones were dining. When he arrived, they suddenly turned their attention toward him. Suhain was picking at some food when people around him began to gossip. Some even doubted he was the Suhain they heard about. But one guy did not agree. He quietly said, Even though it is hard to recognize his true power, with that youthful appearance, he is definitely a monster. Suhain noticed that guy too. He was the European superstar Del Casso, and that guy with the curly hair is the speedster Louis Gorman. Plus, there is the rising star Selena, and behind her must be Chernoff, but neither the Chinese Wang Wu nor Edlai is here. Still, everyone present is no pushover. That is why they call it the Battle of the Stars. Over at the dining table, Jun was waving at him, urging him to come over quickly. The food here is amazing. Juho nodded in agreement. Yeah. Eat up. You will need your strength for tomorrow's battle. Suyin glanced at the two, sighing softly. They seemed to be enjoying themselves, but he did not worry about Jun. Just then, he suddenly felt a surge of mana fluctuating. Noticing Suhayan's grim expression, Juho asked suspiciously, "What is wrong?" Suhayan simply said he had something to take care of and then walked away, leaving Juho and Jun confused about what just happened. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Golden Building, a massive clash was taking place, smoke and flames swirling everywhere. A fist was clenched tightly and hanging down. It was this rank awakened one from China, Wang Wu, who was furiously shouting at the person in front of him, "If you are brave, stand still and watch. You coward." Facing him was this rank awakened one from Japan, Tsukamoto Kanaya. Tsukimoto smirked, saying, "I'm not slow. You are just the one who is sluggish with all that fat on you." This only fueled Wang Wu Sanjur even more. He shouted again, "You punk. I am going to break your arm." Immediately, he charged forward. Tsukamoto, however, was not fazed. Calmly, he replied, "If you can, then go ahead." The two of them lunged fiercely at each other with a loud bang. A powerful collision echoed. But as the dust settled, Wang Wu was left wide-eyed in shock. Tsukamoto was equally stunned. He stared in disbelief because a figure had appeared out of nowhere and blocked them. It was Suyin, holding Wang Wu's fist in one hand and gripping Tsukamoto's sword in the other. He coldly said, "Stop it. Tomorrow is when the real battle begins." Tsukamoto's face paled slightly. He had no idea when Suyin had shown up here. He moved so fast that it was hard to see. More importantly, both his attack and that pig's were effortlessly stopped by Suyin with just one hand. It seemed the rumors about him were true. Realizing this, he quickly sheathed his sword, muttering, "You are right. He should not be wasting his energy like this right before the match." After saying that, he walked away. Wang Wu watched his back, his expression darkening, grinding his teeth as he cursed, "How dare you? Who gave you the right to interrupt my fight of a lifetime?" Just then, he angrily threw a punch at Suyin right in front of him. But here's the kicker. His speed could not keep up with Suyin, and every attack was dodged effortlessly. Tuzun narrowed his eyes at him and coldly said, "Looks like I will have to use my mana after all." With a smirk, he slipped closer, taking advantage of his bulky frame's lack of agility, delivering an uppercut. He did not see it coming. Susoyan's fist was already in his face. But just as Suyin was about to land the punch, a low voice echoed through the air. A figure walked in from the door, chuckling lightly. "What is going on here? Why is not everyone enjoying the party downstairs and instead up here?" Then he added, "If you are going to keep going, can I join it?" The newcomer was none other than Golden Lohan. His sudden appearance made both Suyin and the other guy freeze. Wang Wu's face grew serious because he could feel the terrifying mana radiating from Lohan. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally decided to withdraw, coldly stating, "Fine. I will fight you in the next competition." He then turned his gaze back to Suyin. He warned coldly, "You too. Just wait. I will crush you." With that, he turned and left. Suyin let out a resigned sigh. Lohan watched Suyin for a long time. After a while, he finally spoke. "You seem a lot stronger and more assertive than before." Suyin replied coolly, "I have never backed down from a challenge. And that goes for you too." Hearing this, Lohan could not help but chuckle. But then he asked, "What do you mean by that?" Squinting at him, Suhyan's face turned serious. After a moment, he replied slowly, "What I mean is, I want to tell you something. After this tussle, never be satisfied with who you are right now." With that said, he stepped toward the door. Lohan did not stop him. After thinking for a moment, he smirked. "Looks like this fight is going to be very interesting." The next morning, at the battle venue, the host excitedly announced, "Thank you all for participating in this competition. Due to security issues and other factors, there will be no live audience for this competition." They introduced the judges for this round, the founder of the evaluation system, and SSS-Rank awakened, Johnny Brad. As soon as that name was mentioned, the crowd began to murmur. Suyin was lost in thought. First Lohan, then Johnny Brad. Lohan was recognized as the strongest awakened not just for his dungeon clearing abilities, but also for his edge stone business acumen. While Johnny Brad's main profession is that of an illusionist, he wields immense magical power. Two of the strongest awakened in the world. This manhwa is getting exciting. At this moment, Lohun commanded, "Johnny, you can start now." Immediately, a magic circle appeared in Johnny's hands, and the battle officially began. In an instant, the audience began to fade away. This was Johnny Brad's illusion magic. Su-hyun is wondering if there is any other transitional phase left. But no matter what, this battle has him way too excited. The preliminary round has begun, and the awakened are transported to a forest filled with traps and monsters. Only 32 survivors will make it through. Right now, Su-hyun stands alone in a corner, pondering an issue about the status window and settings. Are they tailored for each awakened one? Just Johnny alone is capable of handling everything. Talk about impressive. Surviving until he is one of the last 32. That means a chaotic free-for-all is about to go down. Just as he thinks this, a monster charges at him. Sensing the danger, an energy surge manifests in Su-hyun's hands. In an instant, it spreads through the air. But at that moment, another surge of energy comes crashing in. An assassin tries to sneak up on Su-hyun, but he is already aware of his presence and quickly dodges the attack. His speed far exceeds the assassin's, and he swiftly counters. The assassin gets a punch from Su-hyun before he even knows what hit him. Nobody has ever seen his sneak attack coming. Su-hyun smirks and says, "I see everything." As soon as he finishes speaking, he pins the guy down and knocks him out cold with a single punch. With narrowed eyes, he thinks there is really nothing surprising about this. This is something an average rank can do. Suddenly, the assassin's body is enveloped in a dark mist. Su-hyun just stands there, doing nothing, while secretly thinking, all of you should not be satisfied with just this. The reason his past life was wiped out was due to the surge in outbreaks. Humanity could not keep up with that pace and gradually found themselves on the brink of death, until the last hope arrived. S-Rank awakened. While he is lost in thought, another attacker appears, launching a lightning bolt towards Su-hyun. In the blink of an eye, a large crater forms. The attacker scoffs. "I expected more since everyone says he cleared the green dungeon. Is that all you have got? Even if you are the great Su-hyun, you are no match for me." Just as he finishes his taunt, a blade of light suddenly cuts across him. Su-hyun sheathes his sword, frowning in contemplation. Those who are lost in their power have stopped training and become complacent like this guy, leading to their downfall. Everything is just like in his previous life, although he has changed a few things. He can't single-handedly prevent the apocalypse. Even if they are here to see who the strongest is, he will be the one to test them all. If they get complacent with their current status, he will teach them a lesson. Thick shell, sharp claws. At this moment, Su-hyun receives a notification that only 88 survivors remain. It seems most of the average ones have been taken down already. But he is worried about head Hak-si-jun. How's he holding up? Hak-si-jun is currently facing off against a sneak attacker. It is still the same kind of assassin Su-hyun encountered before, and now he has become the primary target. Still, Su-hyun is not too worried. He believes Hak-si-jun will manage just fine, because he is more talented than most people. Just as you predicted, he took out that assassin. On the other side of the forest, shadows dart through the trees. A group seems to be running in the same direction, but they can feel someone is tailing them. They quickly stop, and one guy suggests that if they discover the plan, it would be a mess, and he will handle it. But before he could do anything, an arrow suddenly cut through the air, piercing the head of the leader. Not only that, the arrow continued its flight, making it hard for the two remaining guys to dodge. The other two furrow their brows, muttering, "A long-range awakener." They glance around but can't figure out who ambushed them. In a corner of the forest, Charnoff is hiding, relentlessly shooting arrows. One guy hurriedly dodges an arrow, then spots Charnoff and shouts furiously, "Over there!" The other guy immediately runs in the direction he is pointing to find him, but as soon as he arrives, seeing the other guy, his face turns ugly. Charnoff stands confidently in front of him, showing no fear at all. The guy frowns and stutters. "If you are here, that means Alina is nearby too." He guessed right. Alina is indeed here. She is charging fiercely towards them. They never thought they would get caught by both Chernoff and Alina, but no matter how much he doubts, death is the final outcome for him. Chernoff looks at the person who has just landed in front of him and asks suspiciously, "Did you find it?" The newcomer is, "Of course, Alina." She shakes her head slightly and replies, "It seems like the Europeans are gathering in one spot. I have a bad feeling about this." Chernoff thinks for a moment and then says, "Let us confirm their location first." As soon as he finishes speaking, he uses his clairvoyance to search. This is one of his skills, allowing him to see far-off locations. Finally, he spots that group deep in the forest. He quickly reports to Alina. It looks like they are near a big tree to the north. About 30 people. Upon hearing this, Alina nods and says, "Keep an eye on them. Let us see who those scumbags are." To the north, under the giant tree, there are many people gathering. They seem to be plotting something. The mastermind behind this is Odell, leisurely leaning against the Tokyo tree. Odell smirks and says, "Now, let me lay out the plan." The ranking competition, an event Lohan organized to prove himself as the strongest, started with a simple goal but turned into a grand festival for the people. And for the Stead Awakeners, it is both an opportunity and a stage to gain wealth and fame. But the goal is not just to crown a winner. It also ranks the participants from highest to lowest. Countries have come to view this Awakener ranking as a benchmark for national strength. Among them, Europe has been criticized for being weaker than Asia and America. So they agreed to use this opportunity to showcase Europe's strength. Back at the competition, under the giant tree in the north, Odell glances at everyone and says, "You all know the conditions of the agreement, right?" Hearing this, a woman replied, "Eliminating the candidates from the early rounds. And now the contestants from Europe will battle it out in the finals." "Right," another man chimed in. "What other choice do we have? I do not know about you guys, but Lohan is a beast. Our only option is to team up if we want to take him down." Odell nodded slightly, looking at another person and asking, "Okay, have you located the other awakened?" The other person nodded and replied, "The radar just picked them up. I will share their locations with everyone." Quickly, everyone was able to see through that person's skill, and someone exclaimed, "So this is the memory sharing skill. Pretty useful." At this moment, Odell spoke up, "Now that we know their locations, I will lay out the plan for everyone. Our goal is to eliminate 5 candidates for the championship. Those candidates are Wang Wu from China, the Lightspeed Awakened Lewis. The third is Alina, and of course, Suhain will be on this list too. And the last one is the one who created this match, Lohan." They divided into teams of 6, and each team will face one target. Those guys are strong, but Odell knows that if we attack simultaneously, they won't be able to stop us. Team Kingdom will face Lohan. And as soon as those words were spoken, a woman hesitated and said, "Even though you are in this team, I do not think you can defeat Lohan with just 6 people." Odell nodded slightly. "So everyone needs to eliminate the target as quickly as possible and join our team. I will hold him off." With that, he led his team away first. Seeing this, the remaining group quickly dispersed as well. The team led by Odell was now rushing toward Lohan. And as they moved, someone called out to Odell. The other person skeptically asked, "If it is I can understand. But I did not expect you to join this dirty game." Suddenly, you changed your mind. Meaning he could aim for the championship himself. But Odell just smirked and said, "I just want to be the strongest." On the other side of the forest, a battle was taking place. The dust had spread everywhere, indicating that someone had fallen. A guy was clutching his arm, his face a bit pale. This guy is this rank awakened. John Cleese. Facing him was Suyin, who coldly stared at him, saying, "I heard you are the first awakened in India to reach this rank. The rumors say you are the hero of India, which raised my expectations a lot, but in the end, this is all you could do." Your words made John furious. Baring his teeth, he growled, "You bastard. I will kill you with my claws." Just as he finished speaking, a steel hand appeared. Suhayan looked up at it reaching for him, but he was not too worried, calmly looking at John and sneering. "This skill of yours is actually quite useful." In the blink of an eye, he was trapped in John's iron cage. Seeing this, John became even more pleased. No one has escaped this cage yet. The hundreds of spikes inside will tear you apart. But at that moment, a flash of sword light suddenly sliced toward him. Before he even realized who attacked, he was taken down. A guy slowly walked over, disdainfully saying, "We should not even bother being here anymore. That Suayan is just a weakling. Not at all like the rumors say. They were part of Adila's plan." Someone skeptically asked, "But it seems like he is still alive. What do we do now?" Another person thought for a moment before replying, "If we leave him like this, he is definitely going to die. And if his strength is only this much, we could easily defeat him in the finals." "Right." The others agreed, saying it is not worth worrying about anymore, turning to head towards a deal. But at that moment, the leader's expression suddenly darkened. He turned to the others and shouted, "Everyone, get back." The group looked at him in surprise. It was as if, at the same time, a thunderous explosion echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, in the distance, a figure was watching the whole scene unfold. That person was Lohan. He furrowed his brow and muttered, "That was quite a shock. It must be Ath." Just as he finished speaking, his voice was abruptly cut off by someone's laughter. He glanced down to see a young man running towards him with a blade. The newcomer was Hakjun, his forehead glistening with sweat, mumbling to himself, "Just how strong have you become?" Lohan heard this and asked skeptically. You know it is not just that. Haction chuckled lightly and replied. Of course. He is my brother after all. And as soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Lohan with his blade. Lohan dodged the attack while furrowing his brow. I do not understand what you are saying. All the language has been unified in this illusion. Right. He could not have a proper conversation with Haction, so he decided to go see for himself. Immediately, a flurry of arrows appeared in his hands. The rain of arrows zipped through the air. Haction was slightly horrified facing them. Seeing this, Lohan smirked mockingly, but just at that moment, he noticed something in the sky. A massive dragon suddenly appeared. With a figure on its back, he furrowed his brow and muttered. Who the heck is that? The newcomer was Hyunki, who intervened to stop the rain of arrows to help Haction. At this moment, Hyunki looked down from the sky, exuding an immense presence. Haction also realized two crucial truths. First, if Hyunki had not intervened, he would have had no way out but death. And the second was the vast difference in strength between him and those two. Over here. Lohan was not fazed at all, glaring at Hyunki. He then shouted loudly, Let us get started. Just in the blink of an eye, around him, powerful lightning crackled. Seeing this, Hyunki's expression immediately turned serious. This was too dangerous. Right after that, he shouted loudly, Now! Following his shout, the dragon unleashed a massive burst of fire. With a thunderous boom, the cliff erupted, debris flying everywhere. Yet from the rubble, Lohan slowly emerged. He sneered and said, Is this the fire of a storm? Pretty fierce. Is not. Now it is my turn to strike. In this moment, he finally realized something. There was no one left in front of him. That old dragon had flown further and further away. He gritted his teeth in anger. Did they run away? On the back of the dragon, Hyunki screamed in terror, nearly losing his life. Hakjun, behind him, chuckled and said, Thanks for the help, man. Hyunki shot back. Annoyed. No need for thanks. Did you have the guts to attack Lohan? Or what? Hakjun, confused by the scolding, hesitated and said, But he targeted me first. However, he soon brushed it off, smiling as he replied, I can't believe you actually saved me. Bro. Hearing this, Hyunki felt irritated again, saying, Why do you call me bro like we are super close? I saved you because I needed someone to help. The current situation is pretty unusual. The awakened ones from Europe have gathered to form an alliance. Hakjun was stunned. Isn't that breaking the rules? Hyunki replied with a smirk. That is a survival strategy. Which is why I am trying to pull you onto my side. Hakjun nodded slowly. Got it. But what about this direction? Hyunki chuckled softly, saying, Yeah, they will team up with Suhyun. Back on Suhyun's battlefield, after that explosion, the whole forest took a massive hit. And people were no exception. The leader of that group was nearest, missing an arm. He looked around with tears in his eyes, searching for the others. Where did they all go? Did they run away? At that moment, his earpiece suddenly crackled to life. Wait, can you hear me? It was. He realized it right away. He hurriedly replied, How did you contact me? Tim responded, When I shared the target's locations. I also added a communication skill. Skipping the small talk, he quickly asked, There is a huge amount of mana, but your signal seems to have completely disappeared. What is going on? The guy frowned and replied seriously, Tell Adele this. Lohan is not the issue. The source of this mana is Kim Suhyun. When Tim heard this, the connection was abruptly cut off. He tried to reconnect but failed. He looked at Odell, worried. You heard that too? Right. Odell nodded slightly. Yeah, I heard it. Everyone around us is starting to talk about this. Hearing the commotion, Odell spoke up to calm everyone down. Everyone, chill out. Can you use that communication skill so I can talk to everyone? Tim nodded slightly. And soon Odell quickly connected with everyone. He rushed to explain. We do not have time, so I will keep it short. I just informed everyone that the massive mana we encountered earlier came from Suhyun. According to Bobo, it seems you are on par with Lohan. They need to adjust their plan. Deal with Wang Wu, Elena, and Lewis. Later focus on Suhyun first. Once they take him down, they will handle the rest and then eliminate Lohan in the qualifiers. He asked everyone if they understood. The guy in the black jacket spoke up first. Just then, it seemed Alina had caught on and started to flee. He joined the others immediately, and the woman named Chabi also said she understood. After that, she glanced at Wang Wu, promising a cold threat, thanking Kim Soo-hoon, or else he would die at my hands. Another person reminded her that time was running out. Shortly after, their people retreated, leaving Wang Wu behind in this place. Ignored by others, he was furious, grinding his teeth in frustration. He was determined to kill them all. Meanwhile, over at Su-Hyan's side. He frowned as he watched the person in front of him deep in thought. It was that Bobo guy. While he was in contact with Timbo, Su-Hyan had already taken him out in one swift strike. But he did not even know who he was dealing with. Flashing back a few minutes, when Su-Hyan was trapped in the iron cage of that John guy, he found himself locked in that dark space, surrounded by sharp spikes. He calmly stated that the spatial skill was quite impressive. Most skills like that can only be escaped by meeting specific conditions. He might not know what those conditions were, but he was capable of breaking free, a colossal power that could challenge all limits, like rules and conditions. At that moment, he used his sword with an immense amount of mana to destroy the iron cage. And that is how he managed to escape. But the one who used that skill was not here. Instead, there was someone else. He needed someone to explain the situation. Just then, a formation suddenly appeared beneath his feet. A wave of blue mana enveloped him. Immediately after, it wrapped around him like vines. Seeing this scene, the one hiding in the shadows immediately lunged forward. He laughed triumphantly, saying he had caught him, but at the same time, Su-Hyan directly shattered that stream of mana energy. Then, with one punch, he killed the newcomer. Su-Hyan doubted the power he had just assessed was because he had absorbed Uraboros' strength for so long, yet still could not control his power. Putting that aside, he glanced in a direction and coldly said, "Are you planning to keep hiding? Come out." No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of footsteps appeared on the ground. It was the group from Odell's plan. The leader looked at him and spoke. Seeming to confirm Odell's assessment was correct, Su-Hyan was indeed a monster. Chabi frowned slightly and said, "All right then. Let us begin the campaign against Kim Su-Hyan." At this moment, Su-Hyan was surrounded by their group. The first to strike was a masked man who threw a chain at Su-Hyan. He calmly dodged to one side, then swiftly lunged at another person, slicing through without hesitation. The person in front of him was cut down just like that. As he took one down, another rushed in. Su-Hyan responded with cool composure, countering each move. Skillfully, he slightly bent his knee, using his left foot for support, raising his sword to block an incoming attack from that guy. At the same time, a burst of energy quickly manifested in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he charges forward. He takes down another one. But they just keep coming. His sword rises and falls continuously. As more and more enemies surround him, he flips backward, dodging their attacks. Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly strikes. He is caught off guard, and before he knows it, he is bound tight. With a deafening boom, the lightning explodes in an instant. Seeing this, the others cheer. "We got him." Another one pipes up. "Now it is my turn. Watch out for my magic chains." As soon as he finishes speaking, magical iron chains appear in his hands and fly straight ahead. But at this moment, a massive surge of mana unleashed, shattering those iron chains like they were nothing. The expressions on their faces instantly soared. What the heck was that skill? In the midst of the hazy smoke, Su-Hyan's gaze burned with murderous intent as he looked at them. Not a single scratch on him meant that their previous attacks were totally useless. Seeing everyone in chaos, one guy stepped up to calm them down, saying not to worry about it. He could not move because of that lightning skill, and we still have the advantage. Do not let him have a single thread to breathe. As soon as he said that, a bunch of them charged in, but as they got close to Su-Hyan, their bodies instantly froze. They seemed to be held back by something, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, unable to move an inch. Their weapons quickly dropped to the ground. In no time, they were helplessly kneeling on the ground, with only one guy still resisting. As he saw the fierce aura slowly approaching him, he could not help but curse. Damn it. How are they supposed to fight a monster like Su-Hyan? At this moment, Su-Hyan slowly stepped up to him, the cold blade resting against his neck. He raised an eyebrow and said, "You are better than I thought. I did not expect to have to use this skill. Those awakened ones are usually pretty close. But I guess that is not the case here." The guy trembled in fear, knowing that if Su-Hyan even applied a little pressure, that sword would surely slice off his head. Su-Hyan did not kill him, instead coldly asked, "What are you plotting?" Meanwhile, over here, someone was rushing towards Su-Hyan, but their body suddenly trembled. Their heart felt like it was being squeezed. This feeling was strange, yet it filled him with anxious dread. He could sense death looming right in front of him. Thinking quickly, he turned to his friend and asked, "Can you contact anyone from Kim Su-Hyan's original team?" His buddy shakes his head without hesitation. Someone asks, "So they were all killed?" The guy hesitates for a moment before replying, "I think so. I have tried reaching out to them multiple times but got nothing." Another person asks, "What about the other teams?" His buddy pauses mid-step at the heavy atmosphere. He answers gravely, "Actually, after they reported finding Kim Su-Hyan, All signals went dark. The situation on the mountain looks increasingly grim. And he speaks up slowly. So the only survivors are the 6 of us. But they do not know they have already caught the attention of a demon. By the time they realize it, a horror unfolds before their eyes. A gust of wind rushes by, followed by a terrified scream. One of them has already lost their life. And they have not even had a moment to process it. His buddy next to him also gets taken down by something. Foam bubbling at the corners of his mouth. He looks back in shock, seeing all 5 people around him have collapsed. He has no idea what is happening. Just then, footsteps suddenly echo from behind him. Once again, he feels that chilling sense of death creeping closer. An invisible energy fills him with dread, and his survival instincts kick in. But Suhan appears before him like a demon, coldly saying, "Nice to meet you, Odu." Odu stares in horror at the enormous python right in front of him. This creature is the apex predator of this ecosystem. At this moment, sweat is pouring down Odu's forehead, and he forgets about running away. Looking at his face, Suhan chuckles and remarks, "I must admit, your plan is quite perfect. Definitely a contender for the championship. But even if Odu manages to overcome this, stronger forces will emerge, leaving him powerless." Odu looks at him in confusion, vaguely asking, "What do you mean?" Suhan lightly scoffs, saying coldly, "Nothing. Just that I am sure you are someone who understands things. I am just curious why you accepted that sacrificial proposal." Sacrificial proposal? Odu mutters those words under his breath, his face turning grim. He never imagined their survival strategy would be seen as a sacrifice in his eyes. It seems he is embarrassed to the point of laughing, suddenly throwing his head back and laughing loudly. Then, without warning, he charges at Suhan. At first, Suhan is a bit surprised but manages to dodge. He realizes Odu is trying to suppress his fear. The first ability he received from the third eye of Arbaros is the hunter's instinct. True to its name, this is a mental ability that instills fear into weaker foes. Without the mental strength to stand against the stronger, escape becomes nearly impossible. But there must be a reason he is called the strongest in Europe. At this moment, he hears Odu shouting, "Was what I did wrong? After defeating me, you will be the one to decide." Suhan raised an eyebrow at him, pouting as she said, "Well, I guess I am about to find the answer." Odu narrowed his eyes at her, his face filled with fighting spirit. "You do not have those moves either, and your sword is already drawn." The two stood facing each other, both radiating immense pressure. A second later, they both charged at each other. The sound of their clash echoed sharply in an instant. Odu's iron fist met Suhan's sword head-on, a massive surge of mana erupting from their confrontation. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion shook the forest. With the tremendous clash of the two awakened Class S fighters, the qualifiers were drawing to a close. Only 41 contestants remained standing. Lohan eyed the person in front of him, clicking his tongue. "The qualifiers are almost over. I thought everyone would rush to attack me, so I stood here in the open waiting, but it seems those fighters just lacked self-respect and were avoiding him." He was so bored he considered wiping them all out. But waiting for them was probably worth his trouble, because the real class, Park Yuan, had come to challenge him. Yuanju smirked and said, "I am thrilled to face a strong opponent like you." He then raised his sword and coldly declared, "Enough chit-chat. Let us end this immediately." He charged at Lohan. However, Lohan remained calm, showing no signs of panic in his eyes. On another front, a battle was unfolding between Hakjun and Alina. Right now, Hakjun tightened his grip on his sword and shouted, "Slash!" As soon as he finished speaking, he swung down fiercely, a flash of icy light shooting toward Alina. She panicked and dodged immediately. At the same time, Chernov, hiding nearby, saw the situation was not good and quickly nocked an arrow. The arrow sliced through the air without hesitation, heading straight for Hakjun. Seeing the arrow approaching, he felt a jolt of panic. He could not avoid it. But just when it seemed like curtains for him, a protective barrier surrounded Hakjun, saving his life. The one who intervened was Hyonki, still in his signature style, riding on the back of a giant dragon. Hakjun's face lit up at the sight of him. "Perfect timing." He quickly landed and calmly said, "You can't handle her alone. She is a strong contender for victory too." Hakjun nodded slightly. "Her teamwork is top-notch." Hyonki frowned and muttered, "No kidding. Their teamwork is the best in the world." Meanwhile, Wang Wu was still surrounded, squinting at the crowd before him. His face showed a hint of anger. "Don't get in my way." On Suhan's battlefield, the two were still locked in a fierce struggle, Suhan's sword twisting like a dragon as it unleashed relentless attacks. Odell was not backing down either, parrying blow for blow. At this moment, an immense surge of mana appeared in his hands. Suhan raised an eyebrow. while Odell lifted his hand to the sky and shouted loudly. Before long, he conjured up an illusory image of a massive dragon in his hands. Without hesitation, he commanded the ferocious beast to charge at Su Hyan, not daring to slack off. He quickly raised his sword to defend himself. Odell had dreamed of becoming a hero ever since he watched an anime as a kid. A classic storyline that filled hearts with dreams and hope through helping loved ones. The dragons, in their super cute chibi forms, were incredibly brave and noble, always appearing when someone was up to no good. Every kid wanted to grow up to be a badass man. And that was enough for Odell to chase his dream of being a hero. For him, this dream was not just a childhood fantasy. Back then, he genuinely admired the white dragon and dreamed of becoming a hero who helped others. All of his efforts finally bore fruit. He became a hero representing England. However, the life of a hero turned out to be nothing like he had imagined. Once he made a mistake, the people who once cheered for him would turn around and stomp on him. At that moment, Odell realized he was not a hero. He was just an ordinary guy, until one day, the association approached him with an enticing offer. If the European Awakens formed an alliance now and wiped out the winning candidates, then fundamentally, that would mean he would win that first battle. If that happened, he would become the #1 hero. Someone who would not be compared to other heroes. As these thoughts raced through Odell's mind, a voice suddenly rang out, snapping him back to reality. He was overthinking it. Rarely does anyone get lost in thought while fighting, especially against someone like Su Hyan. He shot a cold glance at him, as if to say, "You do not know that." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the third eye ability to disable Odell's powers. In an instant, Odell's expression turned dark because the dragon he had summoned was now sliced in half by Su Hyan. He could not believe it and yelled, "Did he just disable my skill?" While he was still in shock, Su Hyan charged at him with his sword. A flash of sword light slashed across him. Odell was struck at the waist, causing his body to stumble and fall to the ground. Fresh blood began to drip down, and he turned to look at Su Hyan in confusion. He questioned in disbelief. "Why only injure me to this extent and not finish me off? What is your angle?" Su Hyan shrugged, calmly replying, "As I said before, I am just curious about why you accepted the association's offer." As soon as those words left Su Hyan's mouth, Odell was taken aback, taking a moment to respond. "Is that really the case?" Finally, he leaned against a tree and let out a hearty laugh. "You are quite the peculiar one." Looking up at the clear blue sky, something seemed to flicker in Odell's eyes. After a moment, Su Hyan heard him sigh and say, "I am just a bit tired. I am not sure I can live up to everyone's expectations of a hero because he would be criticized for anything he did." He thought that if he was the strongest, he might feel a little less wrong. Hearing this, Su Hyan nodded in understanding. Jaya is just worn out from the pressure of his hero status. Just like his younger self. Odell chuckles bitterly, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Pathetic. Right, but Su Hyan shakes his head and says, "I have seen people like that before, so I get it." Upon hearing this, Odell does not even ask who they are. After a long pause, he finally asks seriously, "What do you think makes a true hero? Back in the day, I thought it was someone who helps the weak, bringing hope and dreams to everyone. But now, I am not so sure anymore." Su Hyan sees the despair etched on his face and approaches, extending his hand to comfort him. When Odell sees the hand reaching out, he is a bit taken aback. Then he hears Su Hyan laugh and say, "Everyone has different standards. But since you think that way, a true hero is someone just like that. And he believes your standard is right." In that moment, Odell's expression softens a little. He takes Su Hyan's hand, feeling grateful, and says, "Thank you, Su Hyan. I thought I was just a pathetic loser. And I can't believe I was about to give up, just because I was afraid of criticism." He looks at Su Hyan and smirks. "Thanks to you, I have got a new goal now. I need to be stronger, both mentally and physically, to become the hero I have always dreamed of." Su Hyan smiles at him for a long moment and finally says, "All right, then I will share my standards with you." But before he can finish, Odell notices something. He shouts urgently, "Su Hyan, behind you." Vivimve suddenly appears out of nowhere, attacking him head-on. He ferociously swung his fist forward, seemingly ready to finish him off right there. But the speed was so slow that Su Hyan effortlessly caught his punch without breaking a sweat. Odell watched in disbelief, his eyes wide. Su Hyan glanced at Vivi. In an instant, his figure vanished. But when they looked closely again, Vivi was covered in numerous cuts. Just like that, he was taken down, turning into a cloud of black smoke. Odell furrowed his brow in astonishment. He had actually taken out Vivi, the star of China, with a single blow. This must be Su Hyan's true power. At that moment, Su Hyan sheathed his sword, smiled at Odell, and said, "I believe a true hero is someone strong enough to be invincible. That is how they protect everyone." Soon after, the preliminaries ended, and everyone returned to the arena. The reactions from this rank awakeners were split. Some accepted the outcome and awaited the next step, while others could not come to terms with it. The situation was that Vi was angrily cursing. "Don't make me laugh. Do you really think I VVs can accept this result? Kims, I will definitely kill you." Of course, each person's opinion on this result would influence their development moving forward. Meanwhile, news about the ranking competition flooded social media. The most viral content featured Soo Hyun and Lohan. This was definitely shocking since they each took down over 20 rank awakeners. The aftermath for Vivai from the Continental was also huge, but not in a good way, driving him into a rage. Another name making waves was Park Won-ju. His match with Lohan became a hot topic. There were mixed opinions about the U's strategy, but it was quickly silenced in the finals the next day. After it was all over, they returned to their room to rest. Duho was scrolling through his phone, feeling reflective. "I had a feeling, but the reactions from everyone are just wild," he mused. He glanced over at Suayan and asked, "Why did not you call Mir during the prelims?" Suayan slowly explained, "That kid has been in the auxiliary space since leaving the challenge tower. So I asked Hyun Ki. He said Mir is about to experience a growth spurt. He is currently in his growing phase." Duho nodded. "Got it. So if the expert says so, Mir is developing." "Ah." Suayan nodded slightly. "Well, he is still a living creature after all." At that moment, he received a message from Wyon, a photo accompanied by congratulations. He could not help but smile. It seemed she was doing well. Suddenly, Hajun interrupted. "Speaking of that, can I ask something? Is Hyun Ki shy or what?" Suayan looked a bit puzzled and asked why. Hajun slowly explained. "Hyun Ki helped me during the prelims. I went to thank him, but he kicked me out. I am pretty sure he is just being shy." Hearing this, the expressions of Suayan and Duho turned a bit grim. After a moment, Suayan finally said with deep meaning, "You really are a social butterfly." The next day, the finals of the ranking competition kicked off. Johnny showed up as usual to set the stage. A little while later, Luhan spoke up about the competition rules. As mentioned before, the finals would be one-on-one battles. If you kill someone, you will face penalties for losing, so watch out. With that, he displayed the list for everyone to see. Suayan glanced over it and frowned. Lohan was quite far from him. Another thing that caught his attention was the upcoming fight involving Odell. Odell noticed too, walked over to him, and whispered, "Looks like we will meet in the semifinals. I am not going to lose like I did yesterday." Suayan chuckled softly and replied, "I am really looking forward to it." But their match never happened, as Odell was taken down by his opponent. The tragic scene in the arena left everyone in the stands horrified. Suayan saw this and his expression turned serious. Even though he had no strength left, his opponent still came over to shake him. With a cruel smile, he said, "What are you doing? You can pass out just yet." He still wanted to play a bit longer, but Odell had unwittingly become the sacrificial pawn. Going back to before the match between Odell and Thomas, everyone was buzzing with talk about Odell, with some even claiming he seemed way stronger than before in the preliminaries. Odell stepped onto the stage, his eyes scanning for someone. Finally, they landed on Suayan sitting in the stands. He was eager to fight Suayan again, and this time, he was determined not to lose. Suayan felt his gaze and could not help but smile. He was no longer hesitating. He could not wait for this match. Odell was considered one of the top contenders for the championship, along with other high-level awakeners. No one doubted his victory. But Thomas, up on the stage, had a rather ominous aura. Odell squinted at him, a wave of suspicion rising within him. Who was this guy? He would never met him before. Not even in the preliminaries. But it did not matter anymore. He would beat him and climb up the ranks. He was determined to defeat all the so-called strongest awakeners and confidently become a true hero. But just as the match began, dark energy suddenly enveloped Odell, leaving him speechless in shock. Thomas vanished in an instant, and by the time he reappeared, he was behind Odell. A glance back at him left Odell a bit stunned. A second later, his body wobbled and fell to the ground. The crowd in the stands gasped at the sight. Thomas grinned wickedly at Odell and said, "Want to play with me?" Without waiting for a reply, he walked over and grabbed Odell's arm to pull him up from the ground. He relentlessly tormented Odell, who could not fight back. What happened next was not a match. It was a one-sided assault. Until Odell lay motionless on the ground, drenched in blood, Thomas still felt unsatisfied. That is why Odell became the sacrificial lamb. Surely this fake awakening of Thomas Matilla's made him assert his existence to the entire world. Everyone in the stands watched his brutal act, speechless. Only Suhyan's eyes burned with fury. Yet, the tournament went on as usual. Probably because everyone had grasped each other's basic levels from the preliminary round, but things progressed faster than expected. As Nave withdrew, Suhyan automatically advanced to round 2. Along with him were Haekyeon, Aslin, Heinke, and Yu, and the next match was about to begin, featuring Mirage Rogun against Lohan. Lohan looked at the person before him, saying, "You are Mirage Rogun from Chaffee." "Right." Rogun glanced at him. "You know me?" With a slight smirk, Lohan replied nonchalantly, "Of course. Did not you say before that even if the whole world opposed you, you could still stand firm for a day?" Saying this, Lohan sneered. "So let me ask you a question. Does the world you talked about include him?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Rogun's expression darkened. Their conversation ended right there because the match had begun. In the blink of an eye, Lohan vanished without a trace. Rogun searched around, wondering if he was on the left or the right. But soon enough, he realized where he was. He was above him, Lohan looking down with extreme arrogance. Without hesitation, he crushed his body onto Rogun's shield. Dust exploded everywhere in an instant, affecting the spectators in the stands, who gasped in astonishment, unable to believe that a regular attack could be this powerful. Suhyan found this quite strange, frowning as he pondered. At that moment, on the stage, after bracing himself against the attack, Rogun swung his hammer towards Lohan. The hammer slammed directly into his back, yet the person in front of him vanished, like dust dissolving in the air. By the time he reappeared, he was behind Rogun, coldly asking, "You know, right? A newborn believes that what it sees is the entire world. A child has a family. A student has a school. And adults have workplaces. All of humanity lives in their own world, but the world is much larger than we think. If you only live in it, then the world you inhabit won't expand." Just as those words left his lips, a pair of large wings suddenly appeared behind him, and he frowned, saying, "That is why I created this ranking game. To make my world larger." Suhyan in the stands was taken aback by this scene. He could dodge mana to such a degree it was dangerous. In that moment, Lohan aggressively lunged at Rogel. A massive wave of mana surged through the air. Not daring to let his guard down, Rogel quickly raised his shield, gritting his teeth. "I will block every strike you throw at me." With a thunderous roar, a massive flame suddenly ignited before him. In an instant, two powerful forces collided, but Rogel's shield could not hold up for long and shattered. His eyes widened in horror, unable to look away because a sharp shard was just a millimeter from his throat. One slight touch would draw blood. He sat in shock on the ground, realizing he barely dodged a bullet. Otherwise, he might have won. Just as he was still dazed, the sharp shard in front of him morphed into a hand. It gently touched his forehead, and there stood Lohan, coldly smiling as he spoke. "Congratulations. Your world just got bigger. The match is over, and the winner is Lohan." Jun clucked his tongue in awe. "Lohan was cooler than I thought. That fight was truly impressive." Suhyan sat silently beside him, lost in his thoughts about Lohan's rise to power. He was hailed as the best in every field, and Suhyan assumed he would be arrogant. Finally, he started climbing the ranks to prove he is the best. But it was not out of arrogance. It was out of curiosity and the desire to challenge the title of the strongest. Thinking about it, Suhyan could not help but smile. He was quite the character. The next match in round 1 went just as everyone predicted, with Alina emerging victorious. Lois also secured a win and will advance to round 2. And in round 2, there were few surprises, except for Jun, who just ranked up to SSS and took the win. Oh wait, there is one more surprise. Hyunke lost to Yuan Jia. On day 3 of the finals, only 8 competitors remain, and the matches will be split into 4 pairs. The first match is Thamas vs Suhyan. The second match features Aslin and Jun. Next up is the battle between Lohan and Yuanjiu. The final match will be Luas vs Elena. And finally, the championship matches are about to begin. In the stands, Suhyan stands facing Thamas. The Missy asked Thamas what he thought, urging him to say a few words. He cheerfully replied that this ranking game is a lot of fun. His response was so short it caught the Missy off guard. Then, the MC turned to Suhyan. He simply stated he would give it his all in this match. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fierce determination, mixed with some resentment. Probably due to the previous match with Udall. Thamas over here did not seem too concerned. He kept smirking with joy. Meanwhile, in the stands, Jun looked a bit worried. It seemed Suhyan was serious about going all out against Thamas. He truly is dangerous. But everyone believes Suhyan will win. Jun skimmed through the lineup, silently reminding himself that Suhyan needs to be careful. At this moment, the Misi's voice rang out again. Enough chit-chat. Contestants get ready. Suhayan vs Thomas Matilla's the first semifinal match officially begins. Everyone in the stands is eagerly anticipating this showdown, including the other 6 competitors in the semifinals. The moment the first match started, Suhayan darted forward like lightning, grabbing Thomas by the face. He forcefully slammed him to the ground. And Hai Jun cheered. That is awesome. Aslan raised an eyebrow, noting that this was Thomas's attack style against Odell. Lohan could not help but smile. He was getting his revenge, and he was more emotional than I expected. The arena was now enveloped in smoke and dust, but Thomas is still safe and sound because he created a protective ring. He smirks and says, surprising, is not? Suhayan is a bit taken aback, wondering how he managed to create that ring in such a short time. After thinking for a moment, he raises an eyebrow and says, you are quick. That is pretty cool. Let me ask you something. Thomas looks at him suspiciously and asks, what is it? Suhayan almost grits his teeth as he replies, it is about taking down Odell. Now that the winner has been determined, why are you still trying to scratch his armor? Thomas is slightly startled, mumbling, well, it is just fun. As soon as those words leave his mouth, Suhayan's expression darkens. In an instant, a massive amount of mana envelopes his body, causing Thomas to tremble in fear. Suhayan narrows his eyes at him, coldly stating, all right, let me make you happier. Just as he finishes speaking, he throws a fierce punch, shattering Thomas's protective ring, but quickly, he creates another one. Thomas trembles, looking at Suhayan, and says fearfully, wait. You raise an eyebrow in surprise. He cancelled the old skill and created a new, stronger one. That is a bit unexpected. But you calmly reply, let me give you some advice. If you have power, you must take responsibility for it. If you can't handle it, you will become a monster. Right after that, you continue to attack him. Aslan can't believe it and exclaims, he is dominating. Lohan nods in agreement. That is right. I know Suhayan is strong, but I did not expect his punches to be this powerful. I should have been more prepared. Up on the arena, Suhayan shows no mercy as he relentlessly attacks Thomas. You smash through his protective shield and declare, Thomas, right. You can still control your skills despite the ground shaking. Otherwise, it would have been over for you. Impressive. Just after saying that, you throw another punch, but it still gets blocked by that shield. Regardless, Suhayan has no intention of letting him off easy. You shout. It is. A massive surge of mana in your hand crashes down, leaving Thomas trembling in fear, ignoring his terrified screams. Suhayan keeps slamming him into the ground, creating cracks all over the arena. But you keep attacking. And at this moment, your expression suddenly darkens. Even the audience feels the shift. Johnny can't hold back and says, I think the real fight is just beginning. I do not like this. I really do not like this. He mumbles, trembling. As the air round suddenly goes dark, Suhayan glances at the scene. Realizing what this skill is, his eyes widen. This skill is the Dark Forest. The Dark Forest is a top-tier spatial skill, considered one of the greatest skills of all time. In Suhayan's past life, the Dark Forest appeared right in the city, claiming thousands of lives. Thomas was the culprit behind that incident. And this time it is even worse, because your third eye does not work against it, so you will have to use force. With that thought, you quickly draw your sword, and a massive surge of mana follows as you strike. But Suhayan's movement suddenly halted when he realized it reflected him back. Or in other words, the space folded in on itself and pushed back, with his brow furrowed. How could he escape this? Just then, a delicate voice rang out behind him. A girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere, leaping into his arms, crying for help while happily celebrating his arrival. Suhayan was a bit taken aback, casting a glance at her. He was about to ask why she was there, but before he could pull away, a sudden explosion erupted from behind. Flames and smoke surged into the air, and screams for help filled the atmosphere, with someone even questioning why the backup had not arrived yet. Suhayan watched the crowd frantically running through the smoke and flames, unable to help but smirk. So this is what the Dark Forest is really like. It is a scene he would never forget. No matter how much time passed, continuous riots broke out in Tokyo and London, and he was forced to choose between the two. He ultimately chose to head to Tokyo first, and soon after, the tragedy unfolded in the other place. London was left in ruins. By the time he arrived, the bodies were piled up like mountains. He could only kneel on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He cried out loudly, I am sorry. Suhayan stood there frozen in anguish. After a moment, he reluctantly said, it is worse than I imagined. It reminds me of my worst memories. Intentionally stirring up haunting memories and trying to break his spirit. And at that moment, the girl behind him suddenly questioned, well, we trusted and waited for you. Why did you abandon them? If you had been there, They would have survived. She questioned his choice, asking why he had to go to Tokyo. The girl was furious. Yet her eyes were filled with a desperate longing as she looked at Soo-hyun. Amidst the barrage of accusation, Soo-hyun remained silent. Standing there, the girl had now grabbed him by the collar, her eyes fierce, ready to curse him. Despite that, he did not move. Mana was beginning to gather in one spot. Moments later, without hesitation, it surged toward the girl. The girl in front of him immediately challenged him. So you want to kill us now? Just like that? You play the hero? A scoff escaped his lips as Soo-hyun replied nonchalantly. Think whatever you want. Go ahead and curse me. The girl burst into laughter. So you admit it. How fun is it to toy with other people's lives? Soo-hyun narrowed his eyes at her and coldly said, I do not care what you guys say. If I was going to stop here, I would not have started at all. With that, he lifted his sword high, his deep voice echoed. So pay attention to the path I take from now on. Your tears have been shed, and the pain of losing your loved ones will not happen again. Then go ahead and curse me. Right after, he swung down his sword, and a massive crack appeared in the ground, making the faces filled with hatred vanish instantly. Shortly after, a colossal surge of mana erupted from the ground, causing the space to ripple. Yet, Soo-hyun remained trapped within the darkened realm of the forest. You could not hold it in and frowned. Even though you escaped the illusion, this skill is still not dispelled. At least that last attack made this skill stabilize a bit. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared before Soo-hyun, and it turned out to be a child. He squinted ahead, his voice saying, You should know that trying to provoke me now is pointless. Yet, the child continued to slowly walk forward. He eyed it warily, his sword raised and ready to strike. But the moment the child stood right in front of him, his eyes widened in shock. The child suddenly reached out toward him, and he suspiciously asked, What do you want? He stared at it for a long while, then finally reached out to touch its hand. In an instant, a flood of memories surged into his mind. Whose memories were these? Inside that memory, a man was holding a shard of glass. He seemed to be searching for something, mumbling continuously. Where is that brat? How dare he do that to his father? At the same time, a figure was fearfully hiding under the bed. It was a familiar face, Thomas as a child. This was Thomas's memory. Thomas's past unfolded through the dark woods, a hell that never seemed to end. No matter how much time passed, no matter how many pages of history turned, his suffering life continued. Thomas was abused both physically and mentally, resulting in him growing up with the body of an adult while still a child. Then one day, when his stepfather came home drunk, he opened the fridge looking for food but found no meat. In a fit of rage, he saw Thomas curled up in the corner of the room. Immediately, his anger exploded violently. The moment Thomas saw him, he trembled in fear as the man grabbed a knife from the kitchen. With a wicked grin, he said, Look who is here. Thomas's face grew increasingly panicked. He stammered, Dad, please. But that bastard showed no mercy whatsoever. Without hesitation, he plunged the knife into Thomas's hand. A look of satisfaction filled his face instantly. Thomas, being so small, could only silently endure the beating. Instinctively, he thought he had to escape, just as far away as possible. Anywhere would do. He thought, would his wish ever come true? That was when a place to escape appeared: the Tower of Trials. From then on, Thomas began to live in the Tower of Trials. Maybe it was because he had a natural talent, or because no challenge could be harder than what he had gone through so far. But Thomas grew stronger and stronger. After defeating a monster on the 150th floor, he climbed on top of its body, teasing it. Come on, let us play some more. And that is how the Tower of Trials became Thomas's only source of joy. But for some reason, he returned to the real world. That bastard of a father spent all day wallowing in his own filth, accomplishing nothing. The moment he saw Thomas return, he immediately started yelling, You ungrateful little brat. How dare you run away after I raised you? Thomas, still looking frightened, stammered, I just left until you calmed down. Please do not hate me. But that bastard kept yelling and hitting, acting like a real piece of work, saying he needed to teach me a lesson. Please do not hit me. Thomas raised his hands to defend himself. But just as he thought the man's hand was coming down, something strange appeared right in front of him, leaving the man stunned. He was so scared he nearly wet his pants, trembling like a leaf. This is... Thomas shot him a glance, gritting his teeth as he said, I really did not want this. That bastard of a father was shaking him, asking if he had become an awakened one. After that, he headed back to the center for a checkup, and he was assessed as an SSS-Rank awakened one. But that pathetic look still lingered. He stumbled over to his bastard of a father, who grabbed his shoulders and anxiously asked, "What rank are you?" Looking into his father's face, Thomas trembled in fear. Stuttering, "Ryan?" He thought he was going to get yelled at again. But this time, his father pulled him into a tight hug, expressing his love, saying, "I love you, Thomas." He said everything he had done until now was because he loved him, wanting him to understand that. And Thomas truly believed him. Happily nodding. Of course, his bastard of a father heard this and got all excited, saying, "That is my boy. So why can't you make me happier? The ranking contest will start soon. It is organized by Lohan, so he brainwashed Thomas, pushing him to enter this competition. And he actually agreed. At this moment, that dark psychological shadow still loomed over Thomas' memories. Soo-hyun, who witnessed everything, approached Thomas with a bit of sympathy and called out to him. But he just buried his head in the pillow and cried, repeatedly saying, "Do not hit me." Soo-hyun sat down in front of him, calmly saying, "I am not going to hit you. You said you accidentally saw his memories. So you want to ask him something." Thomas did not lift his head for a long time, still trembling as he sat there. After waiting a while, he finally spoke softly. "What do you want to ask?" Soo-hyun squinted at him, suspiciously asking, "Why did you come back to the real world? Wouldn't it be better for you to stay in the tower with your dad?" Thomas quietly replied, "If I did not have my dad, I would really be so lonely." Hearing this, Soo-hyun was momentarily at a loss for words. He questioned back, "You can't escape your dad just because of loneliness?" But not getting a response from Thomas, he thought for a moment and reached out to him. He smiled and said, "So do you want to come with me? There are still many good people in this world." So what he meant was, he wanted him to be his friend. At this moment, Thomas also lifted his head to look at him. Then, he broke into a joyful smile. Having reached Thomas' heart, the battle officially came to an end. In the next match, unfortunately, Hak-jun lost to the American opponent, as Line and then as Lin also withdrew. So Soo-hyun did not participate in the semifinals and went straight to the finals. When Aslan returned to the stands, Luhan smiled and said, "Congratulations, madam," Aslan simply asked. "But where did Johnny go?" Lohan shook his head slightly, saying he was not sure. He said he had something urgent to take care of. Meanwhile, in another part of the sky, someone stood there, doing who knows what. Right after that, a low voice suddenly echoed, "Is that you, Johnny?" He quickly knelt down, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Emperor and Hunter." The low voice continued, "That is enough of the formalities. What about him?" Johnny nodded slightly and replied, "I have gathered information on all the heroes in this world, but I have nothing on Kim Sung-in." The other person looked suspicious and asked, "Are you sure?" He nodded and replied, "I am certain." The other person continued, "He has to be in his own country. Open the portal and send troops to his nation. He will definitely come begging on his knees. He wants to capture Kim Sung-in." John was taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, "Your wish is my command." The next match in the quarterfinals is between Lohan and Yu and Gil. Lohan looked at the person in front of him, nodded, and said, "Finally, I get to face you again. Let us finish the match we left off long ago." Yuan Gil nodded with a smile. "All right. This time I will give it my all." Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He turned to Lohan and said, "Can I take this call for a moment?" Lohan nodded without hesitation. "Of course." He quickly picked up, irritated. "What is it?" "I have made it clear that I am on leave during the ranking match." However, the voice on the other end delivered shocking news. "Director, it is urgent. A green dungeon has appeared in South Korea." The other side insisted there was no time to waste. "You need to get back now." Shortly after, Yuan Gil announced his withdrawal, and Lohan automatically advanced to the semi-finals. The final match of the quarterfinals was a showdown between Alina and Lewis. Lewis ultimately won, but due to severe injuries, he could not participate in the next match. Just then, the host announced changes to the match schedule. The upcoming semi-finals would not take place due to several contestants withdrawing or being injured. Tomorrow, the finals between Lohan and Soo-hyun will take place. Lohan glanced at Soo-hyun and said, "As expected, you are the one I have to face." "Good luck." With a smirk, Soo-hyun replied confidently, "Good luck to you too. I will see you tomorrow." That night, in a small house on the outskirts of the city, trash and glass bottles were scattered everywhere. A drunken man lay passed out in the pile of garbage. After a moment, a shadow appeared at the door. He was completely unaware, still sleeping with his mouth open. It was not until he heard a knock that he slowly opened his eyes. He angrily shouted, "Who the hell is knocking on my door in the middle of the night?" He cursed as he walked to the door, but as soon as he opened the door, he got punched in the face. The assailant was Soo-hyun, who coldly stared at him. "Good evening. I am a friend of Thomas." He looked at Soo-hyun in shock. Not knowing what was happening, the door slowly began to close. Inside that small house, screams of agony started to echo. The next day, a man was found unconscious in a New York slum with his legs brutally shattered. And it was discovered that he was also a serial killer. He has been sentenced to death, and the informant is said to have vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the arena, today is the final match. People have been gathering here in droves since early morning. Juho looks around and can't help but sigh. There are so many people. It must be because it is the finals. But over here, Hajun is not feeling too cheerful. He is trying to hold on to Thomas. "Alright. We get it already. Stop it. If you keep this up you are going to fall." But Thomas won't listen. He is dead set on climbing down. Juho sees this and sighs, wondering why everything feels louder than usual today. Flashback to before the finals. After the match ended, Soo-hyun took Thomas back to his place, explaining everything to Juho and Hajun. They were a bit hesitant at first, but ultimately they agreed. They started discussing plans for the future, and Soo-hyun reminded them to take care of Thomas. Hajun was really enthusiastic about taking on the responsibility. "Don't worry. Just trust me," Soo-hyun said with a frown. "Thomas is older than you, so show him some respect." Hajun heard this and was displeased. "No way." Juho then chimed in. "We still need to find a place for him in Korea anyway." Soo-hyun calmly replied, "No need to worry. We will figure it out when we get there." Soon after, they welcomed Thomas into their group. Experiencing this for the first time, Thomas was initially taken aback, but then he happily responded, "Nice to meet you both." That is why Hajun is so tired today. He is holding on to Thomas tightly, not letting him run off to find Soo-hyun. Juho ignored their noise, glancing down to find their seats, wondering where on earth our seats are. He also murmured to himself, "Who will win the finals? I wonder." As soon as he said that, a voice answered back. It was Adele's voice, clear as day. Juho's expression immediately turned to panic. If Thomas meets Adele here, it is game over. He quickly looked over at Hajun, urgently saying, "Hajun, your seat is over there." But Hajun and Thomas kept chattering away, each trying to outdo the other, catching Adele's attention. But it was Thomas who spotted Adele first, and he was a bit startled. Upon hearing the commotion, Adele glanced over. Thomas did not know what to say to Adele. He really overdid it the other day. Finally, Adele just sighed and said, "Hurry up. We are not that close." You know, Juho noticed the awkwardness and quickly reminded them to leave. "Right. Hajun." Hajun obediently took Thomas and started to leave. Just before they went, Thomas suddenly mumbled an apology. Startling Adele, Thomas apologetically said, "It was just a match, but I went too far. Suddenly smiling, Adele raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you apologizing?" Saying this, he immediately stood up, chuckling. "It is. I am just too weak. I will get stronger. The next time I won lose." Thomas, being naive, just said what came to mind. "Alright. Right now you are too weak, so you need to get stronger." "Okay." Juho, hearing this, panicked and quickly scolded, "Shut it. Will you?" A little while later, the announcer's voice rang out. "You have all been waiting long enough. This is a rank match, featuring 175's rank awakeners battling it out after a long journey, only to remain. These two have displayed overwhelming strength throughout the competition. Of course, those two are Lohan and Soyeon. This round will reveal which of the two heroes is the strongest. The finals officially begin. The moment the words left his mouth, both rushed towards each other. Two streams of mana collided fiercely, creating a deafening explosion that shook the arena. Smoke and dust engulfed a large area, and Soyeon caught a glimpse of Lohan standing in the midst of it. Lohan stepped out, questioning, "Why do you keep dodging?" But Soyeon did not respond. As soon as Lohan attacked, he instantly evaded, smiling as he said, "If you like it, go ahead." No sooner had he spoken than he turned back, his sword swinging down relentlessly. The blade was enveloped in a massive amount of mana. In the blink of an eye, he charged toward Lohan with fierce momentum, but Lohan managed to dodge. Still, Soyeon did not give him a moment to breathe, continuing his assault. In the stands, the spectators were in disbelief, shouting, "What is happening? They are so fast. I can't see a thing." At that moment, Wang Wu's face turned increasingly panicked, and he muttered through clenched teeth, Is this the true power of Kim Soo-hyun? Even Odio could not believe what was unfolding before him. It seemed his earlier ambitions were nothing but a fantasy. He thought reaching S-Rank would put him on par with Soo-hyun. But he was wrong. The two on the arena had surpassed the limits of humanity. Meanwhile, Soo-hyun and Lohan were still locked in their fierce duel. Soo-hyun's sword strikes were relentless. But Lohan was no ordinary opponent. He managed to block Soo-hyun's attacks with a slight smile. Lohan casually remarked, "Looks like you enjoy a good old-fashioned brawl." Soo-hyun raised an eyebrow and replied with a grin. "Seems like we have both figured each other out." At this moment, they began to get serious. Suddenly, a blue flame appeared in Soo-hyun's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled it at Lohan. Seeing this, Hakjun immediately praised. "Nice. That is some impressive fighting. Even we can't help but admire." Lohan is in for a rough time, but they were dead wrong. Amidst the divine flames swirling in the air, Lohan stood his ground. Unmoved. In an instant, Hakjun's face turned grim. He did not even lose a single hair. "No way." Over here, Soo-hyun was not too surprised and calmly said, "Just as I expected. Those flames are not enough to hurt you. This is the trait of the great celestial protector. With the power of the protector, he possesses an enormous amount of mana. Moreover, his resistance to magic is terrifying. Considered one of the best traits from his past life." Right now, Lohan squinted at Soo-hyun and said with a grin, "Impressive." Now it was his turn. As he finished speaking, a surge of energy appeared in his hand. In an instant, it took form. It is like a wild windstorm charging forward. The target, of course, is Soo-hyun right across from him. He squints at the thing speeding toward him. In an instant, he conjures up a protective shield. Two powerful forces collide in a blink. With a thunderous boom, the arena erupts in chaos. Debris flies everywhere, swept away by the raging mana. Up in the stands, Jun and Lohan can barely shield their eyes. Jun coughs, feeling overwhelmed. "There is so much wreckage. I can't see a thing." Lohan squints into the rubble, waiting for a reaction that does not come. Meanwhile, the audience can see Soo-hyun and starts whispering, "Is he done for? There is no way he survived that hit. Even Rogel thinks so. He is sure Soo-hyun can withstand that blow." But just then, something bizarre happens below the arena. In the swirling smoke, ominous dark energy suddenly emerges. Soo-hyun stands there, completely unharmed, radiating a terrifying aura. Lohan, across the way, feels it too, gritting his teeth. Damn it. This is the feeling everyone has when they look at him every day. At this moment, seeing Soo-hyun makes him feel a bit uneasy. This is thanks to the third eye of Ouroboros, which is currently summoned in its spiritual form. Soo-hyun lets out a reluctant sigh, not expecting he would have to use it. With that, he glances at Lohan, raising an eyebrow challengingly. "You said you wanted to broaden your horizons. Right? Is this enough to satisfy you?" In that moment, Lohan's body starts to tremble. He grits his teeth and speaks up. "Enough." Suddenly, a chill runs down his spine. Finally, he has found a worthy opponent. He has been waiting for this day for so long. He can defeat him. With that thought, he activates the divine punishment skill of the Archangel and charges towards Soo-hyun. He boasts loudly, "From today on, I will be the strongest." Hearing this, Soo-hyun just smirks, his sword beginning to swing. The moment their weapons clash, the arena erupts in another massive explosion, debris flying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the area is shrouded in dust and mana. Lohan is now searching for Soo-hyun's figure. He furrows his brow, pondering what just happened clearly. He recalls the moment his divine punishment collided with the spirit of Ouroboros. A faint purple energy suddenly envelops Ouroboros. Then, the divine punishment directly penetrates the body of the colossal serpent. At that moment, Lohan smirks, thinking he is surely the victor. However, his joy is short-lived as the giant serpent's form dissipates into nothingness. The icy sword appears right after. To his horror, he sees Soo-hyun's shadow rushing at him. The sword in his hand strikes down like a death sentence without hesitation. Lohan suddenly realizes that the massive serpent was just a decoy. While he is stunned, Soo-hyun has already swung his blade. In the blink of an eye, Lohan's expression turned sour. What he was really up against was a slash fueled by overwhelming mana. He flinched and stepped back to dodge. Unfortunately, it was too late. Soo-hyun had already struck him, forcing him to retreat. Soo-hyun slowly advanced toward him, sword still in hand. Lohan narrowed his eyes at him. Secretly chuckling, he understood now. Ultimately, he had lost to this new world. Soo-hyun was now standing right in front of him. Even if he fought on, he would just end up defeated by him. Up in the stands, the crowd could not see a thing due to the man's influence. They were buzzing with speculation, wondering who the real winner was. Hajun was no exception, anxiously glancing over at Juho. No way. Juho was tense too, but he remained calm, assuring himself that everything would be fine. Soyeon was not the type to go down easily. Just then, Thomas suddenly shouted, "Soyeon has won." Juho immediately replied in shock. What just happened? But Thomas had not even had a chance to respond. Odell chimed in first. Thomas is right. I could not see the end clearly, but I felt the power of mana that Soyeon had gathered. Soyeon has definitely won. At that moment, a figure appeared from behind the haze of smoke beneath the arena. Everyone's eyes immediately turned toward it. They were waiting for the moment the winner would emerge. A moment later, that figure gradually came into view. Suwon supported Lohan as he slowly stepped out. The stands erupted, and Juho and his friends could not stop cheering. The others were a bit stunned. They never would have imagined this. Soyeon actually managed to defeat Lohan. Seeing everyone's reaction, Lohan could not help but chuckle softly. This feeling was so strange. Who would have thought someone would steal all the attention? Looking at him, Soyeon playfully asked, "Are you complaining?" Lohan shook his head. "Not all," he replied coolly. "Oddly enough, I do not hate it." Just then, the announcer's voice rang out. The arena was a complete mess. But no matter what, we still have to do what needs to be done. The ultimate winner of this ranked match is Soyeon. After the results were announced, Juho and his friends cheered even louder. Odell could not help but smile with satisfaction. Even Wang Yu was pleased at this moment. Honestly, losing to the champion is not something to be ashamed of. To celebrate Soyeon's victory, the organizers did not hold back on the fireworks. Juho and his friends were absolutely thrilled. Their guy had won. Odell genuinely congratulated him. The one who pulled him out of the mud. Lohan and Aslin also clapped in response. But Aslin had a hint of doubt. She looked at Lohan and asked how it felt to lose for the first time. Lohan let out a light grunt and replied, "My blood is boiling." With that, he suddenly snapped his fingers and called out, "Hey, winner." Right after that, a pair of wings carrying a microphone flew in front of Soyeon. He looked at him suspiciously, wondering what this was for, and he cheerfully replied, "Go ahead. Speak about your victory. What does it feel like to be the strongest awakener in the world?" Soyeon furrowed his brow, deep in thought for a long moment, then finally spoke up, "It does not feel good or bad. I just feel like I have taken another step forward." Hearing this, Lohan could not help but chuckle. He had become the strongest, yet he only felt like it was just one step. Sounds like he has got a clear goal in mind. Soyeon definitely had a much higher goal than this. After pondering for a moment, he firmly stated, "I will continue to rise to the top, no longer hindered by towering obstacles." I am sure everyone felt it during the ranking match, that the safety and pride of holding S rank actually holds everyone back. As a result, everyone is forced to kneel before those taller walls. Although moving to the next step is a personal choice, one thing's for sure, he will continue to grow stronger. If everyone stops here, they won't fight together in the next stage. Instead, they will be standing behind me, relying on my protection. If you do not want that, then follow your own path. With that, he lifted his head to look at the crowd in the stands, a challenging smirk on his face. "Go on. Try to surpass me." His words seemed to awaken the other awakeners present, including Lohan. And that is how the ranking match, filled with countless issues, ended in a spectacular success. Back at the Golden Building, the reward was handed directly to Soyeon. It was exactly what he had wished for. Adamantium. Soyeon accepted the prize, feeling extremely joyful. In some ways, this was the true goal of the ranking match. Finally, he would be able to wield the strongest weapon, the Great Sword. Meanwhile, another issue was brewing in South Korea. In the conference room of the Korean Awakener Management Association, where many people had gathered, at the center was Juia, who slowly began to speak. "Since the association and guild have gathered, we will start the meeting. As you all know, the topic is the 2 blue dungeons that have appeared at the Angwa Bridge. They showed up around 3 p.m. And this is the first time they have appeared simultaneously in the same area. So they have been dubbed the Twin Blue Dungeons, and according to calculations, it is very likely that the 2 outbreaks will occur at the same time." Yuan furrowed his brow and asked, "How much time do we have until then?" After a moment of thought, Yui replied, "I guess we have about 2 weeks to a month left." Chan's vehicle let out a dissatisfied huff. How could there be such a major oversight? Another person nodded in agreement. 1 green dungeon is already enough to wipe out a city. But now we have 2 blue dungeons appearing, especially at a time when most ranks are caught up in the ranking matches. We do not have enough people for a dungeon raid. Yui nodded slightly, his expression serious as he responded, "That is right. We are currently short on ranks. So the planned raid time is 1 week. If they do not solve it as soon as possible, there is no doubt San will be devastated. At that moment, Yuanju lowered his voice and asked, "Have you tried reaching out to Su Haiyan yet?" Du Yui nodded slightly and replied, "I did. But the ranking matches just ended. So I am not sure if he can come right away. At the very least, we should set up a plan to raid the dungeon." As soon as he said that, someone voiced their dissatisfaction. "Come on. Why are you worrying so much? You have got our masked Hahao guild backing you." The one who spoke up was Sahun, the president of the Awakener Guild. Masked Hahao, Du Yui shot him a glance, coldly stating, "The conversation is over." Sahun, Damak nodded, responding indifferently, "I know. You said you would let Su Haiyan be the raid leader, but he mentioned they had no idea when he would arrive. And they can just wait forever." As soon as he said that, another person chimed in, "He is right. There are a lot of Awakeners at the guild preparing for the raid. It is not just the Masked Hao guild. This guy is Lim Chang-hun. In his opinion, the Awakeners and the Masked Hao guild should form a vanguard to go in first." Dewey frowned at the suggestion. "So they want to do it this way. This Awakener guild was originally established to ensure the rights of Awakeners. But gradually, they only care about raiding dungeons that can help them make money and refuse to be controlled by the regulatory agency. They have become a greedy organization, only looking out for their own interests. Their goal this time is probably the fame and loot from the Green Dungeon. Which is why they are here, ready to raid." Thinking about this, Du Yui sighed helplessly. But that is not going to work. The agency prioritizes the safety of the citizens and the city, and they want a more solid plan. Since there is still no objective data, if the vanguard of the Masked Hao Guild and the Awakener Guild fails, it could trigger an outbreak sooner than expected. His words made Ji-hun grind his teeth in anger, but Du Yui ignored him. Just then, Ji-hun pulled out a stack of documents and said, "If you need objective data, we have it right here." Du Yui took it, a bit skeptical, and asked, "What is this?" Ji-hun slowly explained, "We sent a request and received this from the U.S. agency. This is evidence showing that even with the chaotic guild causing trouble in the Green Dungeon, they still have an 80% chance of successfully raiding." He asked, "Do you still think the strongest force in Korea can succeed?" Du Yui looked at the stack of documents in his hand, then fell into deep thought. At that moment, Chang-hun felt even more pleased, believing he had won. But before long, Du Yui slammed the documents down on the table. He bluntly stated, "Even so, for safety reasons, we still need to wait for Su-hun. Furthermore, for a Green Dungeon, we need at least 3 ranks." As soon as he said that, the room was engulfed in a massive amount of mana, and Ji-hun's sharp voice echoed again, "You are really talking a lot. So you are implying that the Masked Hao Guild is not reliable?" Chang-hun, sitting beside him, was a bit surprised by his outburst. Anju looked at him straight on, not budging an inch. Seeing the situation getting tense, Du Yui activated a protective mana. The Sihunchian crew is fuming, yelling, "Hey, what do you think you are doing? Get your mana back right now." Ji-hun, unfazed, coldly retorts, "Don't move. I am about to wipe the floor with this guy." Sihunchian, not backing down, bellows, "Think you are tough? Let us see you try." With that, he is ready to jump in and throw some punches. But just then, Ju steps in, saying, "Enough." He turns, visibly annoyed. "Captain, you really want me to just sit here and watch?" Before he can finish, he is taken aback, his whole body tensing up. Even Ji-hun raises an eyebrow, because Anju is now radiating an overwhelming presence. A massive surge of mana clashing with Ji-hun's. Yanjiang chimes in, "I said that is enough." In an instant, their 2 currents of mana collide fiercely, and Ju glares at Ji-hun, warning him with a look, but Ji-hun is being quite the stubborn one, letting his mana run rampant. Seeing this, Ji-hun panics. Anju is the strongest in the management agency. In fact, he is the reason why the Awakening Society has been trying to avoid conflict with the management agency. If they go against him, they will have nothing to gain. Realizing this, Ji-hun quickly stands up to mediate. "Come on, guys. Do not hurt each other. Enough already. Chairman, you should apologize too." As he says this, he leans into Ji-hun, whispering, "You know the agency holds the power to activate the dungeon, right? Opposing them won't get us anywhere." Hearing this, Ji-hun furrows his brow. Reluctantly, he pulls back his mana. Yoon sees this and nods in relief, retracting his mana as well. Then, he looks at Ji-hun and says, "I can see your potential. But I hope you understand. We are preparing for the worst-case scenario. Only after we are ready will we activate the dungeon. His words seem to irritate Ji-hun, who stands up from his chair. He charges toward Yeon-ju, gritting his teeth and snapping. So what you are saying is, we are not strong enough. Ji-hun lets out a sigh of exasperation. I told you to control your temper. But being the hot that he is, Ji-hun can help but provoke Eun-ju. Let us take this outside. I will show you we are strong enough to raid the dungeon. Eun-ju raises a hand to block Ji-hun's advance. Then, accepting the challenge, he replies, all right. I will teach you a lesson you won't forget. But Ji-hun is not backing down, boldly stating, if I win this fight, I want the right to raid the dungeon. Hearing this, Yu erupts in anger. The raid leader has already been decided. However, Eun-ju pats him on the shoulder. Relax. Instead of talking here, let us just take action. It will be quicker. Ji-hun strides outside, commanding, I like your confidence. But do not go back on your word later. Yu-ju smirked. That line should be mine. Don't worry. I am not that soft. Ji-hun shoots him a challenging glance. Suddenly, a sound erupts from the door. Startling him, Soo-hyun arrives with 3 others. Smirking. Looks like there is some exciting stuff going on here. Mind if I join it? You scanned the crowd, flashing a confident smile. Spotting you, Ji-hun immediately shouted in panic. Kims, the ranking competition has to be over by now. What are you doing here? Soo-hyun slowly explained. Earlier, I received a withdrawal from Lohan. Back when I was in the States. Lohan came to see you after hearing you had to go back. I heard you needed to get to Korea right away. So take this. With that, he handed you a strand of hair, and you skeptically asked what it was. He explained that this was a celestial thread, allowing the user to teleport to a memory location of their choice. Ion nodded in understanding after you explained. I see. Thanks for quickly responding to the association's task. Soo-hyun shook his head, smiling. No problem. Thank you for taking it. But what is going on? I want to hear the situation. Ji-hun furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After a moment, he finally spoke in a low voice. Not much. Before this, Aeon and I were competing for the right to activate the dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, Soo-hyun said in a low voice, that is strange. He narrowed his eyes at you, waiting for the next part. You sternly replied, that right to activate the dungeon has been mine all along. So why is the association and the guild deciding who has that right now? The moment you said this, Ji-hun's face fell, and he stammered, unsure how to explain. Chang-hun was also panicking at this point, cursing to himself that this was the end. Although the president of the guild acted harshly before, it was a good opportunity to seize that right, no matter if the opponent was the strongest awakened being in the world. Soo-hyun. It would be even harder for them to win. Soo-hyun was also narrowing his eyes at them. This guild had caused him so much trouble in his previous life. At that moment, Eun-ju finally spoke up. I am ashamed of you, Soo-hyun. But the issues between the association and the guild started long ago. As he said this, he drew his sword, stating that he would handle it himself. Soo-hyun silently shook his head. The guild was indeed troublesome, so it was best to resolve them quickly. With that thought, he nodded. All right. Because I am sure both the guild and the association have their reasons. So let us fight for the right to activate the dungeon. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Ji-hun and Chang-hun immediately soared. Ji-hun gritted his teeth and spoke up. Isn't that just telling us to go home empty-handed? It is like a threat. Shrugging nonchalantly, Soo-hyun replied. Who said I am the one participating? You will be fighting this guy. The moment he finished speaking, he pointed at Hak-jun beside him, leaving him stunned for a long moment. Once he reacted, he looked at Soo-hyun in disbelief. But in the end, they still decided to gather at the training ground of the Awakened Association. Soo-hyun spoke up first. We will start in 5 minutes. So get ready until then. Hak-jun shot a glance at you and asked. Soo-hyun, why are you suddenly treating me like this? You chuckled softly in response. Sorry about that. I just acted without thinking. You shook your head with a small smile. It is. The guild will continue to stir up trouble with the association, even if this conflict does not happen. Above all, things are going to get serious if they decide to act cold and uncooperative during the raid. His judgment might just be the only way to control the council. And if it were him, there is no way he would lose to a slacker like that. Won-ju nodded confidently. Of course. But that does not mean Gai-hun is an easy opponent. He did not become S-rank for nothing. He could probably take down Hak-jun, who just recently hit S-rank. However, Soo-hyun calmly reassured him. Do not worry. When it comes to skills, Hakjun is the best among the awakened kids he has ever met. Over here. Jang Hun walked up to Gi Hun and said, "The chairman's talk is nonsense. But in the end, you must have made the right call." Jai Hun nodded slightly and replied, "I am not sure about Kim Soo Hun or Park Hyen Ju, but that punk is nothing but trash." Alright, if you are ready, I will explain the rules. For safety, you two will fight barehanded. But you can use your skills. If one of you gives up or can continue, the other will be declared the winner. And now, the match between Hakjun and Jae Hun officially begins. The two quickly assume their fighting stances. In the blink of an eye, Jae Hun charged towards Hakjun. His punch was already inches from his face. He quickly raised his hands to block. Feeling awestruck. That guy is incredibly fast. Jae Hun's speed is truly impressive. He relentlessly forced Hakjun into a defensive position. But even if he is faster, so what? That is not the issue here. With that thought, Hakjun reached out to block Jae Hun's punch. He just needed to land a single hit. Then, he launched a counter punch. But he could not see Jae Hun anywhere in front of him. Hakjun instinctively flinched. He had vanished. By the time he reappeared, he was behind Hakjun. He grabbed one side of his face tightly, and then slammed him down to the ground. Seeing this, Juho immediately panicked and shouted, "Hakjun! Get up, is it already over?" Yui sighed in helplessness. Maybe this is really too much for someone who just became S-Rank. The members of the Awakened Council were actually quite pleased. Jang Hun wore a smug smile. Jae Hun's teleportation skill is exactly why he became S-Rank. He believed they had already won this match. Jae Hun had Hakjun pinned to the ground. He smirked and said, "Now the power to strike is ours." But at that moment, he suddenly realized something was off because Hakjun had grabbed his arm. He slowly spoke, "You are just quick, that is all. Besides that, he's got nothing else." Those words made Gi Hun explode in anger. What the hell? Where's this power coming from? He was still in disbelief. He felt something shift in his body. Hakjun lifted him up effortlessly with just one hand. Without any hesitation, he threw it away, just like tossing a ball, and his body slammed down onto the ground. The situation changed in an instant, and Juho's group could not contain their joy. On the flip side, Jang Hun was left speechless in shock. There was no doubt about it. Hakjun was the victor of this battle. Outside, Suhayan smirked softly, just as he had predicted. Moments later, Ji Hun's subordinates finally reacted, rushing to his side, panicking like crazy. "Jang Hun, please check on the boss's condition." Jang Hun hurried over to assess the situation, and after a while, he sighed in relief. Thankfully, he was not seriously injured. Just unconscious. That said, he could not believe Gi Hun would lose so easily. Was not Hakjun new to S-Rank just recently? He never expected things to turn out this way. At this rate, they would not be able to fight for the right to raid anymore. Over here, Hakjun was constantly blaming Suhain. "Do you have any idea how terrified I am that everything is going to fall apart because of me? Please, consider my opinion first." Suhain rubbed the back of his head, smiling as he spoke. "Sorry about that, but you said you knew Hakjun would not lose." As soon as those words left his mouth, Hakjun shot him a glare. A moment later, he firmly declared, "Of course. One day I will defeat you." Suhain was momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced over at the group on the other side. He slowly took a step towards them. Coldly, he said, "Now do you understand why the association did not hand the raid over to you guys? No matter how many talented awakeners they have, the strongest force is always their president." But he lost to Hakjun, who had just recently reached S-Rank. Of course, Hakjun's rapid growth is thanks to his insane abilities. Even better than what I had in my past life. But I want to mention that. I shot them a glance and continued in a low voice. "You think you can raid that dungeon with just those skills? Are you guys looking to commit suicide? Consider this competition a lesson, and think about your precious lives." Yet despite my words, he still wanted to dive into that dungeon. After thinking for a moment, he hesitated and said to me, "I get your point. So let us join the raid team. If we go together, it will definitely be more complete." Suhayan looked at him, slightly irritated. Just participating in that dungeon was already a huge experience, considering the benefits he would gain afterward. So he proposed they would share 70% of the loot. Suhayan scoffed. "Let me ask you this," and the expression on his face subtly changed. Then he heard me coldly say, "For all of you, is that dungeon just an opportunity? Or is it just about fame and money?" Ajun saw him getting angry and quickly tried to intervene. But he continued to press on. "I just want to know if you guys have ever thought about that. Is it normal for dungeons to appear in the world? Is there anything other than dungeons? What if one day those dungeons swallowed the entire world?" He squinted at the guy, asking, "Did you ever think about that?" I stepped closer to him, lowering my voice. Listen closely. As long as I want. Wiping out your precious little guild would be as easy as breathing. I am just putting it on hold, because I have got some more important things to handle. The moment those words left my lips, the expression on the bride's face instantly changed. He was trembling so much he could barely stand. He was about to lose it. Of course. He did not want to die. Desperately pleading, please spare me. In that moment, Suhayan stood before him like a vengeful deity, able to take his life at any moment. Without thinking, he coldly warned, this is your last chance. You won't get another. After a noisy altercation, Suhayan and Yuan-ju returned to the conference room. Suhayan casually sipped his drink, then nodded and said, Yep. I will handle one. And Juho, Hakjun, and Thomas will take care of the rest. Yuan-ju frowned at him, worriedly stating, that is too reckless. I think it would be better if we all went together to tackle each dungeon. But Suhayan was resolute, saying, I need to do this myself. Then he made a suggestion that left Yuan-ju shocked. I will leak to the press that I am going to tackle one of the green dungeons alone. 2 hours after Hakjun's match, a car was seen leaving Juhoon's crew. After hearing Jang Hoon's account, Juhoon gritted his teeth and asked, Really? Did Kim Suhayan say that? Recalling earlier, Jang Hoon had promised him that he and the top 10 guilds would withdraw from this. Juhoon stared out the window for a long time, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he called out, Jongkyu. And the one being called immediately responded, Yep. Chairman, Juhoon ordered, call the other guilds and gather 20 talented people. Jongkyu was taken aback. Then he heard Juhoon grit his teeth and say, Damn it. Kim Suhayan picked the wrong person. He needs to die. A few days later, the day of the Yanghwa dungeon raid finally arrived, and reporters gathered on the bridge. They blocked Suhayan's group, bombarding them with questions. But Suhayan did not care. He did not answer a single question. It was up to Yui to handle it, saying, We will take questions after the duel is over. At that time, the association will contact everyone. So for now, please head back. Meanwhile, Juhoon, visibly anxious, advised, If you feel it is dangerous, do not push yourself. Just leave. We will finish up faster. So we will meet with you as soon as we are done. With a faint smile, Suhayan nodded and replied, Got it. I will head out first. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. At that moment, Juhoonju turned to Juhoon and suggested, We should get started. Juho nodded slightly, saying, You are right. And with that, they left. The raid on the green dungeon began that night. When no one was left on the bridge, strange black holes suddenly appeared. Before long, Juhoon showed up, leading a group of people. Juhoon shouted an order. All right, hunt down Kim Suhayan. Let us Immediately, they entered the green dungeon. Meanwhile, in the distance, someone was quietly observing everything, as if this had all been foreseen. Back in the conference room, while Suhayan and Yuan-ju were discussing their strategies, Suhayan quietly told him, I will do it myself. That way, the guild will come to your place and cause a disruption. Yuan-ju asked in surprise, Did you predict what would happen by then? Because of the competition among guilds or for revenge? The Masked Guild has used this approach to deal with dungeons that have not been successfully raided and has earned praise for preventing outbreaks. Those damn scumbags. This time things won't go their way. So at that moment, you suggested Yuan-ju to leak info about us raiding the green dungeon to the press. The guild will definitely follow. So gather evidence while they do. The one quietly collecting evidence is Yui. Those looking towards the dungeon will speak up. The rest is up to you. Suhoon, inside the dungeon. As Suhoon entered, he swiftly dealt with a group of monsters. His sword was drenched in dark blood, but he showed no signs of backing down. Moments later, right there, Juhoon and his team also appeared. Juhoon made a round checking the blood and found that the monsters had been dead for a while. Then he turned to his people and said, Kim Suhoon has gone deeper. Maintain formation and follow the trail. As soon as he finished speaking, his team immediately took off. Just before they left, Juhoon could not help but mutter, The boss here in the gold dungeon was supposed to be a big deal, yet is just a regular monster here. Is the green dungeon really like this? With that thought, he turned and commanded, All right, let us get started. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a voice interrupted. Who said you could leave? He immediately turned around and then shouted loudly, It is Kim Suhoon. His crew immediately went on high alert, getting into fighting stances. Juhoon yelled into the air, Where are you? Kim Soo-hoon, come out now. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock. Because at that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently. A massive amount of mana was pouring out, causing him to panic, accompanied by a deep voice. Stop. Joo-hoon glanced back and saw Soo-hoon standing there. But at this moment, a dark aura surrounded him, making others feel terrified. He coldly warned, if you move, I will kill you. At the same time, in a nearby forest, Seung-cheon and his guild were running forward, chased by a horde of monsters. Seung-cheon kept taunting them. Come at me, bugs. Someone from his group advised him to tone it down, but he ignored them, his tone dripping with arrogance as he joked with the monsters. If you want to eat me, then come and get me. His words really enraged the monster behind them, its eyes turning bloodshot, and someone shouted loudly in frustration. Seung-cheon. You idiot. It has gone crazy. Why are you pushing it? But Seung-cheon just laughed and said, this is way more fun. And with this, we will finish things faster. Right after that, they took off running. Just then, Yuan-ju appeared. Without a word, he swung his sword down. His eyes were incredibly determined. With a single slash, a powerful beam of light shot out, slicing through the monsters behind him, leaving many dead on the ground. The lead monster was enraged, but Yuan-ju continued to dance his sword through the air, unleashing a flurry of sword beams once again. The corpses of the monsters were piling up on the ground. Just then, Seung-cheon shouted from the cliff. Captain, there are not any left. Yuan-ju shook his head slightly in response. There is no time to rest. Get ready for the next phase of the plan. Seung-cheon nodded, accepting the orders. Right after that, he spotted something in the distance and clicked his tongue, saying, as expected, at the sound of any movement, they come right away. It is disgusting. Below the cliff he was standing on, a horde of monsters had indeed appeared. Immediately, he yelled, it is time to execute the next step. Not just him. Hak-jun and Thomas were also involved in this plan. Back in the dark dungeon, Ji-hun and his group were locked in a very gloomy place. Behind Ji-hun, cries for help echoed continuously. His face was extremely grim, and he finally could not hold back anymore, exclaiming, we were wrong. However, the giant serpent's eyes were still fixed on him, filled with malice. He immediately screamed in fear. Stop. Just then, the giant serpent suddenly vanished, and thanks to a glimmer of light shining down, he saw a figure standing across from him. He furrowed his brow, his face full of disbelief. The person standing in front of him was Soo-hyun. He was so furious he laughed. So that snake was just an illusion. But what the hell is this? A cave? While he was still doubting, he heard cries for help from behind him. And when he turned around, he saw a giant serpent devouring his people. But right after that, a thick darkness surrounded him. He was cornered by a swarm of monsters, and he screamed in terror. These monsters are too many. I can't keep my cool anymore. This is the worst. Gritting his teeth, he questioned, where are you taking us? Soo-hyun chuckled softly and replied, no need to be scared. Thanks to my skills, they have not attacked yet. This is the deepest part of the dungeon. If you were not so clueless, you would know just how dangerous the green dungeon is. Yet he still chased after wealth and fame out of greed. He was a pest threatening the world. His disappearance would be better for everyone. Hearing this, Ji-hun could not help but protest. I came closer to you because... But before he could finish, Soo-hyun coldly interrupted. Help you? What will you say to the lives you have destroyed? Ji-hun flinched slightly, remembering that many had died because of him. If they could, they would question him for why he did it. At that moment, Soo-hyun was hovering above thanks to the holy phoenix fire. Looking down at him. That is my answer. Now it is your turn to experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, the monsters below slowly moved towards Ji-hun. He was so scared he screamed. Dante, come here. Stay away from me. You freaks. He had to make him feel the pain and suffering of those he had killed. Looking at the giant monster's gaping mouth approaching him, Ji-hun's face turned pale, and beads of cold sweat covered his forehead. Soo-hyun simply hovered above, watching the disaster unfold below. Only after all of Ji-hun's people had been wiped out did he finally descend. You are standing on the edge of a cliff, frowning at the monsters staring right at you. Their malicious eyes are watching you like a wolf in the dark. You coldly glare at them, pouting. Are you still hungry after gorging on all that? They have completely surrounded you now. You click your tongue, thinking, looks like you can't eat anymore. And with that, divine fire appears in your hands, ready to incinerate them. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Ji-hun has just taken down a monster and is sitting on the side, taking a breather. He exhales in relief. I thought we were done for, but we have done enough. Have not. With that, he raises an eyebrow at Ju-ho beside him. Juhu nods slightly but quickly sighs. Looking at the people in front of him, he can't help but curse. Damn it. Who is the real monster here? At the same time, Yaehunju is quietly observing Hatjun and Thomas, both of whom are quite impressive. One has an impressive combat instinct and mana to freely use various skills. The other enhances his body with mana, focusing solely on destructive power. The latter resembles him more. But given his rate of growth, he will soon surpass him. Thinking this, he can't help but sigh. Finally, he speaks up. Today, I will take a break to sort out this name. I doubt any monsters will show up now. But just to be safe, let us assemble a night watch team. Soon after, they start to rest as night falls in the forest. Their group splits into shifts, with some people already asleep. Yaehunju leans against the trunk of an ancient tree, quietly listening to Hatjun's chatter. This is the night watch group I have only heard about. Not the most pleasant experience. That is for sure. Then he hears Duho's mocking laughter. At least he is glad he is not the last one left behind. But even Eng can escape the night watch duty. Jun startles slightly but asks, "What do you mean by hung? Those reporters from earlier were such a hassle." Duho questions him. And Hatjun pa, "It is just too flashy. I did not do anything special." At this point, Hatjun suddenly hesitates for a moment before lowering his voice. The title of Ero is meant for people like Lohan or Su Hyan. The expectations, cheers, and encouragement from everyone, they are all a burden on you. Hearing this, Duho looks at him, unsure of how to react. At this moment, Hatjun suddenly chuckles softly. "Maybe I should not have said anything. Just venting a bit. Do not worry." Duho furrows his brow, thinking for a moment before speaking up. "I am just reminded of someone who said the exact same thing as you." Hatjun blinks in surprise. "What?" Duho slowly explains. "Last year, when Su Hyan and I faced the Kraken in the Green Prison, back then, someone said that looking at Su Hyan made him feel so small. And you were over there shining so brightly, burning everything around you, telling him to be careful. Although he was aware of it, he did not want to admit it, so he immediately raised his testing level from 5 to 6. Hearing this, Hatjun nods in understanding. "No wonder you lost last year. I also felt like you suddenly got stronger." Duho chuckled lightly and continued. "But I also feel like I am dying because of this tiny gap in power." Hatjun looked at him with a puzzled expression. He spoke slowly again. "It is a matter of talent. It is my limit. If Su Hyan had not bitten you back, you would have been dead." He had thought a lot about what Su Hyan said. At that moment, he realized his limitations. He thought someone like him could not exist in the same space as them. Hatjun raised an eyebrow, unsure how to respond. But Duho seemed unfazed. Continuing, "I realized that after hearing Su Hyan's words, he has never fought for himself. He always pushes forward. It is all for everyone. To prevent destruction. He is so shining and dazzling." With that, Duho looked up at the bright moon above. After pondering for a long while, he said seriously, "I have decided that even if that brilliant light burns me, I will follow it no matter what." He asked Hatjun if he ever thought of being the pillar that others rely on, like Su Hyan is for him. Hatjun was slightly taken aback, then burst into laughter. "That is totally unfair. If you say that, then I have no choice but to run away." The two of them spent the night talking in the darkness until dawn. Meanwhile, in the Green Dungeon, Su Hyan adventured deep inside, taking down countless monsters. At that moment, he stood before a massive door. He guessed this might be the boss's room. He placed his hand on the door, seemingly about to push it open, but hesitated for a moment. The signs of the Green Dungeon appeared too quickly. With things like this, the mage would show up soon, but this time, he would defeat it. Right after that, he pushed the door open. Just at that moment, something suddenly pulled him back. Su Hyan was caught off guard and quickly turned around. Are there still other living creatures here? But when he looked closely, his eyes widened in surprise, because standing in front of him was a familiar figure. It was the little one who had not shown up in ages, and Maya was overjoyed to see him, licking his face nonstop. Before long, his face was soaked, and he awkwardly spoke up. "I know you are happy to see me, but can you please stop?" At his word, Maya immediately stopped. He wiped his face, sighing internally, covered in drool now. Has it grown bigger and droolier too? Thinking about it, Su Hyan looked at Maya and asked if it had already gone through the growth process. Maya happily nodded, and at that moment, he realized it was getting better at understanding what he was saying, but it still felt a bit off. He stared at Maya for a long time, then hesitantly said, "You are smaller than I expected." As soon as he said that, Maya immediately lowered its head, clearly looking very sad. Seeing this, Su Hyan could not help but panic. "Did I hurt you? I better explain. What I meant was, you are in perfect size. Instantly, Maya perked up again, then pointed towards the door. Su-hyun frowned and asked, open the door. You want to show me just how strong you are? Maya nodded fiercely. Just as you said. He slowly walked toward the door, secretly thinking that size is not everything. Let us see how much it is ground. With that thought, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Immediately, he spotted a massive creature right in front of him. It had countless red eyes on its head. Without hesitation, it attacked Su-hyun with its tentacles. He quickly shouted, show it what you have got. As soon as the words left his mouth, Maya took a deep breath. Then, it unleashed a powerful breath attack. A sound like a roaring wind echoed, and Su-hyun could not help but raise his eyebrows. This power was beyond imagination. In front of him now was a brilliant flame, and the monster was engulfed in a sea of fire. Seeing this, Su-hyun's expression turned to one of shock. With just one command from Maya, he had effortlessly taken down the boss of the green dungeon. Brimming with pride, turned to Su-hyun, clearly seeking praise. Looking at the devastation before him, Su-hyun was genuinely speechless. Can you really do that? Just one flame from you burned the boss to nothing. Meanwhile, at the dungeon where Yuan-ju's group was, after searching for a long time, they finally found the teleportation gate. Yuan-ju sighed in relief upon seeing it. It is finally over. They spent 3.5 days conquering the green dungeon, with 5 lightly injured and 1 severely injured, but no fatalities. This was largely thanks to Thomas and Hak Jun. This carved coconut man realized that he also needed to improve himself. With that thought, he turned to the others and spoke. Well done. Everyone. The carved stones dropped from the dungeon will be sent to you later. After everyone gradually left, Yuan-ju slowly stepped outside. As soon as he stepped out, he encountered Yui waiting there. Upon seeing him, Yui exclaimed, you have completed the dungeon raid safely. You have worked hard. Manager, Yu said, shaking his head. But it is not over yet. We need to support Su-hyun. However, Yui shook his head and replied with a smile. No need. He is already done. As soon as those words were spoken, disbelief crossed Yuan-ju's face. At Diho's small house deep in the woods, Su-hyun had just returned to find him. Looking at the orb in his hand, Diho exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my. Is this really adamantium? Su-hyun nodded slightly and explained. It is a reward for me for winning in the ranking games. Just wanted to show you. Because I have urgent business to deal with. Diho seemed less interested, focusing intently on the adamantium. After a moment, he perked up and said excitedly, I can believe I am seeing it with my own eyes. But as he spoke, he seemed to sense something. He reached out to Su-hyun and said, hand me the sword. Su-hyun was a bit startled but still handed over his sword. After a moment, he finally spoke. The blade is a bit damaged. He frowned, calculating how long it might take to fix it. You seem to have the time. But only half-heartedly. Then with a smile, he said, oh no, in half a year, I will create the greatest masterpiece for you. Su-hyun was a bit surprised to hear him say that. But he did not ask again, just saying that he would wait. The next day, South Korea was in an uproar. The shockwave caused by Su-hyun in the Green Dungeon became the hot topic across many websites. Not to mention the announcement from the association about the plan to take over the dungeon from the masked society. Citing the actions of the masked society as vile and illegal, the association expelled them and implemented disciplinary measures. In the meeting room, Hyun-ju showed everyone the documents and then slowly said, just looking at these papers, it is clear the tides are changing. The rate of dungeon appearances is skyrocketing. Hyun-ju nodded slightly, explaining, that is right. Although the association's forces are stronger than the regulatory agency, the agency plays a more crucial role. Whether it is providing information and items for others to tackle dungeons smoothly, or empowering the awakened to conquer the dungeons. And as we know, an unregulated organization is extremely dangerous. So he wants to disband them. Just as he mentioned this, Juho suddenly interjected. We really need the power of unity. Su-hyun looked at him, bit surprised, while Hyun-ju spoke up slowly. But we have no other choice. However, Juho smirked and said, sure we do. Just leave this one to me. At that moment, Juho's face was filled with confidence. Meanwhile, in a small house in the city, a man was sitting curled up on a chair. His phone, which was placed on the table, suddenly vibrated. A message came in. It was from Su-hyun. He wanted to meet him. Upon seeing it, he immediately panicked. He stammered. I did not do anything. I am so scared. Oh god. Night fell at the Ock Tower of the Awakened Society. Inside the office. Curses echoed. Damn it. Zihan. That bastard. All he knows how to do is cause trouble and die. What should we do now? In the meeting room, everyone started discussing. What now? The association and Suhayan 1T let us off the hook. They will come after us. This only applies to those bastards who pulled back Ji-hun. Right. We did not even participate. Will they really come after us? One guy shouted angrily. You think they are only doing this because of this incident? They are definitely going to dig up all the trouble that has happened up until now. That is why Jang-hun called this meeting. There are only a few of us left here. Right. Jun-ho, the one this guy specifically mentioned, is the vice president of the top 10 guild levels, also known as the department store. He sighed and replied, I am just agreeing with the president's decision. Upon hearing this, Han thought to himself, the top 10 guild also relies on Ji-hun. So I had planned to ask Han to cooperate. I must be an idiot to count on him, given the situation. Han said, everyone listen up. If we want to survive, we have to kill Suhayan. Otherwise, we are all dead. His words sent shockwaves through the group. They all nodded in agreement. Yep. That is right. If we work together, we can defeat Suhayan. They have no idea that Suhayan is outside. Hearing every single word, Jiang is so scared his face goes pale. Suhayan, I did not say they should do this. Please believe me. I followed your instructions. And Sohan ran off like the wind. I have to leave now. The people inside are still debating. Is this really the only way? Forget the association. Suhayan clearly has enemies among us. The mastermind behind the plot to kill Suhayan exclaims. Let us go with that decision. And gets the crowd riled up. Let us take Suhayan down. You suddenly appear right behind Han. Coldly asking. Who are you planning to kill? The whole group jumps in shock at your sudden entrance. And Suhayan exclaims. You can try with a straight face. You continue. You think you can actually kill me? Han leaps up from his chair in panic. Is that really you? Suhayan. You smirk. What a lively debate. Are you seriously going to try and kill me? After saying that, you raise a finger and beckon them closer. Then come here. Two members of the guild are eager to punish Suhayan. You bastard. You are getting too cocky. The leader reassures them. Don't be afraid. Han is just a human. We will finish him off right here. With that, they unleash a powerful attack directly at Suhayan. As the energy blasts rush toward him, your gaze turns icy sharp. A spark of light flickers in your eyes as Suhayan activates his third eye. Suddenly, their attacks are rendered useless. The two eager attackers are left dumbfounded. What the hell? It's my skill just disappeared. Jun-ho is equally shocked, suddenly breaking into a confident grin. Then he stands up abruptly and strides towards Suhayan. You think to yourself, the department store will take a bit of time to defeat him. Meanwhile, the leader is internally gleeful. Finally, he is willing to help. Yeah. With just this many people, I wonder if we have a chance unless Jun-ho helps out. Yet he raises his hands in surrender. I give up. This attitude astonishes the rest of the group. What? What are you saying? Jun-ho looks very confident, as if he is sure he has chosen the right civilization. Suhayan gestures to him. All right, you can leave. Before going, Jun-ho leaves them with a parting line. You guys are mistaken. I never agreed to back down. I do not want to fight a monster like Suhayan. With only those who deserve judgment left, Suhayan begins to settle the score. All right, let us continue then. He activates his third eye, becoming the predator. An invisible pressure weighs down on them, leaving them helpless to cry out. Help! Suhayan starts to draw his sword. His voice like? Even though you know you have gone corrupt, you refuse to change. You are fully aware of your wrongdoings. Yet you stay silent. Organizations like yours have no reason to exist. You all should disappear today. Jun-ho steps in from behind, patting your shoulder. Suhayan. Wait. You turn to him, waiting for him to continue. Jun-ho suggests, let me take care of the rest. Suhayan silently contemplates, yielding the stage to Jun-ho. Thank you. Jun-ho casually responds. Without you, I would have wiped them all out already. Hearing this, the rest of the group is so tense they are sweating bullets. Now it is Jun-ho's turn to lighten the atmosphere. All right. Let us put an end to this spooky atmosphere right here. We do not plan on causing any more chaos. With Suhayan's power and the administrative authority of the organization, Jun-ho easily took control of the situation. Jun-ho brought in the documents and announced that we had gathered information on the crimes and corruption of the association. The biggest issue is that these attacks stem from the leadership of the Ham Guild. The association laid down a few conditions for the social organization to survive, which means there will be new rules and regulations in place. Black, the head honcho, Interrupted. Wait a minute. Who gave you the authority to boss us around? Junho now raised his fist, full of power. Then, he slammed it down on the table, sending papers flying everywhere. This attitude made everyone nervous. Some tried to voice their objections, but they were quickly silenced. Junho coldly remarked. Honestly, you guys are all a bunch of clueless idiots. You. The man right in front of me. The stage is set. He tossed the documents up in the air, exasperatedly saying, I wish I could let Suhain wipe you all out, but things are changing rapidly, and I need your strength right now. With the tiger behind you, you want money and power, right? Well, there is going to be a lot more than you bargained for. Zip it and follow my lead. You bunch of clueless fools. The fox ruling the mountain. The next morning, outside in the park, people were taking a stroll, and there was a little girl happily chattering away. Suhain sat quietly on a bench while Juho handed him a cup of coffee, prompting Suhain to quickly ask, What is it? Juho, looks like everything is settled now. He replied. Of course, especially after that ruckus earlier. You thought I could not handle a little situation like that. And I have even become the president of the guild. Suhain was taken aback. Really? You did not say you would take it that far, he replied, sounding a bit defeated. I did not have much choice. Otherwise, the guild would fall apart soon enough. If I just let them do whatever, it would only delay an inevitable explosion. It is best to become the guild president and prevent chaos from arising in the first place. Besides, the fake awakeners in the guild are different from you. They only act when there is a benefit for them. I plan to control them by offering suitable rewards, Suhain suggested. I do not think it takes that much effort to maintain the guild, Juho firmly countered. We need them. Suhain could not argue anymore. Juho. He poured out his heart. Didn't you say before that if this world was truly normal? Why do we always have to live in fear that one day the dungeons will spiral out of control and slaughter us all? If that moment comes, we will need an organized force. Honestly, I have never really understood what you were thinking. I do not know anything. I just admire your strength. Although I have always tried to keep up with you, I finally understand why you are so determined to push forward. Maybe I will never be able to walk side by side with you, but I will catch up to you one day. So do not wait for me. I will definitely cheer you on from the sidelines. Do you understand now? Just share some of your burdens with me. I am on your side. Suhain stands speechless at these heartfelt words. He thinks to himself, that one line. Just that one line. So Suhain calls out, Juho, you know what? But now I feel that no matter what difficulties and challenges we face in the future, we can overcome them together. And just like that, a radiant smile returns to his youthful face. Suhain's. Thank you. Looking at Juho's familiar smiling face, he feels joy wash over him. Thanks to him, he can smile freely. On Junia's side, he furrows his brow in thought. A deep voice echoes. So they did not show up this time either. He confirms. It seems that way. And on top of that, back in the day when I was searching for Kim Sung-in, I set up a system. I only managed to discover Suhain and Lohan. And even though I kept an eye on Lohan, nothing else showed up. My guess is, Suhain is likely a fragment of a god, Fanny exclaims in frustration. It can be like that. My regression is proof of that. Forget it. He is definitely back. And I need time to regain my strength. Until then, I leave everything happening in this dimension to you. Johnny agreed. Let me handle this. It has been 6 months since then. Thanks to Juho, Suhain has been able to slowly climb up the challenge tower. You feel really reassured now that Juho is leading the awakened group, and the national agencies have gradually cleared out the dungeons. Plus, he is managing everything better than expected, earning him a reputation as a reliable person. In a skyscraper in the city center, inside the conference room, Hainju analyzed that according to statistics, even though the number of awakened ones has significantly increased in the past 6 months, the number of dungeons has also risen rapidly. Juho continued. We have added quite a few B rank and lower awakened ones, so we can handle most of the gold dungeons. But Suhain knows very well that the problem lies with the dungeons ranked A and above. Hainju replied. Exactly. To find more A and rank awakened ones, we will need more time. If this continues, the number of awakened ones won't keep pace with the dungeons, and the number of cleared dungeons will decline, leading to a dungeon outbreak. For now, we will send this information to the governments of all countries. It is best that everyone is aware of the potential incidents. Suhain agreed. Go ahead and do that. Juho spoke. If we are done, can I head out now? It seems there is an issue with the newly appeared green dungeon near Suhain. Hainju nodded. I understand. My report ends here. If we get any updates, I will contact you. He turned to remind Su Hyan. If you are heading home now, I can give you a ride part of the way. You declined. No need. Thanks though. Hyanju was curious, planning to head back to the challenge tower. You quickly denied. Not really. I need to stop by somewhere first. The place you are stopping by is a forge. Diho greeted. You have arrived. Su-Hyan looked at him in surprise. Sir. Noticing his tired expression. You okay? Diho replied. No need to worry. I am almost done with the forging. I got so excited that I forgot to take a break. You carefully advised. You should not push yourself. You need to take care of your health first. He did not want to hear it. Do not fuss over me, anyway. Forget about that. Take a look at this sword. You said its name is Ban Mung. Right. I heard it is a legendary sword. You should have given it a new name. Su-Hyan grasped the hilt tightly. You drew the sword from its sheath and observed it, thinking to yourself, the Ban Mung sword. I have not held it in ages. It feels just as smooth as before. I should be able to use that skill now. Diho knew you were itching to give it a try, did not he? You bashfully retorted. I am not a kid anymore. He clearly understood Su-Hyan's intentions. You are really persistent. Planning to go to the challenge tower. You admitted straightforwardly. Yep. At least there. I won TBTs by others. Diho ordered you to leave. All right. Go off you. This old man needs to get some sleep. Su-Hyan gratefully called out. Diho, thank you so much. This made him stop in his tracks. Diho smiled. With a reminder. Take care. At the training tower before the entrance to the 40th floor. Su-Hyan slowly stepped inside. The gatekeeper of the 40th floor, Nam-chun, had been waiting for a long time. He spoke with a hint of sarcasm. The big shot has arrived. Are you curious about what is going on? How much do you know? Su-Hyan cut straight to the chase. Please tell me the difficulty level of this trial first. He casually drops a number. 600,000. Leaving you speechless. Then he hands over the item. Here. The system reminds you. You have spent 600,000 achievement points. Nam-chun assesses you. That is quite a price to pay, but he seems unfazed. All right. Thank you. Starting from level 40. The difficulty of the trial will start to scale. From easy to very hard. With that, he gets up. Well. It seems like you have made your decision already. Nam-chun gives a hint. Find Long. That is all I can say. Su-Hyan feels a shiver at the mention of this name. Longzhu. This trial is related to the dragon tribe. And Nam-chun throws in another hint. And here's a little extra gift for you. Think carefully about why you received this trial. And do not forget that many people are counting on you to achieve greatness. Su-Hyan is taken aback by this. He can't believe it. They expect him to accomplish something big. Others barely even notice him. But hey, that does not matter right now. Su-Hyan is transported into the trial space. A notification pops up. Do you want to start the level 40 trial? Please select a level. You choose level 10. Now please select the difficulty. Looking at the options before him, Su-Hyan, what matters now is, he exclaims, it is very hard. To overcome the trial ahead and become stronger. Update notification. You have selected a very hard difficulty. Starting the level 40 trial. At this moment, Su-Hyan finds himself transported to a lush green prairie. He senses something strange and his expression tightens. Turns out, right behind him, a dragon is lounging around. He is shocked. A dragon. The mission this time is to save the dragon tribe's world. The dragon before you will guide you. Su-Hyan is stunned. Saving the world of the dragon tribe. Looking at this peaceful place yet being told to save it. He quickly calls for his companion to appear. Then remembers to say. Fellow creature. Can we talk? The dragon is still lounging around. His companion carefully observes his kind. It moves closer to the oversized buddy and calls out. Finally. The dragon wakes up. Its claws slam down on the ground. The roar of the dragon echoes. The dragon named Blank stares at them and exclaims. It is a red dragon. The one beside you is a human. Su-Hyan thinks. I can hear its voice in my head. So this is the concept of telepathy. And it seems to know how to speak human language too. It looks like the baby dragon of Hyan. As if I can clearly differentiate them living in two different times. I have heard that the longer a dragon lives, the stronger it becomes. The energy it emits is truly impressive. Rang asks. Why is a red dragon with a human? And how did a human end up here? Su-Hyan is surprised by the fearful attitude of his companion. He reaches out to touch him. Then he explains. My companion hatched from an egg I accidentally received. And we have been together for about 2 years now. He's my family. Rang asks again. It hatched from an egg. Are you sure? He nods in confirmation. Yep. His companion standing beside him affirms once more. I hatched from an egg. Brang finally understands. I see. Su-Hein notices the change in the other's attitude. It seemed annoyed before, but now it is calmer. Maybe I can actually talk to it now. I heard that a cat is a being higher than a dragon. And according to Hien Qi, just like people classify the status of dragons by color, a dragon's fate is decided the moment it is born. I guess I will learn something about cats from him. With that thought, Su-Hein spoke up. I know this question might be silly, but I do not know much about cats. Can you tell me more about the dragon lineage? Brang was taken aback by this. He burst out laughing. You really do not know what it is. That is just plain silly. Su-Hein was still hoping for an answer. He dived into the topic. All right, let me educate you. It is the symbolic color of the dragon species. It represents the Dragon King. And it is the mark of being a descendant of the Dragon King. Su-Hein started to sweat, unable to believe it. The Dragon King. The cat exchanged wide-eyed glances with its kind. Finally, the cat's expression lit up as if it had discovered something fascinating. Su-Hein exclaimed, the king of the Dragon Clan. Are you saying the cat is the child of the Dragon King? It confirmed. Yep. I could not believe a dragon like that would be tamed by humans. That is why I was so surprised. Su-Hein thought to himself, I knew it was a special dragon. But this cute little thing is the king of the Dragon Clan. It is a bit too big to call it a kid now. The cat enjoyed Su-Hein's stunned expression and asked, is your family also in this world? Brang fell silent for a moment after this question. Looking hesitant. A moment later, it revealed. The cat is the last remaining dragon of its clan. Su-Hein was shocked to hear this. Brang continued. You will see for yourself. A thick green mist enveloped his entire body. Su-Hein gasped. Wait, I can't believe this. What are you doing? In a place where smoke and flames soared to the sky. Brang brought him here. It recounted. A battle occurred here once. Enemies suddenly appeared in our world and waged war. Countless warriors rose up to fight against them and protect this world. At this point, Brang hesitated but continued. However, the enemy was too strong that day, and many of our kind sacrificed themselves. A scene of tragedy unfolded before them, and Brang sorrowfully recounted. We shed a lot of blood in that battle. Su-Hein listened in silence to this painful past. He felt a resemblance to that time. Su-Hein exclaimed. This feeling. Suddenly, something familiar appeared before him, and he realized in shock. It was a person. The figure of the opponent came into clear view. It was Fania. Su-Hein clenched his fists, suppressing the rage inside. His eyes filled with fury. Brang advised. No need to be so angry. This is just a memory. He knew that and tried to rein in his emotions. Su-Hein exhaled. He is right. Emotions will only weaken my fighting spirit. Actually, I am quite happy. Now that I am facing Fania again, I will control my feelings. Brang praised him. You are regaining your composure quickly. You must be used to controlling your emotions. Su-Hein replied. Yeah. A bit. It is quite challenging, especially for humans. But how do you know him? At this moment, his expression darkened. Su-Hein revealed. He is the monster that destroyed my world. Brang skeptically asked. Is this the world of humans? Through the test, it knows he is not lying. The night sky in his memories turned dark and heavy. And right now, Fania is under attack. You watch the creature battling him. A red dragon. That red dragon is gathering firepower. Then it launches straight at Fania. And you ponder. They are really going at it. Just as things got intense, Su-Hein was pulled back. He returned to the lush green realm. And Su-Hein's expression now had a hint of despair. Brang sighed. Sorry. But that is all I can show you. I only have memories up until my brother died in that battle. Thanks to this journey, Su-Hein realized not only was his world destroyed by Fania, but this world might exist in real life too. Well, let us not overthink it. Brang nudged him. Chatting as they walked, Brang told Su-Hein about the post-war world, and that helped him understand the trials better. He recounted the ending. In the end, all the red dragons perished, and the world was destroyed, but the dragon race is not extinct. There are still other dragons like me who survived because we were hibernating during the war. When we woke up, we started to restore our world and bring it back to life. Yet the war is not over. The leader of the monsters has vanished. But many monsters still roam this world. So we can only reclaim a part of the territory. As Brang reached this point, he also brought them to his kingdom. Here we are. This is our new home. He landed on the ground. Then, from his dragon form, he began to transform into a human. Brang exclaimed comfortably. This is better. You are amazed? You have seen shape-shifting before but never anyone turning into a human. Su-Hein curiously asked. Is it really comfortable in human form? Brang rubbed his sore shoulders and replied. Being a dragon is heavy for me. Aside from hibernation, this form is much better. Even if it drains more mana, he reported to the higher-ups. We have guests here. Quickly open the gates. And the city gates slowly creaked open. He carefully warned. Just a heads up. You are not exactly welcome here, Suhain replied. It is not like humans come into a dragon's fortress every day. Brang reiterated. Not you. His gaze subtly flicked toward the other person. He continued. I meant the red dragon. Suhain was taken aback. What? Because of him, Brang left with a cryptic remark as he walked through the gate. You will see soon enough. The human and the dragon exchanged glances. And the boy gathered his spirits. Come on, inside the dragon village. The atmosphere was calm and peaceful. The dragon clans here walked on the streets in human forms, with happy families enjoying their time together. He assessed the place, and instead of calling it a dragon village, it looked more like a human settlement. Brang explained. That is because they realized living as humans is more comfortable. So they started living this way. Suhain wondered. Get it? But there are not many of them. I mean dragons. He clarified. After the war, only about 50 dragons survived, and since then, it has only grown to around 500. Just then, someone from afar noticed them. He gasped in surprise. Elder, Brang greeted back. Long time no see. Sufri was thrilled to see him. It has been days. Elder Brang, it has not been many years since you left. Have you been sleeping well? He replied. I woke up in the middle of the night because of this man. Sufri turned to scrutinize the boy. Is he human? His expression suddenly soared upon seeing him. Sufri stammered out. Traitor. The traitor of the red dragon. What are you doing in this city? Brang calmly said. What is the issue? This is a place anyone can enter as long as they belong. As for this human, I can vouch for him myself, Sufri replied. I have no problem with humans. But the offspring of the Dragon King abandoned us. I know you want to deny that truth. His fists trembled with anger. Yet the offspring of the Red Dragon are nothing but traitors. Sufri's face was filled with resentment. His eyes reddened as he glared at the boy. Sufri pressed further. What is the deal? Human. Got something to say? Suhain coldly retorted. You dare insult my kin. Why should I hold back? His hand reached out, and Sufri's eyes widened in shock. The pressure from him pushed Sufri back. He could not believe it. Why am I stepping back? Suhain scoffed. I just raised my hand. And you are already trying to run away. You are more cowardly than I thought. Sufri stubbornly answered. Who is scared? Scared of a human. He concentrated power into his palm, his voice dripping with mockery. Suhain calmly raised his hand, his energy radiating outward. It was burning with strength, and Sufri unleashed his powers, shouting, Get lost, human. As he finished his sentence, a surge of energy shot toward the boy. Suhain nonchalantly pushed it back. Returning it, he calmly said, Take this. The energy in his hand shot straight toward its target, and the two powerful forces collided dramatically. Then, the force of Sufri burst forth, charging straight at him. He could not believe it. Had he really pierced through my breath? It was not until the overwhelming power hit him that Sufri realized what was happening. He recalled that chilling feeling from earlier. By the time he understood, it was already too late. It was pure terror. Suhain's power slammed down on Sufri. He tried to resist, but it did not take long before he started to weaken. Just when he thought all was lost, Blank stepped in to intervene. Shocked, he called out, Elder, Elder. But Blank coldly replied, Enough. I will overlook your rudeness in front of my guests. So just leave. Even being kicked out, Sufri was not ready to back down. Exclaiming, but only to be cut off by Blank's icy voice. Sufri. You know there are those waiting for the offspring of the Dragon King. Right. Dragons like me. Can you handle them? Sufri gritted his teeth. Holding back his frustration, he declared, I will report today's events to Lord Canny. Blank was not fazed, saying, Go ahead. Do as you wish. Cutting off his words, Sufri vanished, heading off with Maya. Suhain spoke up. I want to ask you something. Blank nodded. Sure. Go ahead. Sufri wanted to know why Maya was referred to as the offspring of traitors. Blank did not want to hide it anymore. He recounted how, these days, the Red Dragons were viewed by our dragon clan, branded as traitors. The ancient Red Dragons could traverse through dimensions. However, according to testimonies from the Orange Dragons who fought back then, they abandoned their kin and moved to another world. Yet, some did not believe their testimonies like me, but most dragons, especially the younger ones, saw the Red Dragons as traitors and hated them. Suhain asked bluntly, Do you have proof they are traitors? He replied, Just testimonies. At that moment, someone interjected. You still do not believe us, do you? Blank. He turned to see Canny approaching, followed by the one who had just been eavesdropping. Sue Free. Blank eyed the newcomer warily. He called out the other's name. Canny. Canny shifted from his previous position and suddenly appeared right in front of Su Hyan. Blank looked a bit worried. The presence of Canny meant that the area where they stood would suddenly change. Canny's entourage was teleported over, surrounding them both. Su Free thought to himself. Teleportation. How many people have this valuable skill? And counting the dragons near Blank, it seemed they were not just Canny's allies, perhaps because they were golden dragons. But their abilities were vastly different from the green dragons earlier. Two of them spoke up. Is that a human who came with the offspring of the Dragon King? Offspring of the Dragon King? How ridiculous. He is just related to a bunch of traitors. They argued. Don't spout unverified claims. And you have no reason to get riled up. Canny raised his hand, signaling. Enough. Su Free thought. That is right. No matter how remarkable the energy of the golden dragons is, Canny spoke. Listen to me. You are certain he is still the strongest? He asked. Why have you come here? O descendant of those traitors. Ninga let out a few cries in response. Canny smirked, looking quite intrigued. The esteemed descendant of the Dragon King is just a clueless fool who does not even know how to speak. Nini felt really down upon hearing that. He kept mocking it, saying all you can do is cry to get sympathy from others. How pathetic. Unable to take it any longer, Canny chimed in. You know the Dragon King's descendants develop slower than the others. This kid is clearly still very young. Do you really have to talk to it like that? Shuyan saw Maya crying and immediately got furious. First, it was that blue dragon earlier, and now it is your lot. A burst of energy shot from him, and Shuyan asked sharply, why do you all keep making Maya cry? The others felt an invisible pressure weighing down on them. Canny was taken aback. He could not relax either, watching Shuyan explode with rage. He found it hard to believe that this was the strength of a human. He asked pointedly, how can you be sure that the red dragons betrayed your clan? Canny replied, I witnessed it myself, seeing the red dragons abandon us. So that means you can't prove anything at all. And that is fine. I can't interfere with dragon matters. But I just want to say one thing. You should go take your anger out on the red dragons that abandoned you. Canny, hearing this, was taken aback. What? He pointed at the poor Maya, saying, this kid is not the one who abandoned you. And yet you isolate and bully her just because she shares the same bloodline. You should feel ashamed. He spoke with doubt in his tone. What connection do you have with that little dragon that makes you so angry? I just do not get it. He placed a hand on Maya and confirmed again. She and I are family. Those words left Canny in disbelief. He suddenly burst out laughing, asking, family. That is interesting. Sure. It has nothing to do with past events. But grudges are not so easily erased. Suhyu, on guard, replied. What do you mean? He answered. I will give her a chance to make amends. Brang has probably told you by now. Our clan is currently engulfed in war. We need to reclaim the Long Cha forest, which would allow her to redeem herself. And you and that dragon could gain the recognition of the entire dragon clan. Brang was shaken by this request. Fuming. Canny. Isn't he that just telling them to go die? He shrugged. I am not forcing them. The choice is in the hands of that human and that dragon. So what will you do? Suhi reluctantly agreed. Fine. I accept your terms. Brang was overly worried. You idiot. Do you even know what that forest is like? It is home to the strongest monsters. We have tried to reclaim it several times but failed every time. If a human like you goes there, you will be dead in an instant. He rejected that notion. No way. This level of difficulty is perfect for crushing their pride. The three of them moved to a forest. Arriving just as the sun was setting, Brang introduced. This is the Long Chechu forest. He replied. Thanks for guiding us here. And Maya also called out a goodbye to him. Brang could not bear to watch them walk into danger. He grabbed Suhu's hand and said, Don't go, I told you earlier. This place is not just your average danger. There are dragon beasts that believe in the red dragons. Although they are not many, I will negotiate with Kanai alongside them. You can pull your hand back. Zen and don't worry. I will definitely come back alive. With that, both of them vanished, leaving Brang standing alone in the wind. All he could do was pray. Elder Elite, please protect those two kids. Meanwhile, Sui was facing a pack of ferocious dragons. He sighed. This situation reminds me of the old days. The dragons charged towards Suhyo, and he immediately drew his sword, a fierce aura emanating from him. He exclaimed with excitement. Let us get to killing. One swift slash. And the head of the dragon before him was severed clean off. Behind, another dragon roared and lunged at him. He thought to himself, That is enough to keep them busy. I will control it. The system reminded him as he activated his skill. The three-eyed hunter's ability. Just as the dragon behind him charged forward, Sui gripped his sword tightly and quietly infused it with energy. The sharp sword sliced through, and in an instant, this dragon was split in two. Suhiya's goal was clear. Doing this would consume less mana, allowing him to take them down quickly. The violent slaughter unfolded in tense moments. Looking at his blood-stained sword, he was not surprised. It was just as he thought. Suhi felt satisfied with his new sword. It was quite different. Behind him lay the lifeless bodies of the dragon pack. Over at Kanny's castle, one of his subordinates asked, "Lord Kanny, are you really going to let those two be? I can forgive them. Look at this. A descendant of the red dragons. Those who abandoned their kind. Now recognized as the Emperor's heir once again. Those who agree with me are ready. If you allow it, we will confront that human and the heirs of the traitors right away." Kanny calmly placed his teacup on the table and instructed, "Don't worry. Ruff. That turtle lives in the Longzhou forest. He does not know anything about turtles." He recalled a memory, then he replied, "The Titan turtle. We have lost so many dragons because of it. Even I nearly lost my life." Ruff was astonished. "Is it that strong?" "But the humans we met in the village seemed pretty powerful too," Kanny confidently responded. "For a human, he is quite strong. However, if what we saw in the village is all he has, then he can't single-handedly defeat the Titan turtle." Meanwhile, over with Suhiyan, in the dark forest, he received a flurry of notifications. "Your stats have increased. You have gained 2,000 achievement points. You have gained 3,000 achievement points." Suhiyan pondered. "Just from hunting, my stats increased this much. This is an incredibly useful hunting ground. Maybe this challenge is related to you. But honestly, it is not complicated at all." You cheerfully pat Maya's cheek. "All thanks to that little one. But then I did not see any more monsters." Suddenly, both became alert. Sensing danger, Maya's eyes filled with disbelief. It growled defensively in one direction, and you jumped, asking, "What is wrong?" Suiyan felt the sound, and Maya's expression was very serious. "You guessed it, must be a heart." Suddenly, a burst of strange energy erupted beneath them, sending both of them flying. Suiyan anxiously called, and she understood. "Scooping you up and leaping high to escape the danger below." Below, a giant mouth of a dragon rose from the ground. Its cold, piercing gaze fixed on them. "The intruders here," Suhiyan realized. "No wonder I was wondering why there were no monsters left. Turns out we have entered its territory of a Titan turtle. The one that survived in the memories blank showed me last time. Its superior defensive ability can only be seen in those green dungeons. But strangely, the Titan turtle is not a territorial creature at all. They can control their intense hunger. So as far as I know, they are always wandering around. Is it protecting something?" Suhiyan pondered for a moment, surprised to see Maya's expression full of determination. Suhiyan wondered, does it want to fight that thing? If it was not absolutely necessary, Maya would not be this aggressive. Could it be that it senses something related to the Dragon King? Thinking this, Suhiyan could not help but smile with excitement. He had the answer. It was protecting the dragon peril. Suhiyan urged. The Titan turtle unleashed a wave of powerful energy. Now revved up, soared straight towards its massive mouth. Then they split up. Maya flew towards the back of the Titan turtle, while Suhiyan stood in front of it, drawing his sword. With all his might, he struck down at it. Countless beams of sword energy intertwined with tremendous power. Suhiyan was still pushing himself to slice down. He paused, thinking, "Yep, it is opened up." Then he shouted, "Grab it." A massive energy orb was drawn towards Maya's mouth. After that, it shot straight towards the back of the Titan turtle. Seizing the opportunity, Suhiyan acted too, gripping his sword tightly and plunging it straight into the turtle's body. His gaze was sharp, his voice cold as he declared, "Now it is your turn." The sword unleashed its maximum power in this strike. The explosive power surged all around. It was time for the sea dragon sword to erupt. The force was so intense that the sky lit up, lightning crackling in the air. After all that, the scene was devastated. The Titan turtle's head rolling to the ground. He sighed in relief, sitting amidst the vast crater he had just created. This Titan turtle really was a tough one. Without the sword of creation and the triple sword technique, it would have been tough. The triple sword technique is a powerful skill that depends on the user's mana. With level 8 mana and attack efficiency boosted by enhanced mana, it becomes a powerful skill anyone can possess. But it has one fatal flaw. The user must push their mana to its absolute limit. Or in other words, they need a weapon that can contain all their mana. So combining this skill with the sword of creation is the best choice. Thanks to the properties of adamantium, it is not only the strongest and toughest sword, but it also has self-regenerating abilities. However, even though these features made it a very powerful skill, in my past life, I was the only one who used it. Seeing my pet's actions, Suhayan was surprised. Maya was currently holding a titan corpse in its mouth. Then everything shattered before Suhayan's eyes. In the dragon village, Gran stood at the city gate waiting. Kenny asked in confusion, "Did you really become close to them in such a short time?" Gran replied, "If you are just going to stand there spouting nonsense, then get lost." He spoke with a mocking tone. "You still do not trust me. I am an old friend of yours, so it hurts a bit." To which Suhayan thought, "It is not that I do not trust you. It is just the red dragons are not the kind to do things like this." And Ken confirmed, "I witnessed and experienced that myself." Gran shot a cold glare at Connie. He spoke up, "Kenny, without people, we would not have lasted this long. But the red dragon has returned. So we need to reconsider our tribe's future. It is not too late yet. If we gather the entire dragon clan to help the humans and that red dragon, we can reclaim the dragon pearl in this world." Kenny almost cursed. That damn red dragon. If that is why you are waiting for the red dragon, wake up. The dragon pearl is gone. That little red dragon will definitely die. No matter what you say, my decision and the outcome remain unchanged. Blank helplessly sang out, "Kenny." Suddenly an energy dragon crashed down. The sky turned ablaze. Blank was stunned at the sight. Even Kenny was taken aback, exclaiming, "No way. This energy, could it be the dragon pearl?" Blank hurried away, transforming into a dragon and soaring into the sky. Kenny followed his silhouette, shifting into dragon form as well. Deep down, he could not believe it. It could not be true. The dragon pearl must have been swallowed by the titan turtle. Remembering Suhayan's appearance, he thought, did that human kill it? Blank quickly noticed that below them lay a desolate area. Both transformed back into human form, and in Suhayan's hand was a dragon pearl. They rushed over, Kenny in disbelief. No way. Did a human really defeat the titan turtle? Suyan smiled as they approached. You guys are quick. Ah. He slowly touched the dragon pearl and exclaimed, "Oh my, this is it. It has been so long. Way too long. The war against the monstrous remnants in this world, and our repeated failures have been humiliating, forcing us to take refuge in a small village. Every time, I wished we still had a red dragon. But no. Just having the dragon pearl would be enough. This is the treasure of dragons. Its mere existence amplifies our strength. If a red dragon uses it, we could even conquer nature itself. Now that both are back with us, this world will be saved. All thanks to the two of you." Then, the dragon sensed the power of the dragon pearl and slowly flew in. Those waiting for the Dragon King, like Blank, felt joy, while those who had lived before the war rejoiced. And even those who looked down on the red dragons were astonished by the pearl's power. All the dragons laughed, except for one Kenny, who fumed because he could not chase the red dragon away anymore. The power of the dragon pearl is too overwhelming. I have no choice but to take a step back and plot another plan. He grinned. I can't believe you managed to kill the titan turtle and retrieve the dragon pearl. Impressive, thanks to the contributions of our ancestors. We will accept the red dragon back into our tribe. Suhayan snorted. You are really shameless. He sneered. What did you just say? He put the dragon pearl in his mouth and declared, with the dragons gathered here, it is time to reveal the truth. Everyone, watch closely. I am absorbing the power of the dragon pearl. The Long Chu Institute erupts with a powerful force, and Mia begins to transform, her scales becoming tougher. Her body grows massive, and Maya has now become a majestic dragon. The entire dragon clan watched in awe as this power was unleashed, and he declared, look at what your leader truly is. They gasped. A crimson dragon. The pressure is real. Raph turned to ask, Elder Kenny, what is that dragon? His mentor remained silent. He called out, Elder. Kenny still seemed stunned. He exclaimed, how is that possible? He uttered a name. Elite. The dragon clan gasped. Elite. Elite has returned. We are back. Could Maya become like that in the future? But by then, I probably would have died from weakness. Suhayan looked at her with deep affection. He recalled what that person once said. At most, I will live for another 100 years. But dragons must endure another 900 years in solitude. It would be better if wife could forget me during the remaining 900 years of her life. Suhayan thought. Now I understand what Hyan Ki meant. Since I can be by that kid's side forever, it might be better if Maya. Just then, a voice rang out. I can finally speak now. Right. Suddenly, the entire sky ignited with a fierce aura. A lead appeared, laughing. You created this atmosphere. And now you are facing a dilemma. Now you can clearly feel my greatness. Can't you? What does it feel like to see the first descendant of the great Dragon King? They were astonished. The aura was completely different from what they had expected. Everyone burst into laughter. Elite is just like that. This old man. Still the same after all this time. Elite asked with concern. Are you all doing well? I am curious how you have been living since I died at this point. He hesitated. But I will be really sad not to witness that with my own eyes. No matter what. The monster that looks like us will eventually be lost with us. To another world far from this dimension, even though I and the other Crimson Dragons died from our souls being torn apart from the overload. He will face a similar fate. The crowd murmured. Wait. Did they really die? Did the Crimson Dragons not escape? Are you kidding? This is magic. Blank realized. Yep. This is the resurrection spell. The resurrection spell. One of the highest level techniques. Restores the thoughts and memories of the deceased by preserving their appearance when they were alive. In other words, for us, Elite is already dead. Someone could not help but ask. Elder Kenny, what is happening? His shadow seemed truly lonely at that moment. Elite asked. How is he? I hope that kid is doing well leading everyone. Just thinking about the fact that the only one we can rely on to take care of our clan after I die is that kid feels a bit. After saying that, he smiled faintly. Elite continued to convey. Kenny must have been under a lot of pressure and hardship. But I believe you can do it. In a far-off future. I will wait and entrust our kin to you. Blank finally understood. So that is what happened. No wonder I found it strange when you emphasized that the Crimson Dragons are traitors. I will make you pay for deceiving our kin. He shouted the name Kani, laughing with wicked satisfaction. Then he exclaimed. Ridiculous. Does the truth really matter? I am still the one who led and saved you all. I have worked harder and more dedicated to our clan than anyone else. Yet you all are just fixated on those traitorous furballs. Wake up and see the truth. It is me now. His body erupted with power as he declared. I am the Fur King. Blank commanded. Set up a barrier. His power surged forward, only to be halted by the barrier created by Blank's team. The tension escalated as the barrier began to falter. Blank gritted his teeth, thinking, Kenny is the strongest of our kind now. I thought we could withstand his attack thanks to the Dragon Portal, boosting the strength of the surrounding Fur clan. But that also meant Kanai was powered up by the Dragon Pearl. I can't hold out much longer. Gritting my teeth as I summoned the Dragon Pearl for help, a torrent of fire surged toward Kenny, who looked on in shock as he was engulfed in flames. Suhian laughed and asked, You said you wanted to be a king recognized by the other Fur people. How pathetic. The true king has returned. Kenny coughed through the smoke. He shouted in fury. Traitorous Fur. As his body transformed into that of a dragon. Then he flapped his wings and took to the sky. Blank yelled. He is fleeing. Do not let him escape. Suhan, regaining strength, declared. We will catch him. Let this live up to its name. The Dragon Spear. You know, just with that Dragon Spear alone, it will be tough to catch him. I will alter the principle of the sword's vibration, enough to keep the weapon intact. You throw that massive power toward the target. Connie sensed danger, shocked and unsure of what it was. Nothing can match my speed. Just as he boasted, Kenny was hit hard. The power struck him like a bolt of lightning, creating a huge hole in his body. His scream of pain echoed as Kenny's chest began to heal. He knew this was a fatal wound, but thanks to the Dragon Pearl, he could still recover. How grateful he felt. A sharp arrow shot toward Kenai, and Suhan understood it was still too early to breathe a sigh of relief. He stood on his dragon, excitedly saying, Let us do this again. Kenny unleashed a cube of power. He gathered his strength, determined to settle this once and for all. Kenny shot the cube of power straight down. Suhin swung his arm, slicing through a torrent of blue energy. The two power sources clashed, creating a spectacular display of light in the sky as their powers collided. Kenny stubbornly unleashed a barrage of scorching energy cubes. All of them shot toward Suhin at once. He commanded Mir, Step aside for me. I will deal with him. Mir followed the order and began to gather firepower. In an instant, Mir unleashed a spiraling wave of fire. Kenny angrily shot back, cursing, You little brat. You think you can defeat me with such chaotic power? Things would have gone a lot smoother if you just disappeared. Why are you even back here? Wow. Countless powers shot straight towards Su-un and Mir. He accepted the title. The Dragon King must be me. Mir cautiously watched the attacks coming from his opponent. Another wave of firepower from Kenny surged forward, accompanied by his furious voice. I am their hero. The strength rushed towards Su-un, But then Kenny's expression changed dramatically. No, seeing Mer still safe. He could not believe it. No way. My breath must have taken out that guy over there. Mer finally spoke up. I do not know much about the king. Like the heroes I know, they would never belittle others. You are no hero. Suhun praised him, saying it well. Leaving Kenny speechless and unable to retort, Suhun swung his sword down, declaring, You are not a hero. Kenny was stunned. What? How does a human have that kind of power? He stubbornly replied. Don't make me laugh. Just before being overwhelmed by the power. Kenny exclaimed. I'm a human. But before he could finish, he was punished in a storm of electricity. The burst of power was so immense that the shockwaves spread throughout the space, mana enveloping everything. Raph was astonished. Can a human really possess that much mana? Blank. Who is that man? He chuckled and replied. I have no idea, but one thing's for sure. He is our savior. After Kenny's death, the misunderstanding about the dragon lineage was cleared up, and their pride as heroes, not traitors, was restored. Mia became the new Dragon King and earned the loyalty of the Dragon Clan. But since he is still too young, Blank will lead the dragons. The dragons, protectors of Dragon Continent, began battling monsters to defend their territory, ending a 6-month war with a victory. As their world started to stabilize, the Dragon Clan began working towards a new life. Blank and Siegfried walked through the peaceful forest. He exclaimed joyfully. Finally, we are almost done, he replied. I bet no one expected the Dragon Continent forest to change shape like this. Blank understood. You are right. We need to repay Suhul. Suddenly, someone rushed up from behind calling. Blank. He suspiciously asked. What is going on? Raph, he reported. He is back again. Blank was astonished. Again. I told him to rest. Why does he love hunting monsters so much? Suhul and Maya were currently enjoying the refreshing thrill of monster hunting. Update notification. You have earned 20,000 achievement points. Total achievement points 8,854,455. Suhul exclaimed with glee. Hunting around here really pays off. We have racked up so many points. It is like we did not waste half a year. The info board displayed a complete update of his stats. Name. Suhul. Mana. 83. Mana level. 8. Strength. 89. Agility. 90. Endurance. 83. Reflex. 91. Skill. Space jump. Detail. Skill. Transformation. Detail. Skill. Divine fire. Detail. Completion rate 99.98%. Do you want to end this trial? Suhul exclaimed. The completion rate is almost done. Time to head back. When we first arrived, this place was dark and gloomy, and I believe saving this world has its benefits. He glanced at Maya beside him, then sadly thought, maybe Maya should. At night, Maya flew towards the castle as the two stealthily opened the window. Suddenly, a voice rang out. You think we did not notice you sneaking in? Brang continued. I thought we decided to hunt monsters together. Suhul and Maya forced smiles. He awkwardly said, I just tend to do things my way. With those words, Suhul stepped into the room, stating, Brang, it might be time for me to leave. Brang recalled. You said you came from another world. Right. He seized the moment. So I want to ask you for a favor. He agreed. What is it? If it is you, I will do whatever I can. Suhul glanced at Maya beside him, asking, Can I ask you to take care of him? Brang was surprised. You are asking what? Suhul explained. I have been thinking about this the whole time I have been here. Maya's lifespan is much longer than mine. And thinking about how lonely it will be for him after I am gone. I think it is better he stays here. Brang replied. I understand. My answer is no. Suhul, confused, exclaimed. What? He explained. How can I decide the path of the Dragon King? From the beginning, that is not something we can choose. Both of them focused intently on Maya, and Brang continued. The Dragon King will make his own decision. The system announces. You have achieved a completion rate of 99.98%. You have perfectly passed the level 40 trial. Your achievement ranking is now being compiled. Rank 1. In the town of level 41. The announcements keep updating. Your persistence has increased by 1. Your mana has increased by 1. You have earned 2 million achievement points. As soon as you step into the shop, the clerk asks, Hello. What are you looking for? The system continuously updates. You have received a reward of a stat point. specifically mana. One of your stats will increase. You have received a dragon pearl as a reward, said to belong to a divine beast. Total achievement points. 10,854,455. You suggest. Give me all the potions you have,